Hello friends, this is Odds, and today we're back with another short video where we'll discuss all 540 add-ons in Dead by Daylight for Killer. From Trapper until Onryo, which is the latest one we have so far. We have 20 add-ons for each killer. We're going to place them all on a tier list to see how good they are in comparison, not to the whole total of add-ons, but to each other. We'll also explain what makes them good, bad, and so on, go into quite a bit of detail. Luckily, I don't need to explain the specific numbers on each add-on. Right now, if you go on DVD and open an add-on and hover over it, you'll see that it tells you 10 or 20 or 30% faster, as opposed to slightly, moderately, tremendously, which is what used to happen in Dead by Daylight. So luckily, I don't need to put all of the numbers in on screen. You should be able to check them for yourselves, but I will put them into context and explain everything. I will not be explaining the status effects over and over and over every time they pop up. So I'm also assuming that you know exactly what each of them means. If you want to look that up, there's an in-game manual as well. And of course, that being said, we're going to start. You can go in the description to find timestamps to all of the killers so that you can skip to whatever part you're interested. And I'll also be putting somewhere down there a picture version of this whole tier list so that you have it for quick reference. Don't forget that you can join my Discord where I have lots of these little helpful pictures for Killer, Survivor, and a lot of other things. You can find them all there if you're wondering where to find them. But that being said, we should be able to start. So how exactly are we going to sort them? It really is very simple. From A to E, we're going to place the strongest add-ons of each killer, with A being the strongest and E being the weakest. And obviously exactly why one of them is like slightly higher and slightly lower, it is a bit subjective, but I'll do my best to justify it. Some add-ons are so strong that they fundamentally change like the way the killer plays. They give them an insane buff with almost no downsides, and these add-ons I will place on the S tier. Note that only a few killers have add-ons on the S tier, so sometimes it will be empty. For add-ons that are so bad that they literally are worse than doing nothing, typically the meme add-ons that many killers have that make their power worse in exchange for blood points, these are F tier add-ons. Again, not every killer has F tier add-ons, but these are typically the add-ons you want to avoid if you actually want to get an advantage. And with that out of the way, we can actually begin. And we're starting with the Trapper. Now, the Trapper doesn't have any add-on that outlandishly extremely makes him super OP, but he's got quite the amount of serviceable ones. I think perhaps the most powerful by far is the Trapper Sack. The Trapper Sack beats almost every other add-on in terms of consistency and utility. Now, the big deal with the Trapper is that he's a slow killer, he doesn't have any mobility. In fact, he has to pick up his power from the ground, which immediately gives him away. If a survivor spawns in and sees a trap on the ground, they know it's a Trapper. And this can sometimes lead to very slow games where you have traps all over the place, you have to go pick them up, there's no guarantee that they'll ever be useful. Sometimes you'll have it down in a place which is super convenient, but you won't have enough traps to place it. Sometimes you'll spawn somewhere where you want to set up a lot of traps, but you don't have them all on your hand. And it is really painful. All of that time spent going back and forth adds up, and there's times where the traps are so inaccessible that you cannot physically pick them up. What this add-on does is basically change all of this. You spawn with all of your traps, all of them, on your hand, and you can begin to place them as you will. The only downside, which is a pretty significant one, is that you cannot re-pick up the trap and you can only reopen it. So if a trap is in a bad spot, you cannot recycle it. You have to only reopen it. Is this a major downside? In my opinion, it is a good downside. Many times when you play Trapper and survivors are not sucking on their thumb, they're actually doing gens, you need to hurry up. And by the time the game ends, you look around and there's 2 or 3 traps that you have never even been able to pick up. That is a bit of a tragedy. With this add-on, that should never happen. Yes, there will be 1 or 2 traps that you might have wasted and placed in an area where they become obsolete, but that is much better than just having traps in the map that you never even got to. So the downside is pretty mild, and the upside is just so powerful. It makes Trapper actually keep up with the game. And perhaps the most threatening thing about this add-on is the fact that it combos well with many other add-ons, and that it has a lot of potential to immediately lock down an area if the early game is really good for Trapper. So say you spawn in a map and someone steps on a trap or goes down really quickly and you have the basement right there. There you go. All you need to do is now put them in the basement and you can set up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can set up all the traps you want right around them and put survivors in this lose-lose situation where they really have very, very little to do. So for that reason, I would say Trapper Sack is perhaps the most reliable tool the Trapper has, and if you're a good Trapper that knows where to put traps, you have to worry less about RNG and you can use it to the best of your ability. It might be a little bit rough for beginners that are still learning, but even for those, I still think it's pretty damn good. Next up is the Honing Stone. Now, unfortunately, both the Honing Stone and the Iridescent Stone, both of these add-ons can literally be kind of useless. The Honing Stone is, I think, even arguably stronger. It has a very simple effect. If a survivor steps on a trap, no matter how they got there, no matter if they're injured or if they're healthy, if they step on a trap, they cannot free themselves, ever. If they try to free themselves, they immediately down themselves. And if you have Infectious Fright or something, this will count as a down. So that survivor will hit the ground. And they are, of course, completely immobilized. Now, there's one way to get around this, and it's if someone helps them. If someone rescues them, then this add-on does nothing, but it does require two people to get close together. Even this situation is pretty good. If you have a trap, let's say, really far away from you and someone steps on it, now you know for a fact that survivor, if it's the final survivor, the game is over right there. Let's say you have a survivor in the basement, one survivor on the ground, one survivor that you're chasing, and the fourth survivor, fool as he is, steps on a trap. That's basically, it's the same as if that survivor was basically hooked. They cannot get out of there unless they decide to down themselves. So that gives you a lot of pressure, and a timely event of someone stepping on a trap with this add-on can completely turn a game around. That alone is what makes it really, really good. Even if it's not the final survivor, you can go there and have a pretty guaranteed chance that you're going to catch him. Either they'll down themselves on the ground and you can pick them up, either they'll be there and you can just whack them, or a survivor will show up and rescue them, but then you can hit them. Or they show up and at least now you're chasing two survivors. Either way, it is really, really good. Now, there's only one tiny little problem that gets in the way of this add-on being even better, and that's the fact that it doesn't benefit the normal playstyle that a Trapper should go for. A Trapper should not hide traps in the middle of the map around random places and around grass too much, because these traps are somewhat unreliable. You're not guaranteed to trigger them when you need them to. It's much better to put traps in loops that survivors don't expect exactly, so that when you chase them, they step on a trap, and you are right there, you control when it gets triggered, and you can immediately down them. So for that playstyle, this add-on is kind of useless. It won't help you at all. If a survivor's not trapped in front of you, this add-on doesn't really help. But considering how many maps now have less and less grass, and the good spots are fewer and fewer, I would say this add-on is justifiably this high. Next up, we have the Honing Stone, which is this add-on right here. Now, the Honing Stone makes all the traps that are currently on the ground, which are disarmed, rearm themselves. And there's a timer that happens every 30 seconds. It's not every 30 seconds flat. It begins after, it has its own internal logic, but basically every 30 seconds or so, a trap that is on the ground will reopen. This includes, unfortunately, the traps that already spawn on the ground. And this is a bit sad because sometimes, you know, you place a trap, it gets disarmed, and you want it to reopen, but instead another random trap across the map reopens, because the trap that is reopened is completely random. So this add-on can be kind of useless in that regard. Then again, there's also many situations where it can be super good. If you trap, say, a totem or an exit gate with some perks, they can disarm the totem, start doing disarm the trap, start doing the totem or the exit gate, and then the add-on can literally reopen at their feet, which is insanely cool and can lead to some big comebacks. This also goes really well with the Trapper Sack. With the Trapper Sack, you don't have all of the traps on the ground. So every 30 seconds, one of the useful traps that you yourself have put on the ground will be the one to reopen. So if you place traps that are really obvious and annoying, these two add-ons together are fairly good and strong. And I recommend them together, and it makes the Iridescent Stone shine so much more. Other than that, it is a little bit of an RNG fest, but it can allow you to put traps in very obvious spots where survivors will disarm them, maybe get injured with the next add-on, and then the trap will just reopen by itself. Don't forget that you can reopen the traps yourself, so it's not that big of a deal. Overall, though, not too bad. Next up is the Bloody Coil, which is the first of many coils. And we're going to talk about all of them right now. This one's pretty special, and it's also very straightforward. If survivors are healthy and they disarm a trap, they now get injured. And that's it. If they were already injured, then this add-on does nothing. And what will often happen if survivors are smart, they'll begin to play around this add-on. They'll tell each other on Discord or whatever, hey, he has the Bloody Coil, I'm injured, I'm going to disarm the traps. You're healthy, don't disarm them, or I'm 99 on my heal, I'm going to disarm it and then fully heal. There's some ways to get around it, but there's no getting around the fact that at least, even if you're pretty good at hiding your traps, and if you are, you probably don't want to run this add-on too much, if you want to place them in really hidden spots, at least in each game you're going to have 1 or 2 survivors disarm your traps. And the first time or two, this will hit them hard. It also obviously is extremely disgusting if you happen to put someone in a basement and then trap every entrance. That would really put survivors in a lose-lose situation where they cannot get through the trap by disarming it, and instead they'll have to do some other tricks like dead hard through it or have someone disarm it and then someone else come in. A lot of teamwork and crafty strategies would be required if you are camping or heavily defending an area with a lot of traps blocking every point of access. So considering that, this add-on is pretty good. And considering the fact that getting 1 hook early is a pretty big deal, you also have to consider that this add-on will often just give you 1 injured survivor as if you're Legion for free every now and then. You place a trap, you place a trap, you place a trap, some smart survivor will come and disarm one of the ones you did, and now, bam, that survivor is injured. You only need to chase him once, hit him once, and it's over. You don't have to hit him twice. So, considering that, add-on is pretty decent, although it's also a little bit inconsistent. As you can imagine, a really good trapper sometimes aims to have survivors never disarm your traps. So, you know, if that's your goal, this add-on should do absolutely nothing and you should not consider it. Next up is the Oily Coil, and this add-on is honestly difficult to use. When you rearm a trap yourself, if you look around, you'll see the aura of whoever survivor disarmed it, and you'll see it for 5 seconds. The last survivor to have disarmed it, if there's been multiple, you'll see that person. This is pretty great. You can place traps that you know are bad in a position that you know is not ideal, because you know a certain survivor will touch it, and then leave that trap there for the whole game if you want to, and then at the end game, if you are looking for that survivor, you go, you rearm that trap, and you look around and you get information. That's pretty good, and it's a very, very, very unexpected thing to do. For example, if you trap a survivor that is on a hook, that's typically a bad idea. That survivor will call out the trap to his teammates, but now if that survivor gets rescued and decides to be a smartass and disarms that trap, now you can go rearm the trap and know where that survivor that maybe is dead on hook is. So if you use this creatively, it's also a pretty unexpected way to catch survivors in big maps. Needless to say, it goes really well with the Bloody Coil. If you use these 2 add-ons together, now you'll have 1 survivor that is injured because they disarm a trap, and you can rearm the trap and see where that injured survivor is. So yeah, you could do stuff like that. And it's really not too bad, but it's definitely an add-on that you cannot just put it into your build and forget about it. You need to plan around it and you need to be smart. So I would say it's definitely not as high as this if you're not gonna commit. Then we have the other 2 add-ons that are also coils, which are much simpler. They simply increase the time it takes to disarm a trap. And even though they are green and yellow, they are pretty close. I think it's 50 and 30%, or something along those lines. These are really, really good. These are really, really good. For their rarity, they're actually pretty strong. A survivor disarming a trap takes about 3.5 seconds, and sometimes this is enough for them to disarm traps in your face while you recover from a basic attack animation or other things like that. So you can have, for example, 2 survivors locked inside shack, and both of them start disarming traps immediately, and you can go and hit one, and by the time you get to the other, they disarm the trap, they get through, maybe after a slap. If you have one of these 2 add-ons, especially the green one, this just no longer happens. Yes, survivors will be able to dead hard through a trap, that's always a weakness for Trapper. We'll get to that. But with these add-ons, you can legit hold people down really, really well. If I had a basement party, and I knew that hearts were not super common among survivors, this would be one of the best add-ons to have. Because you trap, and you can hit a survivor, go to the other, hit a survivor, and they take like 5 seconds to disarm the trap. It's really, really terrible. And don't forget that if someone else is disarming and you go there and you interrupt them for like a second and they get off, they need to start over again. So yeah, not to mention that if you are new at Trapper and your traps get disarmed a lot, over the course of the game, that extra couple seconds will add up, and survivors will be less effective. So yeah, very simple. You can't really go wrong with these 2 add-ons. They're pretty good. The only problem with these add-ons is you're an amazing trapper. You hide all of your traps. They step on all of your traps and they never disarm one. In that case, yeah, these add-ons literally will do nothing. But back to another add-on that we skipped. We have the add-ons that increase the speed of setting. And also the add-ons that, I guess there's like a couple families. We're going to talk about them. There are arguably 3 or 4 add-ons that belong in this category. We have the Trapper Gloves, which basically increase your setting time by a little bit, which is pretty good. The Wax Brick, which increases the time it takes to escape and to rescue. Then we have the Setting Tools, which is basically a combination of both of these add-ons together, except the effects are even stronger, which is really nice. And then the Coffee Grounds that makes you a little bit faster. I believe it's 5% faster when you reset a trap. All of these add-ons are nice. Let's start with the simpler one and build our way up. So the Wax Break is just very simple. Every time they try to escape, they take a little bit longer. I believe it's 33% longer. This adds up really quickly. If a survivor gets off in their first attempt, it doesn't do a lot. If it gets off in their second, it starts to get noticeable. If it ever gets to the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and the final one, which is the 6th, I think, then this add-on can genuinely keep a survivor on a trap for much, much longer. In every way, it is inferior to the other add-on that we've already covered, the Honing Stone. But for a yellow, it's a pretty decent one. If a survivor steps on a trap and you're not already right there, it's very easy for them to be rescued really quickly, or escape on their first or second attempt. But if they get rescued, unlike the Honing Stone, this does delay them a little bit as well. As for the brown Trapper Gloves, very, very simple add-on. It just makes you set your traps faster. If you set your traps faster, that means that in chase, well, outside of chase, you save a bit of time, which is nice. At the end of the game, maybe you save a few critical seconds. In chase, you can set up a trap, and if the survivor runs away, you can now catch up to them quicker. Even better, it's harder for the survivor to tell if you're faking a trap or not. If you sit down and begin to place a trap, 1 second you could have it down, and another second you could cancel it. And with this faster add-on, it's harder for them to commit. They don't really know which one you're going to do, which really, really helps. And especially for the Setting Tools, this is even better. The Setting Tools is basically just this add-on, but stronger, while also having part of this add-on built in. So this is perhaps the most versatile, simple add-on that doesn't change a lot. Makes traps faster, makes escaping and rescuing slower. Super, super, super good. Now, the Coffee Grounds is a little bit more special. This add-on just simply gives you a 5% speed bonus after setting up a trap. It doesn't really change that much. It also works when you reset traps, much like the other ones. So when you reset a trap, it also gives you this speed boost. This speed boost will make you reach places a little bit quicker. It's not a huge deal or anything like that. You're not saving seconds on seconds. But it can actually throw people off in chase quite a bit. If you reset a trap and you're a tiny little bit faster, you can catch up to survivors that thought that you wouldn't. And that is significant. The amount of time that you save is very similar to the speed add-ons. So again, it's not an absolutely beastly percentage for extended times. I think it's only 5% for 5 seconds. But it's still nice and it's still noticeable. And if you play Trapper tight around loops, it can help you gain a bit of an advantage. Next up, we have the final on the B tier, the Makeshift Wrap. Now, the Makeshift Wrap is a really cute add-on that is only very situationally useful, but when it is useful, it is pretty great. There are some traps that survivors can never avoid. They can never really avoid them. Window traps, for example, doesn't matter if the survivor has any trick. If it's well placed, they'll get caught. You, however, cannot walk through your own traps in this situation. There is a trick that you can do to diagonally dodge one of your own traps when it's on your side from a window. But for the most part, you cannot dodge your own traps. If a survivor, let's say, dead hearts a trap, they press the E button and they go through the trap without getting caught, you're in quite a bit of trouble. There's basically two outcomes that can happen without this add-on. Number one, you cannot pick up that trap. So you have to go around or step on it, which is really bad. Or number two, you have enough room, so you pick up the trap, which is bad because maybe you really wanted it to stay there. And now you have to chase them, but they gain distance. But with the makeshift wrap, you literally can go through your own traps. Yes, it disarms them, which is a bit bad. But you don't get any sound, you don't get any distance penalty or speed penalty whatsoever. And this is incredibly useful for two reasons. Number one, you can chase people through traps with Dead Hard. You have a trap on a pallet, so whoever Dead Hards through it, they teabag you, hee, silly killer. Now you walk right through it, bang, immediate down. Really, really useful. And it also helps a lot in lockdown style basement plays, especially around shack. So say shack, you have 3 entrances, window, one door and another. You trap all of them. And then when you carry a survivor, this add-on still works. You go through one of them, very easy. Hook them, come back, rearm the trap, and now no one can do anything. Your own traps are basically avoidable for you. So yeah, this will catch survivors off guard, and even though it doesn't always help, and it doesn't work for every type of trap, it is overall very helpful. I also guess it helps you if you're a bit of a beginner. I'm pretty sure that most people can learn where their own traps are and not to step on them. But every now and then you see clips of newer people, and even experienced people sometimes, stepping on their own traps accidentally. So this add-on obviously removes that completely, which is pretty good. So overall, pretty damn good. And then we have the tension coil spring, whatever it's called. This add-on is a little bit weird. It has a lot of potential, but it doesn't work the way you might think. So this add-on makes it so that if a survivor has stepped on a trap and they get rescued out of it, or they escape out of it, that trap rearms itself. And it happens very quickly. It says, I think, 2 seconds, but the counting begins really early, so it's basically 1 second. Unfortunately, this does not work when you grab them out of a trap. So a survivor stepping on a trap, you grab them out of it, this add-on doesn't work for some reason. It's very upsetting, but this add-on doesn't do anything in that regard. But for situations where a survivor gets rescued, or where a survivor escapes, the trap immediately reopens themselves, which saves you time and can catch survivors off guard. I'll walk you through a few situations where this could be really, really useful. Let's say that you have someone in basement, someone goes for the rescue, you are very, very far away, they step on a trap, but they immediately get off first attempt. So they go for the rescue, they come back, they think the trap is disarmed, so they don't even check, and bam, they step right on it. Someone steps on a trap, somebody else comes and helps them, they start healing on the spot, or maybe they start opening the gate or doing the totem on the spot, and the trap, bam, reopens. So you can have these hilarious situations where a survivor gets trapped twice, which is really, really, really funny. And obviously, if you pair it with the Honing Stone and someone gets help and they get rescued, and then, yeah, it can get pretty hilarious. I think this is the most fun add-on because people just never see it coming. However, it only works in a certain amount of traps, and only works if they escape or they get rescued, which is not always what you're looking for. So if you are there and you're there to whack them, this add-on does very little, and as a result, it's not super strong. Next up, we have the tar bottle. Forgive me. The tar bottle takes the traps and colors them. It colors all of the traps, the ones that you have on your hand, but also the ones that are on the ground, unfortunately. So when a survivor spawns in, if you don't have the other add-on, the trapper sack, if they see the traps on the ground, they'll know that you have this add-on and be a bit extra careful. The very, very dark traps used to be amazing. I would have placed this as one of the top 3 best add-ons on Trapper, hands down, a long time ago. But unfortunately, the game changes, and the traps right now are a different color. They're harder to see overall. The darker colors sometimes makes them stand out more, and many maps have very, very thin grass, and the darker traps are just as easy to spot. So this add-on really is very, very hit or miss. In some maps, it literally does nothing, or it makes your traps look even more visible. But you have to admit there are some situations where this add-on is quite good. In certain areas, in certain maps, a very dark trap is almost invisible with this add-on. Those traps can sometimes change the course of a game. So for that reason, I suppose someone that is ready to face the risk of this add-on being useless could put it on and occasionally find maps where the darker traps are harder to spot. Unfortunately, it has fallen from grace quite a lot. Next, we're going to talk about all of the jaw add-ons. We have the rusty jaws, the serrated jaws, and the padded jaws. Oh wait, and what is this one called? I've forgotten the name of these. You think you know? Well, sharp jaws, we're going to call them. They're very simple. When a survivor gets caught on a trap, the rusty jaws gives them mangled, which makes them heal slower, and this stays on forever until they heal. It's not a huge deal, honestly. Most of the times, if a survivor steps on a trap, you're already there to down them, or it's already too late, or it's already the endgame. The mangled is not terrible. It will buy you a few seconds worth of healing over time. If the survivor was dead on hook, what's the point? It persists after you hook them, I suppose, which is not too bad otherwise. But yeah, no. Other add-ons are much harder. Your problem with Trapper typically is that you don't catch survivors with your traps, or that they disarm them too much. Not that when you catch them, they are too healthy. So yeah, it's a very mild add-on. Not too terrible, not too awful. The serrated jaws, arguably, is also not amazing. Serrated jaws, when a survivor steps on them, they have the hemorrhage status effect. If you, for some reason, lose them, you will see more blood on the ground, which is nice. And the hemorrhage basically means that they will lose progress on a heal. This is pretty nice, but now think about all of the situations where this does absolutely nothing. For this add-on to really do something, a survivor stepping on a trap would need to be partially healed. You would obviously not need to be there, because if you're already there, you're gonna down them, so it doesn't really matter. And then at some point later, they would need to heal, but also stop, but also then resume again. There's so many scenarios where this just does nothing, unfortunately. And it's pretty much the same for our next add-on. Our next add-on, when a survivor steps on a trap, it makes them have to mend. It gives them the deep wound status effect, which is pretty awesome. But this only really helps if a survivor steps on a trap, and if they get away, and if you don't chase them. That's a lot of ifs. If a survivor steps on a trap and you're there, you can down them. If a survivor steps on a trap and you show up and they escape in front of you, you can just chase them, and then they don't need to, because they hold forward and they run. It doesn't really do anything. That they have the deep wound, so it doesn't help too much. And then when you down them, the deep wound is gone. So unlike these other two add-ons, they don't persist after you down them. These two only go away after they heal. This one goes away as soon as you down them. So yeah, I tried this add-on many times, and honestly, in most of my games, on average, I had maybe a little bit less than one situation where someone steps on a trap. I don't know where they are exactly, or I'm not close enough. I get there, I don't know where they are exactly, or I'm busy somewhere else. And so they have to mend, and so they have to spend 12 seconds or so mending, so that's the little value you get from this add-on. Overall, very situational, I wouldn't recommend it. And then we have the padded jaws. The padded jaws is just a meme add-on, it's just straight up bad. It makes it so that if a survivor steps on your trap, and they're healthy, if they get rescued, or if they free themselves, they will still be healthy. So your traps don't injure survivors. Now, yeah, this is pretty bad. Again, if you're already in front of a survivor, you can get some extra BP from this add-on and not deal with the bad consequences, because you can grab them out of a trap and that still works. Or you can hit them, and then maybe if they're a bit confused, hit them quickly again. That can work if you have Save the Best for Last and you want to go for double hits. So you could use that for this reason. But yeah, obviously it goes without saying that a survivor stepping on a trap and you having to hit them twice or grab them, or it can backfire horribly, and it's really, really bad, and it's worse than nothing, but it's meant to be, so totally fine. Next up, we have the green Trapper bag. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. This takes one random trap that would spawn on the map and gives it to you, and now you can carry 3 traps instead of 2. But that's it. It doesn't make, unlike in the past, it doesn't make an extra trap spawn. It only takes 1 from the map. And carrying 2 traps is already pretty good. Carrying 3, I mean, it's not terrible. It's not a horrible thing as far as I know. It's good. Sometimes you can keep 3 traps on you and then place them 1, 2, 3 pretty quickly. But there's no guarantee that the trap that spawns in your hand is a bad one. Maybe the trap that spawns in your hand was the one that was going to be in the middle, and now you have one that is really, really far. And because you start with 2 traps in your hand, sometimes you want to pick up 2 traps that are in a bad spot and you can't because you're already full. So I've noticed that this add-on in practical terms doesn't do that much for you, and you're almost better off using a different one. It should be better than nothing, however, so yeah, it's not too terrible. I just don't really prefer it, especially considering that the Trapper Sack exists and is a thing. And finally, we have the Bear Oil. This add-on makes the setting of your traps partially silent. Now, the mechanical sound that you produce, the clicky, 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 that little clanking sound, you don't hear that. However, you still hear the animation of stepping, of the Trapper stepping down and bending over, and his rubber clothes doing that. So instead of hearing the click, 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 you simply only hear the very mild rubber sound. This has almost no practical applications whatsoever. This is an add-on that I've tried to make use out of. I've tried to see if it's easier to fake putting down a trap, and in my experience, it's very easy to tell. It's very easy to tell when, like, just based on the other sounds and looking at the animation of the Trapper, you can tell very clearly when he's faking a trap on the ground, and this add-on does nothing. In fact, the one thing this add-on can do is tell the survivor that you have this add-on, so that they now only have to worry about another useful add-on. So it's really not good. The only situations where this could potentially be really powerful is if you're in some kind of indoor map or some structure with a lot of walls, and you want to place a cheeky little trap during a chase, and somehow assume that the survivor will hear not enough from you. In that situation, this add-on can be okay, but it can give you an overconfidence that unfortunately you cannot buck up. And that's pretty much it for our friend the Trapper. Moving on to the Wraith. The Wraith has many add-ons that have tiered values, so you have a family of add-ons that does 8, 10, and 12%, or 10, 20, and 30%. So it's sometimes really difficult to know how these interlace together. So if one of my tier lists is not super accurate, and actually you could move it around a bit, this might be one of them. Because again, it's really hard to choose when 8 becomes better than 20 and 12 becomes stronger than 12%, when all of these add-ons have different effects. Other than that, serviceable add-ons. Let's explain what makes them so good. The first 2 that I think are among his best are the clappers. The Coxcomb Clapper and the Bone Clapper. The first one is extremely simple. It makes the sounds from his bell silent. You don't hear the clang clang, you don't hear directional anything. It is completely silent, and this is a pretty big deal. In indoor maps, it means that he is, other than his minor growling sounds, which some survivors can hear if they're paying attention, he's basically gives no warning that he's approaching. And this pairs extremely well with other add-ons like the auto-reading add-on that we'll get to, the speed add-on, obviously, and everything else like information add-ons and so on. So this is super easy to use. Even beginners can use it at any level. It works okay against good survivors because they don't always have spine shield or check their surroundings, and it works particularly well against medium or even below average survivors. So its universal usefulness is probably amazing. Now, the Bone Clapper is not quite as good, but in some ways you could argue that it is. The Bone Clapper, instead of making you completely silent, which makes all survivors kind of in guard and pay attention, it makes your sound muffled. So when a survivor hears your cloaking, they don't hear exactly where it's coming from, they just know that it's happening somewhere. And this can make survivors that you are nowhere near completely paranoid. And it can also make survivors that you're very close to be completely unaware. So in some effect, in some ways, this add-on can have a very similar result to the Custom Clapper. And for the yellow rarity, it is a hell of an add-on. It also pairs well with, both of these pair well with the Ghost add-on that keeps you undetectable. Well, not really undetectable, but keeps you without terror radius for a few seconds extra. But we'll get to that later. So basically the idea with this add-on is that you can get very close and uncloak and they have no idea, or that you can approach from some unusual angle and uncloak and survivors have no warning. So in that regard, they are pretty good. Then we have the All-Seeing Blood. The All-Seeing Blood allows you to see the auras of nearby survivors while you are cloaked, and it has a range of 8 meters, again, only when you're cloaked. This is pretty great. It allows you to use your now nerfed movement speed when you come out of cloak aggressively during chase. Maps that are not necessarily super good for Wraith, like Batham, now become a lot easier because in the buildings you can actually go through different floors, see what survivors are thinking based on their movement and approach from unusual angles. It also helps you find people in bushes, help you find people doing totems, help you find people going into lockers, doing all kinds of silly things while they think that you're far away or that you're not there yet. So it's nice to scout the map and find people, especially if you bring it with speed add-ons. It's nice to find people in their maps. It's nice in chase, anywhere where you don't see the survivor exactly or they hide slightly, you can probably guess where they're going and make a little mind game out of that. So that alone makes this add-on really, really powerful. It's universal applications and it's good synergy with other add-ons. So yeah, pretty good stuff overall. Yeah, I believe it also helps you to find people on the ground. In case you ever slug someone on the ground, you can also see them on the ground. And I'm sure the utility goes even beyond that. Take my word, it is a good add-on. And then we have the family of Windstorm add-ons, which is Blood, White, and Mud. And I believe, what is the speed on each? I believe it's 15, 10, and 5%. Oh man, I probably shouldn't try to say. How about we find out? How about we find out? It's so nice that you can now see the speeds. Okay, it's not as much. It's not as much. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's 9, 7, and 5%. Yeah, I almost got it. No. Actually, it's even more close than that. No, I think I got it. 9, 7, and 5%. So obviously, unlike some other add-ons that are tiered, this ones do jump up quite significantly. The yellow Windstorm is almost 2/2 of the purple Windstorm. So in this one occasion, the best of these add-ons is significantly better, but all of them are pretty good. All of them are pretty good. And what they do is very simple, as we were explaining. The idea is that they make you faster while you're cloaked. And there are a few reasons why this is good. The first one, if you have to go from point A to point B, you are faster. Simple as that. In your first few seconds, you will find people quicker. If survivors have, let's say, spine chill, or if you get called out and if they begin to hide, you get there quicker, so you get to see them earlier. You maybe stop a gen that would have otherwise been gone, etc, etc. So faster speed to move around the map and get to do things quicker overall is an amazing thing. I'm sure that's very obvious, but there are a few other reasons why it's really good. It really helps with the style of hit, cloak, and run. Many times, killers will hit a survivor, cloak, and then chase after them. This used to be a terrible idea, but with the current Wraith, it is surprisingly viable and sometimes the best play. So with this add-on, you hit, you cloak, you chase after the survivor, and because you're faster, you catch up quicker. And yes, you don't build up bloodlust, but it doesn't matter because you catch up so quick. Not only that, your higher speed now allows you to be significantly faster than a survivor and actually have a much better chance to outplay them in chase. And many times a survivor will be running towards the only safety that they have, let's say a window. And with this add-ons, it is much easier to go around them and body block that window. You body block, say, a portion of the window, and suddenly they cannot do anything. So at that point, many of them will try to panic, and in which case you uncloak and hit them, and the smarter survivors will immediately reroute, and at that point you also uncloak, follow them, and hit them. So For that playstyle, these add-ons are incredible, and the best one is very, very noticeable. So yeah, even though they go down in effect, they're all very, very good. And yeah, that's a very simple add-on. That's all there is to say about it. Then we have the the All-Seeing Spirit, which is a bit of a downgrade from Blood, but it's its own add-on, and it's really cute. When you cloak, the generators will now have a dynamic color. Instead of showing up red, they will instead have a color ranging from red to from white to red. White being fully unrepaired and red being almost completely repaired. This is pretty awesome. Instead of having an information perk or two, you can slap this add-on on with speed, with whatever other thing you want. And then when you cloak, which is going to be pretty often, you look around, and if you see a slight coloration on a white gen that's like pinkish, then you know that they started right there. And if you see a gen that's almost red, you know that you need to go there with your Pop Goes the Weasel, with your whatever perk you brought to find your next target. It's really, really useful. It substitutes a perk. But because perks are so easy to trade, sometimes you will want to use a perk instead of this add-on so that you can have two strong add-ons. But other than that, it is very serviceable, and it's pretty damn good. After that, we have the Swift Hunt family of add-ons. And this one, I am very confident, are 12, 10, and 8% faster uncloaking. It's really, really hard to say when 12 becomes better than 10. Like, it's really hard. Maybe you could argue that maybe the 8% could be on the next tier. It's hard to place them. I place them all together because they all do basically the same thing. When you begin to uncloak, survivors have a lot of things that they can do to get away from you. They can begin to burn you with a flashlight, and it's hard to avoid this sometimes. With these add-ons, unless they really begin early, especially if you have two of them, or especially if you run the strongest, you are very likely to uncloak before they can burn you, which is awesome. Even 10% is quite a lot when you consider that it's a 3-second uncloak animation. So anything that removes a little bit of that is really useful. If they barely make it to the pallet, or they barely make it to the window, with these add-ons, you will catch them. They don't really help when you body block survivors. When you body block a survivor and they're in a really bad spot, it doesn't matter how long it takes for you to uncloak. So they don't always help in chase. They're not always super helpful, but they help a little bit in the situations where a survivor would slightly get away. And because you're slow when you uncloak, it also helps you to keep up with survivors a little bit. Overall, pretty good. They're pretty useful. They go really well with speed so that you can get close and uncloak. If you uncloak a little bit early with this add-on, survivors have a really hard time reacting to you. If they are waiting for them to waiting for you to do the noise, it's really great. So yeah, overall pretty nice. I don't think there's much else to say. Then we have the two Blind Warriors, Blind Warrior White and Blind Warrior Mud, and they both do status effects. The Blind Warrior White gives Hemorrhage and Mangled, and the Blind Warrior Mud is just Blindness. Let's get the Blindness out of the way. Blindness for 60 seconds when you hit someone, it's not that big of a deal. Most of the times you're gonna hit a survivor and they're down, or you're gonna chase them for a bit. If they have windows of opportunity, maybe they can't see the aura. If they're looking for the teammates for a body block, maybe they can't see it. Like, I mean, blindness is not the worst thing in the world, but considering the other stronger add-ons, it's definitely not a super desirable, amazing effect on Wraith. Now, Mangled and Hemorrhage, on the other hand, is pretty damn great. This is pretty good. Arguably, with the buff to Hemorrhage, you could almost argue that it's a little bit stronger than this. But yeah, it's basically Sloppy Butcher, but in add-on form. It's really good. If you uncloak and hit a survivor, you apply these effects for both of these add-ons. Now, watch out, because sometimes this isn't always the case. Sometimes you uncloak, you chase for a long time, or you get burned, or you get stunned, and then this add-on does nothing. You need to uncloak and hit them in the next few seconds for it to count. But often you will be doing just that, and then this add-on triggers, and that's all you need to do. From that point on, healing takes longer, which is awesome, because Wraith wants people to be injured so that they are easy prey to his ambush. And they have Hemorrhage. A very good perk on Wraith is Nurse's Calling. If you have Nurses and Hemorrhage, well, I don't need to explain that anytime a survivor is healing, you can interrupt them, and if they're almost healed, they need to stop, and now they lose progress very quickly. So yeah, not too bad. not too bad for an add-on to give such effects. Next up, we have Suit Ghost. And this is the best of the brown add-ons by far, and a contender for one of the best brown add-ons in the game. It is a very simple effect. When you uncloak, you don't keep the terror radius stays off for an additional 6 seconds, and the red stain stays off for an additional 6 seconds. This is not super useful if you're just very hot-headed and you're running into every chase head-on, and if you're just going mindlessly from chase to chase, this might not help a lot, but it does shine a lot with the Clapper add-ons, in particular, and even without them if you really know what you're doing. This add-on, 6 seconds is a long time, and if you use it well, it can almost guarantee grabs and easy hits on people. If I know a survivor is on a gen and I don't have a quick way, like say Swift Hunt, to go off, I will uncloak ahead of time, and if I do it silently, I will uncloak, come around the corner, and try to grab them. And if I do it with this add-on, well, they'll hear a sound, right? They'll hear bling, bling, bling. They don't know where it is, because now the sound is muffled. So they'll be like, okay, I'm safe. And then 2 seconds later, there I am trying to pull them off a gen. So this add-on has mad synergy with those, and it's pretty good if you know where to strike with it. Goes well with information perks, needless to say. Really, really good for a brown. Next up, we have the Shadow Dance add-ons, and it's these two. Now, what these add-ons do, they increase your speed of breaking pallets, breaking generators, or kicking them, vaulting windows, and also opening lockers, and I believe that's it. And one of them increases it by 60%, and the other increases it by 40%. And if you know how the formula works, you know that 100% doesn't mean that you do it immediately. It just means that you do it twice as fast. So yeah, with these two add-ons together, you could do things twice as fast. It's really fun. It goes well. It combos with and stacks with Brutal Strength, Fire Up, and all the other similar Bamboozle, all the other speed up add-ons. So these add-ons are hilarious. They're really, really, really fun. And they are somewhat useful as well. Basically, anytime that you are cloaked, you can now do things much quicker. That is good. Let's say you go to Midwich or Saloon, which are maps where you definitely want to kick a few pallets or a few breakable walls early. Well, now you do it 60% faster. What's bad about that? That's awesome. Obviously, it doesn't work when you uncloak, which is bad, but it helps in that regard. It can also be used creatively in chase. You can cloak and then immediately break a pallet, and you can use that along with the Serpent, which is another add-on that we'll get to immediately uncloak and get the speed boost after that. Or you could just use it by yourself and catch up and break things really quick. With this add-on, you do put a lot of pressure on survivors. They can, however, find ways to delay you if they're good survivors. It might sound a little bit oppressive that you break things super, super fast. You might think to yourself, well, if I uncloak, and then I chase a survivor, and then I begin to uncloak, and either I hit them or they drop a pallet, and I break it immediately. It sounds really good until you realize a couple important things. Number one, when you're cloaked, you're not in chase, so survivors can abuse windows. Even if you vault the window fast, they can just take it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And you cannot do anything. They could even vault back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you wouldn't be able to follow them, because you cannot go through the window if they're vaulting it. And with pallets, they can almost do the same thing. What they can do is they can be on a pallet, drop it, and then vault back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you cannot do anything. You need to uncloak. And then when you uncloak, they keep running away. And then you have to stop uncloaking and then try it again and break it. Or uncloak and then just forget that you have this add-on. So there are ways to play around this add-on. And it's not as super ultra powerful as the big effect might suggest. But still, they're both fun. Even the green one's pretty strong. And it's not bad. And it can catch a survivor that doesn't expect it with their pants down a little bit. Especially with the other add-on that we'll see in a minute. Later, we have the Blink White and the Blink Mud. And I used to think that these add-ons were garbage. I used to think that they were really, really bad. And they do something that is very useless, at least in paper. These add-ons make you cloak faster. Why? Why? They have a big effect too. They make you cloak significantly faster. But why would you need that? The Wraith typically cloaks when there's no survivors around him, when he's just about to reach another place. And here's the thing, right? He moves very quickly when he cloaks. He moves very fast. He moves at normal running speed. So What's so important? You even start the game cloak. What's so important about cloaking fast? If you hook a survivor and you have one of the speed add-ons, you will make it much faster than if you cloak 0. whatever early. So in paper, these add-ons are worthless, but there's one place where, actually 2 places where they shine. Number 1, if you want to annoy survivors and go clink, 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 this makes it sound faster, which is hilarious. But more seriously, they are very decent in the hit, cloak, and run kind of style. If you hit a survivor and you immediately cloak, let's say that you cloak half a second earlier or a third of a second earlier. That's a third of a second where now you move at your massive cloaking speed. So I did some math and did some tests, and I figured out that sometimes it's better to have one movement speed windstorm add-on. So it was better to have windstorm and have green cloaking speed for hitting, cloaking, and catching up than having double windstorm, green and purple. So there's definitely some situations where cloaking a little bit faster makes you have your speed a little bit earlier and allows you to catch up faster. So if for some reason you're out of windstorm add-ons, these can be decent replacements. Again, the effect is very small, and it only helps in that one very minor scenario to any noticeable degree. Everywhere else, it's a very meh add-on. But I'll have to say that it's one of these add-ons I'm glad I didn't give up on and I tested a bit more, because they definitely do that. Next up, Shoot Serpent. This add-on is really cute. When you kick a wall or a gen or a pallet, you automatically uncloak. This doesn't have a lot of... I mean, technically, it is faster than uncloaking normally. So, I don't know, let's say you down a survivor and you're cloaked for whatever reason, you could kick a gen or kick a wall, which are things that you probably want to do, and then immediately uncloak and pick up. So this can save you a bit of time, but mostly the way to use this is with the Shadow Dance family of add-ons, because now you have a nice wombo combo where survivor drops a pallet, silly them, and you break it and you uncloak and you get the speed boost of uncloaking, so maybe you even catch up. So it's a little bit scary then, but hardly super overpowered. Also sometimes gets in the way. Sometimes you kick a gen and you don't want to uncloak, so now you have to cloak again. So overall it's not too bad, and there are some situations where it can be surprisingly useful and tricky. But for the most part, other add-ons are more stable and not as gimmicky. Don't forget that there are maps that have very strong windows, and it's not just about kicking stuff. But yeah. After that, we have Suit. We have so far... this is called Hound, I believe. Yeah, we have Ghost, Serpent, Beast, and Hound, I believe. Hound basically makes the blood on the ground brighter when you are cloaked. It doesn't make the blood stay longer like Bloodhound does. It doesn't do anything else. It just makes the blood on the ground brighter. For a beginner, this is awesome. It's really easy to lose survivors when you're chasing them and you're starting out. For most killers though, yeah, no, you can see blood just fine. Some maps are completely indoors, so you can see literally a string of blood where it's leading, and it being like a little bit brighter is not a big deal. So helpful for beginners, helpful if you have nothing else. It doesn't do anything bad. So yeah, that's all there is to say. The next add-on, however, does do something bad. It's called the Beast. Very ominous name, and it's a meme BP add-on. You get extra blood points, which is nice, I guess, but it also makes it so that your terror radius stays on when you are in cloaked mode. Essentially giving you mobility, yes, but no real stealth. I mean, if you want to use perks that increase that work under your terror radius, why don't you just uncloak? Or if you want to be fast, why don't you just play another killer that's better than that? It's not super good. It's a meme add-on. One funny thing is that you can have a terror radius and then uncloak and then not have a terror radius with the Ghost. So you can use these 2 add-ons to really mess with survivors. And maybe that's the best thing you can do with this add-on. Have some kind of Tinkerer, Ghost, have some sort of weird combination of add-ons and perks so that survivors have no idea what the hell is going on. But yeah, typically pretty bad add-on, as you can imagine. Next up is our boy, the Hillbilly. Has many add-ons that are very hit or miss, and a few really bad ones, but also some really strong ones that you will probably come to love or even depend at higher levels. The strongest add-on for its universal applications and utility is possibly the low pro chains. The low pro chains is great. It makes it so that when you break a pallet, you don't interrupt your chainsaw immediately like you typically do, and instead you have the option to keep going. Now, there's basically a few things that can happen. Number one, you can keep going forever for mobility, which will save you using your chainsaw twice. Let's say that you want to break a pallet, but also go to the other side of the map. Well, now you can do both in one stroke. You can break the pallet and keep going, and that saves you time, which is awesome. Another thing that you can do is just immediately cancel your chainsaw, and this is better than not having this. If you break a pallet with your chainsaw, normally you're locked in this animation that is a little bit slow, and you're locked in it and you don't see around you. With this add-on, what you can do is simply break it, and now you still have full control of your camera. And it's a slightly shorter animation as well. So because of this add-on allows you to break a pallet and still, even if there's no survivor nearby or if it's not in front, you still retain a little bit of control, which is nice. But the most important thing is that this add-on lets you hit a survivor after a pallet. That's the main thing of low pro chains. If a survivor drops a pallet immediately in front of you, you can chainsaw right through it and hit them. It will not down them. It only does one state of damage. But if they're injured, now they go down. And if they try to dodge around, there are some tricks you can do with low pro chains to immediately bounce off and do a bit of a 90-degree turn. I've seen good killers break breakable walls and bounce off of them as if they're playing Blight, which is really fun. So this add-on definitely is good against beginner survivors that just pre-drop pallets. It's also good against the best survivors, which also pre-drop pallets often. And there's a skill to it that allows you to squeeze value out of it and make even really bad maps for Hillbilly something that survivors have to be a little bit aware of. So in that regard, it's pretty good overall. And yeah, really, really good for basically every level. Next up is a set of add-ons, the Doom and Death engravings, that I only would recommend to really experienced billies. These are not good for beginners or maybe intermediates. You definitely want to get a grasp of the killer before you use them. They're very simple. They make your chainsaw take longer to trigger, which is really bad. Both of them have the same penalty of, I believe, what is it, 12.5%. It makes your chainsaw a little bit slower, which is bad. But once your chainsaw is activated, your movement speed is significantly higher. And I believe it's 15 from the Death and 20 from the Doom engravings. Now, 15% doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 15% of 230. It's a lot. It's really a lot. There's a lot of places where this extra speed is really, really helpful. If you have to traverse the map, you do it a lot faster with these add-ons. A lot quicker. It's not even close. It's really, really good for that. If a survivor is right next to you and they try to do crazy spins and you're trying to 99 your chainsaw, these add-ons also help. Because if you activate your chainsaw and they are this close, you bridge that gap almost immediately. So it's very good for that. They have less time to do a last second dodge. It's also good for that. But perhaps the most useful ability for this, other than that, is the curbing that you can do in many tiles. There's a lot of tiles where the Hillbilly can grab his chainsaw and then use the extra turning that he has at the beginning to do a curve. And with these add-ons, it's a lot scarier. He comes around that corner much faster. You make a tiny mistake or misplay, and he can zone you into a hit much quicker. Because these add-ons both have the same downside, but this one has a slightly better effect. Technically, you could argue, if you're only going to use one of them, the green one is the way to go, and the yellow one you should never use because the other one is a straight upgrade. But if you don't have a green, the yellow is almost as good, and some insane Hillbilly players use both of them, which is a bit overkill. Overall, even though it takes longer to use your chainsaw, this makes the Hillbilly better in almost every way. For mobility, for curbing, for overall loops, you are way stronger and way harder to anticipate from the survivor point of view. The caveat, of course, being that it's much harder. Hitting a survivor that is going to take a tight window, now you need to pre-rev your Chainsaw from way earlier, so it's really not easy. It's a lot harder playing with this add-on, especially if you're used to the normal Hillbilly. But if you do and you have the time to master them, they are some of his best. Next up, we have the Tune Carburetor, and this is a really funky add-on. They messed with it a lot, and it's now in a much better state than it was before. This add-on turns you into a 110% movement speed killer, so you will be as slow as a Huntress or a Hag or a Spirit. And unlike those killers, you know, your power doesn't make you move super fast on command immediately. You still have to use the Chainsaw, but your Chainsaw now activates significantly faster, to the point where you can completely reduce the penalty from the engravings and then some. And this can mess with survivors a lot. Survivors can expect a fast Billy, yes. Survivors can expect a Billy with a somewhat fast Chainsaw sometimes, but they rarely expect a fast Chainsaw with a fast movement speed. So if you're a really good Billy and you pair this with the engravings, you can turn most places into death traps. Normal loops where you have to M1 will be a little bit more painful, yes. But almost anywhere else where you can use your Chainsaw, you will now have a really fair shot to do it. Even though you move slower, your Chainsaw holding speed is the same. So the movement speed only affects your other chases. And plus, Hillbilly often brings Bamboozle, so it's not like you're gonna be running around the same window every time. Overall, very high risk, only for, I would say, very seasoned Hillbillies. But if you know what you're doing, the Tune Carburetor seems to me like a really strong add-on that can make the other add-ons way harder to predict. And obviously throws off survivor timings and everything they expect out of the window very often. Next up, we have the Dad's Boots, if I remember correctly, and Spike Boots. These add-ons allow you to turn a little bit quicker. Now, if you were running the engravings, you might realize that because you move so fast, it's really hard to dodge things. When you move around the map as a killer, especially when you move fast, if you do anything other than minorly scratch a surface, you're gonna bump into it, and this is really bad. With these add-ons, you have a little bit more steering. This steering only really, it doesn't help you to curve. That is the same. This is the steering that you get after a curve. So it helps a little bit in mobility around the map. Every now and then, you move towards survivor and they try to dodge it, and they barely dodge it. With these add-ons, sometimes that can be enough for you to actually catch them. So these add-ons can sometimes help you to secure a long-range Chainsaw hit that was otherwise difficult. The reason why the purple one is worse is that they both have a decent effect, but the purple one has a downside of making your bumping penalty longer. It's outwardly very punishing to play and miss with Hillbilly, so for that reason, just put the yellow one and don't worry about it. If you use the purple, yeah, you have a stronger effect, but you need to be a bit more mindful, because if you bump, you will have a tremendously large cooldown, and even the add-ons to reduce the cooldown only help to mitigate this to a certain extent, so yeah. You don't want to be doing that. Otherwise, however, decent add-ons. They don't help in curbing, they don't help in some open maps, but they're useful. And you almost always feel their effect. Later, we find the two add-ons, the Puncture Muffler and the Junkyard Filter. And these add-ons increase the ability of Hillbilly to deal with the heat. This add-on increases the cooldown rate. So if you use your Chainsaw and then stop, use your Chainsaw and then stop, use your Chainsaw and then stop, this add-on guarantees basically that it will go down and down and down in those in-between times, which is really useful. With this add-on, I don't think there's going to be many situations where you ever overheat, which for beginners is great, and for some very advanced players, it can be helpful. I don't think it's super necessary. They made a change some time ago to the engravings, both of them, where the engravings used to generate extra heat due to the extra time it took for you to charge your Chainsaw. So sometimes using the engravings with this add-on was good to compensate for that. These no longer have that issue, so you no longer need this add-on to counter anything from the engraving. So knowing that, it's good, but not always necessary. The Junkyard Filter is a little bit simpler. What this add-on does is simply, it makes your heat meter, which is 100, it makes it 110. So now it takes 10% longer to overheat, which means that you can do more stuff before you hit that cap. It sounds very little, but it's actually quite a bit. It helps quite a bit. With a little few breaks in between, even more so. But this add-on, it's very hard to overheat. But then again, if you're playing normally and not going out of your absolute mind, you don't need these two add-ons, and they're not super impactful. So only the most, you know, crack head type billies that use their chainsaw all the time really have some benefit from this. Then again, it is good for beginners to manage their hit a little bit better until you can take these off. Next up, we have the Apex Muffler. The Apex Muffler makes the chainsaw, which is typically, I think, 60 meters around you. It makes the chainsaw sound completely quiet outside of your terror radius. And as you can imagine, this is very helpful if you have other things that make your terror radius smaller. You have Tinkerer, which is the perk from the Hillbilly himself, and now your chainsaw is completely silent to everyone, which is great. So yeah, this add-on makes your chainsaw completely silent, and if your terror is small or 0 due to some other add-on or perk, it makes it basically silent altogether. This doesn't help you in chase in any really significant way, in my opinion, but it can sometimes help you get to gens without people really knowing, especially in corn and open maps that hide you a little bit, but not enough for you to not be able to navigate. So yeah, you can sometimes get some nasty hits on survivors, or get really close before they can really relocate. It's not too bad, but it doesn't have a lot of potential in chase. Survivors that are aware can literally just see you coming, or just be a bit extra careful, or call you out. So yeah, this add-on is hardly completely game-changing or anything like that. Next up, we have the two add-ons that trigger and reduce your chainsaw charging speed. They are the Mother's Helpers and the Black Grease. The Mother's Helpers makes your chainsaw, I believe, 18% faster to charge, and so does the Black Grease. The Mother's Helper triggers after you get stunned by a pallet, nothing else, and the Black Grease after you get blinded, and they both last for 30 seconds. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, and if you have the engravings, obviously it counters their downside a little bit. So say you get to a pallet, survivor drops it on your fat face, and now for the next 30 seconds you are a little bit more unpredictable, and they might not realize that you are able to land a faster chainsaw. 18% is not the absolute end of the game, 30 seconds isn't forever, and you're not guaranteed to get stunned, let alone blinded. There's not a lot of survivors that stay in front of a pallet to blind the killer. Yeah, getting blinded, it's not that common. So for that reason, the Black Grease straight up is pretty situational. Even if you have 4 flashlights, it's still really situational. The Mother's Helper is a little bit better because pallets are in every map for the most part. So you're gonna see this add-on maybe a couple times per game if you run it, which is not terrible. It's not terrible, but then again, what if the survivor drops the pallet too early? What if the survivor doesn't drop the pallet? What if the survivor drops the pallet, but for the next 30 seconds you don't have any chase because reasons? Yeah, there's a lot of times where this add-on doesn't really do anything that much. So for that reason, yeah, not the absolute best. Later we have the Leafy Mash. Pretty useful add-on. It makes your terror radius 0. It makes you undetectable for, I believe, 16 seconds every time you hit someone with a chainsaw. There are some immediate benefits to this. You pick up a survivor and you put them on the hook and they have Kindred, you don't show up to your to their teammates. Because you're undetectable, you're hidden from Kindred and all other auto reading perks. So if you down a survivor and hook them and then go away, they will not see your aura by the hook, thanks to you being undetectable. That alone is already pretty good to counter Kindred. It also can help you down a survivor and then go to another gen or exegate or place of interest that you know has someone in it. Maybe a totem of yours, and you show up there, they have no idea. Maybe you have the Apex Muffler, so your chainsaw is silent for a bit, and you absolutely catch them off guard, which wins you the game. Yeah, sometimes it is useful. For the most part though, when you hit someone with your chainsaw, they are down, and the undetectable, like, don't leave them on the ground, it's really risky. What if they have Unbreakable? Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why this add-on is not absolutely game changer, but it's not too bad. The Game Clutch is legitimately one of the hardest add-ons to gauge and value. This add-on makes it so that your collision hitbox is a little bit smaller when it comes to hitting things. As far as I can tell, it doesn't make it harder to chainsaw people. You still chainsaw people the exact same way. But if you were going to collide with a tree at a very, very, very slight angle, without this add-on, you would bump into it. With this add-on, you can actually glide around it. For that reason, it helps a little bit in curving. If you do a curve, and let's say that you do an angle around the car or whatever thing, and let's say that the angle is like a few degrees wrong, typically you would bump into it. But with this add-on, you might actually glide around it. So it's great for beginners that are navigating the map. It's great when you try to do tight navigation around the map, and it can maybe occasionally help you in some curving around tight spots. But the effect is so little, and you can still bump into things with this add-on. It's not like it prevents you altogether. And it's just really hard to rely on it. If you try to do very stupid angles, you're still gonna hit them. So this add-on will be a waste. And if you forget that you have this add-on, I feel like you'll waste it as well. So not a terrible add-on for a brown, and definitely helpful for beginners, but nothing to write home about. We later have the low kickback chains and steel boots. These add-ons reduce the amount of time that you spend stunned when you bump into a wall, like we were just talking about. In fact, the green add-on completely counters the spike boots. So that's nice if you want to run the spike boots and not have the penalty. If you bump, this add-on completely does it. This add-on is a little bit more mild, but not too bad for a brown. Long story short, if you're a good Billy, you're going to be bumping into things maybe a little bit, but not a lot. Definitely not a lot. You shouldn't be bumping into things a lot. If you see that you're going to crash into something, you typically just stop your chainsaw. You don't like fully go into it. So for anyone other than a beginner, this add-on shouldn't save you too much time. If you have them both, or even the green one alone, it can throw survivors off a little bit. But even with this add-on, they still make a lot of distance. You don't want to bump into things. If a survivor is going to get away, they'll get away whether you bump with this add-on or whether you just stop the chainsaw. So yeah, for the most part, I can't say they're great, but they help a little bit. If you want add-ons that are low impact, that don't really mess with your muscle memory, these are definitely it. Later, we find the Pick House Gloves. This is a really interesting add-on. It makes it so that only when your chainsaw is overheated, and I think it lasts 20 seconds overheated, you have a penalty to stuns and a penalty to breaking stuff. If you know what these perks do, it basically gives you brutal strength when you're overheated, and it gives you enduring when you're overheated. And you can stack these with those perks. Although, it's a bit overkill to have 2 endurance. But yes, now, if you're a seasoned player of Hillbilly, you're not gonna be overheating much. Basically not at all. And even new players don't overheat that much. You can, however, overheat on purpose. You can have a little macro or quickly spam the M2 to quickly bring your chainsaw to 100 overheat and then have this for a little while. For breaking pallets and walls and gens faster, it's not that good. I mean, walls and breakable pallets, breakable walls and pallets, you can already break really quick with your chainsaw. But every now and then you'll be chasing an injured survivor, and you want to use this so that you can now shrug off pallets and stuff. Yeah, you could bring Spirit Fury and this add-on, and then when you're about to catch a survivor that's injured, you quickly bring yourself up to overheat, and now if they drop the pallet, you have Spirit Fury and a budget enduring. So there are some things you can do, but for the most part, it's not worth the add-on slot. For the most part, you don't need these things. Just don't get stunned, or just break it normally and have a better add-on. I like this add-on, A for creativity, but definitely D for usefulness. It's not so strong. But yeah, it does have a few situations where it can shine a little bit. It's just extremely awkward. What if you overheat your chainsaw to use this add-on, and then some dude shows up healthy in front of you? You're gonna be looking like a clown. It's like, oh, I had my chainsaw, but I gave it up, and now I can't use it. So yeah, not super great. Later, we find the iridescent brick. If you've been using your chainsaw for a couple seconds, the iridescent brick makes you undetectable. This add-on was very clearly designed to be used in conjunction with the muffler, so that you use your chainsaw, you become undetectable, and now no one can hear your chainsaw sound because they're outside of your zero non-existent terror radius. but you need to use the chainsaw for a long time before this happens. And your terror radius doesn't disappear immediately, it goes away gradually. For that reason, these two add-ons are not that good. Don't bring this add-on. Instead, bring Tinker, bring anything else that makes survivors oblivious. Anything else works better than this add-on, in my opinion. So yeah, not to mention that in many maps that are that are indoors or very close or have a lot of walls, you can't even keep a chainsaw going for more than a couple seconds. So this add-on never has a chance to trigger. By itself, it's also not incredible. Survivors can hear the chainsaw when you get close, it's actually directional. So even if they don't hear it already for like a second, they're most likely gonna have a decent idea. For that reason, as you can see, it's not very good. The motor oil is another really hard add-on to quantify. It takes your chainsaw and it makes it quieter. That's it. It doesn't make it shorter range. It doesn't make it so that it's non-directional. It just takes the sound of the chainsaw and it just literally turns the volume down to like 30% less or something like that. If you are really annoyed by your own chainsaw, this also works for you, so you can hear your surroundings better, even though the chase music of Hillbilly is extremely loud. So it helps you not get a headache. And maybe it can throw survivors off extremely slightly. Yeah. Overall, over the course of a game, I guess this extra less sound can maybe add up to some small level of confusion. But yeah, overall pretty unreliable if you really want to get some results. Another really sad add-on is the Big Buckle. It's exactly the same deal as the Pickhouse Gloves. When a survivor, when the killer's chainsaw is overheating, so during those few seconds, you have the effect. And the effect is that you get minus 8 meters to your terror radius. So normally you have a terror radius of 32 with Hillbilly. With this add-on, if you overheat, now you have a terror radius of 24. Which will roughly, very roughly, mean that 1.5-2 seconds less react time if you approach survivors in a straight line. But you know what you could do? Just use your chainsaw to just get there. Just use your chainsaw to get there, dude. It's really hard to overheat on accident, and you wouldn't want to overheat on purpose because your chainsaw is just better like that. Yeah, there might be some funny builds where you can use the minus 8 meter terror radius to some fun effect, but it seems really hard to justify a yellow add-on for that very minor effect for a very limited time. So overall, I'd say really bad. But not as bad, definitely, as the meme add-on of Hillbilly, the Speed Limiter. This is an add-on that is meant to be bad, so there's not much to say. It makes your chainsaw not insta down. Even if you have an exposed perk, like Make Your Choice or not, it still doesn't insta down. So yeah, you get a lot of blood points, but it's not worth it, needless to say. So yeah, just don't run this add-on. It's bad. It's bad. There's not even any creative build or way you can make it good. It just makes your chainsaw that hits a healthy survivor now injure instead of down. So why would you use your chainsaw other than for some crazy curves or some normal mobility? Makes Hillbilly less fun, but hey, it's a fun way to challenge yourself if you're looking for that. And next up, we go to the Nurse. And as you can see, the Nurse, I believe, is our first killer that has the honor, the privilege of having an S tier add-on. Now, these are the add-ons that arguably have such a strong effect or at such outrageous levels of gameplay that they completely change the killer. In this case, it's not like they completely revolutionize the Nurse, it's just that they make an already very strong S tier killer even stronger. So let's begin with these. The page, what is it called? The Torn Book page, or the Torn Bookmark, is an insane add-on. It makes your blinks recover 30% slower, which is pretty bad. That would be a really hefty downside for a minor add-on, but it also gives you 3 blinks, which is insane. Now, I'm sure I don't need to tell you that if a good Nurse is after you, 2 blinks is often enough to get very close to you, get extremely close to you, and then just hit you. Maybe if the Nurse is really good, she can even outplay your dead hard, she can even outplay your attempts to hide and break line of sight. If a Nurse has 3 blinks, there's just straight up nothing you can do. She can zone you and then be on top of you, then go past your dead hard. It's really difficult to lose her. this can make a bad nurse into a nurse that you just cannot lose. And fortunately, most good nurses don't run this add-on, but if they ever did and they ever actually adapted to it and learned it, I don't see how they would lose. You can use the recovery add-on that we'll talk about in a minute to offset the lack of the slight downside. So you can basically have a 3-blink nurse with a very, very minor downside. I think that's insane. I think that's broken. Nurse is already one of the strongest killers in the game with one of the most game-breaking abilities in the game, and this just takes it up a notch. It's ridiculous. A good contender for the best add-on in the game. Another add-on that doesn't change her fundamentally, but really adds a lot of BS, is the 2 range add-ons, which I think is Kavanaugh's Last Breath and our green friend here. These increase her maximum blinking distance, so her first blink will go very, very far. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're talking at 20 meters, and these add-ons will increase it by, I believe, 6 extra meters. Let me make sure. I actually kind of forgot. It isn't this Kavanaugh's. It's by 30%. So let's see. 10% of 20 would be 2. So 30, I think. Yeah, it's 6 extra meters. Okay, good to know. I didn't want to be lying to any of you. Let's bring it back. So yeah, as we said, these 2 add-ons increase the range. And the thing is, they don't mess with your muscle memory. You can do a normal 20-meter blink, which will take you 20 meters away, and do the same timing. These add-ons are just on top. So if you hold for longer than normal, then these add-ons will take you further away. But if you do a very short blink, these add-ons don't really complicate that in any way. So a nurse that is right on top of you plays exactly the same way with these add-ons as one that doesn't have them. So this doesn't really complicate the nurse in any way. It just straight up gives her a tool where now she can use her blinks to massively cover the map. At the very start, you can immediately do blinks and do blinks in 2s because you go just so very far. Your terrorist is 32. And with this, you can go so far with 2 blinks that you can yoink people out of gens. You can immediately appear right next to them and hit them. You see them with barbecue 40 meters away. 2 seconds later, you're there. So the extra range really makes the only remarkable strategy of nurse, which is run the hell away, very, very hard to pull off. You can put them both together, you can mix them with other add-ons, which is typically what happens, and they are disgusting. They are really hard to play against. Some of the better nurses that play in competitive argue and have convinced me that these add-ons belong up here, and that a nurse with some of these add-ons can just straight up keep 3 gens, even against some of the best survivors, and hold the last 3 gens just because of the massive range. If you have a really good first blink, it means that you can be whatever you want to be to immediately follow it up with a good second blink that allows you to see everything. So yeah, any mistake survivors can induce the nurse into making very meaningless because you can catch up. Any perk to show the art of survivors, a lot more powerful. Any perk to expose survivors, a lot more difficult to escape. These add-ons are just straight up really good. And they make the nurses mobility that much greater. Next up, we have the 2 add-ons that increase I think it's the Fragile Wheeze and the Dark Cincture, if I remember correctly. These are the 2 add-ons that increase the recovery. Now, every time the nurse uses a blink, she has to get it back. This doesn't really matter very much if you are very restrained in your blinks. If you, because the nurse has to go through a fatigue, which is this waiting time when she uses her power, sometimes during that fatigue, you can get back your last blink. So you can do a blink, hit a survivor, fatigue, get up, and by the time you get up, you already have another blink, so you can immediately use it again, or use 2. But many times survivors are smart, they'll run away, they'll use dead hard, they'll just be really far in the first place, so you need to use 2 blinks. And typically what happens is you use a blink, okay, maybe you miss, fatigue, and then you get up, and now you have 1 blink, but the second one is coming back. And it's taking a little while. So while you move very slowly, because you're a nurse, you don't move at the normal speed, survivors just hold forward and get behind something, and now you have to guess. With these add-ons, that time is very reduced. If you do 2 blinks and then recover, by the time you recover, you almost already have both blinks back. Obviously, the effects are greater if you pair them both together, which is a very common thing to do. It's disgusting. It is really, really terrible. You can have a nurse blink, 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 hit, blink. It's really, really hard to keep up. And what often will happen is that you'll see these add-ons either together or pair with others. And because you don't know, these add-ons are not easy for the survivor to guess. It also robs them of a lot of potential information and tricks they could pull. So sometimes a nurse will be right on top of you and she'll barely miss. And now you'll think, okay, maybe I can run in the open, but then you'll be caught by rage. Or maybe I can go around, or maybe I can try to do this, but then you'll be caught by recovery. So it's really hard for survivors to play around some of these really good add-ons, which even though they are expected, they're hard to gauge from them. So very strong. It makes nurses that are very clumsy into still very powerful nurses because they get their power back so quick. And it makes aggressive, powerful, strong, actually good nurses that much harder to do anything against. After that, we have another breath add-on that has a really fun effect, which allows you to... Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot the name. There's 500 add-ons. Do forgive me. I want to tell you the name because they all look roughly the same. I think we're talking about... it's Campbell's. It's Campbell's. Okay. And it's the Batman... Kavanaugh... It's the... Okay, I got it. It's Campbell's Last Breath. Do forgive me. And what Campbell's Last Breath does, if I can pull it on my screen, it allows you to skip your second blink into an immediate half charge blink. So basically, if you have 2 charges and you do a fully charged blink, which is one that takes you 20 meters away, more with the range, but typically 20 meters, when you see that the nurse is clenching her fist, that means you're out of the at max. If you release that, when you land, you will immediately consume your other blink token and do a really fast, really quick half distance blink. This is so fast that it's really hard for survivors to predict and play around. And it actually buys you quite a bit of time. It can be quite a scary way to approach a gen or a survivor running. And you can also obviously change directions. You could do a fully charged blink, notice during the traversal that the survivor's behind you, and then do a quick 180 and then immediately show up there and hit them. So this add-on immediately adds another layer of complexity to the nurse. Obviously, if you want to avoid using this add-on, it doesn't really have a downside. All you need to do is just 99 your blink. So if you don't want to use this add-on, instead of charging 100%, just charge like 95% and you'll get almost as far and not trigger it. So that's easy enough to avoid. And for people that want to go the extra step of learning this add-on, it provides them with a tool that they can occasionally use to catch survivors off guard or make that extra distance really, really fast. And the really good nurses have their distances really well measured. And they can probably learn to guess and calculate how far they need to be to use this to its maximum ability. All I know is that if I'm on a gen that's like 98% and I'm injured and I see a nurse blink, let's say 6 meters away from me, I know I'm fine, so I'm gonna finish because she needs like a second to get to me. With this add-on, that's not quite the case. So yeah, it's nice. Definitely an add-on that you need to get good with and understand. So most nurses just don't really like this add-on. They favor the other very strong ones or very simple ones. So yeah. Later we find the add-on that straight up reduces your fatigue time, and it's the only add-on to reduce the fatigue time always. It reduces the fatigue time by 12.5%, and this is one of the only add-ons that helps you in close ranges. Recently, notably, I was next to a survivor on a hook, and a nurse blinked, and I waited, and I came in close, and I went for the unhook, and she grabbed me. And I didn't expect it, because she had this add-on that allowed her to recover a little bit quicker. So the faster recovery from the fatigue can sometimes be good in short one-time blinks. If, let's say that you do blink, blink, and then hit, and then you recover quick with this add-on. It doesn't matter, because now you have to wait for your 2 blinks. So in that situation, you would have been better off with recharge. But sometimes you simply do blink, hit, and then you want to recover as fast as possible because you know that you're going to have both blinks already. In this situation, this add-on is superior and can be quite unexpected. Not quite as oppressive as the ones we've described above, but still pretty good and helps in everything, even if it's just a little bit. We later have the Wooden Horse. This add-on helps you to reduce your fatigue completely, the extra fatigue that you get from missing a hit. If you're a nurse and you swing after a blink, you add, I believe, a whole second of fatigue. Would that be the case? Yeah, I think it's a whole second of fatigue after an attack if you miss. This is terrible. This is not good. So many times you'll try not, if you're not 100% sure if you're going to hit, sometimes you'll want not to hit. With the Wooden Horse, you don't have this fear. You blink, the survivor's in there, you hit them. They have that heart, doesn't matter, because this add-on prevents the downside from your missed attack. So it's pretty great for nurses that are learning, and it's pretty good for nurses that want to take risks and not have to deal with that. The Pine Cone, which I think is the what's it called? The Boy's Treasure. It has a similar effect. It reduces all of your fatigue from extra blinks. So every time you do an extra blink, you add half a second to a fatigue. So let's say that you do 3 blinks for some reason. Your fatigue would be much longer. But this add-on completely eliminates the extra fatigue from the extra blinks. 1 blink, it's the same. 2 blinks, you'll have a shorter fatigue by half a second. Sometimes after 2 blinks, you still need to recharge, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. But now let's say you pair this with the recharge add-on, suddenly you have a pretty strong effect. And recovering fast from fatigue is good overall because you get to look up and see. So yeah, pretty damn decent, and you're going to be 2 blinking quite a bit, so it's pretty decent. It also makes it a little bit more viable to do 2 blinks for general movement, so it's not too bad. Later we find the Batman Keepsake and the Bent Spoon, I think it's called. These 2 add-ons have the same thing. They both trigger when you hit a survivor with a blink attack. Not a basic normal attack that you do out of blink, but a basic normal attack that you do after you teleport. So if you teleport and hit immediately, this applies for 30 seconds, I believe. And one of them makes survivors louder, which is the spoon, although it's completely countered by Iron Will. If a survivor has Iron Will, they will still be 0. They will still be completely quiet. But non-Iron Will survivors, or the few other perks that do this, you will hear them a bit louder, which is nice, because sometimes survivors hide behind walls and stuff, and if you know exactly where they are, you can pinpoint them. That is a pretty good thing. And the Batman Keepsake, instead, what it does is it gives you Nurse's Calling in an add-on. If a survivor heals within a certain distance after being hit by you, they will show up as an auto reading. It doesn't happen all that much, but if you put it on, you'll find that in every game there's at least 1 or 2 times when a survivor heals, and now instead of having to guess, you know exactly where they are. Or instead of being lost, you find someone that you would have otherwise missed. Not super clutch, but it does come in handy sometimes here and again, so not too bad. We then have the Batman's Breath, I believe, and Jenner's Breath. The Batman's Breath is a weird add-on. If you hit a survivor with your while using your power, after using your power, you now become undetectable for 16 seconds. Undetectable for 16 seconds means that if you go for someone else, they might not hear you coming, which is kind of cool, I guess. And it also means that if you immediately pick up and hook, if they have Kindred, your R won't be shown to their teammates, which is pretty good. But yeah, it's not like it makes your blinking silent, and it's not like it's 20 or 50 or 60 seconds. It's only 16 seconds. So, and they'll figure out that you have this add-on if they keep seeing that happen. So for the most part, don't forget that out of those 16 seconds, you have to spend a little bit of that in fatigue. So yeah, this add-on's not too bad. In an indoor map with some other info perks, I guess it can be alright, and there's not any major downsides to using it. But it also doesn't come in clutch a lot. Later we have Jenner's Breath, and this one's really interesting. It allows you to use 1 blink token to immediately revert back to your original position. So you can do a big blink, let's say 20 meters out, and then if you press left control, you will spend your second blink to immediately, very quickly move back to your original spot. There's a few situations where you can trick a survivor into falling for this, and there's a few situations where a survivor will immediately move back into you and fall for this. But for the most part, survivors always hold forward against the nurse and always run away from you because they understand that you're very deadly from up close. And even if they run back into you momentarily, they rarely run back all the way to the first part where you blinked. So other than some shenanigans and some very occasional usefulness and some very situational pranks that you can pull on survivors, it's not an incredible add-on with a high skill ceiling. Then we have a really cute add-on that simply makes survivors scream and gives you a bit of blood points if you care about that when you blink through them. That's it. They just scream. And I don't believe this interrupts them. I don't think this, if they're doing a totem or anything like that, I don't think this works. It also doesn't work if they're in a locker as far as I know. So this doesn't have any crazy utility or anything like that. More so a nice blood point add-on. And every now and then you'll blink through a bush or somewhere and someone will scream that you would have missed. So yeah, this add-on, even though it tells them that you have it, it can help you in those situations. So I guess arguably it is slightly better than nothing. Afterwards, we are looking at the plate flannel. This is a cute add-on that makes it so that you have an icon showing you where the nurse will land. You can use this when you're a beginner to learn all about how the nurse works. You aim your power and you see that it moves and now it stays. You see how it interacts with the environment. You see how it goes up floors and down basement. Like, it's really, really good to go in a private match with a nurse, put on this add-on and just aim at things and see how it reacts to learn the logic of the teleports. If you aim at a survivor, you'll see that it goes past them, and that's why you can't teleport right on top of a survivor because they're hitbox. So you can learn a lot with this add-on. But that's it. Most nurses can have a really good mental image. Even average nurses can have a really good mental image of how far they travel by holding the M2. You don't need this add-on to tell you, and eventually it will just get in your way and it will just be a distraction. So yeah, no harm in using it early on. You probably don't need it after that. Now we move on to the many F-tier add-ons for the nurse, which is a bit unfortunate. She does have quite a few that are just not super good. The first one is the matchbox. This add-on turns the nurse into... Typically, she's slower than survivors. She needs to use her power to be faster. She's like, I believe 96 or so %, where survivors run at 100. With this add-on, she actually moves at 105. She's like a Myers in tier 1 or something like that. She is faster, but she only has one blink. Now, I'm sure that some extremely dedicated player could use that better speed and single blink to somehow be competitive. And in small loops, zone survivors and catch them. And in big loops, use the extra speed to catch up and see them better. I'm sure that someone could realistically get good at and make this add-on look almost decent. But in every way imaginable, being a little bit faster does not compensate for the fact that you now have one blink. Now you could have this add-on together with the torn bookmark, and that would give you 2 blinks and make you faster, but it would also give you bad recovery. And recovery is probably more important. So this combination is not ideal. This add-on is just straight up not ideal. You could use it with the other add-on that we'll discuss in a minute to have a chasing high-speed nurse. But for the most part, the downsides are just not worth the slight increase in mobility. We now get to the watch, which is an add-on that is kind of meant to help beginners. When you teleport for the first time, you now have a window blink, or a blink window, where you have a very limited time to charge up a second blink. Now your second blink, if you charge it for too long, will be cancelled. So what this add-on allows you to do is to charge it up for longer, or make up your mind for slightly longer before you succumb to the fatigue. So say you teleport and the survivor's just not in a place where you're comfortable. You wait a bit longer, okay, short blink, bam. It can help. It can also, I suppose, help you reach a little bit further because you can charge your blink for longer. But this is not good, because there will be many times where you simply want to do one blink and then stop. And in those situations, now you have to sit through a longer fatigue. So that little upside that I talked about is countered by the downside of every one of your fatigues now being longer. If this add-on was conditional, if you could decide when to hold out longer, it could be a bit more useful. As it is right now, it kind of is a hindrance, and overall, probably worse than nothing, I would say. Then we have a really funky add-on that triggers when you hit a survivor after a blink. And for the next minute, you will become a normal speed, 115 movement per or 4.6 meter per second. You will become a normal killer, like a trapper without traps. It is really funny to hit a survivor and then just chase him around as a nurse. But this add-on is not that exotic. Survivors can identify it. And obviously when you move at that speed, you don't get to use your blink at all. So sometimes you hit a survivor and they made a really bad play and you would very quickly catch up and hit them with another blink. But because you're now a normal killer, they drop a pallet and you can't do anything. So yeah, overall it's a massive downgrade. It basically eliminates her power for half the game, but it's a fun one. So occasionally you might indulge in using it. And there's a cooldown to it as well, so that you can't keep triggering it for obvious reasons. But yeah, a fun add-on, but obviously not very good. Then we have the White Nip Com and the Dull Bracelet, and these add-ons are made by the devil. They are horrible. They are both BP add-ons, meme add-ons that give you extra blood points, but make Nurse way harder to play. So these are add-ons that you'll run if you really want to challenge yourself or do some memes or you lost a bet. The White Nip Com makes your launch half as long when you come out of blink. So basically, the way Nurse works is you blink on top of a survivor. If they're a little bit far away, you can do a normal lunge and hit them. That's great. So you don't need to be 100% accurate. With this add-on, you pretty much have to be 100% accurate. If a survivor is anywhere further than a couple meters, you cannot launch into them because your launch is like barely non-existent. It's like a tier 1 Myers. You'd be like, eh. So you need to be extremely accurate with your blinks. If you're extremely accurate with your blinks, then this add-on doesn't get in your way that much, even though it still feels horrible. So yeah, it's a fun one. But then we have the Dull Bracelet. This add-on, even if you're very good with Nurse, it will get under your skin. It is horrible. It just reduces the maximum distance that the Nurse can blink. So this basically means the Nurse can never use her mobility to get around the map to any degree, because she's so slow. She makes so little distance. And if survivors, for some reason, manage to outdistance you a little bit, it takes forever to catch up. You're gonna be walking places. Yeah, this add-on feels horrible. It is so bad. If you run them both together, which is a common meme, you will have a Nurse that can barely keep up with survivors and needs to be 100% accurate. It is so terrible. Oh, but yeah, I can't help but smile thinking about it. And next up is the Huntress, and she is one of the hardest killers to raid. No matter who you ask, they all have different opinions. So a word of disclaimer, if you're like, oh, this is completely wrong, I am a Huntress main with a million, that's okay. I really do think that Huntress is one of those killers that has a lot of personal preference and personal playstyle, and it really shows in her add-ons. I'll do my best to explain them all. The first add-ons, and among her best, are the wind-up increasing add-ons. They are the Flower Babushka, which is Babushka, but forgive me, and the Mana Grass Braid. These reduce the time it takes for you to fully ready up your hatchet and begin to immediately throw by 0.12 seconds and 0.8 seconds. You can combine them for a 0.20 seconds faster ability to throw up your hatchet. This is pretty significant. This is very good. These are add-ons that you want to avoid if you're new to Huntress and you want to understand her base kit mechanics. If you abuse these add-ons too much, when you take them off, you will feel the difference. So let's go over the many different applications that faster hatchets have. The first one, the most simple, it saves you time. If a survivor, there's many times where you want to hit a survivor as fast as possible, right? So if you do it with this add-on and they're completely locked, you know that they're not going to dodge. Maybe they're even doing something time sensitive, like going for an unhook or going for a gate that's nearly open. In that situation, this add-on is your best friend because you're going to throw your hatchet even earlier. So in those situations, these add-ons are great. It also really helps when you want to throw a barrage of of different hatchets. Let's say there's 3 people coming out of basement, and they are coming one after another like rabbits, and you want to hit every one of them. With this add-on, you wind up even faster. Because you wind up faster, that means that you take less time to fully charge a hatchet. So if you want to fully charge a hatchet to get that almost straight arc, these add-ons, as far as I understand, also help in that. And this situation where multiple survivors are coming out of somewhere and you're gonna go for quick hits, these, especially the best one, particularly pairs well with the other add-on that reduces the cooldown, which also saves quite a bit of time. But we'll get to that. So these add-ons are really good at that. Then there are situations where your one hatchet is a little bit hard to hit. Let's say that a survivor is really good at looping tiles, and they loop really, really tight. Every time you wind up your hatchet, they're just already past the window. Maybe they have something like Spine Shield and Resilience. They are very good at doing that. Or you have the insta-down hatchet that we'll get to in a minute, and survivors are really scared, so they're doing their best to dodge it. With this add-on, a really good Huntress can basically hit you anywhere. You go around the corner, you're past the window, she's already winding up and throwing. And because she's slow when she winds up, with this add-on, she can wait a little bit longer and wind up at the last time and still get you, thanks to the more overall speed that she gets. So, these add-ons are just really, really strong on newer Huntresses that disregard my previous advice and just want faster hatchets. It gives survivors less time to react, and really good Huntresses use them really well around tight loops to make almost everywhere a potential danger. Next up, we are going to move to the 2 add-ons that increase her belt capacity. They are the Soldier's Belt, and what is the other one called? Oh, I can't believe I forgot. Well, I'm not going to check it, but they basically give 2 hatchets and 1 hatchet. So instead of carrying 5 and then running out of them, you will now carry 7 or 6, or if you use them both, you'll carry 8. Unfortunately, they do not work with the eerie head like they used to, so yeah, don't try to combine them with that. And if you listen to that one advice, they're very good add-ons. Now, Huntress unfortunately has to reload very often, and this breaks her pace. Let's say that you're chasing a survivor around an area that you know is pretty challenging, where you need to use your power, you have 1 hatchet, and you run out. Well, it's too bad, but you know for a fact that that survivor is good, and if you continue to chase them, they will run you forever. You need hatchets. So typically you would reload, they would run away, and you hope that that doesn't cost you the game. With this add-on, for example, you will now have 2 or 1 extra hatchet, and that might be enough to end an extra chase. It's really hard to overestimate just how good that ability is. If you reload 6 times per game, and with this add-on you reload instead 4, that's a lot of time that you didn't spend wasting it, and instead actively used it chasing and harassing, and not having to interrupt chases and swap, which itself translates to a lot more save time. So these add-ons are really, really good, and obviously pair well with a bunch of other things. You could pair it with the cooldown add-ons that we'll get to in a minute. For machine gun style hatchets, you could pair them with other effects. Yeah, they go really, really well. Now to the aforementioned cooldown add-ons. They are the Bandage Haft and the Oak Haft up here. Now, the Oak Haft, which is the yellow, is an amazing add-on for its strategy. It is tremendously powerful. When you throw a hatchet, you now recover 0.2 seconds earlier. With this add-on, you recover 0.1. Use them both together, and it's 0.3. There's a lot of situations where this is useful. Obviously, if you down a survivor with your hatchet, recovering a little bit faster is not that big of a deal. Yeah, I guess you can pick them up 0.2 seconds quicker, but that's not a huge deal. It saves time, which is nice, right? But it's not a big deal. The real strength of this add-on is when you need to hit survivors multiple times, or there's multiple survivors. So a very common strategy for Huntress, instead of hitting you with a basic attack, instead she just hits you with a special attack, and then hits you with a normal attack. If you're in a corner of the map, she can hold up, whoop, hit you, and because of her very low recovery, hit you very quickly after that. With this add-on, that low recovery is even lower. So the M2 into M1 strategy is really, really good. Let's say there's 2 people in basement, and God forbid she has this add-on right here. She's gonna throw hatchet, then throw hatchet, then throw hatchet, then M1, and it's very likely that no one will make it out of there without BT, or even with BT. So this add-on is ridiculously good. It pairs really well with the purple belt because you have a lot of extra hatchets to really be aggressive, and it helps in almost every situation, and in some situations quite a bit. Next up, we're going to move on to the iridescent head. Now this add-on has a very massive downside. Instead of carrying 5, you'll now only carry 1 hatchet, but that 1 hatchet insta-downs. No matter how far you throw it, how close you throw it, it insta-downs, period. You cannot have 2 or 3, it doesn't work like that. It is coded, so it's always 1. This is really, really strong. If Huntress is camping someone with this hatchet, you cannot do anything unless she runs out and there's multiple people. So this is really deadly. Really, really deadly. Against unprepared survivors, if you're a really good Huntress, this add-on might as well be the strongest one. Arguably, if you're very good at Huntress, you don't need it, and you don't need to play around the risk and downside. You can play with your strengths and not have to deal with any of the downsides. But again, it's that kind of add-on that kind of induces hopelessness. Survivors will stop healing altogether, because why would you? And if you have a person in the basement, they won't bother coming. Endgame, they won't bother saving, so it does induce a certain level of stress on them, which is pretty good. That being said, it's really easy to miss hatchets. You can't really waste them and try to snipe with this, because you need to reload every time. Every time you miss a hatchet, that chase will be over pretty much, because you're a 110 killer. There's another add-on that we'll get to later that can help with that a little bit. And these two add-ons were really meant to be used together. But yeah, it's not amazing if you miss. If you hit, let's say you run the babushka with this, so that every possible loop that you can throw a hatchet, you do. It's really, really strong. But yeah. Then we have the Venomous Concoction, which is a really, really insidious add-on. When you hit a survivor with your hatchets, for the next 5 seconds, they are exhausted. And if they keep running, obviously, it goes on forever until they stop. This is pretty great. Many times you hit a survivor with your M2, you're going to hit them with the M1 and Dead Hard. With this add-on, you know for the fact that if you recently hit a survivor, they are at your mercy. They cannot use a quick Dead Hard. If they had Sprint Burst, they've lost it. If they had Overcome, they don't get the effect. If they have Balance Landing, well, too bad. So yeah, it gives you a lot of certainty. Needless to say, it's completely useless if the survivors don't have any exhaustion perks, but that's not realistic. Most of your games, you're going to see 2 or 3 Dead Hards, a couple Sprint Bursts, and so on. So this add-on really, really helps in those scenarios, and it helps you have the peace of mind that you can do the right play. Overall, pretty good. Obviously, it doesn't help when you down a survivor. It's only for the follow-ups, but still, very, very decent. The Glowing Concoction is a similar style of add-on. When you hit a survivor with your hatchet, for the next 5 seconds, their aura is shown to you. This can be really, really powerful. You can hit a survivor through the corn, they run through the corn thinking that they're safe, and you see them very, very well. And if a survivor doesn't know that you're going to shoot at them, then they move predictably. And if they move predictably, they are easier to hit from afar. So really experienced Hunters favor this add-on because it allows them to go for fancy shots. Where if you get lucky with one shot, the next one can be really easy to land sometimes from afar. And downing people from afar is, you know, while you can still maybe keep some person hooked next to you, it can be really powerful and game-changing. It also helps you in chase, where one cheeky survivor with, say, Iron Will takes one hatchet and they try to escape, maybe doing some unusual route that they think that you won't realize, but because you literally see them, they can't really get away with it. So it helps quite a lot in a number of situations. And needless to say, it doesn't go well with insta-down hatchets, it doesn't go well with a bunch of other things that don't really combo so well with it, but it is very good. And then we find the Begrime Head and the Rusty Head. The Begrime Head gives Mangled and Hemorrhage. And the Rusty Head, I think, only gives Mangled, which means that anytime that you hit a survivor, they take longer to heal. Because these two things have the same effect, they don't combo well together. As far as I understand, there's no good reason to run them both together. They don't stack in any way. So I don't think that's a good idea. Let me double check that it's not a timer based thing. Let me double check. Yes, it used to be different, so do forgive me. But it's no longer based on time or anything like that. So there really is no good reason to run them together. But by themselves, how good are they? They're nice. They're nice. Huntress is gonna hit people with hatchets a lot throughout the game, so they'll come into play a lot. People want to heal against Huntress. Being injured against this lady is suicide often, and you cannot really rescue if she's around while you're injured, or at least you're massively in danger of doing so. So you put these add-ons on, and you'll get value in a normal game. They won't help you directly in the chase. They'll help you when you're out of the winning a little bit. So yeah, if you're struggling to hit your hatchets, these are not the add-ons to bring. But otherwise, they're very strong. We then have the used teeth and the yellowed cloth. These add-ons make your hatchets fly 20% faster and then 10% faster. And they can be stacked together. There's upsides and downsides to faster flying hatchets. Let's go over the downsides because they are very easy to understand. They throw off your arc and your muscle memory. If you're used to throwing hatchets over slight elevations, let's say a little fence, you can throw over it. With this add-ons, now that arc is different because they move faster. So these add-ons will inherently mess with your muscle memory and your knowledge of the game, and you'll need to play around them, which is not great. It's not amazing, that part. But almost everything else is good. In a normal chase, if you throw a hatchet that's anywhere, obviously maybe right in front of you, it makes no difference. But if you throw a hatchet, say 3 or 4 meters ahead of you, with this, you hit them slightly quicker. So they can help you hit a survivor before they get around a corner or before they fully vault the pallet. In my opinion, the babushka, and the mana grass braids are infinitely superior when it comes to these things. They are much more noticeable, but you know, it's just a side effect of the faster speed. And another really nice thing is that because the arc is straighter and the flight is faster over long distances, it makes snipes easier, and it makes them it gives you a lot less window for the survivors to get away. So if you have barbecue and chili and you're in the corn, or if you use the add-on that we described earlier, the glowing concoction, to see the aura of a survivor that you already hit, you can prepare a shot with this and release it really quickly, and it will get there much faster than before, which means that you don't have as much margin of error. It's easier for you to land them. The 10% is not as noticeable as you can imagine. The 20% is pretty good. I would say that these add-ons by themselves are not great. They almost get outclassed in every aspect by the other add-ons, but they're still good. They're still very decent. The shiny pin is a cute add-on. When the Huntress holds a hatchet, with this add-on, she moves 4% faster. Now, I was under the impression that this was really bad. For the most part, the Huntress, really, you know, when she's throwing hatchets, she's standing still, or she's moving very little, or she releases them so quickly that it doesn't matter that you're a little bit faster. But apparently, this add-on does come into clutch. There's many times, or a few places, in fact, where this add-on can turn a 50-50 into a guaranteed hit. If a survivor is about to reach a pallet, and I prepare my hatchet, it's a 50-50. If they keep running, well, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have prepared my hatchet, so they're going to outrun me. But if they drop it, well, their mistake, I'm going to release the hatchet and hit them. With this add-on, you can sometimes do the ideal thing, which is to turn this into always a hit situation. So you prep your hatchet, and if they drop it, you hit them. And if they don't drop it, you're actually fast enough to move around the corner slightly and release the hatchet before they fully make it around the pallet gym or the shack or whatever. So this add-on apparently is good for such a reason. I don't imagine this is very helpful for new Huntresses, and I don't think that the most experienced Huntresses favor this add-on. The more experienced Hunters, they want really impactful add-ons or extra ammo to make more risky shots. So this add-on just sits uncomfortably in that somewhat underrated area where it's not really best for anyone, but it's still surprisingly effective if you really know what you're doing, it seems. Now it's time for the wooden box. This add-on was buffed recently, if you didn't hear it, and it went from 15 to 30 seconds of undetectable every time you reload. Being undetectable when you reload is pretty good. There's a few reasons why it can be pretty good. The major downside is that obviously the Huntress has a already small terror radius, so it's not like she has a huge one, it's only 20 meters. And she has a lullaby, a na 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 na. She has a little song that is always around her that never goes away, even with undetectable. So even though this add-on does make you undetectable, it will not remove that noise. So survivors will know that you're around if you get close. But let's go over why this add-on is still good despite that. Number one, Kindred. Kindred is a perk that reveals your aura to people around the hook. If you down a survivor, reload, pick up, hook, you don't get affected by Kindred because you're undetectable and you are hidden from the auras. So that's pretty good. Maybe you hook a survivor, get barbecue, and line up a shot. They don't see it. Not too bad. Another thing is that many experienced survivors, they know that the lullaby is very big. They expect to hear it throughout the match a lot. And they only really get away from whatever they're doing, gen, healing, when they hear your terror radius. So they'll be on a gen, they'll hear lullaby, they'll be somewhat on guard, they'll hear the terror radius, alright. They'll start to pay attention. With this, apparently, it's not that uncommon to run into survivors that don't realize how close you are. And the lack of red stain, I guess, can also help to that effect a little bit. So, considering that you're going to be reloading more often than not after every down and here and there, it's not terrible. It doesn't have any major downsides. The deerskin gloves make you reload a bit faster. They reduce the time by 20%, I believe. And it's not incredible. Like, it still takes a couple seconds. It's a green add-on. It's not that much faster. If you want a faster reload, you can run Iron Maiden, which I guess is nice, and it's definitely faster. You can also combo it with this. It's a bit overkill. It's a nice add-on. It's just, I don't think it's that crazy good. Just numbers are a bit low. In contrast, we have the weighted head. Now, this add-on, it's not about the numbers, it's about the effect. When you hit a survivor for the next few seconds, I think it's 14 or 16 seconds, they are incapacitated, which is a very unusual and rare status effect. And a survivor that is incapacitated cannot do extra abilities. They can still drop pallets, do everything they do in Chase. They can open gates, as far as I know. They can unhook people. So it's not like it turns the survivors into a completely unable to do anything. But they cannot use items. They cannot do totems. They cannot do gens. They cannot heal themselves or other people, even on the ground. So yeah, there's a few situations where this add-on can be really clutch. Now let's say that everyone is on the ground, right? And they are 99 on the ground. They're ready to be picked up, and there's only one survivor left, and that survivor's healthy. And you chase them and you hit them with this. Bam. Now they can't, even during that, they can't pick up the people off the ground. That's really useful. Let's say they have a gen at 99 and you hit them while you approach. Now they can't finish it, even though it's 99. There's a lot of situations where this add-on can completely turn a game around. Unfortunately, they don't happen that often, and it's typically better to just have shorter cooldown add-ons so you can do 1 and 2 if necessary. So yeah, a bit of a situational add-on, but if you understand what it does, it can be quite annoying for survivors. Getting to the E tier, we have the Soldier's Putty. This add-on turns you from 110 to 115, 4.4 to 4.6, normal movement speed killer stuff, when you're out of hatchets. That movement speed is useful in Chase. It's not saving you massive times or anything. It doesn't really help you get to a locker that much quicker, so it doesn't really save you a lot of time. It's more of a plan B in case things go wrong. What you can do typically is run this add-on with the iridescent head, so that if you miss, now you're a normal killer. So you have plan A, plan B kind of stuff, and you can also use it by itself. Every now and then you'll chase a survivor that will abuse the fact that you're 110, and they'll think, wow, this killer really can't catch me. I'm gonna get away with another vault. And then this add-on could potentially help you if you're out of hatchets. But why would you run this add-on? Why don't you just run one of the belts? And you just have 1 or 2 extra hatchets. That way, it doesn't matter that you're a bit slow because you still have a hatchet. The belts immediately outclass this add-on, and there's no good reason to ever pick it. Now, obviously, you cannot combo the belts with the earhead, understandable, but you can also combo the earhead with the babushka, or with the faster reload, or with anything else, that would be a better idea, in my opinion. So yeah, very subpar add-on, even though it doesn't have a major downside. Then we have the Amanita Toxin. It makes survivors blind for, I believe... Oh, did they buff it? Is it 60 seconds after a hit or 30? It makes survivors blind for a little bit after you hit them. Forgive me if I don't remember the exact number. You can go check it very quickly. Not incredible. Blindness is not a very strong status effect. However, considering that the Huntress can dish out damage very quickly sometimes, this can quickly add up. 2 survivors getting off the hook, you can go 1, 2, hit them both. Maybe they get away. Now you have 1 or 2 people with blindness that don't know where their teammates are. They don't see other people on the ground. If they have windows of opportunity or kindred, they don't really get to use it. So yeah, every now and then you put this add-on on, you're gonna get some value. It could also be that survivors don't have any perks and don't ever come to any situation where they need to see auras, so it could also be completely useless. But it's not too bad. The Horse Stone makes it so that survivors that are hit by a hatchet are now louder with their cries. It's a little bit easy sometimes for you to miss a survivor running away, so if they're a bit louder and you can keep track of them through walls and behind cover, that is not too bad. The main problem of this is that Iron Will still counters it. So a survivor with Iron Will is 0% noise, and with this add-on, it's still 0. So Iron Will users completely dodge this add-on, and non-Iron Will users, well, they're pretty loud. You don't need these add-ons, so it's a nice add-on. You put it on, it will help a little bit, but it also does very, very little. Unfortunately for you guys, the Huntress has no F-tier add-ons. So yeah, almost all of our add-ons are good, or at least useful. So yeah, that's really good. And I'm now gonna take a little break to drink a little bit of water before we go on with the next. Well, I choked on my water, so I think that was a bit of a mistake, but we're back. This time with Myers, aka the Shape. He's got a few really strong add-ons, many useless ones as well. He's one of the few killers I really do consider has an S-tier add-on. Now, this S-tier add-on is not as powerful as some other S-tier add-ons, because Myers, by very nature of being him, it's not that powerful. He's a normal killer, he doesn't have any crazy mobility, crazy anything. But this add-on really does transform him. The Tombstone piece allows Myers in tier 3 to immediately murder a survivor that he grabs from up close. And just stab them and kill them. Doesn't matter how many hooks, doesn't matter how many stages, they're dead. Now, it does take quite a bit longer to get to tier 3 with this add-on, but that is something that you can very quickly remedy with stalking add-ons, with slowdown perks, or the best of them all, stupid survivors. If you have a survivor that just is oblivious or careless enough to feed you tier 3, you now can use that tier 3 on another unsuspecting survivor and immediately murder them. And if that happens at 3 or 4 gens, how the hell are the other survivors going to come back from that? Yes, when you murder survivors like this, you lose tier 3, and now it's really hard to get it again, but you still can. And even at tier 2, you now kill 1 survivor, and here's the worst part. There's actually a way to bypass this. This is a little bit risky and you shouldn't try it, but if you pop tier 3, and then you down a survivor, get some value, and then you murder a survivor while you run out of tier 3, you don't lose the entire progress. So you could murder a survivor with tier 3 using this, and then get it again very quickly after, which again is a bit hard and risky to pull off, but it can be done. Yeah, this add-on is kind of ridiculous. It's a little bit unfair. Again, it's not completely game breaking because it's on a killer that unfortunately is not the strongest killer of them all. But that being said, it's still quite bonkers. The fact that you can slow in the game a little bit, take advantage of 1 or 2 survivors out of position, and just straight up murder a survivor. Doesn't matter which perks they have, doesn't matter which add-ons they have, what items, whatever, they're dead. That's pretty damn strong. The other add-on that has a similar effect is the Judy Tombstone. Now, this add-on does the same thing. It allows you to be in tier 3 and immediately stab people and kill them, and you don't lose tier 3, unlike the other one. But you get a massive penalty of movement in tier 3. And the amount of stock necessary is even higher. Whereas with this add-on, you use it a little bit, get it early, and then kill 1 survivor, and then try to go off of that, which is a very decent and powerful strategy. Here, you're going to be slow in tier 3, so it's hard to catch them. And you'll probably want to pair with infinite tier 3, and you'll need play with your food to make up for it. It's a lot more risky. It can be done. With the right build, the Judith's Tombstone is still a respectable add-on, but it has a downside or 2 downsides that this add-on doesn't have or only partially has. So the Tombstone piece is just infinitely superior. That being said, respect Judith's Tombstone, because with a build around it, it can be quite annoying. We have now the J. Myers Memorial, which is an add-on that increases the stalking rate, the Memorial Flower, and Judith's Journal. These add-ons all increase the stalking rate. This one by 11%, this one by 25? I think it might be 26. 20-something percent. And this one by 40%. But only on the Obsession. So the Obsession is one of 4 survivors. So in my opinion, I think it's better to have 11% on everyone and 20-something percent on everyone than 40% on one person. Although there are some cute builds you can do with Judith's Journal. This add-on is good. The brown one is even better, especially for its rarity. And the J. Myers Memorial is the best of them all. With a much faster stalking rate, there's a lot of things that you can do. First of all, you get out of tier 1 faster. There is no add-on in the game better to help you out of tier 1 faster than these. In tier 1, you're very slow, you don't have insta-down, you don't have faster vol, you don't have anything, you want to get out of tier 1 ASAP. So getting out of it faster with this add-on or any of these 3 is really amazing. After that, you get to tier 3 much quicker. And if you have an add-on like the ones we just mentioned, where your tier 3 takes longer, but there's some kind of upside, this helps compensate for that. So it's really great. And the best part is that there's no going, like, this always has good synergies with almost everything. It goes in every build. It helps if you're doing well, it helps if you're doing bad. It's a very universally useful add-on. So for that reason, they are among his best. Their ability to pair with other add-ons that are a bit weak and make them good, or are a bit strong and make them stronger, I think is probably the best. Then we have 4 distinct add-ons that increase tier 3 time. When Myers enters tier 3, he has a bunch of advantages, bigger launch, blah blah blah, but the most important one is that you insta-down survivors, and you do it for 60 seconds. Now there are 4 add-ons that increase this 60 seconds. This one gives you 30 extra, this one gives you 40 more, this one gives you 20, and this one gives you 10. But there's a problem, okay? The one that gives you 10 extra seconds makes your first tier 3 take quite a bit longer. So it's not so good. I would say this add-on is literally worse than nothing. It's better to have tier 3 now, even if it's 10 seconds shorter, than to have to really stalk a survivor a lot. If you have to stalk a survivor a lot, it's possible that survivor will now be fully red, and you won't be able to stalk them properly later, so it really doesn't work out. Then we have the yellow brush. This also isn't super good, but it's more reasonable. It makes you have a 20-second longer. It has the same penalty as the brown one, but it's a straight upgrade, because instead of 10 seconds, you get 20 seconds. 20 seconds of extra tier 3 is pretty significant. You can pop it, down someone, hook them, and camp them their entire hook stage. And there's nothing survivors can do to really get through you. So that's pretty good. 20 extra seconds for a bit of a penalty is reasonable. In my opinion, that penalty can still hurt you, and hence I put it in D tier. And then we have the Flock of Hair, which is 40 extra seconds, which is a really significant time. It almost doubles it. Really significant. But it requires double the stock. So think about it this way. If it gives you almost double, but it takes double, is it really worth it? In my opinion, no. It can be really strong if your first survivors to take too long to get together and give you stock. Doing a tier 1 that drops down a couple people, and then you hook them, and then they're waiting for it, and it never ends, and 2 people hit stage 2. It can be powerful. And hence, I consider it a little bit better than nothing. But it also has a hefty downside. Now, luckily for you, there is one add-on, the Hair Bow, that sits really comfortably in the middle. This add-on is the good one, and it's so much better than the others. It has the sweet spot. It gives you 30 extra seconds and only takes half an extra tier 1 to proc or something along those lines. So basically, you take a little bit longer for your first tier 3, which is bad, but after that, just like every other one of these add-ons, after that, every add-on after that, every tier 3 after that now takes you 90 seconds into tier 3. That's so good. It's 10 less seconds than this, yes, but it's so much less requirement. So now you can pop your tier 3 almost as fast and 90 seconds of it. And then afterwards, 5 seconds up, 90 seconds of it. That's enough to down multiple survivors in chases consistently, to camp them forever, to hook them and patrol them, to patrol gens, to get rid of a lot of pallets, and so on and so forth. If survivors are trying to exhaust your tier 3, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drop this pallet and drop this pallet and drop this pallet, but then he should be out. They'll find out that you still have a fuel left. So yeah, it really messes with survivors. It can make them think that you have infinite tier 3, which will make them panic. So yeah, really, really good stuff. One of his best ones for sure, and very underestimated. Then we get to the infinite tier 3. Now this add-on is kind of bonkers. It does give you infinite tier 3, period. So you don't need to get to tier 2 and then it's just infinite tier 3. As soon as you get it, infinite tier 3. There's one problem. If you pair it with the tombstone piece, your tier 3 will be lost. So that is the only exception. You don't want to run this add-on with this because it literally doesn't work. Otherwise, it would be definitely OP. But infinite tier 3 nonetheless. If you pull this off early, it's ridiculous. If you, for some reason, pull it off early, you now have a killer that has a big launch, normal terror radius, faster vaults, insta-down. It's pretty scary, especially if they're in a bad spot. There's one tiny problem with this, and it's the fact that it's hard to get it early. It has a hefty penalty, the same as the tombstone, and it will stack with the tombstone too, if you want to. And your first tier 3, well, your only tier 3 is gonna take a ton. You'll need to fully stock a survivor and then another, and yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get there. If you're confident that you can, though, it's a pretty strong one. Now we move on to a add-on that will help you in tier 2 and also give you some effects in tier 3. It's the Dead Rabbit. It's a curious one. It makes your terror radius 25% smaller in tier 2 and 25% larger in tier 3. Now let's get to the less meaningful thing. Tier 3 terror radius. In tier 3, everyone knows where you are. If you have a bigger terror radius, it's not a big deal. In fact, if you have perks like Infectious Fright, it can also be good, because then more people are under your terror radius, so you can see where they are. So that's not a huge deal, but the smaller terror radius in tier 2 is certainly noticeable. Myers has a 16 meter terror radius, so with this, that 16 now goes into 12. That's enough for him to show around the corner and you have no clue what just happened. In many maps, it's quite amazing. And it makes his stealth actually very, very powerful. So it's a very, very decent add-on. You cannot use it the way you might think with Monitor and Abuse. The thing with Monitor and Abuse is that it acts before this add-on. So you would think that, okay, 60 meter terror radius. So minus 25. So 12, and now Monitor Abuse, minus 8, 4 meter terror radius. It doesn't work like that. You'll actually have a 6 meter terror radius, because the add-on works after the perk. But nevertheless, you can use them both to a scary effect if you're an indoor map. In open maps, obviously, a small terror radius means very little sometimes, but still, very, very decent add-on. And for its rarity, it's honestly quite powerful. There's not much else to say about it. Then we get to the Tombstone. The Tombstone also has a hefty requirement that only really lets you get to tier 3 when you stalk a lot of people. So it requires you to stalk multiple survivors, especially if you pair with other add-ons that also have requirements, like it's often done. So yeah, your first tier 3 takes forever. And when you get to your tier 3, you're slower than usual, which sucks. But if you get close to a survivor, you can stab them and murder them. And the best part is that you keep the tier 3. So for the next 60 seconds, you can still keep doing that. Now, 60 seconds is not a lot of time to murder people, especially after they know and they go into lockers. So typically what people will do is pair these two add-ons together and then somehow hope that survivors are slow enough on gens or bring perks to slow them down. And then when you get to tier 3, you have infinite tier 3 and you get to murder them. Now, this add-on, as I said, does reduce your speed, but people often bring this with Play With Your Food. Play With Your Food is a perk from Michael himself, and when you murder people with a tombstone, that doesn't count as an attack somehow. So you could have 3 stacks or 2 stacks of Play With Your Food and go relatively fast and murder people and keep them. What people will do with this combo, number one, they'll see it coming because they'll see that you take a long time to get to tier 3. And when you approach them, yeah, they'll think, all right, I'm going to go into a locker, or I'm going to keep working on this gent so that he has to grab me. If he catches me in the open, he can do that. But if I'm doing gens or I'm in a locker, he can't. So this add-on, I don't think this add-on combination is all that powerful in my opinion. You are much better off simply using the tombstone piece and catching them off guard, and after that being a normal killer. Now, some people have the misconception that this add-on makes the shape have his hand open. If the shape is chasing you and you see that his hand is open, that means that he's using this add-on. That's actually not quite true. The reason his hand is open is because this add-on makes him slower. And when he's slower, his hand looks a bit more open. But if he's using Play With Your Food, or if he's using the tombstone fragment straight up, then his hand will look normal. So don't use only that as a frame of reference. So yeah, a bit of a scary add-on if the survivors allow you to get into it and with a build around it. Otherwise, way too many requirements and way too many downsides. We then have the 3 mirror shard add-ons, and they're kind of cute. I think 2 of them are really good and one of them is terribly bad. This add-on allows you to see the survivor's aura for 5 seconds. This is 5. And this one for 3 seconds after you have stalked them for 1 second. This comes in clutch surprisingly often, believe it or not. If you're in a map that's not completely open, you stalk them for a little bit, they get behind some kind of wall, and now you see that they're waiting there because they're trying to do some mind game. Now you see them. Or now you see that they're actually going into that other place, so you follow them and you don't mind game yourself. So seeing survivor's actual location helps a lot in chase, especially for a killer that has a faster vault and can sometimes do a quick vault to catch survivors off guard. Really good. You cannot stalk in tier 3, so these only help you in tier 2, needless to say, but it's really nice. And if you use them together, they stack for longer duration, but you don't need to. I think using a single one is pretty good. So yeah, this allows you to have some kind of chase info power, which Myers is typically enabled to without perks. So it's really not too bad. It's not terrible. I like them personally, but they lack the punch of other simpler, stronger add-ons. We now move on to the mirrors. We have the Vanity Mirror. The Vanity Mirror locks Myers into tier 2. Very simple stuff. Super simple. You do not get a tier 3, which means no bigger launch, no even faster vaulting, and so on. But for the price of that, your normal stalking now has wall hacks for 60 meters around you. This is surprisingly good. It sounds really terrible, and it used to be terrible because it had a movement speed bonus debuff, but now it doesn't. You're a normal killer. You still have the small terror radius, so if you bring the rabbit, let's say, you keep the benefit and none of the downsides, and you see people through walls, so it's very much like these 2 add-ons that we mentioned, but all the time. Anytime you tap your stock, you find people. And in their maps, it is disgusting. They don't know where you're coming from. You always know if they hide, you find them. If they try to go into a locker, you might see them going into it. Obviously, you don't see them inside lockers because they're protected there. But yeah, really silly add-on that in some maps can actually be great. The problem is, what happens if you go to one of those maps that's just bad for Myers, where everybody knows you are, a team that is always in comms, and they constantly call you out, and they know where you are, and you have no tier 3, so you just have to break every pallet and go through every window. Yeah, in those situations, you'll wish you just had a normal tier 3 Myers build. We now move on to the jewelry box, the jewelry, and the tacky earrings. they are these 3 add-ons right here. And these add-ons make you 30, 20, and 10% faster while stalking. They're pretty bad. They're really, really bad. When Myers stalks the air, when you're stalking and there's no one, you move pretty fast. And these add-ons make you move even faster. So yeah, you feel like, ooh, I'm cruising. But why would you stalk in the open? There's no good reason to stalk in the open. So yeah, that's not super useful. Just don't stalk and keep moving. When you actively stalk a survivor, you move very, very slow. And these add-ons help a little bit. Sometimes the survivor is moving away from you, and you're stuck, and then you keep going. And then the speed boost from this is a little bit nice. Many times the survivor's running away and you don't want to chase them. Or you're simply locking them in a place and it doesn't matter that you're slow because you're literally standing still. So the speed boost from this is hardly useful. A few situations though, especially for the green one, which is the 30% one. If you run this with the vanity mirror, when you stalk, you can move around stalking very fast and then find people as you approach them. So it makes a lot more sense to stalk constantly when you're looking for auras. So these 2 add-ons together are not a terrible pairing, I suppose. And there's another mirror that we'll get to in a minute where you also want to stalk very often. And these 2 add-ons together could also be an idea because you're going to be stalking constantly. Again, that's a very niche use for an otherwise terrible add-on. And then we move on to the other mirror shard that we forgot. And this also shows the aura of survivors for 3 seconds, but only in tier 1. This is garbage. This is terrible. If you stalk a survivor for 1 second, why are you stalking them for 1 second? Stalk them more. You want to get out of tier 1 ASAP. This can help in the 1 in a million games where a survivor gets behind something and you don't know where they are and you lose them in tier 1. You shouldn't lose them. You should be getting right there and chasing them and get to tier 2 ASAP. But in the insane eventuality of a survivor trying to somehow lose you in tier 1, this add-on could help you stay on track. You shouldn't go for the hit, you shouldn't go for a manga, you should just stalk them more. But if they somehow escape you, this add-on could help you find them again. So I guess that's nice, I suppose. But yeah, once you get to tier 2 and tier 3, this add-on does nothing. So as you can imagine, it's pretty garbage. Now we have the Boyfriend's Memo. It's another add-on that only works in tier 1. It extends your lunge in tier 1. In tier 1, Myers can barely, he's slow and he can barely lunge. With this, the lunge is actually almost normal. Not quite, but almost normal. As I said, almost every single situation ever you want to get into tier 2 as soon as possible, so you shouldn't have an add-on to help you in tier 1 to get hits. Because then they take a hit, maybe they go very far, and maybe you never see them again, and now you're stuck in tier 1. So that's bad. But there's one build using the other mirror that we'll get to in a minute that, yeah, it locks you in tier 1, so it makes a bit more sense in that build. And then we get to the aforementioned Scratch Mirror. The Scratch Mirror locks you into tier 1, which means slow, no faster speed at vaulting, and the terrible small lunge, which can be a bit better, as I said, with the memo. Terrible add-on. It gives you the ability to see survivors from 32 meters around you, which is awesome. But if you cannot really chase them to any degree, what is this add-on good for? This add-on is only good for, in my opinion, gimmicky builds that work in specific maps. So you send yourself to an indoor map like the hospital, Larry's, and then this add-on, yeah, it kicks ass because they don't see you, they don't have a terror radius, you constantly see them from afar, you constantly harass them, back and forth, hit and run. But even that is not unbeatable. And if the swappers themselves run a map offering and they send you to the farm, what the hell are you going to do? Yeah, very, very weak add-on, other than some memes, which are completely fine, by the way. Please do have fun with these gimmicky add-ons otherwise. And now we move on to Hag, who has some of the best low rarity add-ons ever, but also many add-ons across all rarities that are just kind of bad. Let's start with the Rusty Shackles. The Rusty Shackles do a couple things. It makes triggering a trap from the Hag completely silent and uneventful. So typically when a survivor steps into the trap of the Hag, their camera boop, looks into that trap, which can really mess with them. They hear a little sound effect, and a fake phantasm trap appears, right? And then if you teleport, you can come out of that. This add-on removes that warning. That's one. And you can still teleport to it for the same duration. The thing is completely invisible. Let's talk about the downsides of this add-on first, because there are actually a couple. Number one, it doesn't make their camera swing. Because there's no warning, survivors will not... Like, if they walk barely past a trap, because you placed it badly, not taking this into account, they're not going to massively contort towards it and give you a free hit or get themselves stuck. So that's something that you need to understand and keep in mind. But other than that, this add-on is kind of nuts. First of all, one thing that survivors do all the time is trigger a trap and then run away. If you're too late, too bad, you teleport, you're too far. Really good survivors know how to do this really well. And some even have a little trick to trigger traps and use the camera swing to immediately dodge out of it. All of that goes away with this. And this add-on that removes the phantasm means that survivors that trigger a trap don't really realize it, and they don't begin to react often, which means that you can teleport and hit them way more consistently. You can teleport and hit them, maybe even grab them out of a gen. If you place this in a gen or a totem or a gate, they could trigger the trap, have no idea that they triggered it, and then you teleport and then hit them with make your choice off a hook, or grab them out of a gate, grab them out of a gen. There's a lot of devious things you can do with this if survivors are not paying attention. Because there's no appearing animation, you also technically save time. So one very powerful technique hacks can do is literally spam the teleport button, so that when you trigger them, they appear almost immediately and hit you. Apparently with this add-on, that almost immediately is pretty much immediately. So it gives survivors even less time to do anything, maybe dead hard or get out of the way, which is really strong. Another thing that has happened to me many times, and I imagine to other survivors too, is that they see a trap, they try to trigger it, they think that they didn't trigger it, so they try a little bit again and then you hit them. So because there's no feedback, survivors don't know when they have triggered the trap, if they know it's already there. All of that put together means that this add-on, first of all, it enables many dirty strategies, many dirty builds, and it completely destroys unprepared or unorganized survivors. Unorganized survivors have no idea what's going on. They come in for the rescue, they get grabbed. They try to do a totem, they get grabbed. They go in the middle, they get hit. And that kind of team that's not super prepared, that probably hasn't even seen that many hacks in the first place, gets absolutely obliterated by this add-on. And it also allows a good hack to be better and a bad hack to still hit a lot of her things. So it's a really good add-on, I would say, across levels. Very, very dirty, probably her best add-on. Then we move on to the 3 range add-ons: the Dried Cicada, the Dragonfly Wings, and the Deadfly Mud or something. These add-ons add, much like Wraith, they're very layered. They add 12 meters, 10 meters, and 8 meters to her 40-meter teleport. You can tell that 8, 10, and 12, that's amazing. Even the brown one is actually amazing. 8 meters is a lot. Think about a 40 meter diameter, or radius rather, around the hag. And now you add 8 or 12 or 20 if you run them both. You can teleport almost anywhere on the map as long as you're in the middle, and even if you're not. These add-ons are ridiculous, and the Cicada in particular is the worst offender. These add-ons are often a bad idea for hags that rely on them and then they take them off. But I'm going to tell you why they're still so good. Having a 52 meter coverage means that almost any trap you place, even if they are obscenely far apart, can be immediately triggered, and just because you're further doesn't mean you take longer. You still teleport immediately. This add-on Annoy It, this add-on with the shackles, this add-on with other add-ons here and there are so disgusting. They are so disgusting. You can turn games around from people that think that you're miles off. Obviously, if they are 52 meters, they don't even smell your terror radius. So yeah, all of these add-ons are great. Sometimes a trap triggers at, say, 43 meters away, and you need to walk a few steps before you can teleport. With these add-ons, you can teleport right away. And if you can't, you probably can walk a bit and still teleport. Even if, let's say that you put a hack trap at an exit gate, and you want to interrupt it, and they trigger it, and you're like 60 meters away. You walk for a couple seconds, and you press control, and you're there, which saves you half a minute of walking. It is so strong. Allows you to be very, very sloppy or ambitious with your placements and completely get away with it. So yeah, very, very powerful. Now we talk about the Mint Rack. The Mint Rack allows you to teleport to any trap on the map on command with a cooldown of 15 seconds. You have every ability in the game, same as before, you have every ability in the game, but on top of that, every 15 seconds, you get to teleport to any trap you choose by placing the center of your screen on top of it. I'm gonna say now, this add-on is not suited for beginners, intermediates, or probably even pros. It is suited only for people that want to make a build around it, or people that are downright psychopathic and want to learn to play with this add-on only. It really changes how the hack plays. You no longer can spam the teleport trap, at least not during its off cooldown period. Because if you do that, you'll randomly teleport places, and that is very unpleasant and very off-putting. You don't want to do that. And obviously, when you teleport to a trap, you are facing the area you were looking at before. You no longer face the survivor that's closest, that triggered it, because you triggered it. So yeah, this is a bit of a difficult one. It has a higher skill ceiling on a killer that's already kind of complex. But let's say that you are absolutely devious and you want to learn to use this add-on. What kind of things you can do? Well, number one, you can pair it with the shackles, and when people trigger a trap, you can teleport to it from anywhere, any distance. You can also set up traps and teleport to them after some time. You can after they've been triggered, you can teleport to them like on top of basement. You can teleport to them on command to use make your choice, to use Noed, to defend totems. Like, you can put them in a loop and teleport to them even if they had not triggered when you think it's appropriate. There's a lot of things you could learn to do and a lot of evil builds that are probably all horrible to play against. And for that reason, I place it this high. For average purposes, I would say it would easily drop to like here. Because the downside of not being able to spam your teleports and the potential downside of not using it well is kind of significant. So I would only place it there if you really are going to master it. We then have the Willow add-ons, which show you the autos of survivors that trigger your traps for 5 and 3 seconds. Obviously, if they trigger a trap and you teleport and you down them, it doesn't help. But for almost everything else, it's great. Many times survivors trigger traps thinking that they are super smart and that they are wasting your time. And with this add-ons, they are playing into your cards. I have played hack against really good teams, and these are some of the add-ons I run, and they were really, really useful. It's great for a number of reasons. Many times, they trigger a trap, you teleport, and you hit them, and they immediately go around the corner. With this, now you know exactly where they're headed, and you can anticipate what to do next. Sometimes, I will see a survivor go to a trap that I know I've set up ahead, and I can think to myself, okay, he's gonna take exactly 2 seconds to get to that trap. I'm gonna place down another trap right now, replace the one I teleported to, and still have time to teleport. Or, he's just about to go around the corner, that survivor that I hit, and hit another trap immediately. So I'm gonna be ready to spam it and teleport there appropriately. So you have a lot of info. And even if they just trigger a trap while you're carrying someone, you can see where they're headed, anticipate where they'll be next, trap that area, and catch them off guard later. So the auto reading is really, really good. And the 5 seconds is particularly great. The 3 seconds being good, but the 5 seconds being particularly amazing. I don't think you should stack these. You should run only one of each. They're really, really good. They go really well with the speed necklets so that you can constantly keep putting your traps up. And yeah, they're very, very, very solid. Talking about the Devil, the trapping speed necklets. They are all great. And much like the distance, I think they're like 12, 10, and 8%. They're like very close. It's really hard for me to like divide them even. But yeah, they make you place your traps faster. This is good for a number of reasons. Number one, it saves you time. If you have to set up 4 or 5 traps, you're done earlier. It also helps you to do very aggressive re-trapping. You teleport, you hit, you reset the trap, you teleport, you hit, you reset the trap, you teleport, you move around, you set up trap, you set it during chase, you can do a lot of stuff. You fake it maybe, and because you're faster, so I would have less room to guess. You do a lot of dirty things with that, and these add-ons are great. They also help, even though they don't make the trap like twice as fast or anything, they also help every hag. Whether you set up a little or a lot, whether you do it in chase, it almost builds off every style. So, in my opinion, they are very, very solid, and the stronger ones are very, very good. And I don't think there's much else to say. You gotta remember sometimes that while you are setting up a trap, another trap can be triggered. And if you set it up quicker, that means you can teleport there when you need to, as opposed to half a second later. So that's why this is so good. You can hit, set up a trap, and it's not that you just set it up faster, it's that you set it up faster so you can teleport to the next one right on cue to get another hit. The cracked turtle eggshell and the other eggshell are interesting. We also have the egg whatevers. These are the 3 add-ons that increase the time a trap stays up. So normally it's 5 seconds, and this is 1.25, 1.5, and 1.75. So they add about a couple seconds of extra trap uptime. This is not immediately super useful. If someone triggers a trap and you teleport and you hit them, these add-ons do literally nothing. But it can help a lot. If the trap stays up longer, that can allow you to reach it from longer or after longer. I'll give you an example. You're carrying a survivor, you put them in the basement, and right as you're getting into the basement, someone triggers a trap. Normally what would happen is you hook them, you spam left control, but it's too late. With this trap, it's not too late. You can still teleport there, and maybe be there and be where you need to be in time. So extra time to teleport to a trap is good. It also messes with survivors a lot. So one thing that a survivor can do is they trigger a trap, they vault the pallet, then you chase them, then they vault back thinking that the trap is about to disappear, but no, you can still teleport, so you can do a lot of mind games in loop, and that's where these add-ons really shine. You put them in a loop, they trigger the trap, you know they have dead hard, right? So you don't freak out, for example, and you keep chasing them, and then they go around, and they expect the trap to go down, so they get close to it, but then it doesn't go down. And then you teleport, or you don't, and they just go back to you, and then you hit them. Lots of little interesting mind games that you get with an extra second of uptime, so yeah, not too bad. Unfortunately, that's all the good add-ons for Hack. From here on out, it's bad. Grandma's Heart. It makes it so that when a survivor triggers a trap, you lose your terror radius, and the trap has a terror radius. And I don't think this terror radius is real, it doesn't apply the terror radius effects. It's horrible. I guess you losing your terror radius can be a bit deceiving and confusing, so better than nothing. Disfigure Ear. This add-on makes a sound effect kind of like a flashbang, but I'm gonna be completely real. The last time I tested this add-on, I couldn't notice it. I am almost sure that this add-on was bugged and might still be bugged. So by that definition, I would drop it down to the first spot of F tier, but I'm not sure. Maybe the effect is very little. I mean, yeah, we have other perks that do that. It's not super useful. We now have the 3 add-ons, the water add-ons, that increase the range of a hag trap. When the hag sets up a trap, it has a 3-meter diameter, right? Starting from the middle, it's a 3-meter diameter. And you can actually look physically, and you'll see a little air particle that indicates the exact edge. Survivors don't see this, thankfully, but you as a healer see it to help you prepare. These add-ons simply extend it by a little bit, and this is terrible. If a survivor steps on a trap right here, you can teleport and hit them right away. But if they step on a trap right here and you teleport and swing, you're not going to hit them. Yes, these will make traps trigger more often, but they will also make the cam swing less important because they're further, and it will make it more awkward for you to teleport and not hit them. If you really want to, you could place this add-on with the shackles so that you always know anytime anything is triggered and they are harder to avoid, I guess. but for normal gameplay, it really isn't good. So I would say it's F tier. They were bugged once. They're no longer bugged, if you wonder. They do work, but they're bad. I've seen a really good hack player bring this add-on to make the traps a little bit broader to cover certain hallways in certain maps. I still don't think it's worth it. With such good brown add-ons as the brown necklet, the brown mud fly, the brown eggshell, crack, whatever. Why would you ever bring this? In my opinion, not worth it. But yeah, we now have the Waterlock Shoe, an interesting add-on. It makes the hack 115% killer, so she moves at normal speed. And because she has a smaller terror radius of 24 meters, and she's a shorter killer, you know, she's a bit okay at chasing and catching people off guard. And her traps now slow down survivors that are near them when they are triggered. Think of it like a hinder from the clown, right? Except you cannot teleport to your own traps. This add-on disables the whole teleporting idea. And that's terrible. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can make a build around this and with some cute perks to build into the battle hag thing, but it's still much worse than normal hag. So for that reason, it's really, really bad. But it still slows down survivors, so whatever. We now have the Scarred Hand, which also prevents you from... It's a BP add-on, so it's a bit of a meme. It prevents you from teleporting to your own traps, but the traps have collision. So a survivor cannot go through them. So you could pair this with the egg turtle shell. So you could have a trap that stays up for almost 7 seconds and has no way to get through it. In some maps, this can be kind of funny and effective and annoying. You put someone in Badham basement in the main building and then you trap everywhere and they can't get in and they can't get out. It's fun until they disarm you with a flashlight and then you're like, what the hell? But yeah, overall it's terrible. It's really, really bad. It can lead to some shenanigans and it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie, to block windows and pallets, but there's so many ways to get around it and there's so many ways this will fail in many maps that unless you have a really specific build around it for the memes, I don't recommend it. It's really not that great. Moving on, we have the Cannibal. Unfortunately, I've had... Wait a minute, that's not the Cannibal. Oh, I guess the order messed up a bit. The Doctor. Doctor's better than Cannibal. Yes, we like Doctor better. The Doctor. Some of the hardest items to explain and to tier up. Luckily, our good friend Dre helped us a lot with lots of information from a very experienced Doctor player. Let's begin. The Doctor's best add-on is probably the Iridescent Queen. The Iridescent Queen is basically a passive bomb that you store in each survivor that you shock, or that you hit them with. Is it a shock or a blast? It's both. It's both, right? I'm having an existential crisis. I'm gonna check before I make a fool of myself. Yes, forgive me. I just cannot bear to continue with a doubt in my head. So anytime you shock or you blast any survivor, if they are not next to another survivor, if they're by themselves, if there's not another survivor immediately next to them, for example, working on the same generator, this add-on will give them a passive charge, and they will hold on to this charge, and this charge will literally shock themselves and the other survivors that they come in contact next. So this is a very complicated way of explaining that every time you shock a survivor, they now can't get close to other people without building up everyone's madness. And this ramps up really, really quickly. So let's say I blast everyone and 3 people get the passive charge. Now 2 of these people get next to each other. Now they go up a bit. Now the other person I chase and put them on the hook, and someone comes for the unhook, and now they blast each other, and one of them is injured, they go for someone else, they want to heal and blast, but now the person that wanted to heal them is in tier 3, so they can't heal. So there's a lot of ways that this add-on gets in the way, and the best part about it is that it's very universally useful. If you're a bad doctor and you're just shocking mindlessly, it helps. If you're a good doctor, shocks a bunch, it will help, and it will also make the other add-ons indirectly stronger. And if you're a really good doctor, it might not be your favorite, but you still get a lot of value because you'll be shocking people left and right and pushing them in the directions that make this add-on hurt. So for that reason, probably the best one, as my understanding goes. Really, really strong one. Don't forget that swappers in tier 3 cannot do many actions like use items and stuff like that. So overall, this can put them in tier 3 in specific times without you doing much that prevent them from finishing gens as fast as they'd like and doing stuff like that. This killer has a lot of add-ons that heavily go by different names, so let me make sure I am doing them right. Right, the first 3 add-ons that we're going to talk about are the Discipline add-ons. And they are the 3, the version 2, and the version 1. Discipline add-ons have 2 effects, the main effect and the affliction, right? The affliction is very simple. If they're in tier 2, which is most of the time, and you're chasing them, your red stain disappears. It completely disappears. And instead, they get a random, annoying red stain behind them. And if they're in tier 3, this is not just in chase, it's at all times. I'm going to tell you why this is good in 2 ways. Number 1, it helps you in chase. Swabber in tier 2, which is very, very easily attainable, they now cannot rely on the tier, on the red stain, because it's on them. This helps in chase as it is. But in tier 3, it can go both ways. I have sometimes, against really good survivors too, put a survivor into tier 3, and then left, and then maneuver around the map to come from a different angle. Now the survivor hears a loud terror radius constantly on them, dun 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 dun, and a red stain constantly on them. So they think, alright, he's gone, I'm just gonna get rid of this. And while they do that, they don't realize that I'm actually approaching from a different angle they didn't expect. So you can use that to catch tier 3 survivors off guard, actively and passively. So that affliction is pretty decent. But the really nice thing is the main effect. The main effect of Discipline is lowering the time it takes for your shock to take effect. When you shock a survivor, they gain a bit of madness, blah, blah, blah. But most importantly, for the next 2.5 seconds, they cannot do actions which are crucial in chase. They cannot drop pallets, they cannot vault, they cannot go into a locker, they cannot dead hard, they cannot rescue, they cannot heal, they cannot do anything for 2.5 seconds. So much of playing Doctor is following people around, shocking them, and then hitting them before they can do whatever. The problem is that with the delay of 1 second and the ping, that's the important part, it's really hard to do this. Sometimes the survivors get really close to a pallet, you shock them in your screen, they should have been dead, but in their screen, they had time to drop the pallet. Because by the time the information arrives to their computer, they've already pressed space. That sucks. Now with this add-ons, that is mitigated very significantly. With Discipline 3, it's 0.3 seconds earlier. With Discipline 2, it's 0.2. And with Discipline 1, it's 0.1. Discipline 1, noticeable. Discipline 2, good. Discipline 3, straight up amazing. You can shock survivors and they scream immediately and they cannot do anything almost immediately. And it's really, really good. It helps a ton in chase. It goes really well with extra range. It goes really well with anything else, really. It's amazing by itself, too. So, yeah, this makes your power way more consistent as an anti-chasing tool. So, and that's all that Doctor really needs sometimes. So, yeah, very, very good with a nice side affliction. We now go to the high stimulus electrode, the polish electrode, and the moldy electrode. They increase your range of shock by a little bit more. I think it's 10, 20, and 30%. Although I think they say it in meters now if you check the description. They used to have downsides, now they have 0 downsides. So they're great. They are amazing. Unfortunately, the base range of Doctor is a little bit too short. And many times you have a survivor shy of that range, who, if you shock properly, you could really lock down, but because of that lack of range, you can't. The brown already helps a lot. The yellow is significantly amazing at it, and the green is one of his best add-ons. With such a long range, you can interrupt people from doing bones, you can prevent people from opening gates, from jumping into the hatch, from getting a rescue. You can, if they have a gen really close, you can put them in tier 3 from really far. This extra range also applies to some of his wonky add-ons that we'll get to in a minute. So yeah, really good stuff. Makes him very versatile, makes it really hard to miss. They do have a certain downside in that they stretch the cone. So technically it makes your cone next to you a little bit thinner, but it's hardly noticeable and definitely a very, very minor downside compared to the major upside of extra range. So yeah, needless to say, that's really good. I am very sorry. I need to see. This is restraint. Okay. They're really hard to read. Next up, we have the restraint family of add-ons, and I'm gonna make sure I get them right. Yes. Wait a minute. Yes. Okay. The restraint add-ons are these, and wait. Am I stupid? Ah. Okay. And this. There you go. Okay. There are purple, a green, and a yellow. There's no brown restraint. The restraint add-ons, they have one main effect, which is to show you the aura of the survivor that just got blasted for 3, 2, and 1 second. This is good. You blast survivors, you see roughly where they are, or maybe they have calm spirit and you don't see where they are, but with this add-on you see exactly where they are and where they're going. Very, very helpful to keep up, to follow up shocks, to understand what they're doing. Maybe you see them walk, so you understand that they have sprint bursts. Maybe you see them finish healing, so you know. There's a lot of really good things that come with seeing survivors out after 4 seconds. So overall, very, very good. And they also have another effect, which is that you now see the doctor's illusions at any madness level. So typically what happens in a normal doctor without any add-ons is when a survivor is in madness 2, they see illusory doctors around the map that follow them, and they're not real, they're just like copies of doctor. And in tier 3, these doctors, you can see them as well. So when a survivor is in tier 3, randomly you see doctors around the map and you know that someone's right there, right there. This add-on, all of them have an affliction that make these illusory doctors, first of all, they last a lot longer, so they're much harder to miss. And second of all, you can see them even at tier 2. So with this add-on, put madness around, not only will you see the auras, you will constantly have information of where survivors are. So, needless to say, this is really good. Even if you don't have Tinker, Barbecue, whatever the heck perk to know where survivors are, as long as they have some level of madness, you will eventually have an idea of where they are, and maybe even find them at the end, confirm the 4th kill, and so on and so forth. Really, really decent stuff. Not immediately impactful in chase, however, but you already imagine that. We now get to the king, and I'm going to actually hold off and explain the king a little bit later. I typically go in order. I think it will make more sense that we don't. Let's now explain the tapes. We have the interview tape and the, what is the name of the other one? I think it's called distorted tape or something like that. Okay, the good tape and the bad tape. Let's just put it this way. Now, normally, as I explained, a normal doctor shock is a bit of a cone. It works like this. This interview tape instead takes that cone and turns it into a beam. Now, the beam is very thin, so it's really hard to hit around it. All of these positions where you normally would hit, you no longer hit with the beam, but it is naturally longer. So, if you put on this tape right here, you can have, without any add-ons, a much longer beam to shock survivors out of totems, to shock them out of gens, and to, if you're very skillful, still hit them at close range. You could pair it with range add-ons to make this go even further beyond, which gets super ridiculous. You can hit people from even outside of your terror radius sometimes. So really stupid stuff and really fun. And if you're a good doctor, you can take advantage of the upside without caring too much about the downside. So it's a decent tape. Unfortunately, the other tape is not good. Instead of changing it into a beam, it changes it into a ring. And the ring is actually hollow in the middle. So, yeah, that's it. With this tape, if you're here and a survivor is dead in front of you, you miss. So it only hits around you. This is terrible. Needless to say, it is a horrible add-on. Why would you ever bring this? Like, yeah, it hits a little bit around you, but like, it's not good. It's really hard to control, really unwieldy. The only effective use for this tape, in my opinion, is if you combine it with the other tape. If you combine the bad ring tape with the good beam tape, you actually combine both shapes together, and you will have this rather funny looking shape where survivors around you are almost guaranteed to get hit because this is pretty thick. And survivors in front of you, you have a good range. And if they get around a bit, that early range, you can still hit them. So yeah, you can combine them for a special shape. In my opinion, just run range and the normal add-on, and it's better than that. But hey, it's cool. And it definitely is a little bit unexpected, so that's fun. Now we move on to the calm add-ons. And they are as follows, these three. The calm add-ons reduce the time of your cooldown for your blast. Normally, you can do a big blast that finds people around you and puts them in madness every 60 seconds. And this reduces it by, I think, 6, 4, and 2 seconds. So, with add-ons, you can stack them together to reduce this even further, or just use one of them. Remember, if you stack them, the effect stacks, but the affliction is always the same. So you don't want to stack Doctor add-ons of the same type, unless you really know what you're doing, because you get less value than each of them individually. But that being said, you can still stack them. It's just the affliction. So what is the affliction of Calm? On top of the reduction of that cooldown, Calm randomly gives survivors with madness a very quiet terror radius that is that makes them think that you're somewhat nearby. So it's basically a paranoia inducer. You hit them with a bit of madness, let them go, and they'll hear the heartbeat, and maybe they'll freak out and stop healing, stop doing a gen without you necessarily even being there. And this terror radius doesn't have any real terror radius properties. It doesn't do terror radius perk effects, as far as I understand. But you know, you can still mess with them a little bit. So it's not too bad. Being able to blast people. Wait, I got it wrong. Oh my goodness, that's very embarrassing. Everything I just said, my friends, is about... Yeah, everything I just said is about Order, which is the next 3 add-ons. Yes. Oh my goodness, I really feared this would happen. Yes, the smaller terror radius is what Comms does. Yeah, Order will reduce the the cooldown, and it will also make fake illusory palettes spawn in the map, which is pretty good. Survivors that have a high madness, you randomly spawn illusory fake palettes. If they're smart, and if they're on comms, this is not super useful, but you know, every now and then a survivor running to a fake palette is pretty fun. So that's what these 3 add-ons do. Now, if you excuse me, let me explain what Calm does. Calm has the main effect of reducing your terror radius when you're not ready to blast, so that when you're on cooldown, you're stealthier, which is awesome. That's when you want to be stealthier. And increasing your terror radius when you are ready to blast. So it's honestly a really good set of circumstances. When you want to have a big terror radius to find people, you have it bigger. And when you want it to be smaller to catch them off guard, it is smaller. So yeah, these add-ons are good. As long as you don't have a build to have a big terror radius all the time, these add-ons are great. In fact, if you stack them together, which again you can do, and have monitor and abuse, you can have a 12-meter terror radius build or some ridiculous thing like that, which you can make Doctor a somewhat competent stealth killer, which is really hilarious to think. So yeah, that's what they do. And now we talk about the King. And the reason I wanted to wait this long is because the King essentially makes it so that every time you shock or blast a survivor, they get one of the 4 afflictions randomly applied to them. All of the afflictions together. So when you blast them a bunch of times, they'll get the terror radius and red stain behind them. They'll get the distant terror radius. They'll get the fake pallets, and they'll also get the, which one am I missing? And you'll also see the doctors that they see in Madness too. So yeah, all of the afflictions built into one. Now there's a problem. The afflictions do not stack with themselves. If you have fake pallets, it doesn't really make more fake pallets. So obviously, all of these add-ons that have afflictions, all of them are bad with the Eerie King because they are redundant. So immediately, all of these add-ons that we mentioned do not pair well with this add-on, which reduces its chances for synergy because you are wasting some of the add-on effects that you have. So ideally, this add-on is either run with range, so that you can blast more people and shock more, or you can shock more people, or with the Queen, so, which is even better, so that you have a lot of madness and a lot of different effects. Now, unfortunately, the stronger survivors, they're not that put off by the afflictions. They don't fall for fake pallets, they're not scared of a minor terror radius, they're not too bothered by the red stain. What they are really bothered by is the 0.3 seconds from discipline or the extra range. So the Eerie King is a good noob stomper. It's a decent add-on overall, but it's not the best. So I would really recommend that you use it sparingly. And after that, we only have the Maple Knight left. The Maple Knight takes all of these shapes that I've explained and highlights them in front of you, so that you know exactly how far your shock goes. Much like I said with Nurse, the best way to use this add-on is to put it on in a private match or your first few games and see how your range changes, so that you can have an idea of what it looks like and what it does. After that, take it off. It's distracting. It wastes an add-on slot. It doesn't make it bigger or faster or anything. It doesn't do anything, this Maple Knight. It only gives you just a visual indicator that you don't need after a little bit of experience. So for that reason, it's barely useful at all. But that being said, we now move on to the next killer, this time properly, the Cannibal. And we were very lucky to have a lot of Cannibal players chime in and give us their opinion. I tried to put my knowledge with theirs together, and this was the result. The Cannibal has a few decent add-ons, many useless or bugged or straight up bad add-ons. And unfortunately, at higher levels, you'll come to depend on some of the better ones, which is not a horrible thing, but still. The best add-ons probably, by far, and the easiest ones to use are the chilies. The award-winning chili and the normal chili. These add-ons turn his chainsaw dashes into longer versions of themselves. The award-winning chili by 0.5 seconds, so every time you use your chainsaw, and every time you do another sweep, have a second extra. And the chili is noticeably weaker, it's half, 0.25. You can use them together, and you'll have a chainsaw that is not much faster than usual or anything like that, but that goes on for a very long time. If a survivor thinks that they can outspeed you somewhere, no they can't. No, they really can't. They really, your chainsaw just never ends. A survivor that uses Sprint Burst in front of you, without add-ons, you can already catch up to them. With these add-ons, you will catch up to them and then some. But yeah, anytime you hit a survivor and you try to hit another, or you try to use your chainsaw along a long loop, these add-ons they are so easy to use. Super easy to use. They have no downsides whatsoever. They pair really well with the other add-ons that we'll see in a minute. They make slightly unoptimal plays still good. If you take a loop a little bit too loose, doesn't matter. You have a long chainsaw, you're still gonna get them, or you're still gonna get the pallet. So it makes bad bubbas better, and it makes good bubbas scary AF. So really good add-ons. There's not much else to say about them. Your first chainsaw is a little bit longer, and everything after that also is longer and longer and longer. I really want to say there's no downside to it, really. Overall, so really good. Next up, we have the engraving add-ons, which are called the scratches. I think they're called the beast marks and the knife scratches. Now, strictly speaking, the beast marks is a straight upgrade, and I don't think you should use both of these add-ons together. I think that's a bit crazy. It's possible, but it's a bit crazy. You probably just want to use the strongest one. If you don't have the green one because you're poor, then the yellow one is almost as good. But otherwise, I might as well put the yellow one in F tier, because the green one is so much better. These add-ons increase the time it takes for you to prepare your chainsaw, which is really bad. It's really bad. But they make you 3% and 2% faster as a straight upgrade. So normally the chainsaw begins fast and then speeds up. Well, with these add-ons, it begins faster and ends up faster, which is awesome. And luckily, some of the devs clarified everything. I used to think that these add-ons were really bad because 3% and 2% is not worth the time it takes for your chainsaw to ready up. Until I realized just how potentially deadly they are with the chilies. As it is, 3% faster is not that great of a deal, and if a survivor is playing around windows tightly, it's a little bit hard to get them. But when your chainsaw goes on for so much longer thanks to the chilies, then that 3% really adds up. I know cannibals that use these two add-ons together for mobility. Imagine seeing a Bubba use the chainsaw at the start of the game for mobility. That's pretty insane if you ask me. So yeah. On top of that, as I said, playing tight around windows and stuff is harder because you have a little bit less time to get your chainsaw in. But most of the time, good cannibals use bamboozle to block windows, and it really comes down to the open and pallets and other loops. And this is where these items really shine. If you are sitting at a pallet or behind some kind of wall with this add-on ready and some kind of chili, the really good Bubbas can use these add-ons to an insanely tricky effect, where Bubba is so fast that you actually play it a bit like a pig. And if you know how the pig works, when she sits down and she uses her power, if you don't pre-drop the pallet, you're guaranteed to get hit pretty much if you don't run away. With the exception that this guy goes so fast that he can go for so long that he can actually catch you if you run away. So it makes Bubba really strong in some loops and makes him have an actual kind of anti-loop before the pallet is dropped, which is really scary. I would say, for an average or a beginner Bubba, these add-ons are not for you. I don't recommend them. Stick to the chillers, stick to some of the other add-ons we'll see. For the really advanced Bubba players, these add-ons give them a really good chance to catch even really good survivors in places that you wouldn't think are possible. Let's go for some of the more mild but very useful add-ons. The primer bow is a great add-on. Every time the cannibal uses a charge, he has to recharge it, and I think it takes 4 seconds per charge. Well, this add-on just cuts that by a significant amount. I think it saves 1 second per charge, and then the spark plug, which is the lesser version, is half a second. This is great. Many times you have a survivor that is happy to pre-drop pallets. They drop a pallet, maybe you break a wall, and then you use your chainsaw, but you only have 1 charge, so you miss by a little bit. With this add-on, you probably already have 2 charges. So it allows you to keep up using your chainsaw in prolonged encounters, and by the time you really need it, have 1 charge or have the amount of charges that you need. It also helps when you bump into things and you need to get your charges back quicker. So yeah, overall, really good. If not directly impactful in your first chase. One add-on that can be very impactful in chase, however, is the iridescent flesh. With the iridescent flesh, anytime you hit a survivor, all of your charges are immediately reimbursed. And if you're quick and do it well enough, you can keep your chainsaw going forever, as long as you keep hitting people, obviously. This is extremely dirty. You can use your chainsaw, hit a survivor that just got rescued, and then use the other new charges to catch the other person. If survivors ever group up, this can make it so that 1 hit now turns into 2 hits, which means 2 downs. You can use this with the speed limiter to make the speed limiter almost good, which is awesome. We'll get to that. So yeah, this gives the cannibal chances to turn bad situations into really bad situations for survivors, which is really fun. And I think this add-on is really fun. So that's great. You still need to time your charges a little bit accurately, but it's still fun. I highly recommend it. Problem: if survivors are smart against Cannibal, they're going to split the heck up for the most part. And in the 1v1, this add-on does very little, if anything at all. So yeah, that'll be its downside. We now have the light chassis. This add-on is a personal favorite of mine. I love this add-on. When you rev your chainsaw for the few seconds it takes, I think it's only 2 seconds if you do it straight up, you see auras of survivors 8 meters around you. Now the nice part about this is that you can just rev your chainsaw a little, get the effect, and then just cancel it. And this is awesome. There's many times when a survivor is injured. Obviously, this before I go into the niche use, you can just use this for normal stuff. A survivor is behind a tree, and you rev your chainsaw, and you see that he starts running. Well, you're more accurate with your chainsaw, which is awesome, while you're revving it up. But the nice part about this, is that, as I said, is that you can spam it to get information. So if I'm chasing survivors around a loop, I will constantly be tapping my M2 and seeing them through walls. And they often have no idea that you're doing this. and they can make really big mistakes and you can catch them off guard a lot. So it allows you to see people through walls and even just do normal M1 mind games with it. So I personally really like it, even though, as I said, it doesn't help you once your chainsaw has started. And now we tackle the 3 chains. And we have really fun effects. The first one gives us 90 seconds of broken, which is nuts. You can hit a survivor with your chainsaw, put them on the hook, have them on the hook for a whole minute, they get rescued last second, and now they can't heal. Now, you could argue that this is a bit of a downside. Survivors that don't heal sometimes do gems instead, which is bad. But not giving them that choice in the first place is kind of cool. Let's say that they're trying to play around some windows really strongly, and they have some boom totems, strong medkits, will make it, yada yada. Well, now they're broken. They can't do anything about it. God forbid you hit multiple people like this. Yeah. The broken is pretty hard to shake off. The timer is really, really cruel, and it's a pretty powerful add-on. Although, as I said, it doesn't necessarily help you to get the hit in the first place, like the chilies, for example, do. So, yeah. It's a bit of a win more add-on. The next add-on makes survivors drop their items when they are hit with a chainsaw. The item doesn't disappear or lose charges, it just drops them. Not too bad, especially multiple people group up or something and they lose their precious medkits and stuff. I think that if they have toolboxes, you're gonna be too late to use it. If they have medkits, well, they're on the ground, so they'll come and pick it up back later. It's not incredible, but it is quite annoying. And survivors are really stupid sometimes. They will do suicide lemming missions to get their items back, even at times where they really shouldn't. So if you have some kind of perk to make your turrets smaller or make them oblivious, they could be running back into you. So not too bad. The next one makes survivors mangled until they are healed. So very simple. You hit them with your chainsaw, put them in the hook. If they want to heal again, now they'll take a little bit longer. And now we go for the 2. Wait, actually, we forgot the vegetable oil. The vegetable oil shaves a fraction of a second when you successfully hit a survivor with your chainsaw. Anytime you hit a survivor, your chainsaw does a very short animation now, and you can pick him up faster. Pretty good. This also helps when there's multiple survivors doing multiple things, and you have this crazy back and forth where you down one survivor and then whack another. This add-on, that 0.3 seconds is pretty noticeable. It's pretty good. Again, it only happens when you hit a survivor. If you miss, this add-on does nothing. So it's a nice, feel-good brown add-on. Pretty good for its rarity, but hardly extremely game-changing. Not too bad, though. We then have the muffler, homemade muffler, and the puncture file or something. These add-ons reduce the time that it takes for you to be in tantrum. There's many times where, as a beginner, you bump into things, and that's bad because it's very slow. And sometimes when you hit a survivor through a window, you also bump into things, which is bad because, I mean, you got the hit, which is good, but now you take longer. These add-ons reduce that by a little bit, and I've seen survivors be caught off guard by how quickly you can recover. You don't have charges, so it's not like you can use your chainsaw immediately, but you can M1 or grab or whatever. So, not too bad, not too bad. For beginners and for seasoned players, it can come in handy sometimes. The lubricant shop, the shop lubricant is a weird add-on. It's a really strange add-on. Really, really bad add-on in my opinion. When you down a survivor with your chainsaw, if another survivor is not within 20 meters, that is to say, if there's no one around them, that survivor becomes invisible to people from afar. There is no visual or sound or any indication that this has happened. Now, if this add-on had an indication, that would be awesome. Imagine, you down a survivor, the add-on shows up, and then you have information. No one around me. Or it doesn't show up, so you also have information. Someone around me. But it doesn't do that. You have to guess. So this add-on is garbage. You don't know what you're doing. And don't forget that even if you down a survivor and you leave them and they are invisible, they could be survivor friends. They could be telling, yeah, he downed me by Shag. I am here. Please come pick me up. So it's a weird add-on that could have no effect. It doesn't have any downside, however. And every now and then, you're going to down a survivor that is playing solo and then go for someone else, and then that guy will be there for the rest of his life. So that is kind of funny. In that occasional eventuality, I suppose this add-on does something. But yeah, now it's super good. Then we have the grease and the long guide bar. These add-ons are worthless. They allow the Cannibal to rep his chainsaw for longer while not losing tantrum. Now, if you're the Cannibal and you're face camping someone with your chainsaw, you you go into tantrum. But here's the thing. You can face camp without revving it. You can just rev it last second. So yeah, this adds 2 and 1 second, and they are worthless because you don't need to do that. But odds, what if I want to use the light chassis and I want to rev my chainsaw a lot? You can just rev it on and off, and you get the same effect. And you don't need these add-ons. They are bad. There's no reason to ever run them unless you want to fill an add-on slot. Really bad. There's almost 0 times when you're going to be revving your chainsaw, stopping, revving your chainsaw, stopping, revving your chainsaw, and now you need it. No, it's really bad. Next, we have the depth gauge rake. This add-on is kind of insane. It makes your chainsaw a little bit slower, which is bad. That is a minus. But it also... and it takes a little bit longer to charge. Did they remove that? Hold up, they might have removed that in a patch. I'm gonna check real quick. These are the kind of things that are easy to... Yeah, no, they did not. No, they did not. I'm glad to have looked into it. Yeah. As I was saying, it reduces the speed by a little bit, which is basically a negative this yellow add-on, which is bad. And it increases the time it takes to charge it, which is worse. But it gives you a 4th chainsaw sweep. So basically, slower chainsaw, but it goes for a very long time. And if you pair this with the chili, your chainsaw can go like a train for miles and miles and miles. The nice way to summarize this would be to say that this add-on makes your strengths stronger. You could go a very long time. But it also makes your weaknesses worse. You're not very fast, and it takes a long time. Overall, as much as me and other people have tried to use this add-on to any effect, the overall conclusion seems to be that the chili is better and the engravings are better. And there's no good reason to run this add-on ever. All of those add-ons I mentioned would help with any combination, and the downsides just don't seem worth it. If you want to have a long chainsaw, run chilies, both, or chili and beast marks. It would be better than this. The only reason you would run this is if you want to maniacally tap the power button 3 times. In which case, go for it. And then we have the carburetor tuning guide. This add-on, I'm going to say right now, if it was not bugged, it would be right here. So in the future, if you're watching this and it gets corrected, it's probably top of V tier. It's a cute add-on. It takes your 3 charges, which are hard to manage for beginners, and turns it into 1 fat charge. So it's a bit like old Bubba. You use your chainsaw and it goes on for a long time. You don't need to do each charge manually. It just comes all at once. This is nice for a beginner. Again, if it wasn't bugged, because it's easier to handle. It does lower your speed by a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. Overall, I would say for a beginner, it would be pretty good. You could also pair this with the chili to make that charge even longer. Pair it with the flash to just keep going if you hit a survivor. There's a lot of things you could do. The problem is that this add-on is currently bugged, and it makes your chainsaw significantly slower than it should be. I'm talking that when you begin your chainsaw, you are literally slower than a survivor. And you only begin to catch up near the end. I don't understand why it's bugged. It's been like that for a long time. They say they fixed it, but it doesn't seem like they have. At least so far. So yeah, this add-on would be alright-ish with everything I just explained. But because it's so much slower than it's supposed to be, it really makes your chainsaw pathetic. Try it, if only for the laughs. Another add-on that will actually give you a laugh for a better reason is the speed limiter. Much like the Hillbilly, this makes your chainsaw not insta-down. But unlike the speed limiter of Hillbilly, this is actually kind of fun. Because you can pair it with the flesh to hit, recharge, and then hit them again. And you get a lot of blood points, which are completely unnecessary. Like, you're gonna cap so quick anyway. But it's fun. It's really fun, and it messes with survivors. And you can be kind of stronger than some other killers. So, if you think about it, it is a bit of a laugh. Otherwise, obviously, it is a terrible add-on, and you're better off without it. And next up, we're going to the Nightmare. The Nightmare is a decent killer, especially with strong gen defense perks, but his add-ons are generally underwhelming, and some of them are surprisingly bad. The only add-on that I consider to be all-around good, or even great, is the Red Paintbrush. The Red Paintbrush has many great effects. First of all survivors start the game in the dream world. No 60 seconds to fall asleep or whatever. They all start asleep. So if you find a survivor in the first few seconds, as you should, as you would like, that survivor can already be susceptible to dream snares and dream pallets. Most often dream snares. So that's incredibly good. Incredibly good. And another thing that this add-on does is that survivors can no longer wake up by failing skill checks. In fact, their way to wake up now has to be to go to the TBs, which is still a bit of a pain because when they go to a TB, now they're awake for 90 seconds and so on. But still, this is really good. If they cannot wake up by themselves quickly and on command, you now have a lot more survivors asleep at any given time. More survivors asleep mean that you get your power back much quicker to teleport, which is good. It means that if you interrupt them, you can use your chase power, the snares or the pallets, which is very, very good. And also, it means that they don't hear a terror radius, which means that you're a bit stealthier, which is also great. So, more survivors asleep is a great thing overall, and this add-on helps you to do that from the start, which is great. Because survivors no longer wake up with skill checks, it means that the 2 add-ons, actually 3 add-ons, that are meant to proc during skill check misses are infinitely better. So these add-ons only really shine with the paintbrush. And perks like Lullaby to make survivors miss skill checks, Oppression, and so on. All the skill check perks now have a proper home in a build with this add-on. But not without, because otherwise they would wake up, which would be a waste. Yeah. The add-on's pretty good as it is. And nothing, like if I could, I would put every other add-on in the C tier. But I'm not going to do that. But yeah, this add-on is probably by far the best. Now we have the 3 add-ons that give effects when survivors are asleep. The swing chains, the jumping rope, and whatever this cord is called. And we're gonna explain what it does. When survivors are asleep, and only if they're asleep, the swing chains makes their footsteps louder. And there's no way to prevent that, which is awesome. Louder footsteps means that you can track survivors a little bit better and immediately understand that someone on the other side of a door, if their footsteps are louder, is someone that is asleep. So that's great. Great tracking, allows you to mind game a bit easier. If they run away, you can hear it clearer. Helps a little bit in chase. Pretty universally useful. And survivors have no way to make their footsteps quieter other than waking up. So, great stuff. Well, comparatively speaking. Then the green add-on makes them louder when they're in the dream world, which is awesome. If a survivor is louder, they're harder to hide and you can find them. If they're in a locker, you're going to hear them more clearly, stuff like that. Problem, if they have Iron Will, they completely counter this add-on. So survivors with Iron Will that are injured, well, the ones that are healthy obviously counter it. But survivors that are injured, they will be affected unless they have Iron Will. The nice thing about this other add-on right here is that if they have Iron Will, you still hear their footsteps. But with Iron Will, this add-on literally does nothing. Nothing. And then we have the add-on that makes them a little bit louder when they work on gens. This is a bit of a frustrating one. When a survivor that is asleep works on a gen, you hear them a little bit clearer. It's basically the same effect as surveillance. Survivors can counter it by running a certain add-on or running the perk Technician, but let's be real, nobody does that, so yeah. Problem. It's only working for survivors that are asleep. And I've found that this add-on, as useful as it is to hear survivors from a bit louder and hear them on gens a little bit more clearly, most of the time survivors are awake or they're asleep and you already know you're there. So the situations where these add-ons really help, I would say, I'm gonna have to reject that, forgive me, are very far in between. So, really bad and unreliable if you were hoping to really get any crazy effect out of it. So, these add-ons are not amazing, but the chains are significantly better. We then have the black box, which is a cute add-on. Anytime someone that is asleep opens a gate, that exit gate is blocked, the actual exit is blocked for a few seconds. I believe it's 15 or something. And it doesn't really matter who opens the gate. As long as you're asleep, it's blocked for you. So you could have, for example, one survivor that is healthy and awake, opening the gate, and someone else that is asleep, and they come in and they try to take hits for each other, but it doesn't matter because this blocks the gate for that asleep person. In my opinion, this add-on is actually kind of clutch. It can make, I mean, it goes without saying that if you're good and you destroy the survivors, this add-on will do nothing. And if you're relying on killing them early and not getting to endgame, this add-on will do nothing. But there's a lot of situations where this add-on can be great. In the 1v1, if they open gate and they're asleep, they won't be able to escape. If you have Remember Me, No Way Out, all of these add-ons that, perks, that drag on the endgame, Know It, like, if they make the mistake of opening a gate at the wrong times, and they often do because they want to 99 them, this add-on is pretty great. And it goes really well with Blood Warden as well, because they could open a gate, try to escape, they can't, you hook, and then block it for everyone with Blood Warden. So that alone, I think, makes this add-on, even though it's extremely situational and could completely miss the mark, somewhat of a threat. Why is it a bit of a unreliable add-on? They could open a gate and then just be awake and not be affected. Or you could be a little bit far and they take 2 hits for each other and they heal a bit and they're completely fine. There's a lot of ways it could backfire or completely miss the mark, but an otherwise okay-ish add-on. And then we have the blocks. We have the Unicorn block and the Sheep block. These make survivors blind for 60 seconds, I believe. And wait, is it 60 or 90? I've forgotten. I believe it's 60. 60 and 30 seconds of blindness when they interact with your traps, which are either the snares or the pallets, most often the snares. These add-ons are good. These add-ons are good. Compared to everything else we have, these add-ons are great. And the 60 seconds is pretty noticeable. It's very easy to put a trap on a gen, or a trap on a choke point, or a trap on basement, stairs, or it's very easy to force survivors in and out of chase to step on traps constantly. In fact, some survivors are a bit of a smartass and they walk into your traps thinking that they're smart disarming them. And with this add-on, you can play around windows, you can play around kindred, you can play around maps, you can play around keys, you can play around anything that can read your aura and disable it for a substantial amount of time without you doing much, without you doing really anything. So for that reason, I think they are serviceable and decent. We then have the Z block and the kitty cat block. The Z block makes survivors hemorrhage for 90 seconds, and the cat block I think is 60 seconds. Hemorrhage is a status effect where if a survivor is halfway healed and then they stop, they lose progress. I'm not gonna lie, Freddy's not an amazing injurer. He's no Legion, he's no Huntress. If you have a survivor injury, you're probably gonna chase them. If they are healing, they're probably safe. These add-ons aren't great. Seeing the extra blood on the ground is not super helpful. And they only really go well with snares. And if they step on snares, like, what are the chances that they are... Yeah, no, there's just too many conditions. If these add-ons were easier to apply, or if they lasted forever, or if there was something else to them, I could see them being somewhat good. But as they are right now, even though hemorrhage can sometimes be okay, I think they're way too situational, and I wouldn't recommend them. We then move on to the dress add-ons. The blue, which is a green dress, the green, which is a yellow dress, I think it's called, and the wool shirt. These add-ons all do the same. If a survivor misses a skill check while they're asleep, not any other time, while they're asleep, they now additionally lose 4% of progress for healing and gems. For healing, it's not that big of a deal. 4% is like a bit of about a second, give or take, depends on the heal. For gems, 4% is pretty damn good. That's a few extra seconds. And if they miss such skill check, you see their aura for... Hold up. Am I saying this right? If they miss such skill check, you see their aura for 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and 0 seconds. And you can stack these together as well. You could do double dress for 8% together, for example. This is pretty good. I personally like the green dress or the blue dress with the paintbrush. And the nice part of this... wait, I have a feeling I'm missing something. 2 seconds. I have a feeling I'm missing something terrible. I want to double check something. Accept my apologies. I was only panicking about something. No, I had it right. It is indeed the amount I just told you. So back to it. As I said, my favorite combo, which is somewhat viable, is to run the paintbrush with one of the dresses, and then have some kind of skill check perk. If they miss skill checks, big L, and they don't wake up from it. So they can keep missing skill checks with the dress working. It is actually really hilarious to see someone miss a skill check and lose like 20% of progress. So yeah, that's something that is kind of fun. And one of the few joys of the add-ons already. We then have the drawings, the Nancy's Masterpiece and the Kid's Drawing, or whatever it's called. These add-ons are widely believed to be some of Freddy's best add-ons. Wrongly. They are terrible. They do 3% faster and 2% faster recovery for each survivor that is in the dream world. So, if all survivors are awake, you don't get your power any faster, which is obviously terrible, because it takes a while. But if one survivor is asleep, now you do it 2% faster. And if you use both, 5% faster. Anyway, long story short, I run the numbers on these add-ons separately, together, and my conclusion is that these add-ons, on average, they make your power come back 2 to 3 seconds earlier on best case scenario, depending on whether you run one or both. Now, I don't know about you, but for a power that takes a while to come back, 2 or 3 seconds earlier is pathetic. Pathetic. Even if you fake your power and you get it back a little bit quicker, these add-ons are... what they do is useful. And if they had a big number, they would be quite scary. But as it is right now, you could buff them and do like 3 times what they do, and they would still be only okay. They are very, very bad. Now, if you keep all survivors asleep longer with the one good add-on that Freddy has, definitely these add-ons are a bit more useful because you get the 3% on everyone more constantly. So I would run these add-ons with that if I wanted to get max value, but otherwise they really don't do that much. I think you're better off with some of the other add-ons, to be fair. Feel free to crunch numbers yourself, and you'll see that at best they save like 0.8, 1 second when you use the yellow one, maybe 2 seconds when everyone's asleep. And these are, like, considering that you don't teleport all the time, like the moment you have it, you get it. There's the potential for this few extra 1 or 2 seconds to be wasted is very, very high. So I really, really don't recommend these add-ons. Then we have the bottle pill. This add-on makes you invisible while you carry survivors from afar. Oh, no, it makes you invisible while you carry survivors. Other than maybe trying to obstruct some flashlight save, I think this is horrible. And it also makes you a little bit less visible from afar. So basically, when you get within a certain distance, I think 32 meters, you begin to be visible. With this add-on, you don't really get visible until 24 meters. So it's like a monitor abuse, but for your visibility. And that, I guess, is alright. It's not too bad, I suppose. I mean, they're still gonna hear the thing, and they're still gonna see you, and they still have plenty of time to react, and in their maps it's completely worse. It's bad. It's really bad. I don't recommend it. We then have the class photo. The class photo has a big upside and a massive downside. The big upside is that when you teleport to a gen, all of the gens spew blood, and the survivors don't actually see you magically create yourself. So they don't know which gen you're going to. This is good. This is really good. If they see blood, they will run away from the gen. They won't know if they can commit, and if they commit and you are in there, in fact, you can grab them or hit them or whatever. So it's a bit spooky, and it makes survivors let go of gens often. And if you have Deadman Switch and other perks like that, it can be quite annoying. For them, you can teleport to one gen and block many other gens. So Deadman Switch makes this almost good, almost good, which is nice. But there's a problem, and it's the fact that it doesn't let you cancel the projection, and that is horrible. every time you teleport to a gen, you are locked into that teleport. So a survivor in chase now understands that as long as they run away from gens, you're never going to be next to them. This makes it hard for you to get people off gens mid-chase. It makes it hard for you to fake teleporting. To teleport in chase, it's dangerous. They can hear the sound of you beginning your teleport as well, so they know that you're somewhere, that you can't fake. The downsides are just not typically worth it unless you really run it with a very specific build. And even that specific build is probably better off with other add-ons and other strategies going forward than just committing to a teleport, in my opinion. We then have the 3 add-ons that changed Freddy's power to from blood snares that slow down survivors to pallets that are fake. And if survivors drop them, they vanish into nothing. The only difference between these add-ons is that the greater ones give you auto reading. So if a survivor drops a pallet, you see their auto for a few seconds, less seconds with the yellow one, and 0 seconds with the brown one. So you don't want to stack these add-ons. The auto reading is not that big of a deal, so just run the best one that you have and ignore the others. But why are they all still bad? Very simply put, pallets are worse than snares. Now, every now and then, the developers will come out and say, actually, we the developers know the fact that pallets are better than snares. I could go on a very long video explaining why that is probably statistically true. But at higher levels, when you get good at Freddy and the survivors are not stupid, the pallets are very unreliable. They can call out which pallets have been dropped. Many maps don't even have good spawns for pallets, so every pallet that can possibly spawn is already occupied, so you can't really fool survivors. And some survivors just don't really care about pallets. They just run you through places that they know they're safe, they go for windows, they just fall forward. The pallets are really not that big of a deal. Against really good survivors, they are just downright worse than snares. And for that reason, I think this is bad. Now, if you want to go with the best of the bunch and then pair it with some other fun add-on, that is fun. It's really fun. I really recommend you try these add-ons because Pallet Freddy is hilarious when it works. But I would say that for the cost of one add-on and downgrading your power, it's really not great. I put them on E rather than F just because of the fun factor. And because some teams really do stupid things with bad pallet. And then we have the Kids Drawing. Yeah, that's what it's called. This is called the Kids Drawing. This add-on is a meme add-on. It gives you extra blood points. You don't need the extra blood points, and I don't think it's good. Instead of slowing down survivors by 15% with your snares, which is a lot, you slow them down by only 5%, which is almost nothing. So yeah, survivors basically, you don't have a power, basically, but you get extra BP. Horrible stuff. Don't run this add-on. And now we move on to the pig, and she has many add-ons that affect different parts of her power, and depending on your playstyle and a bit of luck and what kind of survivors you play against, you will have very different opinions on all of them. Hopefully, this tier list made her justice. Possibly her strongest add-on is the videotape. The videotape is a pretty ridiculous add-on. It takes all of her 4, sometimes you can have more, but it takes 4 of her inventory reverse bear traps, which is the thing that you put on survivors, and automatically places them on each survivor at the start. This is really game-changing. The pig has really decent middle game with her slowdown, but very little luck in terms of chase, and very little luck in terms of almost anything else. So giving her a good early game delayer, plus perks, plus maybe another add-on is very game-changing, especially if you're in a map where it's hard to do or find the boxes, and if your teammates are a little bit lost. If all of these things happen together, this add-on is probably great because it just counters, covers for one of her bigger weaknesses, which is the early game. After that, maybe she still has one trap from another add-on that we'll get to in a minute, or has some other plan or some other perks going on that makes her really, really hard to beat if you already have a few hook stages lost and no gems done. So that's probably her best add-on. Arguably, the second best add-on is now Amanda's Letter. This add-on makes her lose 2 traps, which is tragic. Now she only start with 2 reverse bear traps. But it gives you a very significant advantage, which is when you crouch, you see the arrows of people very far around you, I believe 12 meters. This is amazing for looping and for overall overall like chase power. If a survivor gets behind something, you no longer have to guess. If they run away, you see them. If they're hiding, you find them. If they're going into a cheeky basement, whatever, you might see them. If they're hiding behind a corner, they will have no idea that you have this add-on half the time and eat it up. You use 2 or maybe 3, we'll get to that, traps, and get to a good middle game, and your early and later chases are easier because of this add-on. Needless to say, in indoor maps, even better, because you can just sneak around, and it has good synergy with several other add-ons. So yeah, pretty good stuff if you ask me. The downside, of course, is significant, but I think a really good pick probably can use the auto reading to a great effect in a number of tiles, knowing exactly what a survivor is and how to use your lack of terror radius and ability to ambush and so on. So yeah, pretty damn good. We then have the sketches and the plan, the annotated sketch and the annotated plan. These add-ons make you start with 1 extra bear trap, and this can immediately make the tape better by making everyone start with 4 and then giving you 1 extra. And it can also cover for the weaknesses of the letter by giving you 1, so you have 3 instead of 4, but a really nice auto reading power. So these are really, really good. Let's start with the weaker one. It gives you 1 extra trap, but it has 1 downside, kinda. If a survivor activates the trap when they do a gen, the timer is now 10 seconds longer, so they have a bit more time to get rid of it, which is theoretically bad. In practice, it's not too bad, because if they finish generators while this person's wearing this, they also lose 10 seconds. Most of the times, when they finish a generator, the person with the trap is on the hook, so they don't really lose the 10 seconds, so this gives you extra trap, and basically no net benefit or loss. Not too bad. Now this one, however, has no downside whatsoever. It gives you 1 extra trap, and if a survivor with a trap touches a gen, that gen is highlighted. That is awesome. The few bold survivors that just want to do gens can expose themselves and give you good info with this. And if you pair it with the tape, as we said earlier, now any survivor that touches gens at the start and tries to be cheeky will reveal their position, which is great. So amazing add-on overall. No reason not to run it. We then move on to the rule set number 2. Now this add-on by itself is a bit of a dud. You put it on, and any survivor with a trap, as long as the trap is not active, they will not see the boxes that they have to do. And that is a bit of a bad deal, but also not a terrible thing sometimes. Think about it. If a survivor has a trap that is inactive, what they're most likely going to do is just do gens. And if they do gens, now they activate the trap, but now you're losing gens. Maybe it's better if they just focus on doing their boxes, right? So, and maybe they're very smart and they find the boxes anywhere. So making the boxes invisible from auto reading with this, which is what this add-on does, it's not that big of a deal. But then you realize that there's a couple combos that you can do with this. Number 1, you can pair this with the annotated sketch. And now you have a win-win situation. You put a trap on someone, that person, let's say the gen is not active, so they cannot find, just find the boxes from afar. So they do gens. And when they do gens, then this add-on highlights it, which is awesome. But then, how about they do a gen? Well, what about they work on, what about the gen is done? Then the other green add-on works, and they don't see it. That's basically, yeah, no, but I'm sorry, I'm talking over myself. Basically, if the add-on is not working, the downside of them working on gens is covered by the other add-on. And what I was trying to say is, but what if you pair this with the tape? Then, as you would expect, everyone starts with their traps off, and everyone starts without seeing boxes. And that can be absolute chaos. For beginner players, I imagine this must be even worse. Let's say that you spawn in an indoor map, you don't know where the gens are. You can work on gens, because you're gonna put the traps on for everyone, which would be horrible if you finish one. But you also can't find the boxes. And then you find a box, but someone else also has a helmet, and they're there, and you can't do it at the same time. And then the killer shows up. So, a lot of dirty potential, especially with the tape, maybe a little bit with the sketch for this add-on. By itself, not so good. With these two, really, really scary. And then we have Amanda's Secret, a very underrated add-on that I personally value really highly. This add-on has a downside. It makes the traps, the boxes invisible for the killer. So you do not see the white auras of the boxes so that you can easily control them. Sometimes this is bad because you have 3 people with traps on and you're like, okay, I need to focus on patrolling traps and you don't know where they are. So that would be bad. But the upside is very significant. When someone removes their trap, you see a notification and you see their aura for 6 seconds. And this is kind of key, especially if you pair it with another add-on to have extra traps. What you can do with this add-on is basically have a person be useless for as long as possible while they search for their trap, and the moment that they remove it, and the moment that you really, they're probably gonna heal up, maybe they were injured, they will now start to heal up, do gems, do useful things. Now you see them, so you go back to them, maybe with your stealth. You can use your stealth with this add-on and catch them off guard and down them. Many times I see a survivor with a medkit finish the box and begin to heal, so I crouch, I get close, kill them. Really, really useful stuff. It tells you when that person that you want to tunnel can be tunneled while still getting most of the slowdown from them doing as many boxes as they have to. Talking about slowdown, we have the Crate of Gears and the Bag of Gears. Both of these add-ons make you place your trap a little bit quicker. This is not super critical. If a survivor finishes a gen while you're putting the trap, it's still on, so it just saves you a bit of time. But more importantly, they delay the time it takes for each search. And as you can imagine, this grows and grows every extra search they do. If they do 1 search, well, they got a little bit slower. They do 2 searches, well, that slowness is multiplied by 2. 3 searches, oh my god, 4 searches. Sometimes you literally can die with some of these add-ons. So yeah, pretty scary, pretty universal value. If everyone gets it up first try, not so good. If everybody takes at least 2 or 3 attempts, that time over, that additional time eventually adds up. And don't forget that if a survivor is doing a box, they also, it's a very time sensitive thing. If they get interrupted, they need to start again. So if a survivor is almost done, but then you go and interrupt them and they have to get off, thanks to this add-on, maybe they didn't finish it in your face. So that is pretty decent. Now we delve into the add-ons that increase the Pig's ability to use her ambush in significant ways. And they are all of these. Let's go. The first one is the combat straps. It makes you get to the floor and get up the floor 0.3 seconds faster. This is good because it allows you to begin to use your attack faster. It allows you to lose less time when you want to use it. And when you get up faster, it means that you can immediately grab someone quicker if you're trying to stealth, or if someone is leaving the loop and you have to stand up to catch up to them walking, it also saves you a bit of time. So overall, for a brown add-on, it gives amazing benefit and pairs pretty well with other add-ons that increase her ambush potential. In my opinion, it also pairs really well with the Amanda's Letter if you can stand the fact that you only have 2 traps to slow the game. So really, really good stuff. Very simple add-on. We then have the Last Will. The Last Will makes your ambush take longer to charge, which is bad for the most part, but it also makes it 6% faster. And 6% doesn't sound like a lot, but 6% of the very high speed is actually quite a bit. So this is basically like the engravings or the beast marks for a pig. It takes longer to use your dash, but now it hits at lengths that were no longer possible and hits a little bit quicker too, so it's a little bit harder to juke. In my opinion, this add-on is really, really good. Many times the pig has limits that are really hard to overcome, and with this add-on you can get hits in places that would otherwise be impossible, or even hit through a dead hard if you can get past the longer charge time. Unfortunately, this add-on doesn't get a chance to shine in many maps. In many maps, survivors will not really do anything. They'll just pre-drop a strong pallet, you need to break it. Pre-drop a strong pallet, you need to break it. Maybe not pre-drop, but then dead hard through, and then pre-drop, and then you need to break it. So there's many times where this add-on literally doesn't get to do its work. Unlike some other killers, you don't use your power constantly. You're not really able to. So it is a bit sad in that regard, but still good and definitely shines in the hand of an experienced pig. And then we have an add-on which is the Work Grease, which decreases the time, so it kind of counters this add-on almost entirely. and it decreases the penalty for missing an attack. And that's also exactly what the Broken Syringe does. So this add-on is basically the Broken Syringe plus another effect. So if you hit the air and you miss, you have a shorter cooldown with the syringe and with the workers. Not too bad, not too terrible. Sometimes you hit and you know you're gonna miss, but you just still want to catch up. You still lose quite a bit of distance, but with this add-on, it's just more of a calculated distance. Really good picks can maybe kind of keep that in mind and use it, knowing that, and still catch survivors. Overall, not incredibly powerful. The shorter charge, however, is very good. This with the combat straps makes you a bit of a combat pick. This with the last whale counters and nullifies the downside, basically. So yeah, and it makes your missing cooldown more manageable if you're just gonna whack it. So these two items together make a nice loving pair. We then have the Tamper Timer. The Tamper Timer turns the 2.5 minute timer of the RBTs into a 2 minutes 10 seconds. It's minus 20 seconds. There's a lot of situations where this does absolutely nothing. Let's go over them. If a survivor removes a bear trap and no gems popped, then the timer didn't start. So this does nothing. Or if it started too late, it does nothing. In most normal maps, if the killer's not harassing you, you have enough time to do 4 searches in 2 minutes. So this does nothing. Now the problem comes when 3 factors, or maybe 2 out of 3 factors come in. If the killer harasses you a lot, and you didn't have a lot of time to search before the trap activated, or if you had to heal, or if the map is one of those huge maps or has lots of stairs like RPD, or if the killer has one of these add-ons to slow you down, then all of those things together really can make you die if you need 3 or 4 searches. So basically, this add-on is kind of unreliable by itself, but it can be quite dirty if you pair it with the crate and you bring yourself to one of those few maps. Midwich, RPD, very large maps are notoriously bad for these things where you literally don't have physical time to do 4 searches, even if the kill doesn't bother you. So in that regard, it's quite powerful. By itself, not so good. Overall, it's hard to place it. Considering that they nerfed it a little bit and that most of the time you're not going to go to a map of your choosing, I would say this is an okay placement. The medical file is an interesting add-on. It just makes you 6% faster while you're crouching. You're very slow when you crouch, way slower than a survivor. I don't recommend you crouch all the time with this add-on either. With this add-on, you're basically survivor speed. And I've been told by really strong picks that you can use this to actually get around loops and crouch strategically and have a really decent chance to catch people off guard a little bit. And it also helps you if you need to use your stealth occasionally. So it's not too bad, and apparently there might be some greater use if you really know what you're doing mid-chase. However, a pretty mild add-on if you ask me. We then have the 4 add-ons that give status effects when you have a reverse bear trap on you. And let's start with the first one, the face mask. This add-on gives blindness to all survivors that have the reverse bear trap. This blindness does not include killer assets. So if you want to hide the traps, use the rule set that we talked about earlier. But it does hide everything else, including totems, including bond, including kindred, including perks like object, windows, everything. So this is pretty good. And the really nice part about this is that if you're on the ground, you don't see your teammates. So there's already a few disgusting ways to use this and try to take advantage of some survivors. I'll give you 2 fun combos that I can think of from the top of my head. Number 1, face mask and knockout. If you down someone with knockout, they are invisible to their teammates if they are not very close to them. And if you put the face mask on them, they will be unable to see their teammates, so they won't know where to crawl to get help. And knockout makes them crawl slower too, so they can't even get around. So you could try to slug multiple people with knockout on this, and it's kind of disgusting, especially if they're not enough survivor fans. Another thing that you could do, hex Plaything from Pinhead. If you have Plaything, you can put a survivor into the hook, give them a reverse bear trap, so now they're blind, and when they get off, they are blind now, so they don't see the aura of the hex of Plaything. So they are constantly oblivious, unless someone somehow finds it. And if they're oblivious and they need to go around the map removing bear traps, yeah, they're gonna probably run into you at some point and make a mistake, and that's quite disgusting. For that reason, Face Mask is kind of powerful, but obviously without these very intricate builds that could totally backfire if there are survivor fans, it's just blindness, it's not a big deal. The rusty attachments, however, are a little bit harder to avoid. You put them on, and any survivor with that is now mangled until they remove it. It's not great. Sometimes survivors heal after the unhook, and then this affects them, but sometimes they also just do the search, get it off, and then heal. And then this add-on does nothing. If you ask me, I like this add-on with Amanda's secret. Because if you have the rusty attachments, they might be tempted to skip healing and go for a reverse bear trap removal. And when they remove it, they're injured, so you see them, and then you catch them off guard. But otherwise, it's a pretty mild add-on that can be avoided. Then we have the slow release toxin. This makes every survivor with a trap exhausted. They can't use Spin Burst, they can't use Dead Hard, and so on. This is really good. If you want to tunnel someone off and they don't have Dead Hard, that can really make the chase a lot shorter. Then again, you probably shouldn't be chasing people with a reverse bear trap on, because those people are not doing gens typically. So yeah, you can totally pair this with the tape so that every survivor is exhausted from the start of the game. And the first survivor or two that you chase don't have Spin Burst, don't have Dead Hard, which is a pretty big deal. So yeah, in that regard, it's not too bad. And then we have the utility blades, which makes every survivor hemorrhage when they have a trap on. I don't think it's super useful. Hemorrhage is okay sometimes, but in this situation, it's really not that strong. You need a survivor that heals, has a trap, and then stops healing. Yeah, it's not too great. The broken syringe we already explained. It just removes a bit of your cooldown when you miss an ambush attack. And then we have the wires and the interlocking razors. They both do the same thing. If a survivor that is healthy misses a skill check while trying to get the trap off, this add-on will injure them. And an extra injure is a pretty big deal. If you go for a survivor that's almost dead and they miss a skill check in panic and then you hit them, bam, they go down immediately. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, most survivors that are anywhere near decent don't miss skill checks. And yeah, if they're already injured, this add-on is also completely worthless. So, not super good. And then the interlocking razors is kind of cute. If a survivor is injured and they do a box, then they'll have deep wound. It's like they took a hit with borrowed type. So now they'll probably have to stop, mem, do another box, or do another box, and then mend immediately. Kind of a bit of pressure, right? But if they're healthy, it's completely worthless. Yeah. You can run both of these add-ons together to have both effects. But again, they're not going to miss skill checks. You might think, oh, but what if I run sloppy so that they don't heal, and I run lullaby so the skill checks are hard, or unnerving presence? Those skill checks are not affected by any perks. So you cannot have any build that makes the skill checks harder. So this is only okay as you're starting out with Pig and you have low level opponents, and maybe as a filler add-on. Otherwise, it is a little bit lacking, unfortunately. And that about wraps up the Pig as far as add-ons are considered. Alright, next up we're gonna go for the Clown. But before that, let me take a little break and drink a little bit of something. Alright, resuming our add-on talk, now we begin with the Clown. And the best add-on on Clown is probably still the Pinky Finger. Now this add-on used to be an S tier add-on, arguably really powerful enough to change how you played him, and much better than everything else. But back then this add-on had no downsides. Now it does have a downside. The red Pinky Finger allows you to insta-down a survivor. So every survivor that you hit directly with a bottle for about 2 seconds without any other add-ons, you can hit them again immediately after, and they go down. And it used to have no other downsides, as I said, but now it also reduces your total bottles from 4 to 2. So essentially the most realistic and in practice only way you're going to play this is with the next add-on that we'll talk to in a minute. Sorry. Which increases your bottles by 2, which is the cheap gin bottle. So basically, with these 2 add-ons together, what you're gonna do is have 4 bottles, which is normal clam stuff, still have your yellow bottles, still have your normal purple bottles, but with the added benefit of anytime a survivor tries to rescue, do a totem, do a gate, do a gen, anything in front of you, and you're accurate enough to hit them and close enough, you follow it up and they go immediately down. So it is really, really threatening. And the main problem with Clown is the fact that he has no lethality. He doesn't have any crazy problems at loops. He's quite good at anti-looping, but once you hit them, they just run away, then you have to catch them, then you don't have mobility, and so on. So having one option to occasionally, or even reliably, insta-down survivors is really good. And having 4 bottles really helps, because you can throw 1 down to slow down, 1 to insta-down and maybe miss, and then throw another. So yeah, you typically want to run this with the extra bottle add-ons. But it's otherwise really, really strong. Now, let's move on to the next 2 add-ons. The beer bottle and the cheap gin, whatever it's called. These give a +2 and a +1 bottle. The +2 obviously being significantly better. Having an extra 2 bottles means that if you don't have the pinky finger, you have 6. 6 bottles is a lot. You can genuinely wrap up 3 chases with 2 bottles each and do amazing and not have to reload at any time and still have the ability to keep up with survivors. And it's great. And it also allows you to use yellow bottles a lot more liberally. You're at Shag, you can place a yellow bottle, put a purple one there, and use them both in conjunction. And typically, if you do this, you run out of yellow bottles very quickly, but with these add-ons, you can use them, as I said, a lot more often. So it's great. Even the yellow add-on is really, really good, but the purple one in particular does allow you to go absolutely ham. And it also enables the pinky finger, as we've explained, to be a little bit stronger and be almost as good as it was before. So the extra bottles are great. It means that every time you reload, you will now get 6 as well. So it makes each reload more powerful. Not much else to say. They're just really, really good. We then have the Flask of Bleach. This add-on unfortunately got nerfed. It went from 5 now to 4% slowdown, but it's still really good. You're going to be using your purple bottles most of the time, and many times it will come down to the last second where you get a hit, and with this, it's a lot more. This helps. Anytime you use a purple bottle and it hits a survivor, this helps. It doesn't matter if they stay in the gas for long, if they stay in the gas for short, this is typically really, really helpful. It makes many loops that are good for Clown even better if you use this with a lot of spam bottles from, say, the extra bottle add-ons. You can slow down survivors to a crawl. If someone unhooks, you can throw and keep gassing them as they come out of basement and slow them down and make body blocking really hard and make it really difficult for them to get anywhere before you down them and tunnel them off the hook. So it really enables a lot of place to have less margin of error for survivors, if any at all. So yeah, very straightforward add-on, helps clowns of any level, in my opinion. And the really good ones seem to really favor it. Then we have the Ether Volume 15, which pairs really well with the Bleach. It makes your slowdown last an additional whole second after the survivor leaves the cloud. So when you hit a survivor with the gas, they'll be slowed down for as long as they're in the gas, and when they leave it, it'll be 2 seconds. With this, I believe it's 3 seconds. And if during those 3 seconds they're additionally slowed down, for example, that is way noticeable. If you have something like Brutal Strength, you can throw a bottle like this, break the pallet, and by the time you're done with the pallet and you look away, you'll see the survivor still cough and still be slowed down. An extra second of massive slowdown is very, very significant and helps quite a lot in many of these situations. However, there's also times where it's kind of wasted, and many people don't seem to realize that you don't always need longer slowdown. If you're in a short loop and you use a yellow bottle, put it on yourself, purple bottle, put it on them, and then you boost yourself up, they step on the purple, and then you hit them a second later, you didn't need this add-on. You didn't need this add-on at all. These are the add-ons that you bring when you expect survivors to outrun your gas and try to beat you to the next loop and really think ahead. In short loops and against survivors that don't really have that level of tenacity, this add-on is a bit of a waste. But still, obviously, doesn't have any downside, so go nuts. We then have the cigar box, a really hidden gem in the clown's arsenal. This add-on makes it so that anyone that is in the yellow gas sees the aura of survivors and killer as long as they're in the gas, and for a few seconds later, obviously because of the lingering effects. This is kind of bad. If the survivors step on it, they will see your aura, so try not to let survivors step on the yellow gas if you have this add-on, or it will work against you. But for the most part, clowns and good clowns can prevent this, so it's totally fine. And seeing auras for 60 meters is nutty. It is crazy. Hunt the ground triggers, or at the very start of the match, you want to find someone, you throw this, and then you just walk around and you're going to see people hiding behind bushes, hiding behind walls, going into lockers, being behind gens. Like, you're going to see all kinds of people that you would miss otherwise. You can even throw it while you reload to just get the passive speed up and still see people around you. It works while you're carrying people if you set it up in advance, so that you can see people going for salvo plays. It has so much utility and it is so good. And survivors don't know that you have it, so they have hardly any chance to react to it many times unless they really know their add-ons and predict it after a few encounters. So it's really good and a really underrated piece if you have a build to really take advantage of it. It also pairs well with the other add-ons that increase the time it takes, the time you're invigorated by the yellow gas, but we'll get to that. We then have the Tattoo Middle Finger, the Tattoo Man Middle Finger. This add-on is similar, in my opinion, slightly inferior, but still really good. Anytime a survivor is affected by the purple gas, you see their aura, and they also glow white, so it's really hard to miss them. Even if it's a dark clothed character in a dark map, if you hit them with a purple bottle, you're gonna see them because they glow quite a bit. And if they get behind a wall or they're trying to do the whole 50-50 on the pallet, because they don't see you very well because they're coughing in the gas, and you see them perfectly, you can make really safe pallets a death trap if survivors don't play them perfectly and know exactly what they're doing. So their blurry vision with your perfect auto reading is a pretty big deal. A very decent add-on, although obviously in some open maps where survivors always see you and you always see them, it doesn't really help that much because you need to hit them first. But yeah, really good. Give it a shot if you never have. It's a really decent iridescent. We then have the Garish Makeup Kit and the Soben Jug. Both of these add-ons increase the time where you are invigorated by 2 seconds and by 1 second. You could pair them together. I don't recommend it. The Garish Makeup Kit is particularly good. The two add-ons, the 2 seconds are really noticeable. If you use this with the cigar box, you're going to be walking around the map seeing people for such a long time, like 7 seconds of auto reading. It's crazy good in chase. It's crazy good out of chase. It's probably crazy good no matter how you look at it. Obviously, it goes without saying that on top of extending the cigar box, it also makes you faster for 2 extra seconds. It doesn't help too much out of chase. It's not like you need to... It makes you a beast in mobility or anything. But it's an extra speed up that you can get pretty often in a game. If you're one of those people that doesn't use yellow bottles ever, stay away from this add-on. If you use them sparingly, try it out. If you use them a lot, you'll love this add-on. It also helps in situations where survivors break out of a loop and you use the yellow bottle and you catch up so much faster than they can anticipate. It's pretty decent. I do like it. As for the Solvent Jug, it's only 1 second. It's not as noticeable. For a yellow add-on, it's not bad if you use your yellow bottles a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't stack it together. I would only pick the strongest I have and pair it with something else, and that would be the most fun. We then move on to the Bottle of Chloroform. This add-on increases the ground that the purple clouds make, the normal after peace tonic. Indirectly, and this is not explained, it also makes them move faster. The clouds reach further, but they reach further at the same speed, which means that they actually move a little bit quicker. So if you throw a bottle at like a, say, medium height, it will actually reach the floor a little bit faster with this add-on, I've noticed. Enough to to warrant a mention. And of course, the clouds themselves are a little bit thicker, which means that if you place this in the middle of a loop, you cover it entirely as opposed to cover most of it. It's all that much harder to escape. The very experienced clowns look fondly on this add-on and talk about its hidden benefits. It's definitely not as strong as some of the other add-ons we've talked about, but it's not to be underlooked, and it's not to be ignored, and it's a nice piece to add to your arsenal, I suppose. Not too bad. We then have the Acid Vial, I believe it's called. This add-on adds Mangled to everyone it hits, even healthy people, funnily enough. So you can hit 2 survivors on a hook, and if you hit the person later, they'll have Mangle, whatever. Not too bad. Makes people heal slower on a killer that wants to keep people injured. So yeah, pretty good. Very straightforward. Not much else to say to it. We then have the Smelly Souls and the Cork. The Smelly Souls make you much quicker when you reload. You don't move at the typical very slow pace. You actually move at a more healthy, faster pace, but you take just as long, which is 3 seconds. And the Cork just takes your time and reduces it by 0.5. So instead of 3 seconds, you reload in 2.5. They're both good, and situationally, one is better than the other. Let's say that you have a survivor cornered against a loop and you need your bottles. The survivor can't run anywhere, so you're not moving, you're just reloading, standing in place. In that case, the Cork is typically better. However, most of the times, you're reloading while you catch up, or you're reloading while you traverse the map. And in that situation, the Smelly Souls, which is more common, are better. They make you move so fast that reloading doesn't even feel that big of a slowdown. Pretty good. And a very comfy add-on to use. We then have the Sterling Feather and the Robin Feather. Now these add-ons used to be really good because when the clown threw a bottle, he slowed himself down. And these add-ons reduce the cooldown, so you can throw a bottle and immediately do another action faster. Now they no longer slow you down, so these add-ons are worse. They buff them, and they're still not very good. This allows you to spam bottles faster. This does have some utility, however. Really good clowns can set up bottles really quickly. So, for example, if I'm in Shack, I have a bit of a theory of like, okay, in this situation, I need to throw a yellow bottle here and a purple bottle here. And with this, you can do these things faster. If you miss a bottle from up close, you can also throw a second one very quick. Because instead of a 1 second cooldown, it's like it's like half a second cooldown. And even the brown one, like these two add-ons are really close. They're like 0.5 and 0.4. They're very close, both of them. They're almost the same, despite the rarity difference. So it does allow you to spam a little bit more. It does allow you to do quick throws a little bit more close to each other. But it doesn't help in a lot more from everything I've been able to find. We then have the can of kerosene. Anytime you hit a survivor with a clown bottle, and not directly, just in the gas, they'll be blind for 30 seconds. I'm not gonna lie, this is not great. Blindness is not super strong. Every now and then, you could argue that maybe you'll chase someone with Windows of Opportunity or some other aura perk, and it's good that they don't see it. But yeah, trying to have an add-on just in the off chance that some survivors have a perk that is probably not even that common, I don't think is great. Not super horrible, no downsides, but yeah. And then we have the Spirit of Hearthstone, which is an add-on that has upsides and downsides. And I think the downsides are not obvious, so I'm going to explain. The Spirit of Hearthstone makes your yellow clouds bigger. So it's basically the counterpart of the chloroform bottle. There's a problem though. The yellow bottles, you only want yourself to reach. So if they're bigger, there's a chance that the survivors will get to them, which you want to obviously avoid. So this is not good. You want your yellow bottles to, your yellow clouds to be as small as possible, ideally, so that they have no chance to heal them, if you will. So that's bad. That's kind of bad. That's not great. However, there's also the argument that the yellow bottles give you a speed boost as long as you are within them and for 5 seconds later. So if you throw this add-on in the middle of the map and then you go through it, you will technically, at least on average, have a longer speed up than if you didn't. In my opinion, just if you want a longer speed up from yellow bottles, bring the solvent jug or better yet, the Garish Makeup Kit. Don't even think about this add-on. So yeah, borderline F tier add-on. For the actual F tier add-ons, we have the VHS porn tape. This add-on takes the color of the clouds and swaps it. So the yellow clouds are purple and the purple clouds are yellow. Not gonna lie, it is really funny to see a stupid survivor run into a yellow bottle and then scream and you down them. That's really funny. It's kind of hilarious. I love that. Every now and then you'll have a survivor fall for that. They'll think that you're just stupid and boosted, and then they'll take a hit in the back of the head, which is funny. But there's one problem with this add-on. Number one, after a little while, survivors will realize that you have it, and then they know one of your add-ons, and they know that it's not a really strong one, so that's a bit of a waste. It also doesn't do anything. And I'm going to tell you something else. A survivor can immediately tell you have this add-on if they pay attention, and I'll tell you how. If you throw a bottle, and that bottle is immediately of one color, that's slowdown. If it's purple, slowdown. And if it's yellow, it's VHS porn slowdown. If the bottle breaks into a white cloud, it doesn't matter what color it's after, that white cloud is always speed up. So white cloud into purple, speed up. And white cloud into yellow, also speed. So that's it. If you know that one basic trick, this add-on should do absolutely nothing. So yeah, not very good. Party bottles. This add-on probably should be E. It's kind of debatable. It makes you have confetti when a bottle breaks. And it goes, meh. It's funny. It's cute. And it gives you extra blood points. But it's also visible to survivors. So if survivors pay attention, now they know one of your add-ons. And if they know that you have this, then they know that you don't have cheap gym bottle. And if they know that you don't have cheap gym bottle, then they know that you don't have pinky finger. And if they know that, then they're gonna play differently. So giving away your add-ons is not amazing. And finally, we have the parade gloves. The parade gloves are add-ons that make your bottles have a slightly different angle of throw. And I think the developers intended this for people that wanted to use yellow bottles and stuff slightly differently. But it's really silly. It's really silly. You can just aim up and down and lob them in certain angles to do whatever you want with your bottles. You don't need this add-on. In fact, this add-on makes it harder for you to do the typical normal throws that you want to do. So even though it's a bit of a personal preference, I think for the most part, they just get in your way and they're not very useful. So yeah, that wraps it up for Clown. Next up, Spirit. A great user of add-ons who used to have some of the best ones in the game. Now they're a little bit more mild, but we still have some really, really strong ones, in my opinion. The best one, the Mother-Daughter Ring. This add-on is a good contender for the best add-on in the game. It doesn't do anything insane in terms of like actual mechanics. It just has an insanely high number to it that makes her very, very oppressive. So the first thing this add-on does is that it removes scratch marks. Any survivor that is running after you begin to use your power will not leave new scratch marks. But the scratch marks that they left before you started using your power, you can still see those. As far as I know, they haven't changed that. So yeah, you don't see scratch marks of survivors that are running. That is a bit of a big deal. But not really, because you are so incredibly fast. The Mother-Daughter Ring makes the Spirit 40% faster. Now 40% of an already incredibly fast speed is ridiculous. I'm hoping I'm getting the numbers right. The point is, it makes you really, really fast. There's a few ways you could look at it. Absolute, relative percentage. Just take my word for it. This add-on is nuts. It makes you go so fast that you can catch up to survivors immediately. Survivors obviously only have a vague indication of how fast you are, judging by the noise. And even then, they can't really help it. If they have to run away and you're faster than them by a very, very significant amount, they really can't help it. So this add-on gives you massive speed. When you get that close, you can begin to hear survivor breathing and footsteps a lot clearer. So the lack of scratch marks is not that big of a deal. And as we'll see in a minute, it pairs extremely well with the next two really, really strong add-ons, making Spirit potentially fast, quick recovery, and even nasty aura or killer instant detection. So yeah, this add-on is really, really stupid strong. And easily makes the Spirit an S tier killer in many, many situations. We then move on to the Yaku Yoke Amulet. The Yaku Yoke Amulet has the downside of reducing your speed a little bit. It's enough so that you can have an add-on to kind of make up for it, or speed. And if you have, but don't worry, if you have the Mother Daughter's ring that we just talked about, you're still way faster than normal. So the downside of the Yakuyoki amulet typically is counterplayed by the speed ring or the speed cap. Most often the ring. That's why this is such a good wombo combo. So yeah, you're a bit slower. Boohoo. But what do you gain in return? You now can use your power not for 5 seconds, but for 8.5 seconds. That is a lot. That is a lot. That is a big duration. And a nice side effect of this duration is that now you have much better recovery. Almost twice as fast recovery. Without this add-on, if you use your power for 1 second, you need to recover for 3 seconds. 1 second of power, 3 seconds recovery. With this add-on, you recover 1 second in 1.76. So almost half. You can use your power entirely for a really long time, or use it in a short burst and get it back really fast. And go really fast as well. So it's no surprise that these two add-ons go really well together. You use your power in a short burst, get your hit, or get your best shot, and a couple seconds later you get another shot at it. You can even go through the whole map and just get your power back relatively quick after that. It's really disgusting just how good the recovery is. The fact that you can use your power for longer is also good, but it's mainly the recovery that makes the Yakuyoki amulet so hard to keep up with. Really good contender. For one of the best add-ons in the game as well. Then we have the Cherry Blossom. Now this add-on also has the downside of removing scratch marks. This one does it even more. When you use your power, all the scratch marks disappear, even the ones that were left before you started using your power. But I guess that if you combine it with the ring, since both of their downsides are kind of the same, the downside doesn't matter as much. And the upside is that now you detect people with killer instinct that are really close to you. So anytime you are about to be close to a survivor, you hear a little heartbeat. And the really nasty part about this is that it works in lockers, it works if they crouch, it works if they have Iron Will, which is the most effective perk to try to juke a spirit that cannot see you. It works if they're standing still, it works if they go through you, it works if they keep running. It's really hard to avoid, and you don't know that the spirit has it. So this add-on by itself is actually kind of hard to use because you're so slow that catching up to a survivor is a little bit hard, and by the time you do it, maybe you're not as fast to react on it. But with the ring, this add-on is kind of nuts. You use your power, you go to the approximate location of the survivor. If they run through you, you immediately detect it and immediately swing, and it pretty much lines up perfectly. And if they try to do any funny business, that typically works. And if they keep running, you catch up to them. So it's a very lose-lose situation. And it makes even spirits without this add-on kind of powerful because survivors have to guess constantly what it is you're doing and what it is that you know. So another wombo combo for spirit. And now let's talk about the more mild add-ons. We have the speed add-ons, all two of them. The cap, the dirty cap, and the little sandals. These increase the speed by 9% and by 18%. This is really good. Being faster is great. It means that you can react to cues quicker. It means that you get to places faster. Yeah, 9% and 18% doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot compared to when you put it in context of how fast the spirit is. So the speed add-ons are some of her best. And it also, when a spirit has a very long lasting power, if you can hear her and pinpoint her accurately, it's kind of sometimes easy to react to it. But if she moves even faster, if you hear something for a little second, it's not enough to react. So it does remove a lot of time from the survivors as well. We then have the two activation add-ons, which are the ribbon and the little comb. These add-ons are very simple. When the spirit uses her power, she needs like 1.5 seconds to begin to go. With these add-ons, you reduce it. Oh, my memory fails me. I remember the old values. There used to be a really strong one, but you reduce it by about 1/3 of a second and about 1/15 of a second or something like that. Yeah, 0.15 and 0.30 I think that's the numbers. So yeah, that's pretty significant as well. Let's say that you see a survivor in front of you and you begin to use your power. If you use your power faster, now you have less time between last place you saw them and you catching up to them. With these add-ons, it's easier to react and predict what you just saw because it's been less time since you saw it. Without these add-ons, you take a little bit longer, obviously, to catch up, and there's more guesswork to do. So with these add-ons, you start your power really quickly. You're not any faster or anything like that. You just begin to go into power quicker. And if a survivor is trying to guess when they need to pallet stun you or when they need to do a critical action, these add-ons can also throw them off by a lot, because you don't actually hear when the spirit is using her power super accurately. And it's sometimes a little bit difficult to realize just how quick she is going. So very, very strong. We then have the duration and recovery add-on. So we have a yellow duration, which gives you extra duration. A green recovery, a yellow recovery, and then a brown duration, and a brown recovery. But here's the spoiler. The duration add-ons are all better than the recovery add-ons. Because of a bad line of code, or some weird coding decisions, however you want to call it, when your power lasts longer and you use the same amount, you actually are technically using less of it. So you recover it at a faster rate. So for that reason, the yellow duration gives you duration and better recovery. So you can get the recovery, and if you ever need the 6 seconds that now you get instead of 5, this add-on gives it to you. Then there's the flute, which is green recovery. It gives you as good of a recovery, a little bit better than the yellow that we just mentioned, but it doesn't give you the extra second of power if you ever need it. The green recovery, the yellow recovery is just straight up worse than the other yellow that we mentioned. So yeah, always use duration. And then, as I said, there's the brown duration and the brown recovery. And the brown duration gives better recovery than the brown recovery. So yeah, they are very little. It's only half a second extra duration and a little bit extra recovery. And this is just a tiny little bit extra recovery. So they're not bad for browns, I suppose. But yeah, as I said, duration over recovery always. Then we have the Suba, which is a really interesting add-on. When you come out of your power, you're a little bit faster. And you're very fast when you come out of your power. And it also lasts, I think, 0.2 seconds longer. So this means that if you swing, you reach further, which is awesome. It gives you like an extra meter, approximately, of swing. That's pretty damn good. Also, if you don't swing, that's fine. You still catch up faster. So it also just increases your mobility. This is pretty great. Most spirits, they are like accurately trying to zone into the survivor and hit them immediately. But with this, you can do mad swings or swing through a dead heart and hit them at the end. It's a pretty good add-on, especially if you hear footsteps and you want to take you don't want to get your chances to get stunned. You just want to swing from as far as possible. With this, you're almost guaranteed to hit as long as you're anywhere close. So pretty damn decent. If sometimes a bit situational. You don't obviously need it if you're right on top of the survivors every time. We then move on to the Furin. The Furin is really interesting. It makes it so that when you use your power, not only survivors near you hear it, but people around the entire map hear your power. It's now non-directional from afar. It is still directional from up close. And it also messes with people, obviously. So I'm gonna tell you the decent way to use it and the really smart way to use it, right? The problem is, let's start with the easier way. You just play the spirit normally with this add-on. You just play normally, right? And if you're close to the survivor, you just do the normal thing. And if you're far, survivors are gonna be like, "Oh my god, what's that? Am I in danger? Oh, am I close? Am I? I better let go of this gen." And maybe you get a little bit of extra slowdown. However, if they're smart, they're gonna realize that you're not super close. However, if you are from beyond 24 meters and you approach a survivor from that distance with this add-on, they might actually think that you're not. coming to them. And that's where this add-on really shines. If you can calculate those 24 meters approximately, and know for a fact that a survivor is sitting at a particular place, once they get used to this add-on, they're like, oh, okay, it's just a noise. Yeah, I guess they're not on me. You can use your power from that distance and then appear right next to them, and they should not have a clue that it's you. As long as you don't use your power from within that distance, they will not hear directionally until you appear next to them. So this is something that you could do with a creative build, and if you want to look up Furin, not Otzdarva, whatever, you'll find a game of me playing this, and you can actually grab people out of gems. So kind of fun, and you know, it has a bit of ceiling to it where you can learn to use it, and you can also just slap it on for some fun shenanigans. So overall, decent add-on, even if it doesn't really improve your power in any way. We then have the Uchiwa, which is an interesting add-on. When you get stunned by a pallet, you get your power back. This is great. It's pretty good. You can put this with Enduring to make it even more seamless, or just without. And the idea of this add-on is that it reduces the risk, and it can also make survivors make a mistake. So say that you hit a survivor, and you have a long recovery now, and you see that they're about to drop a pallet, but it's a really bad pallet. You know that they can't really escape. So you on purpose let them stun you, get your power back immediately, which would have taken you maybe an extra 10 seconds, who knows, and now use your power and catch them completely off guard. And this also helps if you just didn't expect the stun. You use your power, you use 99% of it, and then you get stunned right when you're about to hit, and bam, now you get it back. Or maybe right after you hit them. Yeah, it's surprisingly useful. It's a bit difficult to make conscious decisions about this add-on, and there's many times where the survivors will just be smart or too dumb to make it ever work. But it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's definitely a little bit better than the broken teacup. And this teacup is the same add-on essentially, except it's when you break a wall or a pallet. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. You chase a survivor. Typically, when my power is in cooldown, I break a pallet just to wait it out. So with this, you get it out immediately afterwards. And I guess it pairs well with aggressive add-ons like the ribbon and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of cute. You break a pallet, you immediately use your power, use it again. Sometimes it's just better to just wait it out a little bit. I don't think this is as useful as it might sound. Every now and then you'll play in a map with breakable walls and you'll use your power from ability. And then when you reach there, you break a wall, which you are going to break anyway, and bam! Now you get your power back. So if you use this add-on smartly, you can use your power from ability big time and then get it back immediately by breaking something that you know is there. So with that in mind, this add-on is not too bad. Overall, you probably just want a recovery add-on that is just more reliable and you don't need to do gimmicky stuff. So yeah. We then have the Juniper Bonsai, which is an interesting add-on. So the spirit has this really strange, unique ability to her called passive phasing. When she's not using her power, when she's just being herself normally, you'll notice that she appears and disappears. She has this little thing where her body flickers in and out of view. And it's completely passive, she doesn't see it. So it's not like she's doing it on purpose. The killer doesn't know exactly when it's happening. But this add-on makes it so that this happens more frequently and it lasts a little bit longer. So that means that if you're just playing normal spirit and during your downtime of your power, you're just doing normal chasing stuff, you are more likely to appear and disappear. And when you do, you are gone for slightly longer, which can really throw survivors off. It's a very passive add-on. It's really hard to get value out of it actively, and it's really hard to know when the hell it has worked. So maybe it's better than what I'm giving it here. It's really hard to say, but my feelings, yeah, say probably belongs here, and it's not an active add-on that you can get better at. But yeah, the idea is that you put this on, you do normal mind games, normal chases, and every now and then survivors will be like, oh, is he going? Come on, is he coming? Is he waiting there? Did he double back? Oh, and then you hit them in the back of the head. So that's pretty nice. Then we have the Wakizachi Saya, which is a very sad add-on. But out of the next three that are coming, it's my favorite. This add-on enables you to have the option to, during your 5 or whatever seconds of power, press left control or the active ability button to immediately teleport back. Very similar to Jenner's last breath from the nurse. So basically you use your power, let's say at the top of the basement, and then you go chase down someone down the basement, but then you realize that they're going back up, and then you teleport back and you're there. Ta-da! You can use this in some pallet loops. It's very simple. If the pallet loop is really big, you go on one side and you pretend to use your power and you make it super obvious that you're going from the right. And then they go through the left. And then you reappear back, or devolve the pallet, and then you hit them. In those situations, this add-on kind of poggers, kind of fun, kind of exciting when you pull it off. The sad part is that if you had speed add-ons, you probably could just get the hit anyway. And sometimes you can do this and fail, and now they know that you have it, and now they know that they will never do that. But the more sad part, really, is that survivors almost never do this. For some, I guess, logical reason, when you use your powers, survivors almost invariably try to run elsewhere, away from you. Maybe right, maybe left, maybe from, maybe whatever. But they never go back to you. So it's almost impossible for you to take advantage of this. You could, for example, hook someone, pretend to go away, and then teleport back to grab someone out of a hook. But what if you do it and they're not there? Now you lost all your power. Now you need to wait 15 seconds. Very risky for very little... much venture for very little gain. And then we have Mother's Glasses. This is a pathetic add-on. Mother's Glasses makes it so that if you are using your power, while you're using your power, if someone comes very, very close to your husk, the body that you left behind, they will do a heartbeat killer instinct. So much like this add-on, the Cherry Blossom, but instead of on you, on your body that was left behind. The distance is 4 meters, but I'm telling you, I've tested, it feels like 1 meter. Survivors can be kissing your husk and you don't feel them. You need to be extremely close. So even if I just got done explaining why survivors never run back into you. So hopefully you should understand why this add-on is so bad. But even if they do, you might still miss them, which is terrible. You would think that this add-on with the sword would be really good, but it's really, really not that great. I can't recommend it. It's terrible. It's super hard to use and get any value out of, even if you're actively trying to use it. One nice thing that I'll say about this add-on though is that occasionally it can tip you off to people running behind you and trying to go for flashy saves and letting you know that there's an additional survivor there that you didn't know was there. You can also use this to check lockers, much like the Cherry Blossom. If you go by a locker, you will detect them inside. So if you're in the basement and there's a survivor in the locker and you don't know where they are, you can go into the first 2 lockers, rub your body against the lockers, be really, really close, and then use your power. And if you don't hear a heartbeat, they're in one of the back lockers, and then you can do the same. So you can use this to find people in lockers, which is kind of nice. And then we have the worst add-on for Spirit. Oh my god, this add-on is really sad. When you come out of your power, the windows next to your body, again 4 meters. It seems a lot, it's very little. It needs to be so close. They get blocked for, I believe, 4 seconds. Actually, you know, I'm disparaging this add-on so much, I actually want to tell you. Is it 4 seconds? That sounds like too much. 5 seconds. Wow, that sounds so amazing, isn't it? It is a terrible add-on. It is such a bad add-on. Anything you think of this in theory is garbage in practice. This only works on a window next to the body that you place. And as I'm sure you've heard by now, people run away from you. And it's only 4 meters. I've had this trigger, and then I catch up to the survivor, and it goes away right as it helps. It is a really terrible add-on. The best way you can use this would be to strategically block windows. Let's say you have someone in basement, in the shack, or some other building. You use your power next to the window. You are going to use it anyway. And then you go down, get a hit. Now they come out and they panic through the window and they realize it's blocked. Again, 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Very little. But yeah, in those situations, you could use this. I don't like that. Don't forget that anytime you use your power, even if you think, oh, the survivor will surely go into this window, they can just run away to literally anywhere else. And this is completely rendered useless. So yeah, overall, not that great, I would say. But definitely is okay. Spirit has many strong add-ons, as I'm sure you'll understand. And now we move on to Legion, which is the latest killer along with Ghostface to receive a new add-on pass. His best add-on is probably still the Iridescent pin. The Iridescent pin breaks every pallet that you vault while frenzy. It used to give you a map-wide terror radius, which allow you to find anyone. That's no longer the case. You could argue that this is a nerf, but it's hardly a nerf because now you can use this add-on much more aggressively. You used to have a 4-second cooldown, now you have a 3-second cooldown and a much faster speed after every hit. So even though you can't find everyone with terror radius anymore, you can have the add-on to have a long duration or a big terror radius so that you, or a big detection radius so that you have basically a much better version anyway. So the European is great. The way to use it is very simple. Before using your power, you try to trick the survivors into dropping a pallet. If they do, great. Now you vault it, you're gonna hit them and the pallet completely breaks. And then you go on and do your business. Maybe you get 4 hits and the 5th survivor is like, oh no, I'm gonna get hit again, I'm gonna drop a pallet. And then you're smart, you dodge it, you vault it, you hit them, you down them, and you break the pallet still. If you have Spirit Fury, the pallets broken by this do count. So this goes well with Spirit Fury. It also goes well with Enduring and another add-on that we'll talk about called Julie's Tape, which allows you to get your power back if you get stunned. That way you're basically unstoppable, and when it comes to pallets, as long as survivors are healthy, it's always a good idea to use them. And even if they're injured, you can still use them. Let's say that a survivor drops a pallet and goes for a rescue in front of you. You vault it, break it, hit them, interrupt them, and now you only have a 3-second cooldown. So even against injured survivors, there's many times you'll use this add-on just to get rid of pallets because your cooldown is now so short. It has no downsides whatsoever. It can be a little while until survivors all know that you have it, so you can get rid of very powerful pallets as long as survivors give them at bad times. So yeah, it's great. It's a great add-on. Then we move on to the Never Sleeping Pills, which in my humble opinion is the next best add-on on Legion. You definitely want to use this add-on with certain other add-ons. By itself, it is a little bit difficult to use. It has a major downside, but also a major upside. And I could change my mind, and maybe because this is an early update, I am wrong. But as far as I could test, this add-on slaps. On top of giving you extra blood points, which is always welcome, it makes your Feral Frenzy last 20 seconds instead of 10. That is massive. Now the caveat is that it also doesn't give you any higher speed for Feral Frenzy. So Feral Frenzy, instead of being 130%, it's now 115 normal speed. So yeah, this makes your first hit much harder. If you see a survivor at mid-range, you can no longer pull out your knife and catch up and hit them. You now need to really get close and then use this add-on. And after you get your hit, you get a bit of a speed boost. And then the next person is a little bit easier to catch, and the next person a little bit easier to catch. And by the last one, it's basically unavoidable. You will get the 4th and then the 5th hit. So what this add-on really excels at is to help you find people, make sure that they can no longer ever outweigh your power, and if you speed up enough, guarantee the 4th and 5th hit and 5th down, which in my experience is pretty good. And even if you don't do that, even if you only get 2 or 3 hits, that's still really good. Because this add-on is a thing, I've seen survivors do really stupid things, right? I will hit one survivor, I'll go for another, and then they'll go to a corner of the map, right? Thinking, haha, I got you. If you hit me here, you'll never catch anyone else. So I hit them, and then I pretend to go away, and then I cancel my power, and I turn around, and they're still in the corner of the map where there's nothing. So they go down immediately. Okay, I didn't get 5 hits, but whatever. I got a really, really quick down. So, really, really nasty stuff. This add-on really, really shines, however, with the Legion sketch that we'll get to in a minute, because it increases the speed, and that's what makes this add-on really, really competitive. Without it, I feel like it struggles a little bit. But yeah, really, really good. Having extra duration means that you can go around and find whoever you want throughout the entire map, pretty much. In most maps, you will find someone. And there's almost no way to hide from a 40-meter terror radius, which is what Legion gets, for 20 whole seconds. So, yeah. The really smart survivors, though, will use their terrain to avoid the 5th hit, I imagine. And it will be a little bit more difficult. But still, it seems like this is an add-on that you can learn to play around and make the lives of average and below average survivors absolutely miserable and still give good survivors a run for their money. And then we get to the Legion mural sketch. This add-on makes it so that instead of getting 0.2 meters per second faster with each stab of Feral Frenzy, 0.2 being 5% faster, I believe, you're now getting 0.3. So you're 7.5% faster for each stab. This is great for anything. It's really, really good for anything. You stab a survivor and you want to catch up to him and then cancel, this helps. You stab a survivor, stab another, want to catch up to them and cancel, it helps. Want to catch up to all of the survivors and get multiple hits, super hard to avoid with this. Want to use the Never Sleep pills that we mentioned and get a massive chain going with the extra speed from this add-on. After the first or second hit, you're basically normal Legion. They cannot dodge you for 20 seconds at all. So it enables that add-on to be great. It makes every other add-on better. It is universally useful. It works in every map, most situations. Really, 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 really good stuff. And you're almost always going to hit at least one survivor and run for a little bit. So it's really hard to waste this add-on, even if the effect is only a little bit. And obviously that effect quickly ramps up the moment you've been hitting multiple people. The final survivors will have a really hard time avoiding you. And I believe that's pretty much it. We then move on to the Mischief List. This add-on adds 2 seconds to your timer. That makes it go from 10 to 12, which is awesome. And I tried it with the Never Sleep pills, and it makes it go from 20 to 22. It doesn't go to 24. So yeah, this add-on for a Brown is incredible. 2 extra seconds. Obviously, in your first hit or two, it might not be useful. But once you go for second, third, or fourth hits, the 2 seconds are a pretty big deal. If you're moving at 6 meters per second and you have 2 extra seconds, that's an extra 12 meters that you can make and then launch at the end. So the 2 seconds are really, really useful. Hard to waste. Gives you a lot of room if they vault a window and lose you a little bit, or if they try to juke a little bit, you have extra time. And again, for a Brown, it's pretty fantastic. I'm also convinced. Oh yeah, I tested this actually. No, I know for a certainty. Yeah, I know for a certainty that because your power is it lasts longer. If you use less of it, it's the same as the Spirit. You have shorter cooldown with this, a shorter recovery. So if you use half of your power and then cancel, you'll get your power back slightly quicker with this add-on as well, which is an unintended coding thing, which I guess is also something worth mentioning. But yeah, really good stuff. We then have the Fuming Mixtape, and it's one of like 5 mixtapes, all of which add different songs and themes to the chase music, which is cool. The Fuming Mixtape is quite simple. Much like the All-Seeing Spirit for Wraith, when you use this, survivors now, generators now have a dynamic color, and they begin white, and they turn all the way red the more done they are. So basically you use your power, look around, and you can see how much the gens are being repaired. At the very start of the game, you can use this to just look around and see which gen has a slight pink hue and know that there's someone there. Later throughout the match, you can see which gens require your attention and make great decisions, and maybe give up on one info perk like Tinkerer or Barbecue or whatever it really is you use to track survivors in favor of this, which is awesome. And the neat part is that Legion is very good at using slowdown perks, so you could slap slowdown, 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 and have some add-on to tell you where to go, which is really, really strong. On top of that, it also makes gens that are not currently occupied begin to regress, and this apparently stacks with Ruin. So if a gen is regressing with Ruin, that will be 200%. With this, it will be 300%, which is a fancy way of saying that it regresses almost as fast as a gen, almost as fast, 3/4 as fast as a normal survivor does. So if a survivor does about, let me see if I'm right. If a survivor does 10 seconds on a gen, and then they get off and you have Ruin, and you use your power for 10 seconds, that gen has almost lost, it will have lost 7.5 seconds of progress. Pretty damn good. The extra regression is just the cake on top. Unfortunately, when you stop using your power, the extra regression, the regression stops. It doesn't keep going. It doesn't make gens keep regressing afterwards. Much like when Ruin is cleansed, it stops. But still, pretty good. A little bit of slowdown, potentially a lot of bit of info, guaranteed. I see this add-on as a pretty good one if you're comfortable with your other one add-on. The next add-ons after this are really, really hard to sort, but I'll do my best. We have the Legion pin, the Deface smiley pin, and the smiley pin. All of these add-ons, well, in fact, we might as well go ahead and include the Joy mixtape here, because should we? Yeah, I guess. It's hard to say. Okay, so basically all of these add-ons do some kind of status effect when the survivors have cleansed. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah. When survivors, not cleansed, sorry, mended. When you hit a survivor and then you leave them, if they mend themselves, they are afflicted by broken for 1 minute. That's the Eerie pin. Sorry, the Legion pin. Mangled until they healed, which means slower heals. That's the Deface Smiley pin. And then blindness from the Smiley pin. And then Joy's is hemorrhage. So right off the bat, all of these add-ons can be outplayed by survivors mending each other. So a survivor that mends themselves is affected, but a survivor that gets mended by someone else is not affected. And one thing that survivors can do is 99 their mend, walk to someone else, and then have the other person finish it so that they dodge this effect. So expect survivors to start doing that once they know about these add-ons being in play. But still, oftentimes you can get a lot of value out of these add-ons before they even know they're a thing or before the team really wisens up. And if survivors group up to do anything as a Legion, that is great for you. So even that downside is not that big of a downside. The first one, in my opinion, is broken. Broken is pretty great. Typically, survivors that are broken are not able to heal, so they might just jump on gems, which is bad. But it's also good if you know that that's a thing and you're prepared for it. If you have an add-on to extend your frenzy and you hit everyone, you keep 3 people injured, and then they all mend and they're all broken, and then you down one of them or whatever, and you put them on the hook, that's 2 people broken for a very long time. Thanatophobia is now stronger because they can heal quicker. Boons, harder to use. Medkits, harder to use. Perks that trigger on injured survivors like Blood Echo, much easier to trigger for extended periods of time. So that's nice. Mangle doesn't prevent them from healing, but it does slow them down, which is great. Blindness is not that big of a deal, but it can sometimes spiral a little bit out of control. Say 3 people group up and you hit them, and now you down someone else. Maybe they don't know where the person on the ground is. Maybe they don't know where to go for healing. Maybe someone sets up a boon, but they don't see the aura of the boon, so they don't know where to go. Maybe they don't do the useful things they wish they were doing. So blindness is alright, considering that you can apply it quite often. But don't expect it to be extremely game-changing. And then hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is hard. It is a good status effect, but it's not that great on Legion. For hemorrhage to do anything, you would need to find a survivor, hit a survivor, leave the survivor mends themselves, then the survivor heals up, but then you find them, and then you leave them again. Because if you down them, obviously it doesn't matter that they lost progress. So you have to find them, and then that's a lot of ifs for hemorrhage to work on Legion. So don't be if they lose healing progress, and it happens, great. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Let them heal. You're going to injure them again. You're going to find them again, maybe with another better add-on. You can do it more consistently. So hemorrhage doesn't seem that great. Though, you know, it can be good if they were healing in a boon, and then you click, you break the boon, and now they lose the progress. It can be occasionally decent. It can also make them lose some charges on a medkit they can't get back. So yeah, not terrible, but definitely a little bit situational. And then we go for the 2 add-ons that reveal people mending. The Stylish Glasses and the Stab Wound Study. And it's hard to tell which one's better. I personally think it's the Stylish Glasses. The Stylish Glasses show you the aura of any survivor within 24 meters. That's pretty far. That is mending. Currently mending. And that also includes if they are mending each other. This is pretty great, and it goes really well with the Edge Ruler that we'll talk about in a minute. That makes survivors oblivious and not hero terrorists after you hit them. So a very common strategy and a somewhat effective one is to just hit survivors and then walk around. One of them is going to be mending, being completely clueless, especially in their maps. And then with this, you have the information to know where to go, and they have maybe the lack of information to know that you're coming. So that's pretty great. And overall, it's a decent add-on. just to know where people might be vulnerable. If they're mending and you want to interrupt them, that's good. If you don't want to interrupt them, you know they're there. So, decent add-on overall. The stat point study works a bit differently. It only works after they're done mending, and it shows you their aura for 5 seconds. It works across the entire map, so you could look around and see someone that has mended, but it doesn't give you a notification, so it's a little bit hard to catch. It's many times I run this add-on and look around and notice that someone's mended, and I didn't see it. So the best thing you can do is look at your HUD, and when you see someone's mending bar disappear, then you start looking around to make sure that you catch it. And if you do, it's nice information on a survivor that already wasted a bit of time and that is now going to heal or do something else that's useful, like do gens. So overall, pretty good, if a little bit harder to use. And don't forget, if survivors just refuse to mend for a long time or just want to get chased, this add-on doesn't do so much. The Filthy Blade makes survivors mending go from 12 to 16 seconds, I believe. It adds 4 seconds flat. Again, if you chase a survivor, hit them and then cancel and then chase them, they don't need to mend, you're just chasing them. But if you spread the damage quite a bit, it's pretty good. You could make the argument that this is a bad add-on sometimes. Sometimes a survivor can make a huge mistake by mending too early. Let's say that I have 4 survivors, right? And I want to hit them all so that I get my 5th barrel down hit, right? I hit one, I hit another, I hit the other, but then this one is super far away. But then this one mends, so I go back and hit him. That happens surprisingly often. Survivors mess up quite a bit when doing these things. So this add-on, while good for slowdown, could rob you of such an opportunity if they take too long to mend. Still, overall, if you know what you're doing and don't play in a way that would allow this, good add-on. Every time a survivor mends, and there will be a few times, extra 4 seconds is a pretty big deal. The Friend Bracelet is a decent brown add-on. It makes your lunge in Frenzy way bigger. It's kind of insane. It lets you hit people from so far, and anything that lets you confirm hits is a good thing. Sometimes a survivor is about to vault a window, and if they vaulted, you have to chase them, look around, hit them, recover. You lose a lot of time. Whereas if you can hit them before they make it to the window or before they make it to the pallet, well, now you hit them and off you go. You go and hit someone else really quickly. So this add-on allows you to do that, and I think that I am yet to fully grasp its potential, if I'm completely honest. But it seems really nice. And I imagine that it's more and more deadly the faster you are, because that adds into your lunge. So unfortunately, it doesn't go well with the pills, from my experience, but it goes well with all the other basic add-ons, and it goes really well by itself as well. We then have Julie's tape, a really interesting tape. One of the few ones, and it has a unique effect. When you are using your power and you get stunned, you get your power back immediately. You're not back into your power. You are locked out of it, but you have the whole power as opposed to losing it, which is what usually happens. So many times, especially beginner legions, they go to a pallet, the survivor's on the other side, and they're playing this back and forth game of like, okay, I don't want to get stunned, so please drop it. And then the survivor runs away, and then they chase and they miss. It's a bit of a sorry place to find yourself in. With this add-on, you lose all of that fear, especially if you pair it with Enduring. And especially if you pair it with the Iridescent button, which is a common combination that you'll see a lot. Basically, you walk to a pallet. If the survivor stuns you, if you're not using your power, then you use your power, vault it, break it. If you were using your power, well, you shrug it off with Enduring or without. And because of Julie's, you get your power back. And then you use it immediately. So yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of silly. It makes you not afraid of pallets at all, especially with Enduring. It makes the button a little bit better, and it makes counterplay from the survivor side a little bit more difficult, and they need to adapt to it. You don't get your power back for a normal stun, only if your pallet's stun while using your power. Keep in mind. So yeah, decent. Even though you can just kind of get good at respecting pallets and not need to use this add-on. We then have the Edge Ruler. When you hit a survivor, not when they mend, but when you hit a survivor, they are oblivious for 60 seconds. This is a bit of a problem because if they mend, you will not hear the terror radius. And yeah, it basically counters your own power. But it's not too big of a deal because typically you're not going to hit the same survivor within a minute. Typically. we did walk through a scenario earlier where you would, so this add-on is bad for that. But for the most part, a survivor that you hit, you leave and go for someone else. Or you keep chasing and the Oblivious helps you out. But yeah, the Oblivious is pretty good. It goes well with the stylish glasses, so that you can do this hit and run, and they mend and they don't know if you're there, and it gives them a bit of anxiety. Smart survivors will just mend somewhere safe, but even that wastes them a bit of additional time, so not too bad, not too bad. It's likely to get some value in a normal game. The Stolen Sketchbook is an interesting add-on. Anytime you hit a survivor, every frenzy after your first one will make them drop their item. So you can use this in two ways. If there's multiple survivors, let's say all of them have items. You can hit survivor 1 and then survivor 1 and then 2 drops their item, 3 drops their item, 4 drops their item, and then if you hit survivor 1, they drop their item again. Because they didn't in the first place. That's pretty good. Survivors dropping their items is a nice idea. And also, let's say that there's one survivor that has a flashlight and you really find it annoying. You can hit them and then hit them again. You lose your power, they get a speed boost, which is bad, but hey, you made them lose their item, so that's good. Overall, not that insane for two main reasons. Number one, Legion already counters some of the best items in the game. If a survivor has a medkit and you hit them with Frenzy, they are in deep wound and they cannot use styptics, they cannot use syringes, they cannot heal with a medkit immediately, they cannot use it on themselves in any significant way. So yeah, you already counter medkits. And the other reason is that survivors can pick up the item again almost immediately. If you hit a survivor, unless you down them with it, they typically, if they really want to, they can just pick it up, and you have a 3-second cooldown, so if they want to be extra greedy, they can sometimes get away with it. And the item on the ground, unlike Franklin's Demise, it doesn't lose charges. So if a survivor has a really nice toolbox, and they drop the toolbox, they can go back and pick it up later. Typically not a huge deal, just a slight waste of time. Situationally, an okay add-on. For the most part, you're going to get little value out of. Reaching Susie's Mixtape, an interesting add-on. The Legion has a 32-meter terror radius, and when you use Frenzy, for some reason, this increases automatically to 40 meters. So you detect everything in your terror radius, as long as they're not oblivious. With this add-on, you get an additional detection range. Your terror radius still is 40, but you can detect people from outside of this radius. 20 meters past it, you can still detect them. So this is really nice. And these people that are outside of this terror radius, they still can be detected even if they're oblivious, unless they changed it very recently. So that's good. That's nice. Not too bad. Basically, what this add-on does for you in a normal game is that you hit one survivor, and whereas before you would hear one survivor nearby and nothing else, now you hear where everyone is pretty much, because 60 meters is a lot. And it's pretty nice. You can use this with the Never Sleep pills to really have an idea of where you're going and never ever question where you're going. Not bad, although maybe it's better to run the other add-ons with it. And you can also use it with Area Pin. You can use it with whatever you like. I also think it's a nice idea to use it with the Brown Ruler so that you get your power back a little bit quicker. And you detect someone else, go for them, use your power again, blah blah blah, if you want to go one by one. Though, I don't think you need to do that. And yeah, the extra information is always welcome, and it's never really a bad thing. Just don't be deluded into thinking that because they are far and you detect them, you're gonna get to them. You're not, unless you have some meaty add-ons and you get there really fast and they're really cornered. So yeah, don't let the information make you do stupid things. Otherwise, this is okay. And now we get to the Brown Ruler. So you get your power back very fast after using it. I believe that after using it for 10 seconds, you recover it in 20 seconds. Well, with this add-on, it is faster. It is 5 seconds faster. Now, you also get your power back immediately after you hit a survivor. So this is more of a failure plan B kind of add-on. The Brown Ruler makes it so that if you miss your attack, which would deplete your power, or get stunned, if you're gonna get stunned, just run Julie's add-on that we talked about earlier. But if you get stunned, miss your attack, mistime it, or cancel it, or decide that you need to cancel, or if for whatever reason your power is halfway empty or completely empty, you get it back a bit quicker so that you can get back in the groove of things. That's pretty good. Pretty safe add-on. A very sharp Legion will not find themselves in situations where this is extremely needed all the time. So it should be alright not to use this. But for a brown, it does give decent value. And then we run into the BFFFFFFs. This is a purple add-on that is really cool in concept. It's not really that great. But yeah, basically you get points for slashing people in succession. If you get 2 hits with Frenzy, 1 point, 3 hits, 2 points, and so on, and it gets higher and higher. And then when you reach 15 points, the add-on will activate at the end game. It's not too hard to activate it. In fact, if you're a bit short, you can hit the same survivor twice, which is, again, not ideal, because you give them a speed boost. But you can hit them twice just to farm the last few points. If in a normal game, it's pretty easy to activate it. Although sometimes a little bit tricky, but you should be able to activate it. And then if you do, when the 5th gen is powered and the exit gates are open. Oh, we had an offline stream, that's so cute. Onak1992, thank you so much. I'm gonna mute them now. Oh, people blow me away, really. At the end of the game, when the 5th gen is powered, this add-on activates if you have enough tokens. And now you are 4% faster out of chase. That's pretty significant. That's the speed boost that you get from Noid. You can run this with the perk Hex No One Escapes Death, Noid, to have 8% faster speed at the end game. Pretty bonkers, really. The problem is, maybe if you have a better add-on, you will not have to get to endgame. And believe it or not, 4% is not insane. Survivors, you're still a killer that doesn't have a projectile, that doesn't have an insta-down, that doesn't have anything crazy. And many times if a survivor has a pallet and they play it well, even the 4% is not enough. So relying on this to save a bad game is a horrible idea. This is a bit of a sweet treat and a nice, cute thing that you put on to complete a build or to have a little bit of fun. If you have a decent game and you chain a few hits, you get it very quickly. If not, you might need to farm a little bit and then it can give you a chance to come back. But near the end game, it's all about whether or not survivors split up and open gates and are willing to drop some pallets and use some dead hearts and take a couple body blocks. And this add-on doesn't help in that as much as you might think. Try it for yourself, I'm sure you'll agree. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it's a very creative and fun add-on, and I welcome you to try it. And finally, we have Frank's Mixed It, which might be the worst add-on in the game for Legion. Maybe it could be a spot or 2 higher up now that I really think about it. It's a cute add-on. It makes you break walls 30% faster and break generators, the break animation, kick generators, 20% faster. So it's like a brutal strength for gens and a brutaler strength for breakable walls. And this only works while you use your power. And, extremely generous, it pauses your power while you do this. So basically, the idea behind this add-on is that if you find a survivor on a gen, you can use your power, go and kick it, and then still not lose too much and still go and catch up. And obviously, you kick it faster too. Or, similar idea, you chase a survivor, they take a window, and you break the wall next to it and go through it and catch them. You want to know my thoughts? I think that's insane. Survivors can get so far away. Let's assume, by the way, that you use this add-on by itself. You probably want to use this add-on with the mischief list to have the extra duration to fall back on, which is already a bit of an investment, but okay. Let's say that you use this add-on by itself, and then you kick a gen or a wall and you chase a survivor that's actively running away from you. There's a really good chance that you're not gonna hit them anymore. Just because you spend that 2 seconds kicking, that is a lot of distance, and with a bit of luck, you're gonna lose them. Don't forget that you don't see scratch marks, you don't see blood. You're going to, even if they are still within distance, you might physically, visually lose them. So it's really, really risky to do this unless you really know what you're doing. In my opinion, the most common way you'll activate this add-on is the following. You chase a survivor. They go down next to a wall or a gen that you want to kick or destroy. So what you do is you use your power immediately after downing, go to the gen, kick it, go to the wall, kick it, and then go back and pick up, because you can pick up during frenzy. And in that scenario, you have an add-on that has saved you 0.3 seconds kicking a pallet, or kicking a gen or breaking a wall. Boo-hoo, that's not amazing, really. It can even induce you into making mistakes, so watch out with this add-on. It is a fun one, though, I do admit. And now for the next one. After a little commercial break. No commercial break, but I do need to take a little break. All right, and I think we are back after an extended break to tackle the Plague's add-ons this time around. She has some great add-ons. Some of them affect red puke, some of them affect green puke, some of them affect both. We're gonna get into it. The best add-on possibly is the Iridescent Seal. Now, in a normal, typical Plague game, you have only one fountain that you can pick up if survivors don't cleanse. If they cleanse, you can get extras. If you bring apples, you can get maybe 1 or 2 extra. But this basically means that depending on how survivors play it out, you might get only 1 or 2 or 3 uses of your red power by the end of the game. And this is obviously really sad. And potentially, it can make a game really hard. If you have a fountain that's in a corner of the map, and this happens a lot in maps like Swamp and so on, if survivors cleanse there, you don't really have a chance to use it. You go there, you pick it up, by the time you come back to the center of the map, everyone has hidden or run away. So not being able to use your power repeatedly is a major issue sometimes, and this add-on completely destroys that. It does basically give you your power every time survivors finish a generator. And it's as simple as that. When they finish a generator, whatever you are, you get your power. Now, your power, instead of lasting 60 seconds, which is quite a lot, lasts only 40 seconds. But if you do the math, and assuming that they do 5 gens, that's still a lot of extra uptime. And the shorter time is actually not too bad, because you don't go and pick it up from a fountain, so you don't spend 10 seconds going in and 10 seconds coming back. The 40 seconds honestly feel really, really good, and you can get quickly into the cycle of puke, puke, down, down, then you run out, infect on the hook or on the ground, and move on. The one weakness of this add-on is easily countered by many, many common and strong perks. So say survivors want to 99 3 gens and then quickly pop them 1 at the same time so that you don't get 3 times your power. You can put on the perk Deadlock, and every time they do a gen, another gen gets blocked. So that perk alone counters the counterplay for this add-on. You can also run Tinkerer to know when a gen is about to be completed. You go there, you stop it, great. You don't stop it, doesn't matter. You now have the ability to down them, very powerful. You can camp people and get your power without going anywhere. I imagine that a Plague that really, really, really wants to learn how to master this and have a build around it would probably be one of the hardest ones to beat. Needless to say, you can use the 20-second extending add-on to have a minute if you want that. You can use the prayer tablet to have an even stronger ability to down survivors. You can combine this with a bunch of things, and they're all pretty damn strong. So yeah, probably the best add-on on her if you're really ready to use it in its full power. Arguably, the second best add-on is the Black Incense. This add-on is incredibly insidious. Survivors typically have no idea that you have it, unless they have some obscure perk to reverse engineer some knowledge about it. It's basically impossible for survivors to know that you have this. And it's very simple. Any survivor that is fully infected now every now and then coughs, and you see their aura for 3 seconds. This basically means that if survivors are on average all infected, you're going to see their aura constantly. This helps you in chase. This helps you puke over obstacles and hit them. This helps you find people doing your totems or gens or hiding. This helps you in so many ways. If you pick up the red puke and you look around, you're going to immediately see where people are and know where to go to do the most damage. And the only real way to counter this is to cleanse massively, which survivors are not always inclined to do. And if they cleanse massively, well, you have your power. So yes, this add-on is quite nuts, especially if you pair it with other things to make survivors get infected faster, especially if you pair it with things to get your first infections quicker in terms of perks and delay the gens. Very, very powerful, helps in a number of situations. It's particularly dirty in indoor maps where survivors don't know where you're coming from. So they hear you pick up your power and they start to be cautious and they have no idea that you already know exactly where they are. So yeah, many, many reasons why it's very, very powerful. The only way it could be wasted is if survivors never fully get infected and you don't really have a lot of luck fully infecting them, and because they keep cleansing. I just realized the volume is a little bit higher than it should be. If you give me just 2 seconds, I'm going to lower it a tiny bit. There you go, that should be a bit more pleasant. So yeah, good add-on. for sure. The next two best add-ons arguably are the Apple and the Ashen Apple. These apples are great. Instead of having only one fountain that is ready to be picked up at the start of the game, these add-ons give you one extra fountain each. So what that means basically is that you have now a greater chance to, at the very start or throughout the game, have one fountain that is in a good spot. Having a fountain in a good spot, maybe near the middle of the map, is critical. It's what makes Plague really, really scary. And unfortunately, with only one fountain by default, your chances sometimes are pretty low. So say that you have basement in the middle or a bunch of gems in the middle and everything is happening in the middle, and your one fountain is in a horrible corner, which happens all the time with Plague. With this add-on, maybe now you have another extra fountain in the middle that is available. And even if you don't, even if both of your fountains are really far, maybe because they can't cleanse there, survivors now have to cleanse closer to you. So even if you don't pick them up, just choking survivors into fewer fountains in good places for you is a really good thing. In my opinion, the yellow one is superior because it doesn't have the extra ability. The green one has an extra effect of spawning one extra pool on the map. And I think that's bad. One extra pool means that survivors have more choices and they can cleanse more. And it's harder for them to over cleanse, yes, but that should not be a big deal. If survivors drink from all the pools at once, that can be a bit tricky because you kind of lose many potential powers. That's what over cleansing is. But assuming that you're not super clumsy, that should never happen. The extra fountain hurts you more often than not, from my experience, because it means that they just have more potential fountains that are bad for you to drink from. Whereas if they have fewer, and one of them is out of the corrupted, it typically works out best for you. So in my opinion, yellow over green, even though basically there's not a lot of difference. It's not a huge difference. But so what is so good about the apples? You put them with Lethal Pursuer, with Discordance, with Retribution, perks to find survivors, and at the very start of the game, you can immediately drink one up and go absolutely ham and get multiple downs. And after that, you still have other fountains, and after they're injured, they will have to cleanse. So it guarantees that you can use your power a lot more aggressively, and they are really great. And next, we have a really out-of-place meme BP add-on, which is the Prayer Tablet. The Prayer Tablet is meant to be a bit of a meme add-on. It makes it so that you cannot infect survivors directly with your green puke. It doesn't affect the red puke at all. The red puke stays the same it is. But the green puke will not infect survivors directly. This is theoretically pretty bad. If you see a survivor in front of you, you can't puke on them. What you can do is puke on the window or the pallet that they're about to touch, and that will do it. And you can puke on gens and other stuff. You can infect them indirectly, but you cannot infect them or fully infect them directly at all. But this comes with a massive benefit, and that is the fact that your infection lasts significantly longer, much longer. I believe this adds 40 seconds to it. It's pretty nuts. Your infection lasts more than a minute. It lasts a very long time. And survivors that gain infection from interacting with objects do it much faster as well. So what this means basically is that even though you cannot infect directly, if you puke on a gen and a survivor works on that gen, they get infected extremely fast. I'm talking about 16 seconds worth of time on a gen. And this can be very disgusting. You can even pair it with the Severed Toe to make these 16 seconds more like 12 seconds. With this together, you can puke on a totem, and they can't even cleanse the totem before they are fully infected, which is insane. So the general strategy with this add-on is to simply puke on every gen available and try to indirectly infect survivors, and they have this lose-lose situation where if they don't do gens, they're going to die. And if they do gens, they will get infected extremely fast. And then you can use perks like Tinkerer, like Discordance, like whatever, to know when survivors jump on a gen. You can also run Corrupt, her own perk, to limit the amount of gens that you need to puke on at the start. And if survivors touch gens, they get infected so fast. So fast. And then you can pick up your one fountain, go there, absolutely destroy them. So this is a meme add-on that absolutely catches survivors off guard, that they don't understand how to play against. And the counterplay to this add-on is really difficult for the average team to grasp and fully understand and improvise and do on the fly. And the counterplay is to massively cleanse. If survivors keep cleansing massively, yeah, they'll give you lots of red puke, but this add-on gets kind of countered. And then if you down them with red puke, you can puke on them while they're on the hook. So yeah, very, very difficult to play around. It does have a major downside, obviously. Sometimes it's just better to just run a normal, good, no downside add-on. But it's very powerful. And the fact that it forces survivors to play differently, and the fact that it has such insane synergies in certain builds, and the fact that it's kind of easy for a plague to take advantage of this, and it's very easy to just puke on things, I think makes it quite strong. We then have the rubbing oil. The rubbing oil was nerfed. It used to make you puke at twice the rate, 100% extra speed. Now it's only 50%. It's still very good. When you press M2, your charging bar fills much faster. There's basically two things that come out of this. Number one, if you charge it just a little bit, you can do a huge amount of puke. So say a survivor that is injured is in front of you. This works for both green and red puke, by the way. And they wait until you do a little blah, 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 and you start puking at them. They press E and they do a dead hard. With this add-on, even if you only tap it a little bit, you're still going to shoot out so much puke that it will literally shoot so much that it will hit them at the end of their dead hard. If a survivor does an action right in front of you, like vaulting a window, and you do a tiny little bit of a puke, so much will come out that you might actually fully infect them, especially if you run it with the effectiveness add-ons that we'll talk about later. So yes, this basically allows you to do a lot of puke for very little investment. And even if you're going for a tiny little bit of puke, this add-on is also great. Right now, you couldn't do this before with Plague, but right now you can press M2 and the Plague will do the minimum amount of puke possible. And with the rubbing oil, that comes out significantly faster. So think of the rubbing oil like a babushka for Huntress. You shoot faster. And in really tight loops, in really difficult places to hit, against really tight survivors that run everything super tight and make your slow projectile speed a bit of an issue. Obviously, this is incredible. In short, I don't recommend this add-on for beginners. I do recommend it, however, if you're practicing and you are going against better and better survivors and you want to really get good at it. Yeah, a really good add-on. And obviously shooting a little bit earlier does mean that survivors have less time to drop a pallet, get away, vault, and get away from a window. So yeah, it's pretty good. Sometimes, however, survivors are in the open and they are just wasting time and it doesn't really, like, they're not playing super tight, right? And in those situations where survivors are, they're gonna go down anyway, maybe you wish you had an apple instead, or maybe you wish you had a strong, simple add-on. You don't need that level of slight increase in speed because the survivors were playing bad anyway. So this add-on can feel a little bit wasted, but it is otherwise really good. Then we move on to the Severed Toe. This add-on basically increases the passive gain of survivors on the sickness department. And the way it's explained is not very clear, but basically, anytime a survivor is doing anything other than walking or standing still, this add-on makes them get infected faster. So when you puke on a survivor and let them go, I think by default it takes about 40-something, 50 seconds. It takes about 50 seconds for them to get infected. If they walk, not if they walk. If they run or if they do gens, that's quite slow, right? So you could puke on a survivor, they could do half a gen and still not be injured. Well, with this add-on, that is quite different. It's not quite the same. It adds a 50% extra bonus to it, which obviously pairs extremely well with the prayer tablet. And that basically means that you puke on survivors, they run a little bit, and in a matter of 30 seconds now, instead of 50, they are fully infected. And this happens if they're doing gens, if they're running, if they're opening gates, if they're doing anything other than stand still or walk. And survivors don't stand still or walk all the time. This will help. What this basically means is that you can find 3 people, puke, chase 1, and now the other 2 that you left are going to get red much earlier. And a survivor that is fully infected makes a lot of noise, triggers the black incense, is now infecting the generators and windows and pallets that they touch. If they interact with another survivor to rescue them, it also infects them. So they pass on the infection. It's quite a lot of pressure to have early. So yeah, a pretty decent add-on. Sometimes if you're gonna use your red puke a lot and you're gonna use your apples a lot, this add-on doesn't really fall into that playstyle. So you might not want it. But it is otherwise really, really good if you want to passively infect people. And it's sometimes faster to do this on multiple people than to use the effectiveness add-ons. We then go for the Hematite Seal and the Limestone Seal. Very simple add-ons. They increase the time your infection stays on surfaces. Your infection by default lasts, I think they buffed it to 40 seconds, right? Is it 35? I think they buffed it to 40 seconds. Well, the yellow one will add 30 seconds and the brown one will add 20 seconds. That's pretty significant. That is pretty significant. Sometimes when I see a gen that has been recently puked on by the plague, I decide to wait 10 seconds before I touch it. And that is a lot of time. But if the plague was running one of these add-ons, those 10 seconds now turn into 20 plus, 30 plus, and it makes it basically inviable. Completely a horrible idea for survivors to try to wait your infection. With these add-ons, if you puke on stuff at the start, survivors have to get infected. And it's a bit, as the prayer tablet, it's a bit of a lose-lose situation where either they over-cleanse and they give you, they cleanse a lot and they give you your power, or they don't cleanse at all and then they're injured without you ever touching them directly. So they're pretty great. For brown and yellow, they add quite a lot. In my opinion, if you want to prayer the yellow, obviously being the best, with the prayer tablet, you have a basically unending. Let's see, 40 seconds default. I think it's 35 seconds or 40 seconds default, plus 40 seconds from the tablets, plus 30 seconds from the Hematite Seal. That is like years in DPD time. That is years where everything you touch is going to be infected. I can legit go to the middle of the map and puke on pallets and stuff, and by the time I get into a chase there later, they're still going to be infected. Very, very, very dirty stuff. But of course, this doesn't affect the red puke. It's only for green puke. So depending on your playstyle, they might not fit your build very well. They are otherwise solid, really good add-ons for their value. Later, we find the Worship Tablet. And the Worship Tablet only affects you when you have the red puke. So that already is a little bit difficult. If you're using one add-on, and it's this one, that means that you only have room for another add-on. So ideally, you're going to pair the Worship Tablet with one of the two apples. So that means that you have two fountains default, maybe more if they cleanse. So this only affects the red puke, very important. And what it does is it makes you 5% faster while you hold it. While you charge it, while you hold it. So the plague, when she holds her puke, she can walk around. And she moves at 110. Same speed as Huntress, as Hag. That's really, really good. Most loops, you can use this holding speed to outplay survivors. But because of your slow projectile speed, sometimes that can be not enough. And a really smart survivor that uses Dead Heart here and there, they can still dodge your stuff. With this add-on, your red puke becomes basically unstoppable. If you hold your red puke, you can move at 115 movement speed, your normal speed, and catch up to survivors while you're ready to puke on them. It's ludicrous. It's like Huntress moved at the same speed while she charges her hatchet. It's so strong. It makes your first or second red puke really, really strong, and even good survivors are completely thrown off by this because they don't expect it. So it's really, really nice. The only problem is that because it takes up an add-on slot, you can't use two apples with this, so it's a bit risky running it. Much like the Robbing Oil, it could be that you put on this add-on and then survivors are so bad that you don't need it. So sometimes it will feel like a bit of a waste. If I didn't know what I was going against, I wouldn't be super comfortable bringing this add-on every time. For a purple, it feels like it's a bit situational. But it is otherwise quite good and very deadly in the hands of a decent plague against even the smartest survivors. So that's great. Then we have the duration add-ons. The Talisman Amulet. And where is the other amulet? Right here. So these add-ons increase the time that it takes for your plague red puke to go away. Instead of 60 seconds, you now have plus 20 and plus 10. So with the purple, you get 80 seconds. and with the green, you get 70 seconds. Alright, so first question. Why would you ever use these add-ons instead of an apple? Would you rather have 2 fountains, or 1 fountain with 80 seconds, or 2 fountains with 60 seconds each? What do you think is better? Spoilers, having 2 fountains is always better. The apples are almost always better than these add-ons. Almost always. And the nice thing about having a slightly shorter red puke is that you can cycle infection. And what do I mean by cycling infection? When you have a survivor down or on the hook, you can puke on them to infect them if your red puke has already finished. So many times what you can do with apples is simply at the start of the game, you find survivor, puke on them, then pick up an apple, down them, down another person, finish your 60 seconds, then puke on the person on the hook, then puke on someone else, then drink another fountain. Cycle continues. Damage, 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 infection, damage, 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 infection, damage, 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 infection. If your red puke lasts too long, you don't have time. You will down people, put them on the hook, and you won't be able to puke on them, which is kind of bad. So the extra duration sometimes gets a little bit in the way. Also, however, there could be the opposite, where you down a survivor and you still have 30 seconds, so you hook them and now you have still time to get another down or 2, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, it's not terrible. If you use the purple talisman, you can make up for the downside of the iridescent seal. Although, as I said, I don't think you need to. And yeah, it's very straightforward. I recommend the apples over these, however. We then have the cooldown add-ons. And these add-ons reduce the cooldown of the plague after shooting both red puke and green puke, both of them, by 0.4, the yellow, and 0.25. So they're both pretty close, but the yellow one is a little bit more significant. Many situations where this is very useful. Now, the plague used to be really slow. When she puked, she was very, very slow. It's like she was having a cramp or something. But she no longer is that slow. When she, after an attack, she's still pretty fast. So you don't need these add-ons as much as you need before. With these add-ons before, you could shoot and really keep up with survivors. With these add-ons, you don't need them. You still can keep up just fine. So let's talk about what they do. Because they reduce the cooldown, it means that you can do shot after shot after shot after shot faster. When there's multiple survivors on screen, this is huge. This is huge. Coming out of basement, you can do one quick puke, and get multiple hits in. Sometimes, in my opinion, it's better to just charge one big puke. If multiple survivors are coming out of basement, I would rather just have a fully charged one and then go blah, 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 and splatter everywhere. Unfortunately, the faster firing rate doesn't guarantee faster hits. Survivors have an invincibility period after one hit. So if you have the yellow add-on and you have a survivor standing still, maybe test this in a Kill Your Friends, and you puke, and then you puke again, you'll notice that the second one goes right through them. Doesn't do anything. So yes, this add-on is kind of redundant. You do not get to do double taps super fast, unfortunately. Though, you can absolutely do M2 into M1. So with this add-on, you can puke someone out a window, and if they started vaulting a bit late, you recover faster, almost half a second faster, so you can grab them out of the window. Or hit them at the end of the window, which is really, really good. And many times you'll see the situations where you just puke on someone, and they try to get to a window, and you still have the cooldown. So yeah, it does make you a bit more agile. It also really nullifies the speed debuff from puking. As I said, there's a very non-noticeable, it's not too bad of a slowdown after puking. But with these add-ons, it's almost gone entirely. So anytime you're going around the map and you're like shooting at a gen, shooting at a survivor running away from you, with these add-ons, you basically lose no distance. So you are a lot more encouraged to just puke at absolutely everything and still keep your momentum. So for that reason, I think they are quite comfy and they are great for beginners, because as a beginner, you should be trying to aim at things and shoot all the time, because why not, right? So yeah, they're pretty nifty. We then have the effectiveness add-ons. And these add-ons I don't recommend for beginners as much. They are a bit of a trap. They increase the effectiveness of your green puke, only the green puke, by 40 and 30%. And what this means is that when you puke on a survivor, you need less time or less amount of puke to fully turn them red. On paper, this sounds really, really good. You're chasing a survivor, they're involved in windows really well, and you get to fully infect them and then down them in one hit as opposed to multiple hits. So it sounds really good in paper, but I'm going to tell you why it's a trap. You should not try to full infect survivors all the time. It's much better to split up and do just a bit of infection and let the passive infection do its work. It's much, much better to just puke a little bit on one guy, puke a little bit on one guy, puke a little bit on one guy, then maybe one of them messes up, and then you can feel the puke on them, even without these add-ons. And, you know, now every other person is slowly becoming injured over time, and you don't need to puke on them a lot. So let's explain the edge case scenarios of why you don't need this, and then go for the ones where it helps. Edge case scenarios. Survivor, let's say a survivor is trying to do a big vault in front of you, completely in the open. You can almost fully infect them without this add-on. Let's say a survivor is unhooking in front of you. You can fully infect them even through the person without these add-ons. So your infection is strong enough to fully infect people if they do stupid things in front of you. And obviously, on the other side, the really, really good survivors that loop really tight, even with these add-ons, you're not going to infect them easily. It's still better to just infect them a little bit and then go for your red puke. These add-ons kind of lock you in this mentality of like, oh, I need to fully infect people with my green puke, which is not helpful. That being said, if you have one or both of these add-ons, which I don't recommend, I think it's too much, especially let's say that you run the best one, which is 40%, and you pair it with the rubbing oil, which affects both pukes. This would be a pretty nifty combo. If a survivor goes for a window in front of you, even if you're late, you're going to charge up a little bit and then do a lot of puke thanks to the rubbing oil. And with this, even if you only hit a little bit, you're going to fully infect them. And once a survivor is fully infected, they pass on the thing to other people. They are now insta-downable. They can't heal, stuff like that. So that is pretty significant. So yeah, overall not too bad, but they kind of encourage a playstyle that is not optimal. We then have the, what is this called? The Anointment. It's the add-on that makes everyone in your terror radius scream when you pick up an apple, a fountain, be it from an apple or the default one. This is pretty nifty. I think it's a nice filler add-on, and it's a nice add-on for beginners. If you pick up a fountain and you don't know anyone around the area, this will tell you where other people are. It goes well with things that increase your terror radius, obviously. And even Dark Devotion, which is the Plague Zone perk. So yeah, this add-on can tell you where a survivor is that you wouldn't know otherwise. The problem, you shouldn't do that. When you pick up a fountain, you should be exactly sure of what you're going to do with it. So when you pick up a fountain, it's because you know that because of this perk or that perk, that you know that you're gonna find survivors somewhere. You shouldn't pick fountains blindly, hoping that there's someone, because then they could hide and get really far away or be completely in the distance, and it would have been a waste, right? So it's a risky idea to use this add-on for information gathering, and I don't recommend it. But if you just put it on a build, who knows? Maybe you were thinking that there was one survivor and you find out that there's two. So now you have a bit of extra information that you wouldn't have had. So it's a cute add-on. Don't forget that because you're using this add-on, now you only have space for one apple. So that means that maybe in a game you only get to use it twice. So yeah, if this gave you extra fountains, then it would be obviously much better. Now we move on to the Vile Emetic. We've mentioned many times that the Plague has a very slow projectile speed. When she pukes, it's not like Huntress or Trickster where it goes really fast, it goes really slow. This add-on increases the speed by 10%. Indirectly, this lets you, much like the flight speed for Huntress, indirectly, this lets you shoot further. Though, let's be real, almost no one is going for long-distance shots with Plague. But it also messes a little bit with the curvature of your puke. There's many shots that I know I can do over small obstacles, and with this add-on, it's actually harder. It messes with your muscle memory and your knowledge of the trajectory a bit, so that's not great. But how about the speed? Isn't the speed good? In my experience, 10% makes almost no difference. If this add-on was 20 or 30%, I would be probably talking differently. I've tried this add-on many times, and it feels like in 95% of the cases, if a survivor is too far, you're not going to hit them with or without this add-on. And if a survivor is too close, you're gonna hit them with or without this add-on. So this add-on only helps in some extremely edge case scenarios. If your survivors are running tight and it's hard to hit them with green or red puke, I recommend the rubbing oil over this. It's way more noticeable. Or even if you're struggling with red puke to hit them, I recommend the worship tablet. You could use this add-on slot for an apple and just be a bit crazier. I really don't recommend it. It sounds really good on paper, but in practice I just think it's not so good. And then we have a really cute brown add-on that shows you the aura of a survivor that just cleansed. This is great for beginners, but doesn't have a lot of reason to be for other people. A survivor that just cleansed is healthy, so they might not be your first priority. If you're paying a lot of attention, you're going to know where your fountains are, right? You're going to see, okay, I have one right, one left, and oh, somebody cleansed because you hear the sound. Oh, there's one in the middle. Yeah, they cleansed right there. So you can know where people cleanse already. You don't need this add-on. This add-on only lets you know that someone cleansed, and if you're a bit lost, you can now see, oh, it was that one fountain. Oh, and he's going to the right. Okay, well, I guess I'll follow them. So it's a little bit of info, and it's not too bad. But obviously, considering some of her other very strong add-ons, it's not great. Now we have an add-on, which is really interesting. It's a bit of a meme add-on. It's not good. It's not good. It reduces the amount of fountains in the map by 2. So instead of having 6, you now have only 4. And out of those 4, yeah, one of them will have an infection. Now, that is not great. 4 is very, very little. It means that if survivors get a couple people injured and they quickly cleanse, you will get your power automatically and lose all of the other ones. And you might be like, well, that sounds like a pretty good deal, right? I infect all of them, and they cleanse, and I get my power back. But what if they don't cleanse? Then you have an add-on that literally does nothing. Or what if they cleanse, and you're in a bad spot? What if they cleanse too quickly and you can't quite catch up? Almost every build and idea I've had about this add-on, once I tested it, I realized that it puts the power in the hands of the survivors. You are putting this on and hoping that they do something. And if they don't, your plan falls apart very quickly. It is much better to have one of the more active add-ons, like the apples, for example, if you want to use your red puke on the go, or the iridescent seal. This add-on is just straight up bad. It tells them that you have this add-on, it gives them power to do certain things, and removes it from you, pretty much. So I don't recommend it very highly. I think it's just a straight up downgrade. Moving on, we have another batch of recently buffed add-ons for Ghostface. His best add-on is probably the iridescent Ghostface caught on tape. This add-on is really great. Now, the Ghostface has to recover his power after being revealed or doing an attack, and it takes 24 seconds. 24 seconds is a lot better than what it was before, but it's still quite a lot of time. This add-on makes it so that if you down a survivor with a basic attack, which is basically all the time, unless you get a grab or something, you get your power back immediately. And this is huge. This is super, super huge. You can down a survivor, and if someone else is coming for the rescue, you can now mark them or leave them 99 for later. You can down a survivor and then just use your power and go for someone else. It's an amazing recovery add-on. Let's say that you made a mistake and you lost your power. Well, you can get it back as long as you down someone, and you're going to be downing people. If you're very good at using your power and you're marking people a lot, then you'll be downing them a lot with basic attacks. It just comes into play a lot. And the best part is that it has great synergies with some of the other add-ons that we're going to get to, especially the outdoor security camera. Yeah, it's a great add-on. Anything that gives you your power back immediately is great. You can hook a survivor and immediately use your power again, even if you don't want to use it right after downing them. Which is great. So yeah, it's a really nice add-on. And it pairs extremely well, as I said, with the outdoor security camera. The outdoor security camera makes it so that anytime you down a survivor in Night Shroud, you basically get wall hacks on every other survivor. Now this by itself is not that incredible of a combo, because think about it. You down a survivor, well, now you have to wait 24 seconds. And you see around yourself that people are here and there, maybe closer, maybe further. But because you just downed that survivor, you now have to wait 24 seconds. So you can't act on that information. However, if you pair this with the Eerie Cotton Tape, now that changes completely. You can down Survivor, and if you down them with a basic attack, you get your power back. And because they were marked, you now see everyone around you. So you can be this monster that downs people and immediately gets information on everyone else. So you don't need to run info perks. You don't need to run info perks because you'll literally see what's going on and be able to immediately act on that, which is really, really powerful. Even by itself, it's still a great add-on. It goes well with the other recovery add-on, the Wall-Eyes Matchbook, that we'll talk about in a minute. And it is really, really powerful. It's just that simple. This add-on might not be best for people that are a little bit new and they don't mark a lot, so you definitely want to mark survivors to get use of it, however. The Wall-Eyes Matchbook is definitely more beginner-friendly and is a really difficult add-on to waste. You do not want to pair this add-on with the Cotton Tape because it's basically the same turf. This add-on makes your recovery from 24 seconds to 18 seconds. So it does a -6. What's there not to love about that? That's great. For a brown add-on, that is quite literally insane. You can down a survivor, put them on the hook, and a few seconds later you get your power back. You get revealed, doesn't matter. A few seconds later, you get your power back. You attack someone and want to use your power again on someone else. Doesn't matter, 6 seconds earlier. Very, very significant. If you play Ghostface without add-ons a lot, you'll see how much 6 seconds can make the difference. So it is pretty fantastic. Another fantastic brown add-on is Philly. Philly basically makes it so that survivors need to be stocked 20% less. Sorry, is it 20 or 25? I think it's 20% less, 20. This is great. You catch a survivor and they see you and they run away. Before, there would be 80 or 75%, and yeah, that's not great. Now, with this add-on, they are 99 or 95%. So next time you catch them, you can do a quick, tiny little bit of stalking, and bam, they're marked. Great stuff. It gives a lot more room for a mistake. It makes you a lot faster at marking or 99ing survivors. It's great. And for a brown, as I said, another incredibly good add-on. And it goes really, really well with most other add-ons. So yeah, it's great stuff. Then we have Olson's Wallet, which is another recovery add-on. So you probably don't want to run it with the Cotton Tape and the Wall-Eyes Matchbook. This is very simple. When you break a wall or a pallet, you get your power back. It's really, really strong as well. And it's a bit of a plan B sort of thing. You chase a survivor and you stalk them and they get stalked to 90%. And now they drop a pallet. Well, typically, you would break the pallet, keep chasing them, and either wait 24 seconds to get your power back, or just decide to go for someone else and try to catch them later. With this add-on, you can break the pallet, and if they do something stupid in front of you, you have your power immediately again. So you can immediately leave them, and they'll be very lost, or you can immediately try to mark them again, which puts a lot of pressure on them. And in maps like Dead Dog Saloon, with lots of breakable walls, you can selectively break walls at specific times to get your power back in a pinch. What's there not to love about that? It's as I said, it's more of a plan B kind of thing. It's not as direct as some of the other add-ons we've seen, and it's harder to get conscious value out of it. And if you're playing perfectly, it shouldn't come into clutch that much, but still really, really nice. We then have the Monocular and the Detail Victim Routine. These do basically the same thing at different times. With the Monocular, if a survivor reveals you, they get exhausted for 5 seconds. And with the Detail Victim Routine, if you mark them, they get exhausted for 5 seconds. Exhaustion is a great thing to apply on command. It's great. Most of your survivors are going to be running Sprint Burst or more commonly Dead Hard. And against a killer that doesn't have a great chasing power, being able to just be like, okay, I'm going to use my power. This fool is going to stare at me. And when he stares at me thinking that he's winning, he's exhausted. Now he doesn't make it to the pallet. Bam, got him. Great stuff. Knowing for a fact that someone that you're chasing or that just revealed you cannot use their exhaustion power is a pretty significant deal. And it's honestly up to you which one you prefer. I think the Monocular is even more powerful. You need to be a bit smart. Don't attack because that makes you lose your power. Wait for them to reveal you before you attack. And now you know that they don't get to use their perks. 5 seconds is quite a lot. They need to basically stand still for a long time to get it back. So it's something they cannot comfortably do in chase. And with the routine, it's simpler. You just stalk them, and if it was a generator, let's say it was a mech on a generator, and you stalk them. If they had Twimbers, well, too bad, they don't get to use it. So yeah, pretty great. And then we get to the knife drop sheath, whatever it's called. This add-on is pretty nifty. When you stalk and mark a survivor, you get a 10% movement speed, which is pretty significant for 5 seconds. It's a very short time, but still, 10%. If for some reason you stalk 2 people at once, let's say 2 people on a gen, you get that twice. So if you stalk 2 people healing and you mark them both, you will literally move at 20% for 5 seconds, which is pretty nuts. So yeah, that's pretty nice. It basically makes you a bit of an attacking trapdoor spider. You just spring into a bit of an attack. Unfortunately, when you stalk, you are very slow or you're literally standing still. So you do not get to use this add-on to catch up to survivors. If you're running, let's say that you're running after a survivor, and you stop for a second to stalk, and then mark them, and then keep going. That half a second where you are slower pretty much makes up for the 5 seconds where you're a bit faster. So with this add-on, it's not like a clown yellow speed where you massively boost yourself. No, it basically helps you in a straight line to keep up with survivors. So this add-on is not great to catch up. Don't use it like that. It's very disappointing. But it is good to get the hit faster. And it's also potentially good in loops where you know a survivor cannot just keep running away. I tested this a little bit, and the idea is that in some loops, if you can catch the time where the survivor is kind of vaulting or something, you can pop this and use it as a yellow bottle on clown in that regard. Where they vault, let's say that you have them 99. Instead of breaking the pallet, you just mark them as they vault and then go around. They'll go for another loop thinking that they can make it around, and they can't. And they really can't. So yeah, this is an add-on that with a bit of expertise, you can probably catch really good survivors with in times they wouldn't expect it. So it's pretty nifty, and it's pretty great. Then we have the address book. The address book is a really cute add-on. It's hard to call it reliable. It has a really nice effect, however. When you mark a survivor, that survivor now is basically affected by like an Omal ears, but in add-on form. When they vault a pallet fast or a window fast, you will see their auras for 5 seconds, just like Omal ears, which is the Ghostface's perk. This is great. Seeing their auras for 5 seconds means that they cannot mind game you, that you can mind game them, if it's not somewhere completely in the open, of course. And you can sometimes use this to finally get that hit on someone. Problem is, should you mark people randomly, just in the off chance that this add-on comes into play? The answer is no. Like, you should try to mark the people that you know you can catch. Sometimes if you see a survivor that's in a decent spot, you might be like, oh, I'm gonna mark them because I have this add-on, I'm gonna outplay them. But it could be that you use this and you still fail because, I don't know, they're very smart or they see you through the wall or whatever. So it's an add-on that is really good for a yellow, but one that you should not incorporate into your playstyle too aggressively, lest you make a terrible mistake with it. But it is very decent for its value. We then have the Shoot Pen, and this add-on does the same effect as the Lasting Perfume. It makes certain survivors reveal you slower. Right now, survivors that look at you for like 1 second reveal you very quick. So you use your power, someone stares at you for 1 second, bam, you're out of it. But with these add-ons, it actually takes 3 seconds, which is a very long time, and it's very easy to dodge. With the pen, down survivors take 3 seconds, and with the perfume, survivors on the hook take 3 seconds. The worst of these two by far, in my opinion, is the perfume. Yeah, you put a survivor on the hook, someone else comes for the rescue, you begin to use your power, the survivor on the hook tries to reveal you, maybe while you're walking away or doing whatever, and because it takes 3 seconds, you have more than enough time to either go hide and be fine, or just mark somebody else. Occasionally, this can be quite clutch. But ask yourself, do you even have your power? Maybe it's better to just run the Wild Eyes Matchbook so that you have your power in the first place, or this, or any other add-on. If you don't have any other add-ons, you don't get your power that quickly around an unhook sometimes. So the unhooking one, I think, is kind of bad. And don't forget that even though the person that is on the hook, cannot reveal you quick. The person that you might be trying to expose does reveal you quick. So I think this one's very situational. The pen, however, is definitely a lot more common than you think. And I think the best way to use the pen, the best way to really get value, is to pair it with the ghost is caught on tape. With these two add-ons, you have a very, very good strategy when you down a survivor, where you get your power back, and the person on the ground cannot reveal you in time. So one very common idea with these two add-ons is to down a survivor, know that there's someone else nearby, and then go behind some tree or whatever and stalk them. The person that you're stalking cannot reveal you because of the tree, and the person that you left on the ground briefly also will try but cannot reveal you. And this, believe it or not, happens very often around on hooks. Think about it this way. Let's say that Dwight is hanging on the hook, and Claudette comes to help. I go for Claudette. I hit her. She rescues during my animation. Then I hit her again. And now, typically, what I would do is, well, probably Claudette has borrowed time, so I'm going to just pick her up and hook her. What you can do with these add-ons is leave Claudette on the ground, go after Dwight a little bit. You just got your power back because of the eerie cotton tape. So you go a little bit, then you stalk Dwight, and now that Dwight is injured and 99. So if you catch them later, easy. And if they heal, they're still 99, you can mark them later. And Claudette will stare at you from the ground and not be able to reveal you. And then you go back, you hook her, and now you have a lot of pressure on multiple people. On the Dwight that has to heal and he's 99, on the Claudette on the hook, and anyone else that has to come for the rescue. So yeah, makes exchanges at the hook really, really dangerous. So for that reason, that is something that you can do quite a few times per game. So I think the pen is quite a bit better. We then have the telephoto lens. This makes survivors oblivious when you expose them, when you mark them. And it also goes well with it also shares that effect with the journal, which makes them oblivious when they reveal you. Oh, actually, I think I mixed them up. Give me 2 seconds. I want to make sure I didn't call it out wrong. I did say it wrong. I did say it wrong. My apologies. Let me get back on track. Right, it's actually the opposite. The journal is if you mark a survivor, and the telephoto lens is if you get revealed. Now, typically a survivor is exposed or marked, sorry. It's the same thing basically, for 60 seconds. That's pretty good. So if you mark them, and for some reason you're like, okay, I marked them, but I think it's a bad idea. That survivor now doesn't hear your terror radius, if you have it, for the next 60 seconds. And they need to be careful, because if you go around the corner, you could hit them and insta on them. So you can use these add-ons as a way to like just inflict a bit of chaos. In my opinion, this is not so good, because, you know, that survivor cannot reveal you, so you don't have a terror radius yet. Maybe you won't have a terror radius for a while. That survivor could be on comms. You know, there's a lot of reasons why Oblivious is not the best thing against a stealth killer. But the telephoto lens is a little bit better in my opinion, because a survivor that just revealed you basically means that you do have a few seconds where you have the terror radius. So one thing you can do is quite literally let people reveal you on purpose. Let people reveal you on purpose at times where you don't care about it. And then that person for a little while will be oblivious, and they won't hear your terror radius, and they might be extra paranoid and waste time, or be extra careless and get hit where they don't expect it. So for that reason, it is alright. We then have the cheap colon, which extends the time that a survivor is marked from 60 to 70 seconds. This goes well with any other add-on that does something while they're marked, like say the address book. If you're gonna mark survivors for a long time, it goes pretty well with it. And it goes without saying, 70 seconds is both a lot of time and not a lot of time. It is not a lot of time if survivors are ready to pre-drop pallets. If you chase a survivor in a good map and you mark them and everyone else is doing gens, you know what they're gonna do, right? They're gonna drop a strong pallet, you're gonna have to break it, they're gonna go and drop another strong pallet, you're gonna have to break it, and then you're gonna go and drop another strong pallet, and you're gonna have to break it, and by the time you catch up, it's been 60 seconds. Even 70 seconds sometimes. In that regard, yeah, be careful, because you committed to a survivor for a long time, other gens are being done, and that survivor maybe gets someone to take a hit for them or something. It's a little bit of a bad idea to try to commit to one survivor hardcore, even if you think that they're going to be marked for a long time. However, there are times where 70 seconds is a lot. Let's say that you dot a survivor, and there's a couple other survivors in the area, and they're messing around a little bit. You go there, you mark them both, let's say, and then you hook the survivor. Now that survivor is on the hook for 60 seconds before they die, or they hit stage 2, and there are 2 people that you mark that now for 70 seconds cannot do anything. 70 seconds. That is kind of significant. That survivor cannot come for the rescue, the other survivor cannot come from the rescue, and now only one person can come for the rescue, and who knows, maybe you left them 99, or maybe they're injured and they can't come either. So yeah, being able to force a 70-second of being vulnerable, even if you don't chase them, can occasionally be alright. So it's an idea that you can amplify with this add-on. We then have the knife sheath, which makes you 10% faster while you crouch. Your crouching speed is slower than survivors. You shouldn't crouch everywhere. There's no good reason to crouch everywhere. You don't lose terror radius or red stain when you crouch. You just become a bit shorter. But moving a bit faster is, I guess, fine. You can sometimes use crouch in certain loops, and being a little bit faster does make it a bit more appealing and a bit more consistent. It's something you do very little, and it's very situational, and there's a lot of maps that never have these loops, so you never want to use this. So yeah, very situational, but a 10% movement speed on crouch is alright. That's pretty much all there is to it. And then we have the knife belt clip. This add-on is very, very, very weird. I'll tell you all there is to know about it. When you crouch, your terror radius becomes 8 meters smaller. This is bad. You might be like, oh, but what if I crouch as I am approaching a gen? So they hear me later and I have more of a... Yes, they will hear you later, but you're also slower. So it's really not a great idea. You can pair this with Monotone Abuse, and it's actually kind of good together. If you have this, you have a 60-meter terror radius, and you can approach a gen at 16 meters, and right when you're at 16 meters and they don't hear you at all, then you crouch up, and you're kind of fast, kind of unexpected, and it works out okay. But yeah, why would you want Monotone Abuse and a smaller terror radius on a killer that ideally can be completely terror radiusless? Yeah, it's not great. It's more like a plan B for your downtime while you get your power back up. It would probably be better to just run one of the add-ons to get your power back up faster. But I'll tell you another thing that's remarkable about this add-on, and it's the fact that when you use your power, the terror radius retracts. It doesn't disappear immediately. It actually retracts into you. So with this add-on, technically speaking, you can crouch, use your power, and the way the terror disappear will be even faster, which can disorient and throw some survivors off. And if you're recovering your power and you're approaching a gen, you can crouch, use your power as soon as you get it, and that might prevent them from even hearing you for a little bit. I've tested this, and the difference is extremely minor in my opinion. So yeah, it's a very mediocre add-on. That's all there is to it. We then have the map, which is really interesting. When a survivor reveals you, they typically get a little heartbeat, a killer instinct, for a few seconds. This maybe duplicates it. I think it goes from... I think it adds actually 3 seconds to the time that a survivor is marked for you with killer instinct. I don't know. I don't think this is great. Most survivors... revealing you are very easy to spot. There's very few times when you're like, wait, what? Who revealed me? So yeah, this is maybe for those times where someone reveals you and you don't know exactly where they go after they hide behind some wall, and this gives you a slightly better idea of where they're headed. In that regard, I guess it's alright-ish, but it's an add-on to plan for failure. It's really not that great. The headline cutouts are interesting. They make you move 40% faster while you stalk. There are 2 times when you're stalking. The ones when you're stalking the open, and you move relatively fast. With this, you move pretty much at the same speed. And the ones when you're actively stalking, when you actually have a survivor that you're stalking. And this helps only a tiny little bit. Don't forget that Ghostface most of the times wants to lean. And when you lean, by definition, you're standing still. So yeah, this is an add-on that for a Brown is decent. Because it makes you a tiny bit faster. Sometimes you need to stalk a survivor for like half a second and then catch up. And with this, you're a little bit faster. But you know what would be way better? run the Philly add-on. The Philly add-on will make you stalk people much quicker so that you don't have to waste as much time, and it's infinitely better and more useful and more universal and more applicable than these headline cutouts. So I don't recommend that. They're not great, but they're also not bad. We then have the Cinch Strap. This is a bit of a beginner-oriented add-on. It makes it so that when you do an attack and you miss, you don't lose your power. Typically, if you do an attack and you miss, you lose your power on the spot. Believe it or not, it's kind of bad. I put it here instead of the F tier because I believe some beginners might benefit from using this, but for anyone else, it's honestly bad. There are many times when you will literally attack the air because it's a beneficial thing for you. So say that you want to get your power back in 20 seconds, but no one's there to reveal you because maybe a survivor is already marked. That's kind of bad. That's not great. You want to lose your power. You want to lose it right now. You want to get revealed or whatever, but no one can reveal you. So what you do is M1, and then you get your power back guaranteed by the time you need it. With this add-on, you lose that ability. So this add-on takes up one slot and literally takes a power away from you, only to protect you from missing and losing your power, which is something that doesn't happen that often. So yeah, it's bad. Downgrade F tier, if you think about it. And then we have the driver's license. This add-on is bugged. So Ghostface can be revealed from, in theory, it was 40 meters. Now it's much less. It feels like, I don't know, like 20 meters. There's like a distance, right? Where survivors can reveal you. And any further than this, survivors cannot reveal you. So what this add-on is supposed to do is to bring this distance closer. So survivors need to be even closer to reveal you. But as per my testing, as for the developer's own known bugs, currently this add-on is bugged. Now, I've talked to some of them, and they know about it, so I expect that this add-on to be either corrected or reworked. If it is corrected, it will still be pretty bad. Probably somewhere in the E tier. Depends on how good it actually is. If it is reworked, then please completely ignore everything I said, because if it is reworked, maybe it will be a good or bad add-on, we'll see. But as it is right now, bugged, don't ever use it. That's all for Ghosty. Now we move on to Demo, who has some really good add-ons and a plethora of very mediocre ones, as you can see. Let's get started. His best add-on is probably the Leprous Lichen. This add-on is nuts. Every time I don't think there's any downside to it, and every time he teleports through his portals, he sees the auras of everyone, and for a few seconds after coming out, the auras of everyone on the map. This is insane. This is really good. You have Noed or some insta-down, you use it, and you find everyone hiding. If they go into a locker, obviously you won't see them, but who's gonna go into a locker while you teleport? It's not like people can anticipate when you're gonna do it. You have Hunt the Ground, you have Devour Hope, you have some other advantage, and you need to find out one person that is injured or that is hiding. You teleport and you see them. You're in an indoor map and you combine this with other add-ons to be stealthy. You teleport and you see everyone. And you still have a bit of undetectable. It's so good. It's so good. Like, it's so much better than most other perks, and you can use it on command. It's like Lethal Pursuer every time you want it. So yeah, needless to say, this gives you a lot of information, makes other add-ons more powerful in some situations. It frees up any info perk that you might need, so that you can just focus on finding people and using your perks aggressively in chase or for gen defense, and you don't need the info. So yeah, it's fantastic. It's a really, really good add-on. And it pairs particularly well with a few others, but we'll cover that in a minute. After that, potentially his best add-on, Barb's Glasses. It's a very similar add-on to the next add-on, which is called the Black Heart. Both of these add-ons reduce 15% cooldown on his Shred. Barb's Glasses does -15 on pallet breaks, and Black Heart does -15 on successful attacks on survivors. Now, it's probably no mystery that Demo's pretty good in chase. He has an ability that shreds forward and catches people hitting windows and going for distance and stuff. So the best way to play around that is typically to go around short loops and try to drop pallets early. Demo can break them with his power, which is fast, but with Barb's Glasses, it is faster. Demo is one of those killers that really benefits from catching up a little bit sooner. If you catch up a little bit sooner, a window that would be completely safe against other killers is unsafe against him. So with this, you shred through pallets quick, you shred through walls fast, you catch up to survivors really quickly, and you make your next hit not a possibility, but a guaranteed way to injure the survivor. So it's really, really, really good, and obviously works in basically every map. So yeah, Barb's Glasses is amazing. The Black Heart is a bit more of a complex one. It does a minus 15%, so it's like 3 stacks to say the best for last when you hit a survivor with your power. This is pretty great. If you have a survivor that's, let's say, unhooking, instead of M1ing, you can just use your M2, and you have a shorter recovery. Maybe you'll hit them a bit quicker than you would otherwise. So having a built-in save the best for last is awesome. All kinds of awesome. Obviously, it's not so useful when you've already downed the survivor. When you've already downed the survivor and they're on the ground, recovering a fraction of a second faster is not that big of a deal. But especially for the first into the next hit, it is very significant and very universally applicable and useful and good. So yeah, it's a pretty great add-on. There's not much else to say about it. Then we have the Rat Liver. Now, the Rat Liver used to be his best add-on. They nerfed it and make his base kit a little bit better. So most people think that this add-on is worthless now, but far from it. This add-on is great, and it's perhaps one of his best, one of his best add-ons against really, really strong survivors. What this add-on does is it increases by a very small percentage your movement speed while you hold your power. And you might be like, but Otz, holding your power for a little bit doesn't even slow you down. It only really slows you down once you're beginning to charge up a full shred. So is this add-on really that good? In some situations, no. In some situations, the survivor is completely in the open. You're gonna hit them with M1 or M2. Doesn't matter what they do. In that situation, you might as well just have the Black Heart. It's not that big of a deal. Now the problem becomes more apparent when you play against really good survivors that play around shack, that play around well-known structures, and they play extremely tight. Maybe they even have Spine Chill, Resilience, all of these perks to make them vault faster, and it's hard to catch them. With this add-on, what you can do is begin to charge your shred way earlier than usual. Instead of... you cannot do that without this add-on, because if you do it, you'll be slowed down, and you won't make it. But with this add-on, if you know that a survivor is going to go around the corner, what you can do is literally preemptively prepare your shred as you approach. By the time you come around the corner, you've already been charging it for a little bit. You're not much slower because of this add-on. And then when they try to go for the window thinking that they're completely fine, you have a fully charged shred that goes really far and hits them at the very edge. And the best part about this is that it works against really good survivors on both hits. The first hit, you benefit from it. The second hit, you benefit from it. It's not like the Black Heart where you only really want the effect on the first hit and the second hit is not that big of a deal. If you're struggling to get the hit in the first place, this add-on is the best one for you. So yeah, it's pretty great. And then we move on to the Red Moss. It's an add-on that reduces the noise that survivors hear around a Demogorgon when he comes out of a portal. They still hear the sound effect. They still hear the whoosh in the distance, but they don't hear the sound that Demo makes when coming out of a portal. He comes out a little bit slower, but he is undetectable for 8 more seconds. So that's basically 10 seconds of you being undetectable. That is pretty significant. Very significant. You can teleport through a portal, kick a gen, and still come around some corner and maybe catch someone off guard, which is kind of insane. And needless to say, these two add-ons go really well together because you can teleport, see everyone, and approach somewhat undetected. In indoor maps, this is straight up really annoying and really scary. And a really good underrated combo. In open maps, being undetectable for a bit longer is not that big of a deal, as you can imagine. But it's still not too bad compared to some of the other add-ons that we'll see. We then move on to the Lifeguard Whistle. This add-on basically makes it so that any survivor that comes close to a portal, it needs to be a yellow active portal, not a white unactive one, will be picked up by the Killer Instinct heartbeat, even if you're not holding your power. So this makes every one of your portals a 100% uptime, as long as they're active, a 100% uptime alarm system. This is very devious and really evil. You put a portal by a gen, they cannot do it without you knowing. You put it by a totem, they cannot do it without you knowing. This is really dirty if you're gonna run strong totems, along maybe with Pentibento and stuff like that. They literally cannot catch a break. And if you want to, you can then teleport to that portal. So yeah, this is useful. You can put it on top of basement. or in the middle segment of stairs and basement, and you'll know when they're going, and there's no way to get around it, really. You can also combo this with other add-ons that increase the reach of your portals if you want to be an absolute maniac and control a big part of the area around the portal. So yeah, pretty damn good if you have a build around it. Not so good if you just put it on without thinking and never use your portals. Muse Gods is a pretty great add-on. It gives the demo an extra 1 portal, which means that you can be a bit more liberal when you place them. And it also reduces the cooldown slightly for missing. Now, believe it or not, missing with Demogorgon happens more often than you think with other killers, because the Demogorgon can use his shred from elevation to launch himself from a distance. So sometimes you'll teleport on top of a hill and use your power to wee jump, and in this situation, this add-on helps you. And anytime you miss during combat, this add-on also helps you. It doesn't help if you bump into something. It only helps if you, like, hit the air and miss. So yeah, it's pretty good. On top of that, 1 portal extra. Who doesn't want that? Pretty decent middle of the bunch add-on. Then we have the Vermilion Cap. This extends the time that you are undetectable for a significant amount, and it doesn't have any drawbacks whatsoever. It's not quite as much as the Red Moss, and it doesn't make your coming out sound inaudible. But still, it's not too bad. You come out of a portal, maybe if you placed it in some insidious way, you can go and catch someone coming out of an unhook or out of a jet or something like that. It's not too bad. We then move on to 11 Soda. This add-on highlights generators in yellow that survivors are working on when you teleport. So you put your portals across the map, you go through the middle, and you see a gen turn yellow, you know that someone's there, so you know to go there. You could pair this with the Vermilion Cap or with the Red Moss so that you are undetectable for longer and you catch them a little bit off guard. In every way, it is inferior to the Leprous Lichen, because it's much better to just see the survivors rather than see them if they're on gens. So it's not as good, but for a green add-on, it is serviceable. And never a bad pick. It doesn't have any downsides. The Rat Tail is a cute brown add-on. It makes you place your portals a little bit quicker. Sometimes you have a portal in a place that you really, really want to be in, and you notice just now that you want to be there. So you place your portal, save a little bit of time, and immediately teleport there. If you do it this way, you save a bit more time than the speed traversal add-ons, in my opinion. And obviously, it also helps you to just place portals mid-chase, so it's kind of nice, I suppose. Saves you a bit of time. Nothing to write home about. The Rotten Trip or Trap or whatever it's called makes you teleport through the underworld 15% faster. 15% is okay, but the speed is somewhat capped. So it doesn't, like, even if you teleport a little amount and a big amount, the difference is not that crazy. It helps a bit. It's not terrible for a yellow, I suppose, but also not incredibly OP in any significant way. You shouldn't be teleporting all the time to get major effect from it. The Thorny Binds are cute. They make portals take a little bit longer to disarm, which is not horrible. And it also makes the portals detect people around them a little bit more. They have more of a wider range of detection. Decent add-on to have around. Goes well with the Lifeguard Whistle, because it makes detection better, and it makes removing it a little bit harder. So you can literally hear someone remove the portal, and then take your sweet time to put your portal and come out of there and make them waste their time and show up there uninvited. So yeah, pretty decent for a yellow, for a green. The resin is even better. It doesn't increase the range, but it increases the time to seal them very dramatically. It does a big increase in the time it takes to seal them. So if you play against survivors that really, really want to mess with your portals, this add-on probably will make them suffer a bit. That being said, should you be worried about people doing your portals? No. In my opinion, it's probably better to play Muse Guts, or just place an extra portal, and when they remove one portal, you teleport to the other one that was inactive next to it. That way, they waste time, but you still get to teleport there. So place multiple portals in one spot if you think they're going to remove them, and it's probably better than this purple add-on. And then we have the other yellow add-on, which only focuses on making the range bigger. It only makes the range bigger, but it does it by a long distance. I think it's 1.5 meters. And 1.5 meters of extra diameter means that your portals are now literal UAVs. They're very big. So yeah, it's a very single-minded effect, but it's pretty good at what it does. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about the next add-ons. This one right here increases the time it takes for survivors to seal portals a little bit, and no other effect. Meh. The brass case lighter makes it so that survivors that step on your portals are blinded for a few seconds afterwards. Boring. Not super useful, in my opinion. If it was something else, sure. The sticky cap, or whatever this is called, makes you undetectable for longer when you are coming out of a portal. But unlike the red moss, which is like 8 seconds, and unlike the vermilion cap, which is like 3 seconds, this is like half a second. It's pathetic. For its rarity and for its extreme situational value, it is terrible. And even more terrible is the egg. The egg makes it so that you get your power to teleport back a second and a half earlier. It is garbage. It is garbage. You almost never, ever, 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 ever are in a situation where you teleport and then you immediately want to teleport back immediately to somewhere else. If you're teleporting that much, you're not chasing people. Survivors just will relocate. Yeah, like it's like you do this so sparingly. Like the situations where you do 2 teleports back to back are so rare that they're bringing a purple add-on for the occasion that doesn't even change that much. It's only 1.5 seconds earlier. Is a horrible idea. Then we have the Deer Lung. The Deer Lung is basically this add-on times 2. It makes you go 30% faster. That is quite noticeable, but it reduces your portals by 2. It's hard to say this is great. It's supposed to be a game-changing add-on with a downside, but the game-changing is not that good. What if you never have to use your portals and you're just using your power to shred people, which is what you do with demo half the times? Meh, not super good. And then the Rotten Pumpkin is a cute add-on. It gives you extra BP, cool, and it makes your portals disappear when you go through them. When you go through a portal and appear on the other side, the one that you use blows up. This is great to make sure that you don't place portals in places where you don't want. But at the end of the day, demo is really slow at placing portals. So this forces you to keep placing more portals and keep wasting more time, and only really shines if you keep teleporting, which you don't do all the time. So maybe situationally okay. And it goes well with the Deer Lung, because if you teleport constantly and you only have 4 portals, you can keep placing them. So yeah, unfortunately, demo builds around teleportation are just worse than the builds around the good stuff that we covered earlier. So yeah, it's not great. Moving on to the Oni, we have a collection of very decent add-ons with a few sad ones. The duration add-ons are great, and they are the Lion Fang, the Flag, and whatever this was called. They add 10, 8, and 6 seconds to your power. Your power, when you go into Demon Fury, it lasts for a little over 45 seconds. Let's say 45 for the sake of discussing. So 45 plus 10 is quite a bit. And 45 plus 8 is quite a bit. And you can stack them together too if you like. I'm going to tell you why this is really, really good. If you down a survivor with your power, you lose a chunk of your power. But this chunk is not a percentage. It's a based fixed number. So let's say that you down a survivor and you would have had, without add-ons, 10 seconds left. You down the survivor, then you lose a chunk of that, and now you have 2 seconds left or whatever, and it's like, okay, well, shoot, yeah, I guess okay, I need to pick up now. With this add-on, after you down that survivor, because you have 10 extra seconds, you don't have just a few seconds left, you now have, let's say, 12 or 13 seconds left. So you could potentially get another down in that time. And if you pick up right away, you don't have like 1% of your power now left, you have 10% of your power left. So you need to pick up fewer orbs to fill up your power. So these add-ons make each use of your power last longer. It makes each down during your power feel lesser. And it makes interrupting your power halfway or at any point halfway less work for the next one to pick up. For that reason, they are some of the best and really, really good. And they really encourage him to get a down and then keep going and get another down and then keep going. Or get a down, pick up, and have your power almost fully back, which is awesome. So yeah, very straightforward stuff. We then have the 2 add-ons, the Splinter Hull and the Demon Mask, that increase the orbs survivors drop. The purple one does it, both of them do an amazing job, and they're both great on their own respect. They're almost as good as each other, but the purple does do a little bit more. It's very simple stuff. When you injure a survivor, there's two things that happen. First, you get 40% of your power immediately, if they were healthy, of course. If they were injured, you don't get anything. And then they drop blood orbs periodically every few seconds, and also anytime they do an action. So you chase a survivor and they drop blood, they drop blood, they drop blood, they drop blood, and then they vault a pallet and they drop bloop, a bunch of blood. And you make them vault the pallet a couple times, bloop, 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 and they drop blood, 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 blood. These add-ons help in both of those regards. They drop blood on the ground more commonly, and they drop blood when they do actions even more so. So with these add-ons, you can get your power very fast, and you can find huge mountains of orbs anytime a survivor does an action like healing in anywhere that you can find. So for this reason, it makes it really, really easy for you to get a hit, chase that guy for 10 seconds, and now have your power immediately before the first gem pops. And throughout the game, you can get your power back much, much faster. You know, getting your power is basically paramount with Oni. So yeah, I don't need to explain why this is so, so good. And if you try it, you'll see just how one survivor doing a couple vaults with these add-ons makes a huge difference. So yeah, they're pretty damn great. Don't forget, however, that when you use your power, survivors don't drop orbs. So if you use your power, and there's like 4 injured survivors, these add-ons stop doing anything. But during the downtime, they are very, very valuable, and they help good, bad, and in between Onis. So they're very universal, and I appreciate that about them. We then have Akitos, Crouch, and the Talisman. These are the add-ons that increase the speed of Oni. Now, you can make an argument that higher speed on Oni makes him a little bit more unwieldy, and maybe beginner Onis have a slightly harder time controlling him. Many times with Oni, what you want to do is run into a wall, and then, like, because you don't bump into it, like Billy, you want to, like, just navigate the wall and come out of the side and then catch people around. You can do these things, and with these add-ons, it's a little bit harder, admittedly. But other than that, these add-ons are great. You need to go around the map. You are significantly faster. You need to catch people in a loop. You are significantly faster. And the really, really disgusting part about this add-on that makes them really strong is using them in conjunction with the flick techniques. Really good Onis have figured out ways, I know a little bit how to replicate it, but I haven't mastered it or anything, to do very, very unexpected flicks with their power. And if you move faster with your power, those flicks can now catch survivors around all kinds of corners, and they make most structures really unsafe. So if you want to go the extra level with Oni, and you bring some of these speed add-ons, you can now begin to sprint, survivors go around the corner, and you can bash them right out of it. So these add-ons help in that playstyle quite a bit. Though it might be a bit off-putting for beginners if you're trying to get a sense of how the Oni moves. Then we move on to the Sculpt Top Load. This add-on used to shave off a very significant amount of time when you started to rush. So much so that it was actually kind of OP and a very, very strong add-on for a green. What they've done is they've nerfed it to halve its effect. It's still good. It means that you can use your power a little bit more aggressively. I imagine that it pairs really well with the speed add-ons because you get to start running earlier and you get to move faster. So yeah, it's pretty good. It makes smaller loops a lot more manageable, because survivors don't have as much time to relocate before you really break into the sprint. So it's fairly decent, but not quite as oppressive as before. And obviously, you know, you can make up for the lack of speed preparing with other little tricks and techniques. And it doesn't always come into play. Don't forget, this only helps when you start the Demon Dash. If you're just going to go for a normal smash, this add-on is not necessary. We then have the Bloody Sash, or no, this is called something else. Okay, so this add-on is kind of cute. It makes it so that when you down a survivor, you lose less of your power. As I said, when you down a survivor, you lose a few seconds. With this add-on, you lose minus, I think it's -2 per down. Long story short, this add-on is completely outclassed by duration add-ons. Duration add-ons are basically better in every way. If you use your power and then immediately down a survivor, you will have more of your power with the Lion Fang than with this, for obvious reasons. So the only way this add-on becomes competitive, and it kind of comes close to the yellow and the green add-ons of duration, is if you get 2 or 3 downs. if you're gonna go and get 2 or 3 downs, then this add-on actually gives you better value than the durations. But let's say that you struggle for a long time and you don't get a single down, or that you have to cancel it or whatever. In that case, you're better off running duration. So in my opinion, never use this add-on, always use duration. If you want to, you can replace one of the lower tier durations for this if you expect to down a lot of people. Then we have the Ink Lion and the Broken Base, whatever. These add-ons make you go into your power a little bit faster. Yeah, it's 2 seconds for the Ink Lion, and I think it's 3 or 4 for the Bloody Chassis, or whatever it's called. Let's see the name. I feel kind of bad. What is it called again? Tear-Soaked Tenugui. Yes, forgive me. These 2 add-ons, the Ink Lion and the Broken Base, make it so that you shave off a quarter of a second when turning into the demon, and also when transitioning back into normal mode. So that animation that you just saw Dione do, you do it a bit faster with this. You can use them both, and then you do it half a second faster. And then when you break out of it like that, you also do it half a second faster. And the difference between the 2 is that the Ink Lion also has a built-in half of the other add-on we just discussed. So this blocks Tear-Soaked Tenugui, like half of it is built into this add-on. So when you down survivors with this add-on, you lose a bit less. So the Ink Lion is pretty damn good. You get into your power faster, you lose less of your power, you lose it faster. And there's one problem with these add-ons, and that's the fact that you don't get the full value always. If you pick up a survivor from the ground, you lose your power without an animation. So the exiting animation is not always played. But the starting animation is always played. So shaving off a quarter of a second or half a second with these add-ons is pretty good. It's pretty nice. And the added benefit of the Ink Lion, where you lose less time for downs of your power, it's pretty good. So yeah, they're not extremely game-changing, but they're pretty nice. Next, we move on to the Iridescent, and we have Rangiro's Bloody Glove. It's not a great add-on. It makes it so that survivors that absorb blood that they drop now show up as auto reveals. But the trade-off, as far as I know, unless they change it and I'm stupid, is that they absorb their own blood, so there will be less blood out there. I believe they changed the wording, but it still works the same. Yeah, basically with this add-on, you get wall hacks on survivors around the map every now and then. It's not amazing. Because they absorb this blood, it means you get less of your own power. And they don't, if they're running in a straight line, they don't always absorb their own blood, and it's not that big of a deal. That's almost all there is to it. If you make a build around it, it is fun, however, so I recommend it in that. And then we have the Iridescent Family Crest. It's a really bit of a weird add-on. When you smash the ground, if there's a survivor 24 meters around you, when you smash your Cannibal into the ground when using your power, like he's going to do right now, anyone around you would scream, unless they're in a locker. What can I say? You should only use your power if you know that someone is going to be around, and you don't get this effect when you down a survivor. You need to miss. So basically, with this add-on, you are encouraged to just be like, okay, there might be someone here. Let's hit. And if you don't hear anything, presumably there's no one there. Bit of a dodge in my opinion. All the other add-ons we've discussed before are more universally useful and help you more directly, and they don't depend on you being clueless. So yeah, that's all there is. A very strange Eerie, that's for sure. And then we have the Bloody Sash and the, I forgot the name of this. Okay. So what these add-ons do is they increase your speed while you absorb blood. In almost every situation, the best thing to do is to run these 2 add-ons that we talked about earlier, so that you have to absorb blood less because they drop more of it, right? But every now and then, yeah, you need to chase people while you pick up blood. And these add-ons increase your speed while you do that. So if a survivor is running away from you and you're like and grabbing blood along the way, you have a bit less of a slowdown with this. A very minor add-on. I don't think it does any particularly crazy effect, but you know, here we are. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You shouldn't walk out with your hand out all the time. You should do it only occasionally. So if you're smart, you'll know to get close and grab them a little bit, and this shouldn't be a huge deal. Now, the Paper Lantern makes the orbs move towards you faster. quite a bit faster, but they auto move pretty fast. I don't know. I don't think it's a crazy add-on. If you pick up a blood orb from really close, it does nothing. It's more of a speed up when you're grabbing multiple from a bit of a distance. For a brown add-on, I guess it is all right. And then we have the Broken Sword and the Tamadat. I'm gonna butcher the names. Forgive me. These add-ons increase the recovery. They are terrible. The Oni has a passive recovery that if you don't do anything, if you're just sitting still, waiting for it to fill up, it will fill your power up to 98%. It doesn't fully recover it, but it recovers it to 98%. And how long does it take for you to get 98%? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And don't forget that if you use your power and lose it, now you're back at 0. So another 5 minutes. It's horrible. Now with this add-on, it will not take 5 minutes. It will take only 4 or 3.5. But honestly, is that any better? Are you literally going to go 3 minutes? Like if you down a survivor and pick 2 blood orbs or two blood orbs at the hook him, that is already more than these add-ons give you in many seconds. They are absolutely pathetic. And the only redeeming quality is that over the whole game, anytime you were not in your power, they do give you a little bit and maybe save you a couple orbs by the end of the game. So the fact that they kind of work passively is nice, but the fact that they do so little is very pathetic. So for the most part, despite their rarity, they are really bad. And then we have the Wooden Sword and the Rotten Rope. These add-ons make it so that you can see orbs through walls a little bit further. It's not crazy. I mean, every now and then these add-ons, it's +2 and +3 meters. Every now and then you will find a cache of orbs behind some wall that you would have missed otherwise. But if the orbs are in the open, you see them from any distance, basically. And if they're behind a wall, even with these add-ons, you can still miss them if they're too far. So yeah, extremely situational, not that great. Most of the times you're going to find orbs anyway. And if you don't find them because they're in a super hidden corner, this doesn't give you insane range or anything. So they're barely game-changing, I would say. And that's it for Oni. Moving on to the Deathslinger. He has one add-on that really stands out from the rest, and a few other good ones, and very many useless ones. Let's get to it. The first one is the Iridescent Coin. The Iridescent Coin was buffed recently, and you might have not realized how strong it is now. It makes any shot that is further than 12 meters an insta-down. Now, this used to be 50 meters, and it was really hard. But now 12 meters, believe it or not, is extremely doable. And it's not uncommon that in a normal game, you have maybe a few shots that are past 12 meters. And the best part is that you can kind of engineer the situation. So you can hook a survivor, and then just camp them. And if anyone goes for the rescue, and you are hovering at about 13 meters, yeah, that rescuer that is healthy, that thought they were very smart, now they just go down in one shot, and now someone else has to come, and they are in the same predicament. So yeah, being able to instantly down a survivor immediately makes the Deathslinger more of a threat. And there's many times where survivors make little mistakes, and you catch them at 12 meters, and now you can turn a game around very big time. You don't need... 12 meters is actually quite easy to reel and hit, unless there's major... obstacles. Sometimes you might want to use the chains to guarantee a down at that distance, but you don't even need them. You legitimately can use this add-on by itself, and it is very powerful and very game-changing if you proc it even just a couple times per game. So, Iridescent Coin, by far, his best add-on. Now, after every shot, whether it's successful or unsuccessful, the Deathslinger has to reload before he can do it again. And this reload is kind of slow, and it makes him slower, and it gives a big animation that survivors can tell. So that's a big time for them to run away and outsmart you. With the Warden Keys and the Brown Belt, you reload half a second and a quarter of a second faster. This is pretty good. This is not only just when you've downed survivors, this helps at almost every turn. You hit a survivor, you reload, and because you do it half a second earlier, you catch up and you can hit them again. And then you reload again after that, and you can pick them up half a second faster. So in that one chase, you've saved up 1 second, and the first time probably pretty critically. So yeah, faster reload is universally useful. It helps to not get punished as much for missing. It makes you not punish as much for using your power more aggressively. It's pretty damn good. And it will help you out throughout the match. So yeah, pretty great. We then have the Cigar. And obviously the brown one is not as good, but it's still very decent for a brown. And then we have the cigar, Bayshore cigar, and the tobacco, the chewing tobacco. These basically cut the 3-second stun from breaking a chain, and they reduce it to 2 seconds in the case of a cigar, 1 whole second, and then the tobacco is half of that, it's half a second. This is pretty significant. You're not gonna do this twice in each chase, because obviously you only do it once and then you down them. But it is kind of like a built-in massive save the best for last. So yeah, think about it. You shoot a survivor, you break the chain, and you recover in 2 seconds. If they're in a bad spot, you immediately go for the M1. If they're in a good spot, you reload as fast as possible, and then immediately zone them and try to shoot them again. And you can use both of them together as well to have a 1.5 second cooldown that makes survivors literally unable to get anywhere before you can shoot them or zone them out again. So really, really powerful stuff. There's one tiny problem, and that's the fact that this doesn't help you to down survivors. If a survivor is already injured, you're not going to break the chain on them, right? So yeah, why would you do that? It only helps you to get that first injure. And sometimes survivors just get shot in the open and they just stand still and you can't break the chain. So there are a few situations where even these add-ons don't work how you like. But you can pair them with the Honey Locust Thorns, which we'll talk about later, to break chain fast and inflict status effect. You can pair them with the Hellshire Iron to break chain fast and be undetectable. There's like a few cute things you can do with this, so not too bad. And then we move on to the chains. The chains, I think, have a very awkward positioning. I think they're really good when you're a beginner, and then they're not so good, and then they become really good when you really know what you're doing. It's a very simple add-on. It does very little for a purple, but it can be critical. It makes your chain break slower. It has 100% 100 health, and with this, it gives it a 10% extra health, so it has 110. So when you shoot a survivor and someone comes in or they get behind a tree for a second, that health is now increased. Now, luckily for you, the Deathslinger has a period of grace where his chain doesn't break. So you sometimes don't need this add-on, and some people try to convince me that this add-on is kind of unnecessary because of this. You shoot a survivor, you drag them through a tree, and for that first second, the health is not going down, and after that, it begins to die quickly because the chain is breaking, right? So why is this helpful? This is helpful if you're a beginner and you're struggling with your shots and survivors are escaping all the time and you want to have a bit of extra help. And it's also really helpful because really good slingers can use that extra 10 seconds to make somewhat reliable shots into completely guaranteed shots. So say a survivor drops a pallet in a rock tile or something. I shoot them, I walk around it, and now my chain is like this close to breaking. And I let go and try to swing, and I was like 1 pixel off. Well, with this add-on, you know for a fact that with that 10 extra % health, you can go around comfortably, let go last second, and have a better chance to guarantee that hit. And in some very big loops, at least in theory, a really good slinger can use this extra chain to get hits in places that would be impossible without it. So that's pretty nice. Obviously, if you're trying to break the chain with the cigar and the tobacco, then this add-on is gonna get in your way by making the chain more resilient. But other than that, it is pretty great. And then we have the add-ons that give debuffs to survivors. And they are very simple stuff. We have the Rail Spike and the Honey Locust Thorn. The Rail Spike gives Mangled when you hit a survivor after chaining them. And the Honey Locust Thorn, even though it's rare, only works when they break the chain. I'm not gonna lie, the yellow one is just better because you do a lot more reeling and hitting than reeling and breaking. So in my opinion, the yellow one is just straight up better, but they're both basically the same idea. So yeah, this is Mangled. This means that every survivor you hit, they will take longer to heal. And typically, Deathslinger is a killer that you want to heal against because he's very dangerous if you're injured. So yeah, healing slower, not too bad. Pretty good add-on. And the Honey Locust Thorn, well, you know, it's a little bit harder to trigger. Let's say that you find a survivor that is injured, or let's say that you find a survivor that is healthy, and you M1 them. And then you hit them with your chain, and then you reel them. If you hit them with the spike, now they're mangled. If you hit them with this, they're not. You need to break it and give them a second chance. So yeah, it's not as good, but it's still alright. And then we have the barbed wire and these little leaves. And they both do the same thing. They make it so that when survivors have to mend from deep wound, if you let them go, they take a little bit longer. And this is 3.5 seconds, and this is 1.5 seconds, I think. So yeah, the 3.5 seconds is much more noticeable. You shoot a survivor, you break the chain, you go for someone else, and now that survivor has an extra 3.5 seconds to have to mend. That's not what you do with Deathslinger all the time, however. You're not Legion. You're not hitting, and then going for the fourth guy. You're typically hitting and continuing to chase that guy because your strength is the 1v1. So for that reason, this add-on doesn't see used that much, but it's decent otherwise. Then we have the oil can and the polish rag. Spit polish rag or whatever. These add-ons reduce, they are basically identical to the reload add-ons. This one reduces minus 0.25, a quarter of a second. And this one reduces minus 0.5, half a second, when you miss. So when the Deathslinger shoots and misses, he goes for this animation and then recovers. And then you need to reload. If you have these add-ons, which are very decent for their rarity, that animation is shorter. So you get to reload faster, or you get to M1 faster, or you get to do whatever faster afterwards. It's not bad. The green one in particular is pretty noticeable. And if you pair it with the green warden keys, now if you miss, you're back in shape 1 whole second faster. That's pretty noticeable. However, should you have add-ons for the eventuality of you missing? In my opinion, when you're good, you probably shouldn't. And you'll probably just rather have the reload, which you'll also have to reload after missing. So yeah, it goes without saying the reload add-ons are better, but they're good for what they do. Unfortunately, now we talk about the add-ons that are not so good. The Bayshore Golden Tooth and the Snake Oil, they make the survivors that you shoot come to you slightly faster. When you reel them, they move slightly faster towards you. In practice, at least in theory, this is supposed to help you, so that survivors don't get stuck somewhere. Body blocks are harder. Also, you save a little bit of time, right? If you shoot them and reel them quicker and hit them quicker over the course of a game, that's going to save you maybe a couple seconds by the end of it all. In practice, however, it's extremely minimal. The percentage is so pathetically small. These add-ons do so little that if I show you footage side to side, and I have a video called The Pressing Deathslinger Fact, if you want to look it up, you'll see that it's almost the same. It's like the one on the right is like tiny bit faster. These add-ons do almost nothing. They're good filler add-ons, I suppose. But the effect is so little that you generally might not realize you have them on if I didn't tell you. Then we have but that being said, if you put them on, they don't have a downside. In fact, they help a tiny bit. So who knows, maybe that will make the difference once per game. So yeah, they're better than nothing. We then have the whiskey bottle and the wanted post. Oh, no. Sorry. The whiskey bottle and the marshal badge. These add-ons reduce your turret radius while you aim down your sights. And this one does it by 4 meters. And this one does it by 8 meters. Your turret radius as a Deathslinger, unfortunately, now is 32 meters. So yeah. When you aim, you're not terribly slow, but you are kind of slow and you don't look around very well. So aiming down to lose 4 meters is an absolute waste of time. This add-on is absolutely pathetic. Never ever run it. It is horribly bad. No matter, like, the 4 meters are just horrible. There's no way to make this good, in my opinion. You could stack them both together, yes, but you're better off not doing that. Now, I will tell you, however, that the whiskey is actually somewhat more usable. The 8 meters can be noticeable. Okay, let's see. 32 meters minus 8 from whiskey. Okay, that's 24. Minus 8 from monitoring abuse. Oh, now we're getting to a lower turret radius. In fact, you can shoot your gun up to 18 meters. And with this, you should have a 60-meter turret radius. So if you use the whiskey with the eerie coin, and you have monitor, and you just walk around with your gun, you can literally shoot people before they hear you and potentially insta-down them. That's quite good and quite scary and quite nice. So the whiskey in such a very specific build can be outright. It is otherwise completely pathetic. And then we go for the Jaw Smasher and the Wanted Poster. These add-ons are bad. They are terrible. They make you 1% and 2.5% faster while you hold your gun. Yeah, there will be times when you hold your gun and you fake it out, but you're still very fast. You don't hold your gun for very long. You hold your gun for very, very little. And the times when you do, you almost shoot immediately or you cancel immediately. These add-ons are hardly noticeable, especially the 1%, and hardly helpful in almost every situation. So yeah, they are pretty bad as far as I can tell. But probably not as bad as the Rickety Chain. The Rickety Chain is a meme add-on. It's basically a reverse of the Purple Chain. It makes your chains less durable. So they break much faster as soon as there's some obstacle in between. You get extra BP, whatever, but they're obviously terrible. They're really, really bad. If you want to break your chain faster as part of some build, use the cigar and use the tobacco. Don't use this. It's terrible. But yeah, you understand that. It's a meme BP add-on. Just stay away from it, I suppose. Now for a killer that also has many add-ons to stay away from. The Executioner has some really sad add-ons. Let's try to cover it. His best add-ons probably by far and the most directly helpful and easily recognized as useful are the range add-ons, which are these two: the Burning Man painting, the Wax Doll, and the Black Strap or Leather Strap, whatever it's called. So the Executioner has an attack that is called the Punishment, which is like a thick bar. And this attack spans 8 meters, right? So these add-ons basically just add onto it. They add onto the top. Very little, but definitely noticeable. The brown one is 0.5 meter, which is nice. The yellow Wax Doll is 1 extra meter, which is nicer. And the green add-on is a 1.5 meters, which is extremely critical. It is really, really good. That extra 1.5 meters, believe it or not, even though it doesn't sound like a lot, it gives you the ability to hit people being unhooked from afar. It makes you the ability to hit people when they're going through bottlenecks where they cannot dodge you. It gives you the ability to do really crazy hits at times survivors don't expect, and as such they are at lower guard. And I've seen really good pyramid heads do this. Yeah, it's really, 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 really great. There is a situation where maybe you don't need this, maybe if you're chasing a survivor from really close up, but I guarantee you that having that extra range, and if you know what you're doing, gives you wings in chase and gives you a lot of opportunities to do really nasty hits, especially if you aim them downstairs and do all kinds of crazy things. That extra range is, it's just really, really powerful. And unfortunately, most of the other add-ons don't come anywhere close this level of utility. So obviously the 1 meter and 1.5 meters are better, the 0.5 meter still being decent. Then we move on to the add-ons that do, that recharge, okay, sorry. The add-ons that let you drag your sword for longer on the ground. Typically, you get to drag your sword on the ground for 5 seconds. You do 5 seconds of that. So that means that sometimes you drag it a little bit and then you're about to use your power, but you run out. Oops, bummer. With these add-ons, however, you will notice a real difference. 1.5 seconds extra, 1 second extra, and 0.5 second extra. Especially these two are noticeable. And in typical behavior fashion, extra duration also gives you better recovery. Recovery is not super important for Pyramid Head. He can use his power even if he's at like 1%. But sometimes you drag your sword a lot or a little bit, and then you want to have it full again. So these add-ons do give you extra recovery, which is kind of unintended. So on top of doing something useful, which is extra duration, they give you even better recovery, which is great. We will later talk about the recovery add-ons, which are these 3. And as you can see, they're all pretty bad because these add-ons are better. So the green duration is better recovery than the green recovery. So yeah, these add-ons give recovery as well, if you care about that. So yeah, pretty damn decent. Allows you to use your power and chase longer. Every now and then, you use your power a lot to zone survivors out, and you run out by a little bit with these add-ons. If you have one, you're totally fine. And really nice combo is to run the best duration with the best range. And this gives you a lot of like hard advantage in chase and a lot of leeway to hit people from afar and keep using your power. So yeah, pretty good stuff. And then we find the 3 add-ons that increase the time that your trails that you leave on the ground little lasagna trails, they stay out there. So typically, they stay, if I'm not mistaken, is it 75 or 70 seconds? I'm so sorry. I believe it might be 75. I can't believe I forgot. I think it's 70. I think it's 70. Yeah, I think it's 70 seconds that they stay on the ground. With this, it's an extra 20 seconds, 15 seconds, and 10 seconds. Now, typically, if you put trails on the ground, 70 seconds is quite a bit of time. But adding 20 seconds to that is pretty good. 90 seconds of trails on the ground is a pretty big deal. Especially if you set it strategically. Let's say a loop in the middle of the map that survivors are constantly going back and forth. Put some trails. Now they cannot do it without being tormented. Let's say that you hook someone in basement. If you set trails during the chase, they can be in basement for a whole minute and still have 30 seconds left of everything around them being trailed. So it is pretty disgusting. You can also trail, you cannot trail exit gates and gens because that's how it works, but you can trail totems. So let's say you have Ruin and Undying or whatever. You go to a totem, you put trail on it, and for the next 90 seconds, with the green add-on, the mannequin food, no one can touch it. If they crouch and touch it, they still get infected, tormented. So yeah, 90 seconds of defending totems, especially Pentimental and Undying, into the picture is kind of nuts. So yeah, this can be really, really useful in the right build. Maybe not so good if you don't know, if you never place trails or if you're not actively thinking this through. So yeah, pretty decent for what they do. Now we get to the Iridescent Seal of Metatron. This add-on is kind of sad. If you send someone into a cage, everyone else that is tormented will now highlight themselves. This is decent. It also used to have a bug that made it better, but that bug has been corrected. So yeah, let's not talk about that. This is sometimes decent because if you send someone into a cage, other people that have the torment want to get rid of torment. So the way to get rid of torment is if my friend Claudette just got into a cage and I am tormented, I go, I rescue, and now both of us get rid of torment. So with this, you can see who is going there and you can prevent it. The problem, you should never do this. You don't want to leave people tormented. Your ideal situation as Pyramid Head is torment one guy, cage him. Torment one guy, cage him. Torment one guy, cage him. You don't want to try to torment multiple people randomly because then they get rid of it quickly and you've been wasting your time. But this helps in the situation, if in the eventual situation that you do, or if they just randomly get tormented, and it gives you info. It's an extremely unreliable add-on, and it goes against what your normal strategy should be. So as such, it's pretty pathetic, and you should probably not run it. But if you do, every now and then it will help you. And then we have the egg. The rust color egg, I think it's called. It makes survivors blind for 60 seconds when they step on trail. Yeah. It's not fantastic. What can I say? It's not great. Survivors don't step on trail that often, and if they do, 60 seconds of blind is not a big deal. That being said, why do I place it above so many other add-ons? There are many situations where you force many survivors to step on trail. Let's say I put someone in the basement, right? I put them in the basement and I hover around it and someone sneaks into it. I put a bunch of trail on top of basement and then they rescue. I show up, I send an attack down the basement stairs, which you can do. And then two of them take hits. Both of them come out. They both step on the trail. Now I hit one of them. I hit the other one maybe later. And one of them I send into a cage and they don't see their teammates. And one of them I put into or leave on the ground and they don't see their teammates, so they don't know where to crawl. Maybe one of them escapes and now needs to get healed, but they don't find the blue totem aura from a boon because they don't see anything, or they don't find their teammates with bond, or they don't see windows and pallets with windows opportunity. So in those kind of situations where chaos goes kind of crazy, yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of decent, I suppose. Blindness, yeah, not the worst thing in the world. Then we have the book that gives hemorrhage to survivors that are tormented. This is kind of horrible. It's just really bad. Think about it. You chase a survivor that is tormented, right? And then you down them, and then you put them in a cage, and then they come out of the cage untormented. So they lose the hemorrhage. The hemorrhage in this case. I mean, you could be like, oh, but what if you just see the blood better? What if it helps you to track? When a survivor is tormented, they leave these trails of barbed wire on the ground. It's very easy to track them. And this hemorrhage would only help if they heal and then they stop healing. It's extremely, extremely situational and really, really bad. So I don't recommend it at all. It's very, very likely to backfire and do absolutely nothing. So yeah, every now and then though, I don't know, you could make a survivor have to take a bit longer to heal or lose some medkit charges and be unable to heal by themselves. Every now and then he could do something. So that alone, I guess, is alrightish. Then we have the other book that makes survivors oblivious for 15 seconds. This is terrible. They step on a trail, and if you're not there, they're oblivious for 15 seconds. Now, with obliviousness, they're not stupid. They can still look around and hear you. You're pretty loud. You're pretty tall. It's only 15 seconds, too. It's not like a whole minute of oblivious or anything. It's not like they're going to be wasting a whole minute being scared. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. But every now and then, I suppose, I don't know, someone being oblivious can make them make a mistake. Maybe they don't even realize that they triggered it. Later, we find the 3 add-ons that affect the recovery rate. Recovery on this killer is almost entirely unnecessary. If you can put your power down, you can use it. You don't need to have 50% of it. There's not like a requirement. It's not like Spirit, where you need to have your whole power back, or Legion, where you need to have your whole power back. You can use it whenever for a quick punishment. So, recovery only helps if you set down a lot of trails, and then you want to set a lot of trails. And in those situations, the duration is better for both recovery and for actual duration. So the duration add-ons are much better than this, and this, I think, is virtually useless, except for extremely niche situations that where you're never even gonna see. So very bad add-ons. They're definitely better than nothing, but yeah. Arguably not better than nothing is the Iridescent Goblet. This is terrible. It makes it so that if you stay on your trails, you become undetectable. So it's like an Insidious on command. The funniest things you can do with this is put some trail next to a hook and just camp, and when they unhook, hit them both. That's funny. You can also put a big trail around the map and walk through it so that you lose a bit of your terror radius. But yeah, you need to be on the trail for a significant amount of time before your terror radius fully disappears. It's like a few good seconds. It doesn't trigger in chase aggressively. There's no good way to use this. It's kind of like the perk Insidious. You use it to camp and pray that survivors are stupid, or maybe draw a long line in the middle of the map and try to walk it so that you need to get very creative. It's a very silly add-on, and for the most part, it is quite useless. And then we have the Crimson Egg and the Misty Days of Judgment and the Leopard Fabric. These add-ons, all of them do the same thing, and they extend the time that a survivor gives you a heartbeat when they step on your trails. It's terrible. When survivors step on your trail, they're very far away or they're right in front of you. And if you have the general idea of where they are, or if you're already right on top of them, that's good enough. With these add-ons, you hear 3 or 2 or 1 more heartbeat when they step on it. So you have a slightly better idea of where they are. And if they're right next to you, they're highlighted in color red for a little bit longer. So it's harder to lose them if they're dark in some bush, or if they have dark clothes, or they run into you or something. But yeah, I mean, really, 3 add-ons for this. It's really bad. Survivors, I think when the developers designed these add-ons, they thought the survivors would be stupid and they'll step on trails constantly all the time. But you cannot set them all the time. They don't last forever, and survivors are not stupid. They're just going to avoid them. So yeah, comes into play very little and has a very minimal effect. So yeah, don't run them probably. Moving on, we have the Blight, and he, as you can see, is loaded with some of the best add-ons in the game. I don't think any killer has, how many? 7 add-ons in the S and A tier? It's ridiculous. The Blight is a really strong killer by himself, and all these add-ons are even better, and make him even better. Let's go over them quick. The first one, Compound 33. Compound 33 has 2 effects. First one, when you bump into anything while you chase a survivor or just going around, any survivor near you is slowed down by a little bit. Is this a lot? Is this extremely game-changing? No. But considering that you're very fast, and then you're probably pairing this with speed add-ons, survivors moving slower is a big help. So the slowdown is already good. The really disgusting part is that this add-on makes you destroy pallets extremely fast. Typically, the Blight has to attack a pallet, and then he does this little animation where survivors can reasonably make a bit of distance. With this add-on, you absolutely eviscerate the pallet as if you had Spirit Fury, and you recover so quickly that, yeah, it makes dropping pallets against Blight basically a minor inconvenience for him, and it's very hard to play around. Easily his best add-on if you know what you're doing and pair with another strong one, because survivors literally cannot outspeed you towards windows oftentimes, and pallets are now eviscerated, and dropping one is kind of a suicide. because it does nothing for you in chase, and it just robs that pallet from a future chase for you or your teammates. Very disgusting. And that's pretty much it. We then move on to the Alchemist Ring, an extremely easy to use add-on. When you hit a swap with your power, typically you lose a few seconds during recovery. And after that, depending on how many rushes you've used, you need to wait for them to recharge. So let's say that this was a really, really difficult hit and you use all 5 of your rushes. Well, you need to wait a few seconds to get them back. And during that time, swappers make a bit of distance, and then maybe you catch them, maybe you don't. With the Alchemist Ring, all of this goes out of the window. You don't have to manage your rushes. As long as you hit them with your power, at the end of your very short fatigue, you have all of your rushes back. All of them. So whether you hit them immediately or you hit them at the end of a 5 chain of rushes, you get them all back immediately. So the speed boost that they get means nothing because you immediately can use your power again. This is disgusting, and it helps in many, many different ways. You can hit a survivor, down them, and if there's another survivor, immediately rush. Even if they make a bit of distance, you catch up to them immediately, then hit them, then get your power again, then come back for the first one, then pick him up, then use it again. And yeah, it eliminates a lot of downtime from mistakes or from misplays, and makes it so that survivors have very little room. Every time they get hit, they have to measure the inches towards the next loop and hope that they can get there before you, and oftentimes they won't. Why? Because you'll be using it along with the speed add-ons, so that you constantly have your power back and you are very fast with it. So yeah, disgusting. And very easy to use as well. This next add-on is a little bit different. It's the Iridescent Blight tag. It's certainly much harder to use. It requires a lot of skill to maneuver around it and use it effectively. But if you just happen to be one of those really good Blight players, then it's quite disgusting. It makes your final rush, typically your 5th, but it can be more or less with other add-ons, deadly. It makes it an insta-down. So many times you have a survivor against the ropes, and they can go absolutely nowhere, and maybe you have 1 rush left. So what you do is you just jump and bump into a wall as many times as you need, and then hit them, and it's an insta-down. So if you have Lethal Pursuer, Barbecue and Chili, Information Perks, or a general awareness of where people are, and you are good at managing your rushes, you can reliably, somewhat reliably, have a lethal rush ready for every one of your chases, which means healing is bad, which means rescuing is extremely risky, which means basement is a mistake, which means body blocking for each other can't even happen. And obviously you can pair this with a bunch of other add-ons, like the speed add-on. So what you can do is just bump, 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 and now you have 1 rush that is extremely fast, hard to avoid, and it insta-downs. So yeah, the combinations that you can do with this add-on are quite a few, and not all of them make sense, but the ones that do make sense are really, really powerful. Very disgusting stuff. We then move on to the Adrenaline Vial. The Adrenaline Vial has a downside, that it makes your rushes harder to control. However, it has been buffed, and now this downside is not that big of a deal. Even though your rush has less room for movement and it's a little bit hard to control, it's still pretty good. Good Blights can still do quite a lot of maneuvering with it, and you could even pair it with the Umbra Salts or the Vial Plague, which we'll talk about later, to rectify some of this downside and still be a pretty normal Blight. And what do you get in return? Quite a lot. Your rushes are faster, all of them. You have now 7 rushes instead of 5. So even a survivor outplaying you a little bit now has to outplay you consistently, because you can keep just bumping into things and catching up. And more than that, you also get your Blight rushes extremely fast. So if you have Adrenaline Vial and camp on 33, you can bump into a pallet, break it, and get your rush back almost by the time you're done. Super fast. So you can have a survivor drop a pallet, you break it, and then half a second later, you're already about to hit them again. Absolutely insane. And of course, as you can imagine, it can be paired with the other add-ons, as I explained, or with the speed add-ons to be so damn fast. So yeah, absolutely disgusting add-on. And then we move on to the so-called speed add-ons, which is the Blighted Crow and the Blighted Rat. Both of them are great. One of them is 6%, and the other one is 4%. And basically, for every subsequent rush, they add that percentage to your speed. So your first rush is normal speed, which is 230, I think. And then after that, 6% faster. And then after that, 12% faster. And then after that, 18% faster. It adds up. And with the Rat, it's the same idea, 4% faster, then 8% faster, then 12% faster. And you can put them together, and many people do, to have 10% faster, 20% faster. And 20% of that much speed is quite ridiculous. So yeah, they are very, very good. They don't mess with your muscle memory because you can physically react to what you do. This is not like Nurse or Huntress, where if your teleport is faster or your speed of hatchet is faster, you have to account for it. It's very easy to just bump into something, come out faster, and then use your speed to hit what you need to hit or bump what you need to bump. So they don't really make the Blight harder to play very much. In fact, they make it easier for you to catch up. They make your mobility on the map greater. They make your anti-loop stronger and harder to counter. And they also go really well with each other, with some of the other add-ons, by themselves. They're really, really strong. The Blight is really, really powerful, and these speed add-ons just add on to that ridiculousness. Another add-on that is really strong by itself or in combination is the Compound 21. When you bump into something, any survivor that is near you has their auto reveal for a short 3 seconds, I believe. This is really good. It makes survivors with Iron Will or survivors that are healthy and don't make any noise be able to hide around. Well, no longer, because you literally see them. So you can immediately do a moon dash or do some what's it called? Is it a moon dash? You can basically hawk tag, which is when you get really close to a structure and then slide around to hit a survivor that you know is there. You can mine, you can avoid any mind games. If a survivor runs away, you can immediately see and then bump to something and catch up to them. So it basically, survivors have no idea that you have it unless they have some very obscure perks that might allow them to guess that you have it. So they better realize that you know exactly where they are, and they might do the wrong play, and you have that level of information. This is a very common and popular add-on among competitive players, and it's very strong on almost any setting. Really, really powerful stuff. It makes it also harder for a survivor to juke you quickly out of sight. So yeah, overall, very, very strong. Pairs extremely well with many of the other add-ons. The next add-ons are not so powerful, but they're still decent compared to other killer add-ons. They are the Summoning Stone. The Summoning Stone makes it so that when you hit a survivor with your power, nearby pallets are blocked for a brief few seconds. This is good. You down a survivor, he's on a pallet, you pick them up. You don't even have to worry about pallet stuns or anything like that, because the pallet is literally blocked. Maybe if you hit them and they're kind of corralled and they don't get to run a lot, the pallet that you hit them at is now blocked and they can't use it, so they have to move elsewhere. Perhaps you can use this with the Alchemist Ring, so that if they run away, you catch them, and if they stay, you also catch them. So yeah, decent add-on. Vigor's Journal is a cute one. It makes it so that when you use your power, you are undetectable. In Chase, this doesn't really translate into much, but out of Chase, it gives you quite a bit of wings. It's almost like having Tinkerer when you go around the map. So you have Barbecue, you hook someone, or you have whatever add-on or perk to see people. And when you approach them, they don't have as much of a telltale that you're coming. So you could maybe get very close and go for a cheeky hit before they really know what's going on. So decent add-on, although, as I said, it's more like a traversal map, catch people off guard. The Soul Chemical is currently bugged, and I think it's still bugged, and it's much stronger, or at least was much stronger than it's supposed to be. But assuming that they correct that really quickly, it's a decent add-on. When you rush into a generator that has one person working on it, they get a difficult skill check. If they hit it, nothing bad happens. If they miss it, it's like missing a skill check, you lose a bit of progress. And this is kind of cute. It goes well with Tinkerer. It goes well with Barbecue, any info perks. It goes well with Lullaby, because Lullaby will make missed skill checks lose more progress. So it can fit into a creative skill check build. Unfortunately, most Blights don't ever want to bother with this, and they just go for the very strong add-ons that we described earlier. But it's a cute one. And then we have the Umbra Salts and the Bile, the Plague Vial. Oh, no, it's Plague Bile. Bile, yeah, it's a B. Right, so what does this do? It makes you be able to turn a little bit more when you use your rush. This helps new Blights to bump into things they want to bump and not get caught and slide off things. It also helps to compensate for the downside of the Adrenaline Bile if you find it too much. And every now and then it can help you bump into something instead of miss. That being said, the really good Blights, and even an average Blight after a little while, you'll learn to bump to things, you'll learn to do certain things to make sure that you bump into whatever you need to bump. And your ability to flick and do hits out of your power means that you don't need these add-ons. They're not necessary by any stretch. But they're still nice, and they don't really have any major downsides or anything at all. And then we have the Pustula something and the Rose Tonic. These add-ons increase the time in which you have a window to do a second or follow-up rush. So typically when you bump into something, you have a very short window, and these add-ons increase it by a little and then by a little bit more so that you have more time to think about what you're going to do. I'm going to say now these add-ons are not good for beginners or even intermediates. Because if you use it as a beginner, you're taking too long. When you bump into a wall, you already need to know what you're going to do next. And these add-ons give you extra time that you don't need. In fact, it could get in your way. Sometimes you bump into a wall and you're like, okay, actually, I don't want to rush. I want to just cancel it out, get my power back, and try again. And these add-ons will just extend your time unnecessarily and make you have to wait longer. Now, why then are these add-ons so high in the list? Because they actually do have a little bit of value. They're really good blights, and once you become really, really good, can actually make these add-ons shine a little bit. They can do things that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise, like go through tight doorways. So if you have a tight doorway or some other structure where it's really hard to squeeze through, and a survivor is being really smart, and they go through there knowing that it's hard for you to follow them, with these add-ons, you actually have a really good chance to save a lot of bumps and do it in one nice motion. So you bump into the doorway, and with that extra second or so that you get with these add-ons, you now slowly walk through the doorway and then send yourself through it. Whereas before, it would have been really difficult to do it without these. So the ability to maneuver around certain obstacles at critical times makes these add-ons a little bit usable at a higher level. Next, we have the Cankerthorn and the Foxglove plant. And these are cute add-ons. They make it so that if you miss your rush, you have shorter cooldown. Now, if you end your rush with a hit on survivor, these add-ons do nothing, so they don't really help in that regard. But it is nice for learning Blight players, or for Blight players that want add-ons that are not super strong and mess with their base power. They just want slightly faster recovery. If you want some cute add-ons that don't get in your way and change the gameplay much, these add-ons are excellent. You put them on, you do a little rush, you decide to cancel or swing in the air or whatever, and then just end it. And these add-ons should help you to get back into the normal chase again. And then shortly after that, you get your charges and you can try again. Decent for what they do. The shredded notes are interesting. They reduce your amount of rushes by 2. So, wait, is it by 2 or by 1? Huh. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure it's by 2. Why don't we check? That's a bit embarrassing. Is it only by 1? Ah, it's only by 1. Yeah, you get 4. You get 4. It didn't make any sense. Yeah, my bad. So as I said, it reduces your rushes by 1. In most chases, it's not a huge deal. Every now and then, when you're getting around the map or a chase is really difficult, you wish you had an extra. And the upside, that's the downside. The upside is that you recover your rushes faster. Overall, it's bad. It's better to have 5 and recover normally, or recover instantly with the Alchemist Ring. But it's a cute add-on that you can use for more aggressive, short, 1, 2, 3 kind of rush styles, and it's cute. So it's a fun add-on to try out, and it's a bit of a challenge. So it has an upside and a downside, and it's up to you to determine whether that fits your style. One really stupid thing you can do, however, is to use the Adrenaline Vial with this add-on. Now the Adrenaline Vial gives you +2, and this gives you -1. So now you have 6 rushes. But both of these add-ons give you extra recovery. So with these 2 add-ons, you can literally be using your power pretty much all the time. Which is super ridiculous, because your recovery is so fast that you have your power available almost at all times. Yeah. Funny stuff. Then we have the add-ons that are basically worse than nothing. The Chip Monocle is pretty bad. It highlights the area in front of you that you're going to bump. So that you can identify which places you're going to be bumping into. It's not always accurate, and sometimes the light gets in your way. So maybe try it when you're learning, and you'll probably want to take it off ASAP. Then we have the Compound 7. The Compound 7 detects a nearby survivor, and if you bump into something, it points you towards them. It's a nice training wheels. It's training wheels for Blight. You bump into something, you don't know where you are. If there's a nearby survivor, this add-on automatically points you towards them. It has limits. It doesn't point you towards survivors that you can't see. It doesn't point you towards survivors in lockers. It doesn't point you toward survivors across the map. It's not like a crazy wall hack. It's only if the survivor is within sight and nearby. And many times you don't necessarily want to do that. Sometimes you want to go around it. So yeah, this add-on is a bit of help. That's not that helpful, that you will quickly aggro, and as such, it's not that great. The placebo tablet arguably could go to F tier. Honestly, I don't even know why it's not an F tier. I think it probably should be. It lowers your speed, which is really bad. It's really, really bad. It gives you extra blood points, but lowering your speed is terrible. Some people argue, however, that you can use this lower speed to catch survivors a little bit off guard with certain other add-ons, because it makes you a bit more able to manage how you go. So you could pair it with the Umbra Assaults, or you could try it with the with other add-ons to try to do something with it. So I imagine there might be some use for it, but other than that, yeah, honestly, I think it belongs in the F tier, however, since it literally just makes your power almost objectively worse. Next up, we go to the twins, and they have some interesting add-ons, and unfortunately many dots and missed. The best add-on is probably the Silencing Cloth. The Silencing Cloth makes it so that every time you transition from Victor to Charlotte, no matter how you transition, Charlotte is undetectable for a hefty 30 seconds, I believe. This is pretty good. One of the main problems of Victor and Charlotte is that sometimes survivors, they hold Victor hostage, they cake Victor, maybe they ignore it, maybe you don't find anyone. And then if Victor is not kicking ass, Charlotte is a normal killer with no power. And if you have to chase survivors, normally you're going to eat pallets, you're going to eat dead hearts, you're going to eat everything that survivors typically have, and you're not doing a lot. Especially if you miss a few pounces and get kicked with Victor and so on. Now, fortunately, this add-on changes that, because every time you go back to Charlotte, on purpose or whatever, she is undetectable. And now she can go for that one survivor that kicked Victor, or that one survivor that's on a gen, and no matter what you do, something good will happen. Either you catch a survivor off guard and they have to give you a pallet fast, or get injured and then you send out Victor later, or you find the one person that just got rid of Victor. If they hold Victor, they're oblivious, so they would hear you anyway, but now they don't see your terror radius either, your red stain either, and other people around them can hear the terror radius, so they can warn each other off. So it's really, really good. In indoor maps, it's extremely spooky. It gives you the ability to cause mayhem and keep people injured. And when you have 2 or 3 people injured and Victor is available, you can quickly go and pick them off one by one. So this add-on helps you to overcome the barrier that survivors often put up by holding Victor hostage, healing a lot, and preventing your Charlotte from getting free M1s. So yeah, in that regard, it is pretty excellent. And I just realized that my window is closed and it's getting hot in here. Let's go open it soon. The toy store was nerfed, but it's still an amazing add-on. It makes you be able to send yourself off with Victor and pounce 0.2 seconds earlier. With this, survivors have very little. Victor is already very fast. He moves at 150 speed, he pounces really quick. But every now and then, survivors will take windows and drop pallets and get to safety a little bit faster than you'd like. And with this add-on, they almost can't. Your pound is more immediate than before, and it lets you hit things that would be otherwise a little bit difficult. So yeah, it's great. Also gives them less room for starting to dodge and get behind stuff. So really, really good add-on, helps quite a lot. The Forest 2 is also amazing. It's one of the 2 add-ons that increases your speed with Madeline Scarf. Madeline Scarf increases it by a little bit, Forest 2 increases it by significantly more. They're both good, and you can run them both together. These 2 together, in fact, are a very popular and strong combo, because Victor moves significantly faster, and he also bounces almost immediately. So it's really hard to get rid of them. It also means that if you have Victor down, you can now go for little walks and traverse half the map very, very quickly, which is great when you're trying to find out that one, you're trying to seek out that one injured survivor and whatnot. Pretty good stuff. Arguably, after that comes the Spinning Top. The Spinning Top makes it so that survivors drop their items. Now, there's many killers where dropping items is not a big deal. If someone uses the Legion add-on that makes it drop their item, they can pick it up again. But the nice thing about the Spinning Top is that it triggers when you either down or when you attach yourself with Victor. And survivors that have Victor attached, they cannot just stay in place. They're going to be found. And I also believe that they're not able to pick up items. Oh, that's something I should have checked. I believe that they're not able to pick up items because they're incapacitated. So either way, they cannot pick their item immediately, let alone use it if it's a medkit. So them dropping their items is a pretty good deal. Unfortunately, right now we have Boon Circle of Healing. So even if they don't have a medkit available or a flashlight available or whatever, they can still heal themselves in an area when they get rid of Victor eventually. But Survivor dropping their items and maybe them going back to them while still injured and stuff like that is a useful thing. And it's pretty universally useful. As long as you see a few items, the Spitting Top should be a decent pick. We then move on to the Baby Nail and the Black Hood or whatever it's called. These add-ons both function very similarly. When you send out Victor and he deattaches himself from him, from Charlotte, you do it half a second faster. And then the opposite is true for the Yellow Hood. When you go back to Charlotte and wake up, you do it half a second earlier. I think the second one is nice. Returning to Charlotte quicker is pretty nice considering how long it takes to do the whole thing. So that's awesome. But the Brown Nail is even better. Because when you send out Victor, typically you do it because you know a survivor is a certain place, maybe right in front of you. And half a second of Victor moving at 6 meters per second means that you definitely gain 3 extra meters of distance that survivors cannot make. In 3 meters, a survivor can make it into a pallet, to a window, to somewhere safe, or maybe even get out of sight, and if they're healthy, you don't see them. So this makes tracking earlier easier, and makes them getting into somewhere safe much harder. So decent and very universally useful add-ons. We then have the Iridescent Pendant, which is a bit of a inconsistent add-on. It can turn a game around and be the best thing ever, or it can also be completely worthless. If Victor is AFK and he gets kicked, survivors that kick him are now exposed for, I believe, 45 seconds. So they can be insta-nullable for 45 seconds. Now let's go over the 1 or 2 situations where this can be extremely good. You put someone in basement. You leave Victor at the very top. Some smartass comes in and it's like, hey, I'm gonna crouch and kick Victor and then rescue. And then they are insta-nullable. Now they have to leave or go down. Big deal. Big deal. Situations like that are not super common, but hey, they're pretty good. You can use Victor as a bit of a trap around your totems, around your gens. It's kind of cute. Problem, however, it needs to be AFK. If you get kicked mid-chase, it doesn't work. If you miss a pounce and they kick you, it doesn't work. And if they're out of the injured and they kick Victor, guess what? They're out of the injured, so expose is not that useful. So yeah, bit of a hit or miss. This one. We then have the Stale Biscuit and the Chandelier. They are both similar in what they do and work particularly well together. The Biscuit makes it so that Victor has a lesser cooldown when he misses. I'm pretty sure it's only when he misses. And the Chandelier makes it so that it takes a small fraction of a second longer to kick Victor. Now, both of these things basically do the same, which is to delay the time it takes or reduce the time survivors have to kick you. So let's say that you pound a survivor and you miss. Typically, they run into you, and if they're very close, they kick you. But if they're a bit far, and you have some of these add-ons, you might recover faster than they think, and then instead of kicking you, you actually hit them. And obviously, it goes without saying that going from a miss dead Victor to a successful pound is awesome. So yeah, let's say that you have Victor in an outpost somewhere, and a survivor shows up and tries to kick him, and you press the switch button right away. With the Chandelier add-on, because they took half a second almost longer to kick him, it's not even half a second, but yeah, because they took a little bit longer to kick him, they might actually not finish the whole animation, and you might actually teleport in time. So it's kind of helpful. Very, very mild help. And the Tail Biscuit, which got nerfed hilariously, is basically the same deal. Every time you miss, you have a bit more room. It also allows you to use Victor as a flying helicopter. If you're on top of something, you can jump and then recover faster. So you can kind of like do this jumping just to gain distance and stuff, which is kind of cool. So yeah, has a few applications like that. We then have the 2 add-ons, the Glove and the Spoiled Milk, which increase the radius of Victor detection. When Victor is AFK, he has a detection radius around him. And presumably this also works while he's attached to someone. I think that these add-ons were changed at some point and it still works. But the point is that this radius, where he can hear the heartbeat of people around him that are not crouching, gets bigger with these two add-ons. And as such, you have a Victor that is slightly more valuable and can find people from slightly further. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. And as you'll see, it pairs well with another add-on that we'll see in a minute. So yeah, this is 2 meters and this is 4 meters. So obviously the yellow one is significantly better. And then we have the Cat's Eye. It's a fun little add-on where if Victor holds his pounds, he is completely undetectable. And there are some cute things you can do with this. You can pair this with the spinning top. And hit a survivor, make them drop their item, and then just camp the item later with Victor when someone goes and picks it up. You can camp people next to hooks with Victor. You can, if you know someone's on a gen, you can send Victor around the corner holding his power. And instead of hearing a little in the distance, they're going to hear nothing. And then when you have a line of sight, you're going to do a big leap and hit them. So this, the utility of this add-on for the most part is to occasionally, when you know a survivor is around a certain corner, use your power early and move very slowly but silently towards them so that you have a basically guaranteed hit. Then again, Victor's pretty good at hitting survivors. You can just run into them like a madman with, say, one of the speed add-ons and just do that instead. So it's not that huge of a deal, but it's a cute and fun little add-on. I recommend you try it. The Drop of Perfume is a cute add-on as well. It makes every survivor inside the AFK Victor area oblivious. So if you pair with the glove, and we have a video actually if you want to look this up, I don't know, look it up by the name of the add-on, Drop of Perfume Twins on my channel. Basically what I did is I put Victor in the middle of a small map, somewhere hidden, and with a big shrieking radius, everyone around it is oblivious. So I was going around catching people off guard, and it was kind of fun and chaotic, and a bit of an unexpected combo. However, why would you do that when you can just put on the silencing cloth and just do that but better? If a survivor is oblivious, if they realize it, they're going to be careful. If you're undetectable, they don't know you're undetectable potentially, so they might be less careful. So yeah, this is just an inferior version of the add-on that is just clearly better. And then we have the Needle that gives hemorrhage when a survivor removes Victor. The Weighted Rattle, which gives broken when survivor removes Victor. And the Baby Teeth, which give blindness when survivors remove Victor for 30 seconds, 20 seconds, and until healed. These add-ons are pretty bad. These add-ons are pretty horrible. If a survivor is attacked by Victor, and the Victor is attached to them, there is a really good chance that that survivor will now simply run around with Victor. They understand that if they keep Victor hostage, you are now a basic killer with no other power. Yeah, they're wasting time, but they sometimes take up this offer and decide to make this gamble. And then what you have to do is either go and down them, and these add-ons don't trigger them, or wait until it's been 30 seconds, press M2, and Victor returns to you. And in that case, this also doesn't trigger. So these 3 add-ons that I just explained, which are not even that insanely powerful, only trigger if survivors get rid of Victor. And oftentimes, they will not. For that reason, these add-ons only work a few times. And even then when they work, they're not that strong. Hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is nice. Victor can track through blood, which makes the blood very bright. So dropping more blood is nice for Victor. And if they start to heal and they get interrupted by Victor, it can be okay. Hemorrhage on Twins is not bad. It would be alright if it triggered more commonly. But unfortunately, we have that issue. Broken sounds really strong, but 20 seconds is very little time. Very little time. Even when it triggers, 20 seconds is not that big of a deal. If it was 30 or 40 or 60, it would be a different story. But considering that it triggers not so often and it's very little, it's not so good. And then Baby Teeth. Yikes. 30 seconds of blindness. If they remove Victor. It's so many ifs. They need to have this, they need to remove Victor, and they need to have some situation or pair where they need the auto rating. Very bad altogether. Equally bad, pretty much, is the Toy Soldier. The Toy Soldier makes it so that an AFK Victor that is kicked, unfortunately not in chase, not if you miss, AFK Victor that gets kicked, has the auto of the survivor kicking him reveal for a few seconds. Immediately, your first thought will be to pair this add-on with this add-on right here. so that when someone kicks Victor, you see exactly where they go and exactly who it is, because you otherwise can't know. Extremely underwhelming combo. It's better to just use this add-on and forget about this add-on, because seeing the aura is extremely rare. Might not happen the entire game. Even if you put Victor on a pedestal with a little sticker saying kick me, there are still survivors that will just not kick him, no matter what you do. So yeah, I would be very surprised to hear that you have this add-on trigger more than 2 or 3 times per game. And even then, they just kick Victor. You know where they are. Just go and show up and be nearby. If you're too far, this add-on might not give you enough info. And if you're too close, you just don't need it. So very underwhelming add-on. Almost equally bad is the Sewer Sludge. It makes removing Victor a longer thing. As I said, many survivors literally will never remove Victor and will just take him on a little summer trip forever until you get Victor back by recalling him. So this add-on will literally do nothing. If you chase a survivor and down them yourself, this add-on will do nothing. This add-on only makes it so that when people want to get rid of Victor, it's harder. Really bad stuff. You ideally want people to get rid of Victor as quickly as possible so that you have it earlier. So in that regard, it is hot, actual garbage. But there's maybe one situation or a couple situations where this add-on can sometimes save your life. So I'm going to explain those so that you see that this add-on can have some positive impact. Number one, you're playing against someone on a console and they haven't rebound their keys, so they cannot rescue while Victor's on their back. So you could have a situation where you hit a survivor, they're going for a teammate on the hook that's like 3 seconds away from dying, and because they take longer to remove Victor, they can't save. This is easily fixed by rebinding your keys on the settings or by playing on PC where you don't have that issue in the first place. And also, if the game has gone really bad and there's someone in the exit gate and they are healthy and you hit them with Victor, they need to remove Victor to exit the exit gate. And otherwise, you can catch them. So let's say there's a cheeky little Meg teabagging you at the exit gate and you hit them with this thing. Even if you're a little bit far, they need an extra few seconds to remove Victor, so you might actually get a kill that you would have missed otherwise. So in that regard, this can be alright, even though, as I said, it's likely to backfire. And then we have the cat figurine. What a horrible add-on. It's one of those learning add-ons that shows you where Victor presumably will land, so that you can have an idea of how his power works and learn it. But it also makes this incredibly obnoxious, stupidly bright and huge light in front of you. So when a survivor runs into you or a little obstacle comes by you, you're going to be flashbanged immediately. And it's not something you can like, oh, when that happens, you press M1 and it's an easy way to... It's horrible. It's really bad. It doesn't help you learn very much. Maybe try it once or twice to see what it does and never touch it again because it will probably blind you at some point. It's a really bad add-on. And before we continue, I'm going to take a little break and get a little bit of fresh air. All right, a little bit refreshed, and we're back with the Trickster. The Trickster, much like Huntress, is one of these characters that has a lot of different playstyles, and lots of people play him differently. And you might disagree with some of my placements or think them odd. I think that's completely okay. I've done my best to put my knowledge and gather all the little bits of information from my audience and many kind people that reached out. And this is my ultimate conclusion, though it's a little bit hard. Some of these add-ons they have very similar effects. It's hard to really set them apart. This is my best attempt. His best add-on, possibly, is the iridescent photo card. Now, admittedly, if you're playing against extremely smart survivors and you're a very good trickster yourself, this might not be the best add-on for you. This add-on exceeds against bad survivors and mediocre survivors and even good survivors that make a mistake. It's not maybe the add-on that will make you win a tournament, but it's an add-on that will make you stomp on your average matches and sometimes have a big comeback in tight matches just because of how impactful it is. It's very simple stuff. When you hit a survivor with 4 blades, they are now insta-downable. Now, for the most part, if you can hit a survivor with 4 blades and M1 them, that probably means that you could hit them with 20 blades anyway and just straight up down them. But there's many times where this can be extremely helpful. You find a survivor hiding in a little corner. Blade, 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 bonk, insta-down. A survivor comes to you for a rescue and you only have a few blades left, not enough to down them. Blade, 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 you're out of blades, insta-down. The ability to do that in the open while saving a lot of knives is very powerful. If survivors mess up a little bit, you can get downs and use only a few knives and now have a lot of knives for your next chase where you will not do that. So That I think is very valuable. It allows you to basically be unrescuable against completely in endgame. You can secure kills like this, even if you save it for like half the game and not use it, and then it only triggers once or twice. It's still really powerful in my opinion. And as I said, clueless survivors get caught in the open all the time, and even average and good survivors make that mistake sometimes. So in my opinion, probably the best add-on if you really want to stomp people. The next few add-ons, however, are a little bit more universally useful, and even high-level survivors will fall for them. An extremely underrated add-on, which I think is probably his best other than that, or close to his best, are the hard cage shoes, and to a lesser extent, the killing cords. These two add-ons increase the speed that the Trickster has when he's throwing knives. Now, mind you, when you begin to throw a lot of knives, you slowly slow yourself down. So you throw a few knives and then a bit slower. You throw knives faster, but you also go slower. So with these add-ons or without these add-ons, it's not like you can throw knives forever and move at the speed of light. So keep that in mind. But most of the time, you're not doing that. Most of the time, you're throwing knife, or knife, or maybe you're standing still, so this doesn't matter. But you're throwing a few knives per encounter, and then going around the corner and throwing a few more. Why are these add-ons so good? This one makes you 1% faster when you throw knives. This one is 2.5% faster, or 0.5. That doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually is extremely critical. When you throw knives and you're 2.5% faster, you basically don't lose this. You don't gain, but you also don't lose distance to survivors. And what this translates to is when survivors loop you in the places that you don't want to be looped. What are the places that you don't want to be looped at as a Trickster? Shack, tall jungle gyms, places with high walls. This add-on really shines. Because when they're about to go around the corner, without these add-ons, you have a difficult decision. You throw a couple knives, you hit them with a couple knives, but then you never see them again. Or you don't throw any knives, you keep running after them, but they're completely healthy. With this add-on, you eliminate that issue. If you throw a few knives, you're going to go around the corner and still see them. With this add-on, you literally, pretty much, can throw knives anytime you see the survivor. And it's almost never a bad idea. As long as you don't overdo it, you don't lose distance nearly as much. So that means that around a jungle gym, you can knife, go around, knife, go around, knife. And even really good survivors that run it really tight will not be able to avoid this. Because it doesn't mess with your timings, and it doesn't make you spend extra blades like some other add-ons. These add-ons are extremely helpful for beginners. They don't really get in your way if you're making mistakes. They don't really mess with your muscle memory. They don't induce you into throwing more knives than you need, and I think they are great. The brown one is a decent one. The yellow one particularly shines and covers one of the major weaknesses for Trickster. So for that reason, this, along with another strong add-on, I think is one of the best combos you can do, while the brown one is still serviceable. We then have the Fist Spin Soda and the G1 Autograph. These add-ons basically increase your throw rate. As I've explained, when you throw a few knives, the Trickster begins to ramp up the speed. With these add-ons, you already have some of that fast speed from your first throw. This is really powerful if you combo it together, and even the Fist Spin Soda by itself is really powerful, and it's a great combo with the Hard Cage shoes, because it means that in a very short burst, you lose no speed, almost, and can throw a flurry of knives much quicker. Think about it. If every time you see a survivor, you throw one extra knife that you couldn't land before, that is very significant, considering that they go down in just a few knives. And this is pretty insane when you have multiple survivors doing stupid things in front of you, like unhooking and so on. It makes the Trickster, which is already a really good killer from close up, absolutely monstrous. And you'll be down on people faster than Cannibal sometimes. So very strong stuff. The only problem with these add-ons is that during very persisting long throws, I guess they're redundant. And they sometimes induce you into missing a lot. If you throw many knives and your accuracy is poor, you're going to run out of knives faster. So that is a potential drawback, but one that you can obviously just play around by being better and practicing a little bit. Another really nice add-on is the Death Throws compilation. Has a really simple effect that is honestly amazing. It makes it so that when you use your main event, which you can use a few times per game, after throwing tons of knives, you come out of main event with a full restock of knives. So you typically can carry, what is it, 44 knives now? And throw. Maybe you get main event after a little while. You use main event, and now you need to reload. And if they're doing something critical, you probably still need to reload. Kind of a bad deal. But if you use main event at a good time, you will come out with another extra set of knives, and you can maybe save 2 or 3 reloads in an entire game thanks to this, and still keep the pressure on Survivor, which is paramount with Trickster. So it's incredibly good. There's also many times where your main event triggers at times where you don't want it to, right? Let's say that you down a Survivor with your last knife because you absolutely have to, and hey, main event triggers. And then for the next 30 seconds, you find absolutely no one. You're like, damn. So typically here you would have a main event that is completely wasted. Now you can use it, cancel it, and it's a reload on the spot. Particularly helpful in maps like Swamp, where sometimes there are no lockers in a square mile around you. So very, very, very good and useful stuff. We then have the Diamond Cufflinks. Really useful add-on. When a Survivor is 1 knife away from going down, you see their auras for a little bit. This doesn't go away when you hit them. So let's say that you have a Survivor that is a bit in the open, and they're about to run into a window. Knife. You hit them, they go into the window, and those few seconds of auto reading still stay up. So you see exactly where they go, and you can now use that information to maybe catch them off guard, cut them off, and so on. So auto reading for free, that goes really well with a few other add-ons. Like the Edge of Revival and so on. We'll talk about that in a minute. So really, really useful. It also helps a lot in those situations where a Survivor is behind walls that you don't see and they're just 1 knife away. It goes particularly well with the trick blades. We'll talk about that as well. In those situations, you can now find an angle or make a blade bounce in some way to hit that last knife. So it's quite useful and a very comfy add-on. Then we have the 2 add-ons that increase your blades. The Bloody Boa, which is +8, and the Trick Pouch, which is +4. Okay, +4 is not insane. 4 extra knives is not crazy. That being said, it is much better than nothing. Many times you'll find yourself in a chase and you have, like 3 add-on, 3 knives. If you had 4 extra, now you'd have enough to down someone. So pretty good. And the +8 from the Boa is actually quite nice. 8 knives is enough to get an extra hold down if you're accurate. And it makes every reload last that much longer. You reload 3 times in the course of a game, and you have had an extra 24 or so knives, right? Really, really, really good stuff. Really serviceable, and an add-on that you can never go wrong with, literally. So yeah, awesome stuff. Then we move on to the more gimmicky add-ons, and one of them is the Edge of Revival. The Edge of Revival makes it so that if you hit the first time the knife hits the floor or some other object, it makes a little splash damage around it. It's a very, very minor area of effect. It's only half a meter, but it's enough for you to hit some Survivors that you would sometimes miss. And this does 50% damage. So let's say a Survivor is hiding behind a barrel and you're past the window and you can't hit them. This happens very often in Shack, for example, when you're behind the Shack and the Survivor is behind a gen and they just hide there. They do this against Huntress too, or against Blake. What are you going to do? Nothing. With this add-on, however, you can hit the bit of ground next to them and do a little bit of damage. Now, you need extra knives, but it's still guaranteed damage that they pretty much can't avoid. So in many situations, these add-ons can be scary, and really good tricksters can use them to close the deal and to down a Survivor that would have otherwise escaped. There's also another very important thing for Trickster, which is to keep the laceration meter. Sometimes you hit a Survivor with knife, and they're like halfway, but if they run and get behind some stuff quick enough, in a few seconds, you now begin to lose that laceration. And that's horrible, because now you've wasted all of those knives. But if you have this add-on, sometimes you can hit them with 1 cheeky knife, which only does half damage, but that is enough to reset the counter entirely. So, pretty good. Again, not extremely useful. It cannot be abused with another add-on that we will talk about later, the way it could in the past. So it's not ultra mega fantastic, but it's decent. Then we go to the Cut Through You album. This add-on basically makes knives have penetration. You can hit 1 Survivor and it will go through it and hit the next one. And this is particularly disgusting in unhook scenarios, because you can just absolutely destroy the Survivor unhooking. And if they somehow get the unhook, you can now do double damage through them. And body blocking is really bad against Trickster in general, unless he's out of ammo. But with this, it's just straight up suicidal. So really strong in those situations. Unfortunately, it's hard to manufacture those situations out of the gate. You sometimes have games where survivors all split up, they all have a restraining order against each other, and they never, ever come close in contact for more than 2 seconds. And then this add-on is completely wasted. So yeah, for the times it's helpful, I do appreciate it, but I value it less than a few others. Moving on to the Melodious Murder, the USB stick. This makes you open lockers a third faster. That's not too bad, I guess. Yes, you can combine this with Iron Maiden, and it goes even faster. I think you should use one or the other. I think it's a bit overkill to have them both. Sometimes you want to reload and you don't have anywhere to reload, so the problem is not that you do it slow, it's that you don't have a locker anywhere near, or that it's very difficult to get to it. So yeah, this add-on doesn't help with that. It doesn't make more lockers spawn, but it makes you open lockers a bit faster to reload. Not too bad, not too bad. In my opinion, the extra knives from the boa and the trick pouch are just better, so that you have to reload less often. But it is otherwise alright. Moving on to the trick blades. The trick blades are fun. They make your knives bounce twice. Unfortunately, the structures of this game have very odd geometry and it's very unpredictable. You can throw knives at a certain wall and one of them will, because of the uneven surface and because of the recoil from throwing, some of the knives will go up, some of them will go down, some of them will go around, some of them will bounce right back at your face. Fortunately, you don't damage yourself. So yeah, it's not, this game is not made for this, clearly. But you get extra BP. So if you aim at the ground and make it bounce off to the survivor, you basically get free extra blood points. More so than that, you can actually use them occasionally to absolutely destroy survivors in a few maps. A few maps with very straight walls or even pallets in a certain angle, you can use these trick knives to land knives behind people from people that are behind cover, or to finish the deal. They go particularly well with the diamond cufflinks for obvious reasons. If one survivor has one extra knife that they need to go down and you see their aura, you can go whoop and throw that one knife that will hit them around something. And with a lot of skill, you can use this in some creative ways to hit people that you would otherwise be really hard pressed to actually land a knife on. So there's definitely a skill component and a few places in a few maps here and there where literally a survivor has nowhere to escape because you have a clean wall and you can just bounce it off and they literally cannot avoid them, which is hilarious when it happens. The only thing I would advise against is going too crazy with this add-on. When you have the extra bouncy knives, you sometimes are tempted to throw way too many knives to get value out of them. And if you have to reload every single chase because you throw 20 more knives than you should, that is horrible. So be sure not to fall for that. Then we have the Waiting for Your Watch and the Lucky Blade. These add-ons increase the time of your main event by 0.3 seconds for each knife and by 0.2 seconds for each knife that you land. In main event, you throw knives every 0.2 seconds. So basically, if you hit all of your knives with the Lucky Blade, your main event goes on forever, or until you run out of things to hit. And with the Lucky Watch, it goes on even for longer. So you get back time. You basically can keep up main event going for even longer if you're hitting multiple survivors. This is pretty great. It makes it so that if you activate main event around 2 or 3 survivors, you're gonna go absolutely ham on them, and they will never see the end of it. I've seen a couple clips of a killer downing every single survivor with this add-on because they just keep getting time back, and it's hilarious. These situations are very far in between. Don't take me wrong. So please don't be misled. But hey, not too bad, I guess. Yeah. If you're one of those people that doesn't get value out of main event, these add-ons are not for you. And the next one's probably not either. The Tequila Moonrock and the Inferno Wires increase the main event from 10 seconds up to 25% on the Inferno cards and 50%. That's quite a lot, really. 15 seconds of main event is kind of nuts. In many cases, it's too much. You use main event, you get the one down, and that's it. You don't need 5 extra seconds. So these add-ons can easily be wasted. But they can also be kind of oppressive if you have a main event that lasts 15 seconds and there's multiple survivors and you just keep harassing them with it. And they think that maybe you're about to run out, but you still have it. So it can throw survivors off and sometimes give you an extra down where you wouldn't have another. So not too terrible. We then have the on-target single. and the Ripper Brace. They increase the time by 3 seconds and 2 seconds that survivors need for their laceration to go down. As I said earlier, when you hit survivors and you don't immediately damage them, they'll probably run away and try to get behind lots of cover. If they do it for long enough, their laceration begins to diminish and they lose the knives they were thrown. So that would be a horrible thing. You don't want that to happen very often, because you're losing knives and they're eventually shaking them off. But with these add-ons, it takes 3 extra seconds for that to happen and 2 extra seconds, and you can stack them together so that the laceration takes a 5 extra second extra to trigger. It's difficult to count on these add-ons. These add-ons are basically plan Bs, and they're like fallback mechanisms for you to not get destroyed as badly. But you should probably avoid them. You don't necessarily... It's a nice fallback to have. It's a nice add-on to put on and forget about, and it will help you every now and then. But it's not your plan A if you're a very good trickster to hope that they help you. And that's pretty much it. And then we have the Memento Blades. These are a meme add-on that gives you extra blood points, but you need 1 extra knife to do damage. So obviously it's horrible. The only nice thing about this is that because you need an extra knife, technically I guess you'll be earning main event faster. But then main event also needs an extra knife to that. It's bad. It's really bad. It's an F tier meme add-on. You understand. Next up, we have the Nemesis. And I'm going to tell you right now, Nemesis is a pretty good killer sometimes. It really comes down to zombies being useful, and sometimes they're really not. And most of these add-ons are around zombies, which is really disappointing. Again, I'm going to make a statement super fast. All of these add-ons can be terrible. There's not a single Nemesis add-on that is always 100% useful and good. Even the best add-ons can be potentially worthless. So if you think that an add-on is placed too high and it's not that good, I agree. All of these add-ons potentially are like C or D tier many times. The one add-on that is arguably the best, and even in the worst situations seems to be helpful most of the time, is Marvin's Blood. Now, Marvin's Blood used to make it so that when you hit a survivor twice with your tentacle, you were guaranteed to go into tier 2 immediately. When you hit a survivor, you get 3 points. And when you hit them again, if they're auto-infected, you get 1 point. So now you're 2 points short of 6. But with Marvin's Blood, you got so much extra that your first already put you really close, and then if you hit them again, you were in tier 2. Right now, Marvin's Blood doesn't let you do that, but if you hit a survivor twice, you're very short of tier 2, and you need to kill a zombie. But if you hit them 3 times, you're in tier 2. Whereas without it, you need to hit them 3 times and then kill a zombie. So basically, this add-on helps you to get to tier 2 faster, and then over the course of the match, it helps you to get to tier 3 much quicker if you hit survivors. Hitting zombies is occasionally alright, but you cannot plan for it. And it also has a drawback of despawning the zombie and making it potentially appear somewhere else. It's not good for you. So you don't do that all the time. But hitting survivors definitely is something that you do often. So Marvin's Blood is probably the most impactful, useful add-on for Nemesis, and the most universally useful overall. Just makes it so that you get a 50% extra mutation. Well, actually, they nerfed it. It used to be, yeah, they made it low. I think now it's 33% extra. It's no longer as much as before. So you basically get to tier 3 and tier 2 faster, which is great, which is awesome. Although sometimes it can be a bit redundant. Sometimes you would have gotten to tier 2 with the same amount of hits if you hit 2 survivors independently. Yeah, like sometimes it can even be redundant, but it's good otherwise. The Broken Recovery coin is nice. There's many matches where you infect everyone, and then near the end or middle of the game, they begin to use all of the vaccines. And you are hit with a massive hit to your momentum. Because now every survivor is healed, maybe with their boons and medkits, and now they're also healthy again, they're not infected, so you need to hit them 3 times without them. It's a major blow to your momentum, but this add-on can help with that. This add-on makes it so that they only get 3 cases. So if you hit 4 survivors, at least one of them is going to be infected for the rest of the game. No way to play around that. And maybe even more if one of the survivors is a little bit silly and they use the vaccines a little bit too early and too badly. So This is almost always good. It's a nice insurance that near the mid game, you're not going to have 3 or 4 survivors, use a vaccine back to back to back to back. But there's also games where survivors just never use vaccines at all. And then this add-on does nothing. And there's also a few add-ons that only work when survivors use vaccines. I'm marking them right now. And obviously, all of these add-ons become worse if you use this. Because now, you understand. There's less vaccines, so the vaccine add-ons are obviously worse as a result. So yeah, that's a little bit sad, but it's one of his best. Then we have the Iridescent Umbrella Badge. It's a bit of a weird add-on. When a survivor uses a vaccine and they uninfect themselves, they give you a heartbeat as usual, and now they're exposed for 60 seconds. This can be quite game-changing, and survivors are known to mess up and heal and vaccinate at the worst possible times and places. So this is pretty good. And you could combine it with Jill Sandwich, which we'll talk about in a minute, to see the survivor before they do this and immediately creep up to them. Or you could combine it with the Serotonin Injector you can combine it with other add-ons to make that process a little bit scarier for the survivors. And even if you don't chase them immediately, at least it gives them a big FU of like, okay, you're exposed, so if you're injured, you can't heal. If you're healthy and you want to go for the rescue, you can do it. So it's pretty decent. Obviously, the zombies don't insta-down, and your tentacle doesn't insta-down. It's only your fists. But you're pretty good at getting rid of pallets, so yeah, it's not too bad. If this triggers once or twice per game, and you get it to work once, consider yourself lucky. Then we have the Serotonin Injector. It's a very mild add-on, but it's one of the few add-ons where you actually have some level of control over when and how to trigger it. When a zombie is killed, either by the survivors, but more typically by you, with the tentacle ideally, so that you get some mutation juice, this add-on will make you undetectable for 15 seconds. Now you might think, I am a big 5-meter tall monster that has the loudest footsteps of any monster ever. How the hell am I going to creep up to survivors? You don't need to. You don't need to. Even if you don't grab them out of a gen, Nemesis is a zoning killer that can really take advantage of a survivor in a bad spot, where one hit turns into 2 hits, which turns into a down. So creeping up to survivors even a little bit is great. So Tinkerer and Serotonin Injector and anything that makes them undetectable is potentially quite good on Nemi. And something that you can trigger by yourself is always useful on Nemesis. So one really nice thing you can do with this is pair it with the Eerie Badge or pair it with other add-ons that let you know where survivors are or will be to catch them off guard a little bit. It goes well with info perks as well. So a decent add-on that occasionally can be quite clutch. And it also helps you to mitigate situations where your zombies are being useless. Many times you spawn in maps where zombies become stuck in a corner and they are completely worthless. And most of the times in that situation, there's nothing to gain from it. You go, you kill the zombie, you're like, I hope it spawns somewhere good. Now with this add-on, you kill them, you relocate them, and now you make yourself a little bit harder to locate for the next few seconds. Not too bad. Jill Sandwich is a curious add-on. It gives you no notification whatsoever, but it makes a survivor that just opened a case auto-readable for the next 12 seconds. That's a long time to see a survivor. You can use this add-on along with the Eerie Badge to then immediately harass a person off a vaccine case. Especially useful if you know that the person's dead on hook. So let's say that I look at the HUD, and I see that Claudette is blue, she's infected, and I look around and I see the aura of someone, and it's Claudette. Now I'm going to go for her. If she uses the vaccine, well, she's insta-downable because I have the Eerie Badge. And if she doesn't, well, I just harass it out of her hands and take it off and punch it off or whatever with Franklin's or whatever. So it can be kind of useful to make sure that that people don't use vaccines in your face. And it can also work well with the... When you see the aura of someone, you could hit a zombie with the Serotonin Injector and then creep up to that person. So they use the vaccine and then immediately show up and hit them with a tentacle again. Some funny shenanigans you can do with this. So I appreciate that. You can watch a video on my channel where I use these two add-ons together for some fun effect. But otherwise, it's information. It's nothing crazy. It's not massive slowdown or anything. And it's easy to miss. So you need to be a bit smart. We then move on to the... How many add-ons? The 4 add-ons that increase the movement speed of zombies. The Depleted Ink Ribbon, the Shatter Stars Badge, Mikhail's Eye, and Brian's Intestine. Brian's intestine makes the zombies a little bit faster. Believe it or not, this is pretty good. I've seen many zombies that crawl to a survivor or drag themselves to a survivor, and then they miss for like a pixel. With this add-on, which increases the speed by a little bit, they are now a little bit more likely to go around the map faster and find someone quicker, or get to a gen faster and push them off faster, or be a bit more of a nuisance if they're trying to get them off the gen, or lock them down in a loop. And the same goes for Mikhail's Eye, which is even better. And the same goes for Depleted Ink Ribbon, which is the same. Actually, a little bit better than Mikhail's Eye, I think, after the last update. Which is great. It goes without saying that all these add-ons can fail terribly if the zombies are dead, or if the zombies are blinded all the time, or if the zombies get stuck. So yeah, bit of a risk. Depleted Ink Ribbon also has the nice side effect of respawning zombies behind the exit gates when they die in endgame. So the 5th gen gets done, you can kill your zombies, or they kill your zombies, and then they reappear and wait behind the gates, which occasionally can lead to some hilarious endgames where someone that would have escaped now gets down by a zombie. They also could do nothing and they could just be there and miss the survivors, so don't think that this is some insanely evil OP strategy. But hey, it's nice, I guess. Oh, I forgot to mention, this add-on also makes zombies respawn slightly faster, which I guess is nice if you have to kill them or if they die by other means. So, not too bad. Now, the Iridescent Shatter Stars badge is kind of ridiculous. When a survivor completes a gen, zombies begin to sprint at some massive speed. It's still not enough to be a massive threat, but it's definitely enough to be a bit scary and occasionally clutch. And it goes on for quite a bit of time too, for I believe 60 seconds. If multiple gens pop at the same time, the speed does stack, but it also is capped, so it doesn't get anything ridiculous or anything. So yeah. This add-on, I mean, the effects are ridiculous. It makes zombies super fast and kind of scary, but think about it. When a gen gets done, that's typically 1 or 2 survivors relocating to a new place. And they're running away from zombies, and it's not like this makes them faster than survivors, so it can be alright. You're gonna get some value. Worst case scenario, they pop a few gens at a time and it's not so useful. I don't think it's terrible. If you have an add-on to make zombies detect other survivors faster, like the wristbands that we'll get to in a second, this is a bit better. And if you have perks like Discordance or Pain Resonance that makes zombies direct themselves towards gens, it can be a little bit better. But don't forget that zombies can get stuck, they can be killed, they can be blinded. These add-ons can fail quite a bit, but they're fun. We then have the Wristband Administrator and the Wristband for Visitors. These add-ons increase the cone of vision of a zombie, and it makes them see a little bit better around them. I have an actual picture on my Discord infographic sections which compares it visually. But basically the brown adds a little bit of vision around them, which is nice. And the yellow adds a significant more vision around them, which is really, really nice. It makes zombies much harder for them to miss survivors that are anywhere near them. In a way, these add-ons can be a bit overkill. If you have perks like Discordance and stuff, zombies will react to that. And they don't need these add-ons. But if you don't, these add-ons are pretty great. And the yellow one in particular is fantastic. And both of them together make zombies almost never miss survivors near them. So yeah, the effects are pretty decent. It makes zombies more likely to be a bit smart. Again, they can be killed, they can be blocked, they can be stunned, they can by flashlights. There's a lot of ifs. But the add-ons themselves are pretty solid. Then we go and move on to the add-ons that increase your mutation rate by killing zombies. They are the T-Virus Sample, the Tyrant Gore, and the Zombie Heart. Yes. Okay, so the T-Virus Sample makes it so that if you kill a zombie, you get double points. Instead of getting 1 point, you get 2. There are some situations where this is useful. Let's see, you need 6 points to get to tier 2, right? So you hit a survivor, but that survivor just disappears. It just vanishes. So you have 3 points already done, and now you need 3 more. Well, shoot. Now you can kill 1 zombie, and that gets you 2 points, and now you're just 1 point away. So if you find that survivor and you hit him, you are already in tier 2. So hey, that's nice, I suppose. Yeah, there's some situations where an extra point from a zombie is pretty good. Hit a survivor twice, hit a zombie, tier 2. Hit a survivor once, hit 2 zombies, tier 2. Not too bad, not too bad. A few situations. It also has the other upside of making zombies respawn a little bit faster. So you kill them because you want to with this add-on, and they respawn a little bit quicker, hopefully in a good area. Awesome, not too bad, not too bad. In my opinion, you should almost always prefer the Marvin's Blood because it's more reliable. Hitting zombies is something you do sometimes. Hitting survivors is something you're gonna have to do as an enemy. So yeah, more reliable, better than this. But out of the bunch, it's the best. The Tyrant Gore. Wait, no. I had a mistake, by the way. This add-on does not make zombies spawn faster. The Tyrant Gore does that. Forgive me. And it also makes zombies give you half a point. And the zombie heart also makes you have half a point extra when you kill zombies. But no faster spawn. So these two add-ons are basically together. Both of these add-ons together do the same as this add-on right here, but without the faster spawn from Tyrant Gore, which can, by the way, be stacked with this if you want. But no, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't kill your zombies and then wait for them to respawn. Nah, it's not a good idea. These two add-ons are nowhere near as good. Before, you could hit a survivor twice and hit a zombie and get to tier 2. With these add-ons, you can't even do that. The half point is very awkward. It's not a full point extra. I ran a bunch of scenarios in my head of times where I do 1 hit, 1 zombie, 2 hits, 1 zombie, 0 hits, but 3 zombies. And in almost all of them, these add-ons do absolutely nothing for you. Absolutely nothing. I guess that if you kill 1,000,000 zombies and you're a genocidal tyrant and you just kill your own people, maybe you get to tier 3 a few seconds earlier, but it's rarely worth it and a really bad shortcut. It's much better to just hit survivors, which gives you 3 points or more with Marvin's. So yeah, pretty overall disappointing add-ons, better than nothing, however. We then have the Nemesis Alpha Parasite. It makes survivors that get hit by infected, if they get contaminated, oblivious for 60 seconds. This can happen when they get hit by a zombie, which happens sometimes at higher levels, but not often. And when you hit them with your tentacle, which is the more common thing. It's not terrible. You can hit them, let them go, and then they'll be scared for the next 60 seconds. Maybe they'll make a bad play and go for a backscene while you're right next to them. Maybe you can use it along with the Jill sandwich so that when they use a backscene, they have no idea that you're coming. Yeah, some cute usage for this, but Oblivious is not like the most amazing status effect. And if you just focus on one survivor and down them, this does nothing because you're literally right on top of them anyway. They hear the chase music, they hear your footsteps, they're aware and alerted. So yeah, hardly an incredible purple add-on. We then have the Plant 43 Vine. It makes opening the cases take twice as long. When survivors want to find one of the vaccine cases, they need to open it for 4 seconds, then pick it up. And if they stop at one point, they have to start over. And if they open it and then they have to go away and they don't pick it up, it closes out by itself. So with this, you add an extra 4 seconds each time. So say 3 survivors or 4 survivors use the vaccine. That's 4 times 3 or 4 times 4, extra 16 seconds that you gain. Not too bad, but also hardly incredible. I think this would be a decent brown add-on if it was one. That's pretty much it. Not much else to say about it. The Broken Syringe is a cute one. It certainly is brown add-on material. It does 2 things. When a survivor uses the vaccine, the heartbeat that you hear for is 1.5 seconds longer. So you can maybe have a slightly better idea of which direction they're running if they're moving away. And it also makes the vaccine take 1.5 seconds longer to use. Typically, the vaccine, I think, takes 2 seconds to use. So it just extends it by a little bit. This can sometimes help. I've seen some survivors try to use vaccines right in front of my face. So I guess this would help against that. And the extra bit of tracking is okay. If they use 3 vaccines, well, you've saved almost, you've made them waste almost 4 or 5 seconds extra. Hardly incredible. Moving on. The Liquor Tongue. This add-on seems incredibly strong, and in paper, it sounds amazing. When you hit a survivor with your tentacle, or they get hit by a zombie, but most often your tentacle, they are further slowed down by hindered. That's awesome, dude. Like, the worst part about Nemesis by far is that you have to hit survivors 3 times with your tentacle to down them. With this, they're slower and you should catch them more often, right? Not exactly. It makes them exhausted. It makes them hindered an additional 0.2 2 seconds. It is really bad. Like, I've done tests of this add-on, and theoretically, it gives you like 1/3 of a meter of distance on a survivor. And in practice, it might not even do that. So, and obviously, if a survivor is vaulting a window while you hit them, which is like half the time, it does nothing because it activates when you hit them. So this add-on does very little in best laboratory experiment conditions and absolutely nothing in many real, actual, practical applications. So even though it sounds really good, it does very, very little as far as I can tell. Then we have the adrenaline injector. And this add-on is a bit like the syringe, where it makes the survivor that uses a vaccine give a heartbeat for 3 extra seconds. That's quite beefy. If a survivor uses a vaccine and you're looking at them, with this add-on, you are sure to know where they're headed next. But hey, they're probably healthy and now they're vaccinated, so yeah, maybe you don't want to chase that guy. Hardly incredible game-changing stuff. And then we have the Stars manual, Stars Combat Manual. It's a horrible add-on. It makes it so that when a zombie hits a survivor, you now have a highlight on that zombie so that you know which one did it. It's insultingly bad. It's so bad. First of all, at higher levels of play, and by higher levels, I mean anything past a few hundred hours, survivors never get hit by zombies. Or if they get hit by zombies, they do get hit because you push them into it and they run in front of you. And this information is worthless. There's also the thing where you can see the HUD, right? If you're looking at the HUD and you see that one of them suddenly gets infected or suddenly goes down or whatever, then you look around and you're going to see one of your zombies go, ugh, and the other zombie be like, Rrr. So you're going to know which of the two did the deed. So them being colored yellow for an extra few seconds, or for 6 seconds in the first place, is completely irrelevant and completely redundant information that you already know. So yeah, for the most part, incredibly situational, and even when it triggers, it's bad. If it showed you the aura of the survivor being hit, I could see that being more useful. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, it doesn't do that, so a very, very underwhelming add-on, as I'm sure you'll agree. And now we move on to Pinhead, who has a surprisingly good amount of add-ons and also many terrible ones. Let's get to them. The best add-on, arguably, still is the Engineer's Fan. Now, this add-on was certainly S-tier material some time ago. It used to make it so that your first chain that you hit on a survivor, if the survivor is healthy, it just injured them right away. Almost no downsides whatsoever. It made you a little bit slower when you come out of the chain, but it was so little, it's almost not worth mentioning. So, needless to say, this was absolutely busted. It made Pinhead extremely powerful as an out-of-it decently strong killer. And this add-on was way too much. So, they nerfed it. And somehow, I think it's still one of his best add-ons. What this add-on does now is it still makes you injure your survivor when you hit them with the first chain, no matter how far or close they are. And now the downside is that you only get 2 chains as opposed to 3 when they're out of the injury. So once they're out of the injury and you're chasing them normally, you no longer get to have a normal good chasing power. You have a somewhat mediocre chasing power that only has 2 chains and they're easy to break, so it's nowhere near as oppressive. That being said, this is still absolutely insane. Even if your chase power sucked completely, being able to injure survivors halfway across the map is huge. Survivor picks up the cube, you go there, you hit them with a chain, you interrupt them and you injure them. And now you only need to hit them once and the cube is down, it resets. Survivors try to rescue in front of you, hit them with the chain, which you can use next to hooks, injure, immediately hit. There are so many situations where injuring multiple survivors for free, easily, is incredibly good. Anytime you have a totem, an exegate, anything that survivors need to do, you can just use your power, and if you hit them with it, now they're injured. They're interrupted, and they are easy targets after that. So injuring people for free is nuts. It also doesn't count as an attack, so you can use this add-on with Play With Your Foot. So you can just chase the obsession, get a bunch of stacks, and be a decently good chasing killer with the ability to pre-injure everyone before you even take up a real chase. Pretty damn good. Now you might still think, well, yeah, but having only 2 chains is a pretty big deal, and I don't like that, and I think it's not worth it. If you pair this add-on, as you will, with other good add-ons, then you can play around that. From the top of my head, you can pair it with the Impaling Wire to have 2 chains that are actually a little bit harder to shake off. My personal favorite, pair it with the Foggy Black Lens, which makes auto-reading possible, and even 2 chains are useful around tall structures because you literally have wall hacks. And you can also pair it with the Frank's Heart to have insane range on your chains and be able to injure people from quite literally halfway or even across the entire map. Huge stuff if you ask me. If you get better at using this add-on, I think it's the best. But maybe it's not for everyone. Moving on, the Foggy Lens. This add-on is nuts. Anytime you hit a survivor with a chain, you see their aura. And for a few seconds afterwards, it also shows up. But yeah, this makes jungle gyms absolute menaces for Pinhead. If a survivor takes a strong jungle gym where typically they can run you well as a normal killer, you can now hit them with a chain and see exactly where you are to follow it up with a mind game, or follow it up with a follow-up chain, or let them go and know exactly where they're headed. And all of this makes them panic. Imagine, you go past a window, right? And now you don't know whether you should go left or right. And you get hit by a chain, so you're shaking them off and you're panicking. And you don't see that the killer's coming your way, so you go right. But it turns out that he could see you, and you have very little room for a mistake. This add-on is genuinely incredible. The only... and as I said, it goes incredibly well with this add-on. Even though you don't actually trap them with chains, it still counts as a hit when you hit them with the Fang. So what you can do with this add-on, with these 2 add-ons together, very simply is find survivor, use your chain, hit them with the Fang, now they're injured, and when you come back, you see their aura, so you can see where they run, and even maybe use this as some kind of opportunity to cut them off or do some mind game. Crazy stuff. And it also works really well by itself. So very, very strong add-on. The only time when it's not so useful, as you can imagine, is in the few maps where everything is in the open and everything possible, there's no real walls anywhere. And there's a few maps a little bit like that. But even then, it's not a bad add-on and it has no downside. Awesome stuff. We then move on to the Impaling Wire. This is an absolutely amazing add-on for beginners that don't know exactly how to place their possessed chains in chase. When you hit a survivor with a chain, they are very likely to break that chain, not normally, but with their environment. They go through a doorway and they immediately lose all the chains. Or worse, you chase them and you break your own chains. Well, with this add-on, every time the environment and yourself, you count as the environment, every time something other than the add-on, other than the survivor breaking the chains manually happens, an extra chain is summoned. So you chain someone, go there, break your own chain, and now 2 chains spawn and have a very good chance to paralyze it. It makes the chains really hard to shake off, even in the worst possible loops. And indoor maps where you would maybe struggle are a little bit more manageable thanks to this. So it's pretty awesome. It's pretty great. And it removes a bit of counterplay. One very cheeky thing you can do is you hit them with your own chain. They begin to remove that first chain, which is the first one to go, and then you break your own chain at the perfect time. And then they wasted a lot of time removing it. They don't get to remove it because you remove it yourself. Now they start removing another chain and then they get hit by 2 additional chains. Yeah, good luck getting away from that. Very, very useful for beginners. I guess really experienced Pinhead players understand exactly how to make each chain count. So this is a little bit less appealing for them, but still very strong. Another add-on that is great for beginners is the Iridescent Lament configuration. This add-on is basically a sort of blindness for survivors so that they can't see the cube from the start. There are some games where you get into a chase, you down a survivor, and while you pick them up and hook them, during those 10 seconds that it takes you to do that, one cheeky little asshole just grabs the cube and solves it right away because they know exactly where it is because they see the aura. And that sucks. That's a bit sad. With this add-on, they cannot do that because the cube is invisible unless they are really, really close, which they typically will not be because of the cube spawn logic until they move around a bit. So the cube is invisible until it begins to do the chain hunt, at which point they can see it. So this is a great add-on if you don't plan to actively seek the cube and you just want to have the passive slowdown and you don't want them to find it. So pretty good. And it helps quite a bit, and it can make a team that's a bit clueless into a team that's fully clueless. So it's great. We then move on to Larry's Remains and the Bloody Gore. These add-ons add 2 seconds to the box solving and 1 second to the box solving. Right off the bat, even if you are absolutely doing nothing for the queue, Survivor being useless for 2 extra seconds a few times during a match That's already good value. That's already okay. Not amazing, but it's okay. But the thing that makes these add-ons really valuable, and the extra second is nice, but the extra 2 seconds is definitely the better one, is the fact that you typically want to interrupt the cube, right? Let's walk over a few scenarios. You're picking up a survivor, and you're hooking them, and someone picks up the cube really far away from you, and that person that picked up the cube is someone that you want to chase, because maybe they're dead on hook. So without this add-on, you hook the person, you turn around, they've already fixed the cube. Too bad. Well, better luck next time. With these add-ons, you can hook and have an extra 2 seconds to aim and teleport and show up there and maybe kill that person. Big deal. An even bigger deal is what happens when you are close enough to interrupt it. Many times, you see the HUD, someone picks up the cube, and you begin to hear the heartbeat. You know that if you teleport, they solve the cube. It doesn't really help you with the slowdown. Yeah, you teleport, but so what? What you want to do is slap the cube out of their hands with Franklin's, or down them and then grab it, both of which are really good. With these add-ons, now they take an extra second longer. Maybe they start using the cube and they get interrupted by a chain because they don't know how it works. Great. Then you get even closer. Then they start to do the cube. And you barely have any time. But because it takes 2 seconds longer or 1 second longer, then you get close enough. You send your chain, you hit them with the chain, you interrupt them, and there's no way in hell they'll ever do that cube. If you chase them and down them quickly, GG, you get the cube, they go down, everyone gets affected by the chain hunts, the cube spawns again, and rinse and repeat. Really strong stuff. If you watch a good pinhead player, you'll see that they often try to interrupt the cube, and many times, the survivors are lucky enough to do it in the nick of time, so these add-ons help a lot in that regard. They also go well with the add-on to make survivors exhausted when they hold the cube, for similar reasons, but we'll get to that. We then have the original pain, and this is a little nail that makes it so that when you hit a survivor that is injured, they automatically, the moment that they break a chain, or you yourself break a chain manually by bumping into it, anytime a chain breaks, they are affected by deep wound. So there's let's go over some of the ways this add-on can be good, great, or straight up really powerful. You find 2 survivors, and you hit one of them with a chain, and then you go for the other. Now the survivor that was hit with the chain, if they're injured, they have to be injured, now has to mend. So that's 12 seconds of that survivor is wasting time. That's pretty good. Maybe that survivor has adrenaline and it triggers and, it doesn't fully heal him because mend will disappear, but it will not fully heal. So you could deny adrenaline, which is pretty nice, and you could just slow down a survivor, which is pretty good. Another situation where this can be extremely useful. You're chasing a survivor with a really strong medkit. Let's say that they have, they're already halfway healed, or almost fully healed, or they have a styptic, one of those strong medkit add-ons to protect themselves. If you hit them with this, and they break a chain, now they go into deep wound. So all of their healing is gone, and their ability to use the medkit on themselves is gone. So this can outplay strong medkits in chase, which is awesome. But the best use of this add-on by far is to outplay borrowed time. Borrowed time is a very common perk that is extremely useful to avoid tunneling. It's a really healthy perk for the game. It makes it so that killers don't always want to slap you out of hook and try to mori you after or kill you after or whatever. But this add-on completely bypasses that. All you need to do is hit a survivor that just came off the hook with a chain, and the moment they or you break one of the chains, one of the 3 chains that spawn, that survivor automatically gets deep wound. So because they already have deep wound, another hit will down them. They cannot get a deep wound on top of a deep wound. So borrowed time literally gets obliterated by this add-on, and as such, having this on occasionally allows you to slow down survivors, but more importantly, occasionally allows you to just tunnel the heck out of someone out of a hook. And that alone is very unexpected, rarely expected from survivors, and very powerful. So yeah, pretty good. Moving on, we have the Skewer Rat and this little strip of uselessness. The rat removes the cooldown from using your power by 9%. And it's 5 seconds. So, wait. Is it 9%? I'm having an existential... It is 9%, right? It's 9 and 3. I'm so sorry. I'm almost sure it is, but I'm gonna double check. I don't want to lie to you. Yeah, it's 9% and 3%. Okay, I don't know why I had a crisis of faith. Do forgive me. We're back. Yes. So when you use your chain, successfully or unsuccessfully, you need to wait 5 seconds to get it back. So 9% of 5 seconds is pretty significant. Every now and then, you really want to spam that chain, and this can help. But 3%, Yeah, I think 3% is pretty garbage. If you have the add-on, if you have them both together, it's noticeable, it's nice. If you have the brown together and you're relying on that for spamming your chain, I'm gonna tell you already, 3% of 5 seconds is not that big of a deal. It's like 0.15. Whereas this is almost half a second that you shave off. So the rat is pretty nice for people that want to be very aggressive with their chains. You miss a chain, doesn't matter. Here's another. You don't have to wait the full 5 seconds. It helps quite a bit if you're trying to get someone off the cube and you miss, but you get to use it again. It's not too bad, really. But again, the brown add-on, just the values are just so slow. I really wish these add-ons were both buffed a little bit. But as it is, you cannot go wrong with these add-ons. If you don't want an add-on that messes with your timing or your muscle memory, these are pretty nice ones, I suppose. Then we get to the Slice of Frank. This add-on is extremely simple. When a survivor picks up the cube, they are now exhausted, which means that they cannot use common perks like Spin Burst or more often Dead Hard. That's pretty good. Many times when a survivor picks up a cube, you will want to harass it out of their hands. Mind you, if you teleport, the cube disappears, so this add-on does nothing. And if they solve the cube and you show them up afterwards, this add-on does nothing. It's only as long as they are holding the cube. So this add-on only helps when you harass the cube out of their hands, and as such, it goes well with Frank's Remains and with the Bloody Gore. So the idea is that now that survivor will not have access to Spin Burst or Dead Hard. I'm not gonna lie, most people picking up the cube don't have Spin Burst ready. And most people picking up the cube, if you're good with your chains, you can somewhat play around Dead Hard. So it's not that big of a deal. But every now and then, you'll have a survivor with live, balance landing, Dead Hard, whatever, and they try to use it, and this perk immediately goes, nope, you cannot do that. And the killer's going to find you and kill you and get the cube. So this add-on gives you a layer of security when chasing a person with a cube that they will not be able to juke you for 20 minutes and that you'll get them in a timely manner. Not too bad. We then move on to the Chatterer's Tooth. This add-on is garbage, with one exception. I would have easily placed this add-on right here on the F tier, maybe on the left of this nail, if it wasn't for the fact that there's one use to it that is really good. So what does this add-on do? This add-on makes it so that if you pick up the cube, either from the ground or from the survivors, or if in any way you get the cube and trigger it, the cube just resets normally as if you teleported or as if they solved it. So this is terrible. Like, this is horrible. Like, why would you want the cube to respawn? Yes, it makes everyone scream for a second, but there's no chain hunt. There's no slowdown and annoying chains. Why would you want that? That sounds insane. You pick up the cube, you waste a lot of time, but there's no slowdown. Well, the trade-off is that, yeah, survivors scream for a second, and that you're undetectable for a extended period of time when you pick it up. So basically, this turns the cube into a pick it up and slow down to, you see the aura, which is good, you pick it up, it does nothing of value other than make people scream and harass them, but you're undetectable, so hey, you can be spooky. And survivors, if they're smart, they'll realize that it's in play, right? So, why is this add-on not actual garbage after a bit more testing? There's actually a few uses for it. Number one, you can make survivors just waste time without actually picking up the cube and just know where it is and just use that information to both practice understanding where the cube spawns. So this add-on, if you use it a lot of times, you're going to gain knowledge of where the cube spawns so that when you take it off, you're better. That is already very valuable. Just know where it is so you can harass survivors out of it and occasionally pick it up to be undetectable. But the really nice thing is the key part is that when you pick it up, survivors still scream for 1 second and reveal their location. And you can use this with Deathman Switch. Deathman Switch is a perk that makes it so that when a survivor is interrupted out of a gen, the gen blocks itself. So one extremely common and extremely effective tactic, believe it or not, is to pair Deathman Switch with this add-on. And what you do is simply hook a survivor, go for the cube, whatever it is, pick it up yourself. You can even use the other cube to hide it. Pick it up yourself, and now everyone is off gens because everyone has to scream. And you see everyone. And they can't do gens, then you go back to the hook or back to whatever, and you'll find someone and you'll be undetectable and it will be a bit of a shock. If you keep that strategy in mind, it's fun, number one, and number two, it's unexpected, and it's surprisingly effective. So for that reason, this add-on belongs here. Otherwise, by itself, it's a horrible add-on, and you're better off without it. We then have the Torture Pillar and the Candle. These add-ons reduce the waiting time of the power by 6 seconds and 3 seconds. So basically, if survivors don't touch the cube, the cube will start to bother them 6 seconds earlier or 3 seconds earlier, and 9 if you put them both together. Immediate synergy thoughts. You could pair this with the Eerie Lament configuration so that they don't find it and they get affected by it earlier. And it's a nice add-on to just passively put in there and bother survivors. For the most part, these add-ons don't do that much. First of all, 3 and 6 seconds is very little time. It's nowhere near remarkable enough to be worth this strategy. And number 2, many times survivors don't wait for the cube to be active. They literally go and do it whenever you're busy, or you yourself go and find it. And in that case, what's the big deal? And if you keep the cycle of the cube going, or if they keep solving it on and on and on, then these add-ons literally do nothing. So they're a bit of they're a nice add-on that doesn't bother you and works in the background, but they're also not incredibly impactful. And we then have the 2 add-ons that increase the casting distance of your chains. They are the Frank's Heart and the Television. What these add-ons do, let's say that you're pinhead right here. It means that you can cast the starting point of your chain from further. So normally, you can do it from here. You create this little portal, and the chain comes out, right? Well, with these add-ons, you can do it 4 meters further and 8 meters further. But you don't do it faster. So if you want to cast the portal 8 meters further, you have to hold it in your hand for significantly longer, for a couple extra seconds. So it doesn't make you cover the map super fast or anything. I'm gonna say it right now, the 4 meter one is not that big of a deal. It's an add-on for very little. Now the 8 meter one, however, is so remarkably long. 8 meters is so much that you actually have some use with this. Let's go over some of the reasons why it's not good, and then some of the reasons why it is actually good. Number 1 reason why it's not good. Why the hell are you using your chain from so far, you absolute maniac? If you hit a survivor from 5 kilometers away, you're not going to catch up to them. You're not going to catch up. They're so far. They're going to break it into something, and it's not a good way to catch up. You also don't really do anything with chains. But let's go over the things that you sometimes can pull off. Number 1, it is great to interrupt people from things. Let's say that you have a totem. Let's say a very important totem like Haunted or Noid, and you want to protect it. If you're far away, you can send out your chain, hit someone on it, interrupt them, and keep doing that. And you can be super far away with Frank's Heart. If you have the Iridescent Fang with the Heart, that's actually a bit of a wombo combo. If you have Barbecue or Info Perks, you can send out your portals massively outside of your terror radius and insta-hit and insta-injure survivors that are healthy, that have no idea what's going on. So you can be a better Huntress than Huntress, which is hilarious. Only to injure, not to down, but still. Really fun. A great combination. And I have a video on the topic if you want to look up Frank's Heart on my channel. You can also use this to interrupt a box. So if you really want to be the box to be unsolvable, you could bring this together with Larry's Remains, and it would be really hard for them to go anywhere where you cannot hit them from range. Don't forget that some maps have a lot of obstructing structures. So if you play on Larry's and they get behind some wall and you have a lot of range, you're going to put your portal, and then that portal, you're going to have like 65 walls between you and them and a lot of obstacles. So sometimes it's not about range, it's about the angle, right? And to its most basic function, you could also use it to just scout out the map. You want to find someone and execute, you send out a super long portal and just peek and then cancel. And the downside that it takes longer to send the portal, you can sometimes outplay as well. One strategy that I came up with that immediately made me realize this add-on was a little bit better is pre-sending your portal. So sometimes what I would do is if a survivor picks up the box and I don't know where they are, I would immediately bring out my portal and charge it all the way up. Sometimes you can do this. And then have it charged up at maximum distance, which is very, very far away. And then when I hear the heartbeat, I simply move around and adjust so that I put my portal on the perfect opening so that I can hit them. And then you play around the fact that it takes longer. So this item does have a bit of a kill ceiling to it, which is kind of cute. We then move on. Let's clean up the board a bit. We then move on to the 2 turning rate add-ons. So controlling your chain is extremely hard with Pinhead. It moves very stiffly. Not only does it move stiffly, kind of like a Hillbilly with this chainsaw, it also begins to go ultra fast, ultra mega fast as it speeds up along the way. So controlling your chainsaw is extremely hard. But these two add-ons increase the turning rate by 15 and 10%. You can use them together or just use the best one for a decent enough effect. Now, why would you ever want this? In my opinion, this is a very small difference. And it only helps killers that really want to learn these add-ons and play with them. If you're an insanely dedicated Pinhead player, I do recommend eventually you try them out. And if you do, you'll see some of the advantages that you can do. Alright, let's go over some of them. Let's say that you're a Pinhead and you are right here. And there's a big wall right there. And a survivor on the other side of this wall solving your precious cube. You don't have a way around the wall. With these add-ons, you can sometimes place a portal right here and then go up and down and do this little reverse V motion. And with these add-ons, it is very safe to do that. And it's very easy to do it. And every now and then, you'll also have a survivor that is trying to do some really crazy movements mid-chase so that your chain misses. And with these add-ons, you can hit them a bit more. It goes without saying that for the most part, you're going to put the portal right on the butt of the survivor. So these add-ons are worthless. But in those situations where you hit some like short to medium range chains, you can sometimes hit things that you wouldn't otherwise. A more interesting situation. Let's say that you are Pinhead and you're sitting right here and you have a loop right here. One of these really difficult loops, let's say with a pallet here. And there's a survivor on the other side. And this survivor is really cheeky. They see you overhead, but you don't see them. So it's really hard to catch them. What you can do with these add-ons is put a portal right here, let's say right here, and then do a little whoosh that makes it all the way around. If you don't see the survivor, it's extremely hard to put a portal and catch them. But with this, you have an almost guaranteed way to cover the entire loop and curve around it and hit the survivor with it. All in all, if you use these add-ons and you really learn them, you can get some value out of it. But for the most part, anything you can do with these add-ons, you can do without by playing slightly different. So for that reason, they are hardly worth it. And then we have Larry's Blood and the Spoiled Meal. These add-ons make it so that your actual chain that comes out, the actual chain that catches the survivor, goes for an extra 2 meters and an extra 4 meters. As I've been trying to explain, most of the time you hit survivors within very short distances, and this extra distance is absolutely worthless. Absolutely worthless. There is only one situation where I think this extra is a little bit useful. And that is when a survivor begins to use the cube completely in the open. Let's say that you see, I don't know, let's do a little drawing. You see a survivor by a gym, and they are right here, and you literally can see them physically, and they're doing the box right now. But you are very far away. There's a big distance, right? So if you send out the portal slowly, and then appear here, and you hit them, it might be too late. So with these add-ons, what you can do is start your portal right now here, and then send the chain and be a bit more sure that you'll have that extra distance to hit them. These scenarios are extremely far in between. Almost every single situation having this, a bloody gore or the remains would be way more useful. Just take the extra time to get there and hit them properly. So there's almost zero situations where the extra chains is better than the extra casting range that we discussed earlier. So for that reason, they are terrible. And then we get to the one F tier add-on that literally is worse than nothing. You remember how the Fang does a -1 chain? This is the same. This removes, out of your 3 chains that you typically get when you hit a survivor with a possessive chain, you now get only 2. But you get extra blood points, whatever. You can actually combine it with the Engineer's Fang to only have 1 chain, which is the saddest thing ever. It makes your chasing power literally helping survivors at that point. But yeah, it's a meme add-on, it's really bad. Only use it if you want extra blood points and you're absolutely out of your mind. Next up is Artist, a really fun killer with very tiny effect add-ons sometimes. You really will not understand how good some of these add-ons are until you really practice her. But once you do, I'm sure you'll agree with some of my placements. The best add-on probably and the most universally useful and helpful for beginners and experienced seasoned artist players alike is the Festering Carrion. This very moderate add-on makes it so that when you send out birds, you get to shoot the next birds half a second earlier. That is huge. That is super, super, super good, and it's universally useful. You send a bird, you down someone, you want to send another, you can do it faster. You send a bird, they are swarm, you want to hit another, you can do it half a second faster. And that half a second is very, very, very critical, because typically, when you hit them with one bird, you need to be quite on point, and you can't hit them again. But when you hit them with two birds, you don't have enough time if they begin to remove the birds immediately to go through the cooldown and hit them again. But when you use this add-on, and especially this add-on combined with the thick tar that we'll talk about in a minute, survivors literally have to start getting rid of their birds really quickly, because you get to use your next birds so fast that even in such situations, you have a really good chance to down them still. So this add-on just makes you... It's basically a recovery add-on for a nurse, but for artists. And it's small enough that you might not notice how good it is when you start playing, but I guarantee you, when you know what you're doing, this add-on will be very, very, very good. Another add-on that is amazingly good is the Severed Hands. This add-on is a little bit more difficult to use. If you chase survivors individually and survivors never come close to each other, this add-on literally does nothing. So it can be one of those add-ons that every now and then you're like, well, it did nothing for me. But in reality, that hardly is the case. Survivors do gens together all the time. They unhook together all the time. They heal each other all the time. And these are situations, or take hits for each other all the time. And these are situations where these hands are absolutely a menace to them. Anytime you hit a survivor, any other survivor that is near them gets immediately swarmed as well. So instead of needing two birds to swarm two survivors, you only need one. Let's go over some of the more basic things you can do with this, right? Basic thing number one, two survivors on a gen. You hit them with one bird, they're both assaulted by the birds, and now you send out three birds, and you have a good chance to actually injure two people or down two people. That's pretty good for only one bird, right? If you sent out two birds in the first place, you wouldn't have enough time to actually hurt them both. They would get rid of them before you can send the next volley of birds. So this is really, really good for that. It also works extremely well during unhooks. I don't need to explain why, right? You put a bird, hit the person unhooking, and now the injured person that came off the hook is also affected. Kind of scummy. And if you send another bird, now you can hit both of them. You have a chance to hit both of them. Pretty damn good. In body blocking scenarios as well, stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. But one of the most disgusting things that this add-on does that you might not realize is remove the invincibility period. Let me explain that super fast. I have a video as well if you want to look up Severed Hands that displays this in full glory. But for now, just take my word for it. When you hit a survivor and they get swarmed, if another bird comes immediately after that, they are invulnerable. So you cannot set up two birds right next to each other and immediately injure a survivor. But with this hands, you totally can do exactly that. You can, if you have Discordance and you know that there's two survivors on a gen, or you suspect it, you can send two birds barely spaced out, and you will hit Survivor 1, Survivor 2 will be affected and also get swarmed, and then the second bird will go through Survivor 1, that is invulnerable, but will hit Survivor 2, because Survivor 2 does not have the invulnerability from the hands. So, sending two birds towards two people will often result in one of them swarmed and one of them injured, which is nuts. It's really, really, really good, and there's no other reasonable way to reliably pull this off. This also works in basement. If you know that survivors are coming out of basement, you can put a bird at the very top and send it down, and either it does a direct hit or it will swarm. And if you set up another one before that, you can hit multiple survivors like this. It's kind of nuts. So yeah, it's a good add-on by itself, and it's a great add-on with the specific perks and knowledge to make it really, really shine. One of our best for sure. Not to mention that even if you don't ever do follow-up birds, it's still nice slowdown. If you have two survivors on a gen and you hit them both and then you just forget about them, that's two people that now have to waste 8 seconds getting rid of a bird, as opposed to only one. So, because obviously they don't want to get sniped. So it's an additional slowdown for free. and it's a really good set of add-ons. So yeah, use the Cyber Hands, they're really strong. We then have the Thick Jar, which is a really good add-on by itself and goes particularly well with the Festering Carrion. This add-on makes it so that a normal survivor needs a half second extra to remove the birds. This means that you hit them with a bird, and instead of taking 8 seconds, they take 8.5. And if you have the Festering Carrion, that's 1 second of advantage. They need 1 second longer, and you need half a second longer, and you need half a second fewer, less time to shoot a bird. So this makes your oppressiveness with birds much harder to avoid. There's also many situations where if you hit them with 2 birds, your cooldown is now bigger, and it's very hard to actually do anything. But with these add-ons, you can still pull it off. You can send 2 birds, miss with one of your birds, hit with the other, and if they're not perfectly removing birds, with these 2, you will probably guarantee the next, the fact that you get one more shot at sending birds out. So that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn great. And it's also obviously a little bit nice for snipes. If you shoot someone with a bird and they're getting rid of it, you have a little bit of extra time to charge extra birds. So sometimes, let's say I hit a survivor with 1 bird, and I am a little bit afraid, right? Because I want to send 2 birds and I don't want to send a 3rd bird. I think to myself, well, I just hit him, he's about to get rid of it, and if I send 2 birds, maybe I hit him, maybe I don't. But if I send 3 birds, maybe he'll get rid of the first before I can shoot the 3rd, because it takes a little bit longer to set 1, set 2, set 3. With this add-on, you have that level of safety, knowing that because they take a half a second longer, you have a half a second extra to set up an extra bird, which is exactly what it takes, a half a second. So you can set up 1 bird and then do 1, 2, 3, and they are very, very likely to be impossibly pressed on time to remove the first one. So yeah, very good. Obviously, this add-on does nothing if survivors go into lockers. So sometimes survivors on a distance will go in and out of a locker to get rid of birds, and this add-on doesn't do anything there, but hey, it's still really good. We then have Oh Grief, Oh Lover. It makes every survivor that is currently swarmed by birds completely exhausted as long as they have the birds. This is great. This is awesome. It is an amazing add-on. Many times a chase with artists can go on for a long time if you're a little bit unlucky. But this add-on counters so many things. Survivor going into a hill to drop with balanced landing. You hit them with a bird, useless. Survivor with Overcome. You hit them with a bird, hit them with another, no Overcome for you. Survivor with Dead Heart. Hit them with a bird, they are swarmed, they can't use it. Survivor with Spin Burst. Hit them with a bird, they can't use it, and they take an M1. Many, many, many perks get completely obliterated by this. And against the better survivors that all have Dead Heart and so on, you can put a bird on a loop, they stop on it, and now they don't have the ability to use it, which gives you safety. You know you can swing, you know you can send the bird off and they won't Dead Heart through it. So really, really good add-on to basically guarantee that level of safety. Good stuff. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Yeah, I think so. We then move on to the Severed Tongue. It's a really quiet add-on that seems like it does nothing, but the moment you get good at it, oh my god. Alright, so basically when the artist fires off birds, unfortunately she slows herself down to the point where something is a little bit risky, right? Let's say that you have a survivor half trapped in a loop, and you send the bird, and you miss. Now the survivor runs away, and because you slow yourself down, that turns out to be a net loss for you. You wasted the bird, they got away. With this add-on, those situations are much harder to happen, because when you send out a bird, you're basically not slowed down almost at all. So you can keep up with survivors and be very, very aggressive and send out birds mid-chase without losing survivors. So let's say that I put a bird aiming at a loop, and the survivor is beating me to that loop. Normally, as I said, it would be a risk. If I shoot it and I miss, bad stuff. Now if I shoot it and I miss, I still catch up to them. So this add-on is great for aggressive artist players that are not afraid to be very, very aggressive in their bird placement, and they shoot them off all the time. It goes particularly well with the Festering Carrion, which also allows you to just keep up the birds coming. And it is extremely comfy. If you play a lot of artists without add-ons and you put this, you'll see just how much you gain and how much pressure you exert by not losing distance on survivors. It's a pretty decent one. We then have the Velvet Fabric. Very simple add-on. When survivors begin to remove the birds, you stop seeing them after a little bit. With this add-on, you see them for significantly longer. This makes snipes much, much easier, because a survivor that is hit on a gen, they run away, you keep seeing them for a bit longer, and you don't have to guess. You literally see the survivor right before you place a bird and send it off. So it's pretty good. It also helps a lot in loops, where you hit a survivor, they go around, and you, because they are getting rid of them, you still see exactly where they are, any pause they make, any turn they do, because you see the white bird outline. So it helps in basically every situation. It is pretty damn decent. Matthias's baby shoes are also really good. These add-on basically makes a beacon of auto read around it when you place a bird. So you place a bird, anyone coming in contact with it has their auto revealed, and even if they take a hit and speed off, you still see that lingering out for a few seconds. This is amazing in buildings and long wall jungle gyms and so on. What you can do is literally put a bird literally outside of a pallet, and if the survivor comes close, you don't even need to guess. You will literally see, and you can guess exactly what they do. So even if you go around the corner and lose sight of the survivor, you just look at your bird, and if they come close and they pause and they're like, I'm gonna wait around the corner so I don't get hit, you can see that, and then you can keep going, and either they wait and they get an M1, or they go and then you release it. Bam! Pairs quite well with the tongue, and is a good add-on by itself. In some maps where survivors are extremely in the open, this add-on will feel a bit of a waste, but in indoor maps, big buildings like Batham and most jungle gyms, this add-on is pretty good. You can also put it aiming in front of a window and have wall hacks of when they get through. Not only that, if you hit them, you'll see where they use the speed boost to go towards, and it's quite cute. One of the iridescent add-ons comes next. It's the Garden of Rot. This add-on makes it so that if a survivor holds the birds, if a survivor gets rid of the birds, they will become exposed, aka insta-downable, for 4 seconds. It's very little time. It's very, very little time. For the most part, this add-on will be more of a threat than an execution. Survivors will eventually figure out that you have it because they get a notification. Not the first time. The first time they'll probably eat it up. But then they'll be smart. Instead of, if they think that they can get away from you, they'll just keep running and get rid of it. And it takes a long time to catch up. So if you're anywhere far, this add-on does nothing. They just get rid of the birds. They run a little bit, 4 seconds pass, big deal. If they're in a place where they can loop you constantly, they'll get rid of the birds and then try to use pallets or windows to avoid it. So that's, or they'll keep the birds until they get to those pallets and those windows, right? And that can be a bit frustrating, but you need to realize the real strength of this add-on. The real strength of this add-on is 2 things. Number 1, the first time that survivors don't know about it, which can be a lot if everyone's playing solo. If everyone's playing solo and they don't talk, no one will know that you have this add-on until you hit them each, or they pay a lot of attention. So it can be quite devastating. Let's say that you have someone in the hook, you hit someone with a bird, stupid them, they get rid of the birds, then they're gonna rescue, and then they realize that you instant on them. Bam. That's huge. That's huge. If that happens only once per game, that can be game changing. So this add-on can be really, really, really good for a learning artist to have a bit of an advantage every now and then in a match. Another thing that will happen once they realize that you have this add-on is they'll just hold on to the birds. They'll just be like, okay, well, if I get rid of the birds and I get insta down, I'm just gonna keep the birds. So one thing they'll do is they'll get rid of birds, get rid of birds, get rid of birds, and then cancel, and then get rid of birds, get rid of birds. That way you don't see their aura for so long, but they also don't get insta down. You can combine this with this add-on, the Velvet Fabric, so that you see them for longer while they pretend to do that. Or you can combine this with the exhaustion, so that if they don't get rid of it, well, good for me. Now you don't have exhaustion, and I still can use my birds. So, yeah, you have to understand that you will sometimes use this as a plan A or a plan B, and that is completely okay. And the add-on is decent in that regard. We then have this ugly drawing, which makes it so that when your birds die out, you now only wait 0.5 seconds instead of 2. So there's many times where you'll decide, all right, I placed a bird that wasn't so good, let's just let it die out. And then it takes 10 seconds, depending on how long ago you placed it, right? And when it dies, you have a little that fills up. That takes 2 seconds. Sometimes it comes in chase and you wish it took shorter. With this add-on, it only takes half a second, which is almost immediate. You put this add-on. Wait, no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm literally describing the next add-on. Am I not? Yes, I am describing the automatic drawing. I'm very sorry. everything I just said, please apply it to this next add-on I'll talk about. I'm very sorry, they are so easy to mix up. Yeah, when you lose your birds to decay, you get them back faster. And sometimes I can help in chase. There is a caveat. This sounds amazing on paper, but for the most part, if you watch my 50 wins on artist video, you'll see that the best idea when you misplace a bird is just to fire it off. So if you place a bad bird, just fire it off, and you'll get it back quicker than with this add-on for the most part. So it only comes in to help a little bit, and as such, it's not a super high tier add-on. This add-on that I'm actually going to name, because it's so hard to remember the names of these. What is it called? Untitled Agony, right? So the deal with Untitled Agony is actually a lot simpler. Let me hide this real quick. Is actually a lot simpler. When you hit a survivor with a swarm, the survivor is now hindered. And we haven't had the actual numbers, but we think that it's a pretty significant hinder. It is a 15% hinder, which sounds amazing, but it only lasts for half the time the add-on says. So this add-on actually is wrong in the description. It slows down survivors. Yes, you're also slowed down, don't forget, when you fire a bird. But it only happens for a fraction of a second, not a full second and a half like it says. And even though I've seen conflicting reports, this happens when they run into a bird or when you send a bird and it swarms them. No matter how they get swarmed, this works as far as I know. So, is that great? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Slowing down survivors a little bit is kind of significant. Especially if you have the tongue, which doesn't slow yourself down as much, or if they just happen to run into a bird that you place for whatever reason. It's pretty decent. It's a noticeable slump. It's not an amazing effect. And it's only a tiny little bit, and it only applies every now and then. And sometimes you hit survivors directly with a bird without swarming them first, and this does nothing. But yeah, it's alright. I think over the course of a match, that slowdown will eventually add up and will get you some downs that you wouldn't have otherwise. So it's really hard to judge this add-on, but that's how good I think it is. Forgive me for the mix-up again. We then have the Thorny Nest. This add-on makes it so that when you injure survivors with your birds, directly or indirectly, that is, with a straight bird in the face or with two swarm and then follow-up bird, they get mangled and hemorrhage. That's pretty great because the artist is really good at interrupting survivors. So, say that you have barbecue, right? You hook one survivor and you see another survivor heal. Think about it. You hit them with a bird, they take swarm, and if you hit them again, and you hook them or whatever, that survivor now has mangle and hemorrhage, and it takes longer for them to heal. And the artist is pretty good at finding people healing and interrupting them, and sending birds so that they have to stop. So if they already were carrying this from before, they now have to run. And if you have someone with mangled, and they have a medkit, let's say, and they're halfway healed, and you hit them with a bird, they have to get rid of the bird. They can't just heal it off in front of you because you'll see them. So this killer actually does use mangled good and uses hemorrhage decently well with info perks. So for that reason, it's a little bit better than some of the hemorrhage add-ons on other killers. And a decent add-on if you don't know what to put on. It's a very comfortable add-on. It doesn't mess with your timings or your speed or anything like that. And then we go to the Ink Egg. This add-on is kind of cute. It makes you so that you have 4 birds instead of 3. The caveat being that the birds die a little bit sooner. Birds dying a little bit sooner is not a big deal. And in fact, you can use another add-on that we'll talk about in a minute, the Still Live Crow or whatever it's called, to completely counter that. I personally suggest that you instead run this add-on with the Thick Tar instead. What this means is that now you have the ability to hit a survivor with a single bird, and then, or the Festering Carrion, of course. And what you can do afterwards is go bird, 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 bird. And you can make a great wall of bird that you can project and basically cover half the map so that whatever fool you hit with your first bird literally cannot get away from it. It is really, really funny. But of course, your birds stay on shorter and other add-ons are more reliable. And sometimes, you know, you can still miss with 4 birds. So yeah, it makes your bursts last shorter, but it gives you 4. Sometimes using all 4 birds takes so long that survivors will just get rid of the first one. So it's a bit of a risk reward, but I think it's an add-on that if you put it on and you're smart, you'll know when to take advantage of it. Not to mention that every now and then you want to just go absolutely nuts and be like, oh, what are they? I don't care. Bird, 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 bird. 1 bird for every gen. Screw it, I have Deadman Switch. You can use it, so it's nice. And then we reach the Iridescent Feather, a really unusual add-on. It removes one of your birds, So yeah, you could use it with the ink to offset that. It removes one of your birds, which is kind of bad. But it also makes it so that while you wait for your birds to recover, so don't use it with the Festering Carrion, because that counters it, you are undetectable. And I found this add-on to be actually quite the powerhouse with the hands. So the idea with these two add-ons together is that you know a survivor is on a gem because of discordance with a friend, you send the bird, you send another bird immediately afterwards, like both at the same time, and you will actually probably injure because of what we said earlier with the severed hands. So you will injure, they will panic, they will not be oblivious or anything, so they'll think they're fine, and then suddenly you'll show up there very soon after with no terror radius, which is extremely spooky. So this combination of the Eerie Feather and the Severed Hands with discordance and other info perks is actually quite amazing, unexpected, and unusual. So yeah, I do recommend that. In some indoor maps, losing your birds and knowing where to go afterwards is quite good. And really good artists, they can use one bird to hit you and then two birds to down you. They don't need the third one. But admittedly, losing the third bird sometimes sucks. So yeah, this add-on does have a downside to it. Now, we go to the bell. The bell makes survivors that you hit with your birds and they become swarm oblivious. So it's another way to do what we just explained. You have a survivor on a gem, you hit them with a bell, and now they don't know exactly what's going on. If they don't realize that they're oblivious, they might be stupid and just go into a locker or something, and then you're right there, and you go there, and you mess with them. So that would be bad. But the more smart survivors will realize that this is a thing, they'll be like, oh, shoot, I'm oblivious. I'm gonna be kind of careful. So either you approach and they don't know exactly where you are or how close you are, or you don't approach and they're just paranoid for a little bit. So yeah, it's a nice little add-on. You put it on, you snipe a few people, maybe you leave someone in chase and they get super confused. It's not too bad. It will occasionally lead you into survivors running into you when they really shouldn't. Because don't forget that when they run some way, you see for a little bit where they are. So this add-on immediately pairs well with the velvet fabric for that reason, because you see them for longer and you can maybe show up there uninvited. Not too bad. We then have the automatic drawing. We already explained that this shortens the cooldown when birds die out. Not super useful for the most part, unless you already have like 3 birds out, just shoot them off and it will be faster. And then we have the oil paint, I think it's called. This add-on makes it so that when you send the bird and the bird doesn't hit a survivor straight up, it has a bigger detection range. So let's say that you're at the end of the game and you're finding the final survivor or something like that. You send the bird to a gen and the survivor escapes it by a little bit. With this add-on, you are more likely to hear the heartbeat when a bird misses, because it makes it twice as long. It makes it 1.5 to 3 meters. So birds actually are kind of chunky and they detect quite a bit around them. And sometimes knowing that a survivor is someplace is quite critical. So this add-on, even though it's meant to help you when you miss, it can let you know, okay, I sent this to a gen and no one was there, but I hear the heartbeat. So it's not like that. It's not like there's no one there. It's that someone dodged my bird. So that's kind of cute. We then have the blackest ink or the darkest ink. It makes survivors blind when you hit them with a bird. I mean, you're going to hit survivors a lot with birds. Sometimes some of them have kindred. Some of them have windows of opportunity. Some of them have bond. They are looking for a boon, whatever. So them not seeing arrows is okay. It's not too bad. And you're going to use it quite a bit throughout the match. But it's one of the more underwhelming add-ons. We then have the Passionate Obituary or whatever. It makes it so that when a survivor is hit by the missing radius of the bird, so the same as we just explained with the paint, the heartbeat lasts for considerably longer. So if you miss a survivor and they're running, let's say, left, now you'll hear the heartbeat go left and see it for a few extra seconds, which can give you an idea of where they're going. But again, you're not going to miss that much and you're not going to miss that often for this to be super useful. And then we have the chocolate corn and the bird painting. These add-ons make the birds stay up longer for 2 seconds and for 4 seconds. 2 seconds is nice. 4 seconds is a bit overkill. If by any chance you misplace your birds and you want them back, they will now take so long to die out and so long to come back. 2 seconds plus 14 seconds. So it might actually get in your way a little bit. But especially 2 seconds for its rarity and occasionally 4 extra seconds can be powerful. Every now and then you're going to be placing birds in very unusual angles, waiting for the survivor to come back. And you can do things like set a bird go around, hit them, and then they run back into the bird, and you still have the birds, and you still send it off. So yeah, you can do that. Don't forget that if you set up multiple birds, you keep resetting the timer. So setting up a couple birds typically is enough to guarantee those things. You don't need these add-ons, and they can get a bit in the way. Though you can also use them with the egg to offset its one downside. And then we get to the worst add-on that I really highly recommend you stay away from, which is the charcoal stick. This add-on is meant to change the way the artist is played. So the way it works, when the artist sets up a bird, this bird is not visible to survivors unless they're like right there. And then when the bird flies off, they see a straight line, and they see the auto of the line. So let's say there's a survivor here on a gen. They can sometimes react to this visible cue and get the hell out. This add-on changes that. It makes the birds visible when you set them for a few seconds, but then they make the path that the birds fly invisible. So if a survivor is not paying attention, they're not going to realize exactly where the birds are flying, and it's much harder to dodge them. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. Number one, survivors that are paying attention will still see the birds, even from a distance, and just still dodge them. And even if you hit the birds more frequently with this, so what? It's terrible. The reason it's terrible is because it kills your ability to use birds in actual chase. So let's say there's a little wall here, right? Little wall here. And I am here, I am the artist. And the survivor is running this way, right? And they don't know what's happening behind this wall. So I set a bird. And this bird is looking this way. It has this angle. But the survivor is clueless. As soon as they have gotten past this wall, they have no idea. So when I go back and chase them this way, they'll have to run away, and they don't know when to dodge, when to stop, when to juke. And for that reason, when I see them cover this track approximately, I'm going to release the bird and mess them up. But if this bird is visible and they see the precise angle of the bird, then all they need to do is simply whoop, go like this and dodge the bird. Super easy. So this basically kills your ability to hide birds behind walls, which is a huge part of artists and an extremely important skill to develop. So try it if you want an unusual snipe-oriented build, but otherwise I still think it's really bad. And even birds with this can be easily dodged from afar, and from up close you see them, so it's not good. It's really not good. But it's a creative add-on, I suppose. Moving on. Uh-oh. Yes, moving on, we reached the Onryo, which is our final killer, and unfortunately many of her add-ons are a little bit underwhelming. Arguably, her strongest add-on is the iridescent tape. This is very simple. If you hit a survivor shortly after coming out of a projection, either normal projection, either a projection out of a TB or shortly after the manifesting, this resets all of the TBs that were on cooldown. Now, TBs on cooldown that you teleported to will be reset. The TBs on cooldown that survivors turned off, as far as I understand, will not be reset. We can actually read the add-on real quick just to make sure I am not pulling your leg. But yes. Basically, anytime you hit a survivor after projecting, or after just doing your normal thing, you will reset the TBs that you yourself turn off by teleporting, which is something that you're going to do quite often with this killer. This is great. I don't know if you know, but when you teleport to a TB, the projection is massively affecting the cooldown. So when you teleport, that TB is off for more than a minute. It is long for a very long time. And this add-on makes it so that it's eventually reset very quickly, allowing you to go back and forth very often. What are some of the applications for this? In normal gameplay, you just can go back to a place you want it to be quicker. You hook someone, you teleport to another TB, you hit someone else, now you go back to the original one to camp the person on the hook or chase them off or chase the unhooker with make your choice, blah, blah, blah. Normal gameplay, it is good. It also allows you to do dirty things with things like Drink Rowing, where you constantly reset TVs, make them pick each other up, and build on Condemned very quickly in small maps, which is very oppressive sometimes. It's a bit of a niche application and only works in such small maps, but still quite powerful and only enabled by this add-on. And in my opinion, the best way to use this add-on is at the end game with Know It. Know It is a disgusting perk that allows you to instantly down survivors near the end of the game. And that instantly downing will reset the TBs. So with this add-on and Know It, I found myself in games where I would have really, really badly lost. And I can teleport to a gate, hit a survivor in a gate with no gens, with no pallets or windows nearby, leave them there, teleport right back, hit the rescuer, teleport right back, hook the first one, teleport right back, and it is really hard to keep up with. So instant down perks that happen near the endgame like Know It, or even throughout the game, can make this add-on even more powerful than it is. Even then, some matches you will feel like it's not that OP, but that's just because even her best add-ons are really not that powerful. Moving on, we have the All Newspaper, and it's one of the few add-ons that actually helps significantly in Chase. Now, when the Onryo manifests, typically from coming out of her power herself, she has a few seconds of invisibility that goes on and off. You can actually see physically, visually, your own hands disappear and appear, disappear and appear. And the problem is that by default, this disappearance is very difficult to use it to fool anyone. You disappear, appear, disappear, appear, disappear, appear to such a fast degree that a survivor can pretty much keep perfect track of where you are and where you're going. But that changes with this newspaper. With this newspaper, the time where you disappear is significantly higher. So you disappear and you reappear. And that in-between time, you can actually change direction quite a bit. So basically, the way to do this is you get to a loop. The survivor, silly as he is, doesn't drop the pallet. Then you stay on the pallet. You go into your power, out of your power. And then if you do a little bit of a turn at the right time, the survivor goes one way, loses you, and then you reappear exactly on the opposite end that he would expect. It's a very similar idea to how the old Freddy could fool you while he disappeared. And really good Onryos can learn to use this with great effect to actually have a really good chance to fool survivors. Really, really advanced Onryos, I bet, can even use this disappearance to go through gaps and be unpredictable. So in things like Shack, you can come out of your power at a certain time, disappear while you go through the window, and if the survivor's not paying attention, they won't realize that you've already made it around and you're gonna hit them from behind and things like that. Because this actually puts some power back into you and allows you to get downs in places that would otherwise be pallet drop, okay, break it. It is quite significant. Another add-on that adds quite a few layers of trouble is the Well Water. The Well Water keeps you undetectable for a few seconds after manifesting, either through a TB or through your normal means. And this is really good. It means that you don't have to get really close to the survivor and manifest in front of them. You can manifest from around corners and catch up to them. You can come out of a TB and a survivor might think that it's another add-on, the VCR, and not take you seriously because they don't hear your terror radius, but you're actually still approaching them. You can come out of a TB at medium range and approach someone with your speed boost, maybe with this nail, before they realize that you're coming. And it has just decent synergies with other add-ons like the tape and the newspaper we just talked about. Overall, it's a very, very decent add-on that sometimes even confuses survivors as to think that you're still manifested. So they might think that you're not able to hit them because they don't hear the terror radius and stuff, and they think that you're still in cloaked mode while you actually can hit them. So this also messes with survivors a little bit, and it's pretty good to that end. We then have the Bloody Fingernail. This extends the speed that you get when you come out of a TB. For normal traversing reasons, this is decent. It lets you come out of a TB and go to whatever you need to go a little bit faster. If you swing, you actually can fail this speed boost a little bit significantly because you can swing for a bit longer. And it can sometimes help you to catch survivors around TBs and do cool plays. It's not too bad. It's the fact that it's kind of universally useful, the fact that makes it somewhat decent. But the effect is hardly extremely game-changing. We then move on to the ring drawing. It's an interesting add-on. If a survivor that is condemned to any degree, if it has more than 1 point of condemn or 1 point of condemn, and they get healed by somebody else, this survivor will now give that person 1 point of condemn. This can very quickly get out of hand. You chase a survivor, you teleport again, they have 2 points. You down them, and you leave them there. Someone goes, picks them up, they get a point, you teleport, now they get 2 points. this can sometimes allow you to murder people like this if you have a build around it, especially if you bring the TP tape along with it, because it's got nice synergies. Problem with this add-on. It really works well against some teams and doesn't against others. First of all, against really good teams, it's really hard to get it down. It's really, really hard to get it down with Sadako. They will drop pallets. They understand that if you don't get down, you have no real power. So they will fight really hard not to go down. And once they go down, it's very risky to leave them on the ground. If you take a long time to down someone and they have Unbreakable or Boon Exponential and they pick themselves up, this add-on does nothing. And then whoever else you chase will also run you for a long time. At that point, you've lost 3 gens, you have 0 hooks. GG, Bozo, try again next time. So that would be really bad. It's also very common for people to run medkits and boon totems to heal themselves relatively quickly, completely bypassing this add-on. If they're smart, they can even heal each other and then finish themselves off with self-care from 99 to 100% to avoid this add-on. Even survivors that are affected by this add-on majorly are still not useless. Some people can take hits for them. They can use the TB tape in your face sometimes and get rid of the condemn. So it's hardly an extremely oppressive add-on all the time. It really depends on how survivors plays and what kind of size of map you get and how quickly you can actually get it down. For the most part, I think it's kind of risky and only belongs to a specific niche build that has its risks. The tape editing deck is coming next. And this is an extremely difficult add-on to judge. When you manifest through any means, survivors around you are slowed down by a little bit. So it's basically like a mini clown slowdown or mini Freddy slowdown when survivors are near you. On practice, this should help you to sometimes get a hit at certain loops. And I imagine that over the course of a match, it has to do something. But from my experience, the slowdown is so insignificant that it's actually kind of hard to judge how good it is. My best guess is that it belongs here, but you yourself are more than welcome to do any test and let me know in the comments what you think of this. It's never bad to slow down survivors. They'll feel it a little bit. Maybe they misuse their dead hard. Maybe they barely get caught before the pallet. So it's definitely not bad. The telephone is a curious... Wait. I think I just yeah, everything I just said, forgive me, I'm so sorry I did it again. Everything I just said applies to the telephone. Yeah, the slowdown is the telephone. That's what it does. The tape editing deck is a completely different add-on that does something that is a little bit more straightforward. It makes everyone at the start of the game begin with a tape. And that is great because many survivors will literally never interact with TBs ever. So when they hold the tape, they eventually have to put it somewhere or else they are susceptible to being instantly morried. So this is a bit like the tape for Pig, in the sense that it forces everyone to, at the start, go around and search the furthest TB from them and put the tape in. And if you're lucky and you create a little bit of chaos, maybe 1 or 2 of those people doesn't manage to do that and you put a bit of pressure on them and maybe get a free hook because they have to do it in your face and then they go down or something like that. So it's a nice little bit of slowdown, but it's also very, very minor. Don't forget that survivors can hold on to a tape for a long time and then just quickly put it in and out in a matter of seconds. So it's hardly incredible. In my opinion, this add-on shines a little bit when you use the TV remote, when you use the net, so that they get condemned a little bit quicker, or other add-ons like the tape to just teleport and be annoying, or the ring to start getting, because everyone has condemned, you can start doing this early. So yeah, very, very mild despite the seemingly powerful effect. The telephone does exactly what I explained earlier. It slows down survivors when you manifest near them. We can make it easier for you to catch them after the TP projection and overall in loops when you demanifest. Or when you manifest out of the manifestation. So it's alright, but it's really hard to gauge how strong it is. And then we have the VCR. The VCR is a cute add-on. When you teleport to a TB, survivors can actually hear the direction of the TB and know that you're coming from that one specific TB, which is kind of bad. Well, what this add-on does is it makes every TB play out that noise. And that can be quite confusing. It can make baby and scare survivors think that they are constantly in danger. And they will often just stay away from TBs altogether because they are afraid of them anytime a teleport happens elsewhere and they think it's on them. So it's nice. It can also have the opposite effect, especially with the well water, where if you come out of a TB, they'll hear a noise, but then they don't hear a terror radius, so they think they're fine, but you're actually still there. So yeah, it's pretty nice, I suppose, because it keeps survivors on their toes. But it's also hardly anything absolutely insane. We then move on to the 2 add-ons that decrease the timer. The first one is the cabin sign, and then we have the whale stone, I believe. So the cabin sign makes it so that when you teleport to a TB, the cooldown is 6 seconds shorter. Wait, am I getting it right? It's 6 and 12. But yeah, the cooldown is a little bit shorter when you teleport to a TB and the TB turns back on. It's not bad. You put this add-on if you have nothing else, and some TBs will be on more often than they would otherwise, which is good and useful. Obviously, it gets massively overshadowed by this great add-on that straight up turns it back on constantly. So yeah, this add-on is a complete massive upgrade over this brown add-on that barely helps, just a few seconds. The other add-on is, it sounds like it's more powerful because it reduces the time when survivors interact with the TB, so that you can teleport to it again. I think this add-on is terrible. As I said, most people interacting with TBs most people in the first place don't interact with TBs. And even if they do, it's not that big of a deal. It really is not that big of a deal. So being able to teleport there a few seconds earlier after they do that is just not that great. It's one of the only ways to make that happen, I suppose, but if my survivors are touching TBs, I'm already extremely happy, and this add-on, for the most part, is a waste of time. If you have nothing else, you could run it with a tape editing deck, so that, you know, when survivors get rid of TBs, and they will 4 times, you get some more value out of it. But even then, you know, teleporting isn't always that massively important. This is only a few seconds, so very underwhelming. We then have, I think it's called the Mother's Mirror. This add-on makes it so that when you come out of invisibility, the period from where you go on and off, on and off, on and off, lasts an extra few seconds. Pairs pretty well with the old newspaper, even if you don't really know what you're doing, and you just take advantage of the passive effect. These two add-ons together already confuse survivors to a degree or another. So yeah, it just makes you a little bit harder to predict when you come out from projection or from normal, manifestation. And then we have the rickety pinwheel and this other add-on, both of which have an effect on survivors near TBs. The first one makes survivors oblivious, and the second one makes them blind. I'm gonna check the name. I actually kind of forgot. Seesaw Cloth. Yes, this is blind, and the rickety pinwheel is oblivious. Anytime they're next to a TB, and it's pretty often, because TBs are often next to gens, and for 7 seconds after they leave that area, they are affected by this. And these add-ons have a curious effect, where they actually create like this visual particle that lets survivors know the range. So a survivor can literally see that this add-on or one of these add-ons is in play before they even step on it, which is a bit weird, but whatever. These add-ons are actually not terribly horrible. Sometimes survivors that are oblivious are extra careful and make mistakes, sometimes. And survivors that are blind don't get to see Kindred, don't get to see windows of opportunity. This is a very minor boon to your arsenal. But I found that with this add-on, a certain type of survivors is actually convinced to pick up the TBs. So these add-ons can sometimes make survivors, for the first time in their lives, pick up a TB and turn it off, so that they get rid of the effect. So in that regard, I guess they are okay, but oblivious and blindness on a killer that is undetectable half the time, yeah, it's not so good. We then have the other iridescent, the remote control, and this add-on is horrible. It lets you see the auras of people around you when you teleport to a TB, which sounds amazing, but only if they hold a tape. Boo, that's beyond terrible. As I said, the major problem with Sadako is that people at a higher level never pick up TBs, ever. So this add-on literally can do nothing the entire game. The only reasonable way to get some value out of this add-on is to play against survivors that for some reason want to hoard all of the TBs, in which case it's decent, or better yet, to pair it with the aforementioned tape editing deck. Because everyone starts with a tape, you can now guarantee that at least some of them will have a tape. Now, unfortunately, you cannot teleport at the start. For the first few seconds of the game, you do not get access to teleport, the TVs are off. So yeah, you can't even use it at the start to find people, but if you somehow manage to keep a few people with TV tapes on their hands, you can actually find them and see them a bit better when you teleport around the map later. Yeah, extremely situational, extremely hit or miss, really bad for an iridescent add-on. Next on, we have the distorted photo. When you demanifest or you come out of a TB, if a survivor is actively looking at your direction, they scream. The screaming doesn't interrupt gens, doesn't make them miss a skill check, it doesn't do anything. The only thing it does is let you know that yes, they were looking at you. For normal chases, it's completely worthless. For projecting through a TB, it's slightly useful, because if you hear someone scream, maybe you would have never seen that that person was there. So yeah, every now and then this add-on will reveal someone, and it will confirm that they were indeed hit by some condemn. So maybe you now know that they're a little bit closer to 7 points of condemn. But as you can see, it's as useless as it sounds. We then have the fishing net. The fishing net makes it so that survivors holding a tape get condemned a little bit quicker, 12.5% faster. It is a pathetically low amount. So yeah, survivors never hold TBs, so this add-on is useless. But if they ever hold a TB, oh my god, they have to put it in like 10 seconds earlier. How will they ever survive? It's so bad. It's terrible. It's really, really bad. The only reasonable way to get some value out of this is, again, to pair with the tape editing deck so that some people have TBs and they're in a bit more of a time crunch to get rid of them. The Mother's Calm is an interesting add-on. How about we clean up this a bit? The Mother's Calm is an interesting add-on, and what it does is it turns every TB that is off because you teleported, because it's the start of the game and you don't see them yet, or because someone turned it off, it turns it yellow. This is basically worthless. Most Onryos have a decent idea of how the TBs are spread out at the start. They don't need the help. And later on, if a TB, if you turn it off and you look at the map and you see it missing, you know that you turned it off. And if you're really, really smart as Onryo, and you look at the HUD, let's say that the Nia has a tape because you see it in the HUD, and then she loses the tape. You look around and you're like, that TB there was on, and now it's off. So I know, I don't see it. So I know that Nia is there. And I'm gonna go and catch her. With this add-on, this helps you to not even have to worry. Because if you see a yellow TB, you'll immediately see it and you don't have to be like, there's a TB there that is missing. You literally see it yellow and you see all the TBs at the start of the game, so you can maybe make a plan a bit. It's a nice add-on for a beginner, but seeing the autos of a TB turned off doesn't help that much. If you're smart, you'll notice which TBs are missing and you'll know that you turned them off or someone else turned them off and you can react to that. We now move on to the Clump of Hair, and this add-on makes your flickering even longer, much like the old newspaper. It makes your flickering on and off last even longer. So you would think, wow, if it's even longer, then it must be really good, because the newspaper increases the flickering by 33%, and this is like more than that. The problem is that the newspaper increases your flickering when you come out of manifestation, and you are manifested, and you can hit survivors, so you can use it to mind game. But this only affects your flickering when you are in cloaked, demanifested mode. And as such, what is the point of being invisible when you're out of the undetectable? It can maybe in some 1 in a million game trick some survivors from a distance into not seeing you as early and reacting a little bit later. Even though this girl has a lullaby that Audity kind of announces, so it's not even that reliable. So, wait, did I see that? Oh my god, I did it again. Chat, everything I just said about the thing, I'm not talking about the Clump of Hair, I'm talking about the Reiko's Watch. The Reiko's Watch does exactly what I just described, where it just makes you harder to detect when you're out of the invisible and undetectable and from afar. And the moment you manifest, it does nothing. So as a result, it is basically an add-on that you put on, hoping that if a survivor is looking at you from afar, somehow doesn't see you, even though you are undetectable. As you can imagine, it is a pretty laughable add-on. And let me make sure I don't misname this next add-on. Is it really called the Clump of Hair? All right. It is good. And this time properly, the Clump of Hair does a similar effect. It doesn't change the flickering. It only changes the distance from which you can be seen. It is a little bit better than the Watch, because sometimes if you approach someone in a really open map, they might actually miss you if they don't see you for 6 meters. It's a very minor distance. I think it's one of these add-ons that you put on, you hope it does something, but in 99% of the cases, it does nothing. But in the 1% it does, I guess it doesn't get in your way. That's pretty much it. It's a really, really sad, bad weak add-on. If it was very, very strong, if it was like 15 or 16 meters, we will probably appreciate it for maps that are very open. But it doesn't really do that. You will still be seen from a very significant amount. 16 meters, which is what you get seen by with this add-on, is still a lot of time to react. So yeah, don't be under the delusion that this add-on is incredible. Forgive me for the mix-ups. It's really hard with so many add-ons. And then we go to the videotape copy. This is a meme add-on that gives you extra points. Don't run it, it's terrible. And when you teleport through a TB, normally survivors around you get condemned, and thus you can actually kind of kill them and stuff. But with this, they don't get condemned. They only get condemned if they pick up the TBs. Or if you have the ring drawing and they do that. So yeah, I guess as an upside, sometimes you can teleport to a survivor, and if they don't see the condemned, they think they're safe and maybe you're there, but that is like really, really, really stretching it. For the most part, this add-on makes a power that is weak, even weaker, and as such, I recommend that you stay away from it. And with that, we have covered all of the killers, and we've been going for only 9 hours 37, this time with a few breaks. Sorry for the few times when I got a little bit stuck. I did try to make sure that I wouldn't mix up some of the add-ons, but hopefully it didn't affect the quality of the video very much. Thank you so much for watching. As usual, I'll put all the resources down below, and you're more than welcome to correct me on any mistake I made. I would really appreciate it, and other people reading as well, I bet. And to maybe tell me if I miss a critical point of an add-on that can make it a bit more valuable. I'm always looking for that kind of info. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.